Chapter 1, Warmth. Hey, it's so uncomfortable. The little girl opened her misty eyes and muttered unconsciously, but she was covered by the sudden pain. Immediately afterwards, the torrent of memories flooded his unconscious consciousness like a raging tide. Moonlight shines through the glass windows in this room. On a slightly old but neat little bed, curled up is a little girl with burgundy hair. Her brows are tight, and her thin hands are holding her head. Pain makes her head pale. A sickly flush appeared on his face. In the middle of the night, the desolate moonlight fell on the little girl's face, like an old man's benevolent hand, trying to calm her pain. In the early morning, the wooden roof screamed "Bobo, Bobo," but it flew away in a short while. The rustle of sweeping in the yard outside the house drifted through the half-open window and reached the ears of the little girl who was sleeping on all sides. The bed frowned slightly and turned sideways, pulled the little quilt that was kicked aside for unknown time, warmed her body again, smashed her mouth comfortably, and continued to sleep peacefully. After an unknown period of time, the door of the room opened carefully, and there was a gentle sound of footsteps. "Musashi, Musashi," a gentle and haggard female voice came from the bedside. The woman smiled slightly and relaxed her brows when she saw the little girl's sleeping position. Then used a rough but warm hand to cover the little girl's forehead, and her face showed a lightness, as if confirming. She moved the back of her hand close to her forehead, and then pressed the little girl's forehead. Repeated several times, the anxiety between the eyebrows finally faded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, the fever finally subsided. The bed finally felt abnormal. She stretched her curled-up body like a kitten, stretched her hands and feet, and yawned in a daze. Then she woke up leisurely. Half opened his eyes and looked at the woman for a long time, as if to confirm something. It took a long time to greet him. "Mom, good morning." The voice is a bit hoarse. After hearing this, the woman felt distressed and quickly asked the little girl, "Musashi, how do you feel? Is it any better?" The little girl, Musashi, thought for a while and nodded. "Well, I feel more comfortable, but I am a little tired and want to sleep." With a coquettish tone, opened his hands, and hugged the woman's body that had become plump because of her age, giggling. "It's naughty again. Let go of your hand first. Mom will make the porridge and bring it to you. But don't get out of bed. Keep warm when the fever is gone. Don't catch the cold again." Said that he clicked on Musashi's nose, put it into the bed and pressed it down, and then he was ready to get up and serve the hot porridge. "Mom, Musashi wants something sweeter." Musashi clasped the quilt in both hands and looked at the woman, and said with a soft voice that is unique to the child. "Okay, okay. But only this time, you know." The woman petted Musashi fondly, nodding in agreement. Successful negotiation. Obtain partial information of skill negotiation 1/5. Several Chinese symbols suddenly appeared in front of Musashi. Ignoring these characters, I began to fantasize about the taste of sweet porridge. I knew that Mom was the best. By the way, did my dad go? Musashi nodded and asked again. "Not yet, he is eating." "What's the matter?" the woman said. "Then, wait until I have enough rest, I'm greeting my father." The little girl thought for a while and said. "Then you have to rest obediently, and you can't kick the quilt anymore, you know." The woman pinched Musashi's nose and said. I know, Musashi knows. Musashi is hungry." I don't want to hear that. The teacher quickly changed the topic. "Well, Mom will bring you the porridge." The woman had no choice but to get up and go downstairs. "It must be delicious, he." Musashi recalled the taste in his memory and happily shrank into the quilt. The woman went downstairs, turned into the kitchen, picked up a clean porcelain bowl, and carefully poured out a bowl of porridge. The porridge was very fragrant and thick, and it was beautifully dotted with blue fruit particles. Placed the bowl firmly, took out a glass jar from the locker above, looked at the sugar that could only cover the bottom, his expression moved slightly, and he sighed. Twisted the lid and scooped out a little, and sprinkled it on the steaming fruit porridge. Before the woman put the sugar bowl, it melted away. Place the sugar bowl and stir it carefully. I touched the spoon with my lips, nodded, the temperature was just right, and then I went upstairs to send it to the girl. Musashi, get up and drink porridge. The woman looked at Musashi, whose eyes were full of expectation, smiled slightly, and put the porridge on the small cabinet by the bed. Yab. Musashi nodded. He wanted to prop himself up, but found that his body was weak, and his face was a little depressed. Don't worry about being okay, rest will be better, see if you dare to kick the quilt. Come to my mother to help you, 1, 2, 3, get up. The woman put her hands under the girl's armpits, and yelled slogans to pull the girl's body out of the quilt, and put the pillows so that Musashi could lean more comfortably. That's it, Musashi, let's see what this is. The woman brought the porridge to Musashi and said mysteriously. Sweet porridge. There are fruits, and it smells so good, Musashi said with a smile. Your little eyes are bright in our family. Mom feeds you. The woman said with joy. And girl obediently waited for the woman to feed her. Carefully scooped up a spoonful of porridge and blew it gently, touching his lower lip and feeling the temperature was just right, and it was delivered into the girl's mouth. The blue pulp with the delicate sweet and sour taste and the warm porridge entered the mouth, chewed slightly, and went down the esophagus into the empty stomach, instantly warming the whole body. Through eating orange porridge, the blood recovery speed is slightly increased. Although the system is working hard to refresh its own sense of existence, this piece of information is still sinking into the ocean, and no one cares about it. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. It's so sweet, so delicious. Musashi wants more. The girl squinted happily. Hearing the girl's praise, the woman smiled and repeated the previous actions, again scooped up a spoonful of carefully blown cold and sent it into Musashi's mouth. After a while, a bowl of fruit porridge entered the little girl's belly. Musashi was satisfied with the heat slowly dissipating from his stomach, and praised, "It's delicious. Mom's cooking is the best." The woman said with a smile, "Just your mouth is sweet, take a good rest, and your body will be well soon." Well, Musashi will get better soon after taking a rest. The girl replied cutely. The woman carried the girl back into the quilt, adjusted the quilt, kissed the little girl who was not her own, smiled and put away the dishes and chopsticks gently. Went downstairs, the pillar of the house was wearing shoes, looked up at the woman who went downstairs and asked, "Haruko, how is Musashi? Is it better?" "It's getting better, the fever has subsided, but she is a little weak. Give her some fruit porridge, and she will be able to run around again tomorrow after a rest." The woman named Haruko smiled and said to the man, "That's good, it seems that yesterday's medicine is very effective, and I will stop by to thank Dr. Ying. I am out." The man heard the good news, his face also burst into a smile. His expression no longer anxious. "My child, Dad, when he comes back. Forget it, be careful on the road." The woman thought about the sugar at home, she stopped talking, and waved her hand to bid farewell to the hostess who went out. "Well, be careful at home, I'm leaving." After adjusting the front of the old Fuji bike, he sighed slightly, stood up and waved to Haruko with a smile, rode on the bike, and headed for the work site. The woman watched her husband go away, waved her hand, closed the courtyard door, and started the day's housework. Chapter 2, Memory and System. Musashi closed his eyes comfortably in the quilt, and wanted to continue sleeping. Thinking back to the experience last night, she shuddered severely, and decided to postpone bedtime. By the way, I have brushed the presence system twice. As for why I am not surprised, I died once. These indicate that water was sprinkled. Began to recall the two chaotic memories in his mind. One is the memory of the self. First of all, my name is Musashi, and Miyamoto Musashi is also called Mura and Musashi. Girl, 5 years old, her biological father is unknown, her biological mother Miyamoto is going to do very important things, and may never come back again, so she entrusts me to this family and adopts her as adoptive parents. I certainly didn't understand this question originally, but with the strong addition of another memory, I understood the key. I don't know what kind of thoughts and considerations the birth mother Miyamoto had in mind. When she left, she gave me a Pokemon ball with a Bo snake, which she said was a birthday present. Although that day was not my birthday, I said that it was because there were important things temporarily and could not be given to me on my birthday, so I gave it to me in advance. Humph, that is to deceive me, who was young and ignorant at the time, even though I am only 5 years old now. After went, there was no news. Don't let me find you, or you must be good looking. The villain in my heart stretches his teeth and dances his claws. And the village and this family are my adoptive parents, until now they have not been able to have a child of their own. Although many attempts were made, but due to age relations, I had to give up. As for the chance of adopting me, Miyamoto had rescued them from fire and water, and out of caution, he has repeatedly inquired about the identity and behavior of the village and the couple. Knowing that his life is innocent, I still trust them. As Gu Miyamoto knows, because the village and his wife have never been able to have children, they especially want to experience the feeling of being a parent, so they plan to adopt one. Miyamoto thought it was an opportunity, so as a last resort, he entrusted me to them. After receiving this news, the village and his wife were very willing to accept me and raise me, and they also cared for me in every possible way. These are also summed up by myself. They are amazing, although they are based on the life experience brought by another memory. Birth mother Miyamoto is an important member of the Rockets, and the Rockets are now attached to the thugs of a certain consortium. Because of an emergency task, for the safety of his blood, he will definitely consider candidates carefully. So for the village and the couple, Musashi can trust them completely. At first, I missed my birth mother and didn't adapt to the new environment. I ignored them. After living together for half a year, I got better, but my thinking about my birth mother turned into a mental illness. Unfortunately, I caught a bad cold again. It's really a leak in the house that rains all night, and mold adds to mold. This reminds Musashi of a very appropriate character, Lindayu. Don't say it, the 5,000 years of culture in this different world is really brilliant. Wait, I should have died of illness, right? Musashi, who was lying in the quilt, suddenly opened his eyes in a bit of amazement. Oh, yes, the mutation should be the invasion of this soul from another world, but it was also his bad life. Suddenly died for unknown reasons, and a supernatural phenomenon appeared in my body. The soul body was chaotic and broken, and weakened. The frequent death of me is regarded as the last life-saving straw, absorbed and swallowed as hard as possible without a teacher, so that the soul grows and the condition is cured without medicine. So in fact, I should be regarded as the soul fusion of Musashi and this stranger, but I am the subject of myself. Actually, Xiao Musashi has these thoughts. It has already shown that Musashi is no longer the original Musashi. This memory is also very interesting. It is a man named Chen Muzang, King, male, age 27, single. The reason is not to say, to save him some face, is a person who can only escape. Because the social circle is weak, and for various reasons, poor people who only want to be single. The others left aside and said they were about Pokemon in his mind. Pokemon? Pokemon? Oops, no matter what, in short, it is Warcraft. The knowledge of Pokemon really opened my eyes. Among them, there is an anime character that makes me very concerned. She is the villain who runs through all the plots, and the unlucky Musashi in the trio. As for Kojiro, there is also a talking Meow Meow. And the invincible big meat shield who only talks about whistling, really wing. It seems to have to be, soft, doin. It also has a unique sense of security, and there is no more kapok than a beast, a perfect existence, except for no means of attack. Can Pokemon really learn human language? It's amazing. But it is really pitiful. Wait, leaving this meow and blue doin aside, all I care about is which woman is called Musashi. Has a very straightforward personality. He is a very straightforward and violent person, but he often uses perceptual thinking to deal with problems, so he often messes things up. The most amazing thing about is that she and I have the same name, similar hair color, almost the same appearance, and a glimpse of memories. In the video, the life situation in childhood and the appearance in childhood are almost the same person. A poor man who was oppressed by life and had to change his character and behavior. When everything is connected, I can be sure that this Musashi is actually who I am when I grow up. Yes, I don't want this precarious life. I need to change my current life, and become a different Musashi. Although I don't like that kind of unpredictable days, I seem to like the things she likes as well. I like beautiful and shiny gems, handsome boys, and powerful, cute, and beautiful Pokemon. Likes professions such as coordinator and performer, because it can dress up as a matter of course, and can put on gorgeous clothes for free. Also cherishes her beautiful hair the most, the red hair inherited from her biological mother. So, what I like, I have to rely on my own ability to achieve one by one. I don't like, I must also work hard to make changes so that the old situation does not reappear. Is there any sudden blood surging? Musashi snickered while covering his mouth. This habit of fantasizing is the same. It is said that what comes with this person is a system, and because it absorbs and fuses him, it is also bound to my soul together. Although this is the first time I have come into contact, I have an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this thing. It may be an illusion brought by soul fusion. During the conversion of thoughts, a property panel appeared in front of him, and my information was displayed on it. Name, Miyamoto Musashi. Gender, female. Age, 5 years old. Race, human race. Bloodline, trace amount of snake girl bloodline, 5%, human bloodline, 95%. Talent. Kendo affinity, sword learning +1. Snake species affinity, snake favorability +1. Soul devour, experience +1. Go and learn, skill level +1, only for skills with skill level. Skillful hand, item creation success rate +1. Professional level, civilian, LV00/100. HP, 3/5, recovery +1/day. Attributes. Strength, 3, agility, 3, constitution, 2, intelligence, 10, charisma, 6, wisdom, 7. Attribute point, 0. Health value, 60/100, weakness, +1/10 minutes. Hunger value, 80/100, full. Stamina value, 30/100, +1/min. Skills, knowledge, Pokemon, 5, knowledge, Chinese culture, 10, etiquette, daily, 1, language, Japanese, general, Chinese, proficient. Skill points, 0. Bloodline, none. Equipment, Elf Ball, Arbor Snake. Elf Ball, a capsule-shaped sphere with a precise structure made by information space technology, which can be enlarged and reduced, with an elf comfort level of 3 and a capture level of 1. Well, it is still understandable through memory. The meaning expressed by these data is why this kind of sanes can't explain it and shouldn't understand it. Maybe it's the fusion of two souls, causing supernatural phenomena. Those two more messages. Musashi forced a reasonable thought. So be it. It is said that there is a snake girl's blood and talent, so awesome. I don't know how sacred my biological mother is. Even that person's memory doesn't know much about my biological mother. I only know that Miyamoto was to complete the secret mission issued by the head of the rockets at the time, find Dream, and then no news. Hey, forget it, now I don't have the ability to find my mother. I can only wait for myself to grow up and have the ability. When my thoughts come back, the snake species affinity is brought about by the blood. The soul swallowed should be obtained by fusion with the soul of that person. If you learn this quickly, it may also be brought about by the fusion of two souls. Skillful hands. Recalling that I wanted to help my mother wash the dishes, click. It's definitely not mine, it should be that person's talent, Musashi thought silently. Talking about the memory of that person, the precious knowledge about Pokemon really helped a lot except for those inapplicable knowledge. Thoughts moved again, closed his own attribute panel, and called up the attribute interface of Abersnake. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Abo Snake, Snake Elves, Land/Dragon Group. Attributes, Poison, Body length 0.2 meters, weight 30 grams. Level, LV 10.00%, Gender. Feature, Intimidation, Control degree LV 0.00%. Hidden characteristic, Molting, Controlling degree LV 0.00%. This characteristic is unique to the growth of Scaly, but because it cannot be controlled autonomously, it is defined as a hidden characteristic, but there is a certain chance of becoming dominant. State, Childhood, Sleeping. Character, Hard work. The personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, like to sleep. Preferences are not unique, they will change in some cases. Intimacy, 70, full value, 255. Trust value, 60, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 35, attack, 60, defense, 44, special attack, 40, special defense, 54, speed, 55, total, 288. Skills, tight stretch, LV0, poison needle, LV0, stare, LV0, LV0 means that you can't use it. Hereditary skill, root method, LV0. Level 22 can be upgraded to Abbot. Evaluation, a very talented elf, although it is very weak at this stage, it is too weak to beat the wild Carp King who can only splash and jump. Hey, I finally sorted it out and finished reading everything, but the elf talent that my mother left me would be so good. I don't know if I can use all of its talents and put it away when I recover. Come out. ZZZ, ZZZ. Weak body and exhausted spirit can no longer support Musashi's active consciousness, so he fell asleep again in a daze. Chapter 3, Abersnake. Time came to the next day without knowing it. Yesterday, I woke up in the afternoon. I ate dinner with my parents and dragged my soft body to sleep. I even forgot what I wanted to release the Abersnake. Musashi woke up and sat on his cot, stretching comfortably. Opened his eyes and rubbed the corners of his eyes with both hands, and turned his gaze out of the window. The blue sky and white clouds were beautiful and sunny. Today is another good weather. Got up from the bed briskly, opened the window and took a deep breath, stretched again fiercely, looked at the countryside scenery outside, and silently declared to the world, "Me. Musashi is alive." Musashi brought up his own attribute panel, and his HP could be refilled with a little more, his health and stamina were all full, but his hunger level was only a pitiful 30 points, so hungry. Guru, Guru. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat. Underscore. Musashi grabbed his hair and tugged his pajamas, and ran to the bathroom downstairs with bare feet. The sound of boom boom from the foot and the stairs spread throughout this small old house. Musashi. Go down the stairs slower, what should I do if I fall down? Mom Haruko had no time to dry the water stains on her hands, and hurriedly came out of the kitchen watching Musashi sternly. "Oh. I'm sorry, I will know next time. Isn't this smelling of the buns you made, Mommy? I'm so hungry, so I was anxious." Musashi stood in place with the back of his hands behind him, twisting his feet and lowering it. He admitted his mistake, but turned his head and smiled at Haruko hippily. Successful negotiation, obtain partial information of skill negotiation 2/5. This little mouth is getting more and more talkable, but Musashi, good morning. Haruko saw how Musashi was energetic, and slowly withdrew her anger, showing a trace of joy, wiped her hands on her apron, and touched Musashi's face. Said seriously, "Good morning, Mom. I'm going to wash." Another useless message appeared, and Musashi smiled and said to Haruko full of energy, "Go ahead, do you need my mother's help?" Haruko asked, looking at Musashi, who was only 5 years old. "I have grown up, I can wash myself." Musashi raised his head with confidence. Successful negotiation, obtain partial information of skill negotiation 3/5. You are a big kid in that case, the small stool is by the door. Go ahead. If you really can't do anything, remember to call Mother. Haruko smiled and nodded Musashi's nose, and agreed. Got it. Sniff, Mom, are you still cooking in the pot? Musashi asked, smelling the scent in the air. Ah. By the way, after washing, remember to bring down the pajamas you changed. Later, Mom will put the clothes you are going to wear today on your bed. Haruko said as she quickly ran towards the kitchen. Okay. Musashi went into the bathroom with Nagao. More than 10 minutes later, the refreshed Musashi came out of the bathroom. When passing the stairs, his steps were much slower, mainly because of his short legs. Went back to the room and changed into a set of clothes, with white short sleeves and pink shorts printed on the dumb beast, clumsily tied his hair into 2 bundles with a hair rope. Jong braided up. Went back downstairs holding his pajamas and put the clothes in the bamboo basket. Guru, Musashi touched his empty stomach, rushed to the table and said early to his father who was reading the newspaper. Musashi, good morning, are you feeling better? Murakazu Ichiro got up and hugged Musashi into a chair, and asked concerned. It's much more comfortable. Now Musashi is very, very healthy. Musashi finally sat on the chair and said happily. Looking at the crooked but energetic daughter, his father Ichiro smiled and shook his head, and continued to read the morning paper. After a while, Haruko brought steamed buns and porridge with mixed grains, and some homemade pickled vegetables on the table. Glanced at the daughter who was sitting on the chair, there was a hint of spoiling in her eyes unconsciously, but after seeing the crooked hair, she shook her head amusedly, thinking about waiting for her daughter to retie her braids after the meal. Dad put down the newspaper after seeing the food on the table, brought Musashi together, folded his hands together and said silently, I'm going. After is silent meal time. Eating breakfast, hunger value recovery +1+1. In the process of eating breakfast, the system came out to brush a wave of presents, and the annoying Musashi directly blocked it, and the unimportant ones were not allowed to appear. But the appearance did not show up, otherwise the parents would definitely ask. After Ichiro and Haruko finished eating, Haruko turned to the kitchen and took the packed lunch box to Ichiro. At this time, Musashi was also ready, slipped off the chair track beside Ichiro, raised his head and asked, Dad, is it also at Mr. Kurata today? Well, today I am going to Kurata. Musashi needs to listen to his mother at home, don't you know? Ichiro rubbed Musashi's head and said with a smile. And Musashi nodded. I'm going to work. Haruko, please take care of you at home. Dad said with a smile. Be careful on the road. By the way, my husband is running out of flour and salt at home. Buy some more when you come back. If you can, buy some sugar. Haruko thought that the household supplies were not enough, and said to Ichiro. Added the words that could not be said yesterday. Yet Ichiro nodded solemnly, and then pushed his Fuji bike out. Be careful on the road. Musashi and Haruko waved their hands and exhorted Ichiro, who had gone out again. Ichiro waved his hand and rode his bicycle towards the town's construction site. Musashi, when my mother is going to go to the back mountain to pick some wild vegetables and come back, will you be obedient at home? Haruko said while sitting behind Musashi, combing through Musashi's red hair. Can I go together? I can take care of myself, and I still have this. Musashi knelt down on the tatami, enjoying Haruko combing and braiding her hair. Musashi asked expectantly, pointing to the poke ball hanging around his neck. This? Elf ball? Where did it come from? Quickly braided Musashi, Haruko looked at the elf ball and asked curiously. This is a birthday gift my mother left for me. Inside is an abo snake, a very small abo snake. Mom, can I let her out? Musashi looked at Haruko with expectant eyes and asked. Did your mother give it to you, abo snake? No way. When Haruko heard it was abo snake, the first reaction was to stop it. After all, as long as it is a snake, as long as it is a Pokemon, it is very dangerous. She's still very young now, only so small. Musashi quickly said with gestures with his hands, but didn't realize that he hadn't seen it before. How did he know that this abai snake is so long? There is no danger, right? Then you let it out. Haruko's eyes flinched slightly, and she was a little uneasy. She might be facing abo snake. Or she might be afraid that Musashi would return and leave him in the future. But looking at Musashi's expectant gaze, he finally agreed. Great, come out, abo snake. Musashi happily pressed the white button on the poke ball, the white beam shot to the ground, and a petite abo snake with only the thickness of chopsticks appeared. Closed his eyes and curled his body, he was asleep. A small ball, the snake head rests on the hovering torso, the tip of the nose exhales a small bubble from time to time, and the tip of the tail shakes side to side with the breath, very cute. If you want to determine the age of abo snakes, you only need to look at the yellow spherical cuticles on the tail of abo snakes. This cuticle is the skin that has not completely faded during the molting process. As for why it is spherical, it should be due to the fact that the growing outer skin does not bind the tail and cannot enlarge normally during the process of body growth. There is no yellow cuticle on the tail tip of the abo snake, which means that the abo snake is a newly born newborn. Chapter 4, Outskirt Grass. Mom looked at the aber snake in front of her, her heart turned cute. As long as it is a small and exquisite thing, whether it is a creature or an item, it will have its own cute attribute. Although she still didn't dare to touch it, she couldn't deny the fact that she started to like this little guy. Musashi gently lifted it up and touched its small head, which may have been the reason for touching its head. Abo snake opened its big yellow round eyes, his consciousness a little ignorant. Seeing that abo snake was awake, Musashi screamed softly. Abashi wakes up and looks at the big red guy in front of him, with fear in his eyes. Musashi looked at it and was afraid to know that it hadn't adjusted to himself, so he would stroke its head with his fingers. Abo snake thought that this big guy was about to launch an attack, immediately bit the finger in front of him, and started to wrap his body. Attacked by the arbor snake, the defense is not broken, the attack by the arbor snake fails. Musashi was in pain, and he was about to shake off his hand, but when he saw abo snake, he thought of the scared expression in his eyes before. I had to endure the pain, and I sat down slowly and tried my best not to irritate it. I gently stroked abai snake's head with my other hand, and said, "Don't be afraid, it's okay, I won't hurt you, I'm Musashi. Do you remember it, it's okay." Use soothing LV0, judging, bloodline talent is activated. Judging successfully. Soothing successfully, get the skill Soothing LV1. Abashi's heart gradually calmed down, listening to some familiar sounds and smells, she finally remembered that the big guy in front of him was his master. Let go of his mouth and body angrily, and rubbed his head against Musashi's delicate hand. Musashi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Abo Snake finally recognized himself. Turned his head and looked at Haruko with the broom carefully, and said kindly, "Mom, it's okay, Abo, she has remembered me, it's okay, but my hand hurts a bit." Musashi bared his teeth for a while, and 2 tears squeezed out of his eyes. Haruko was so scared that he quickly dropped the broom in his hand, turned around to get iodine, wound medicine, and gauze. Just about to approach, Abo Snake raised his head and watched Haruko make a posture to attack. Haruko immediately took the stepped foot, but gritted her teeth and walked over firmly, looking at Musashi worriedly. Musashi patted Abaishi's head angrily and said, "This is my mother, it won't hurt me, and see what you do well." He pointed at the finger with a bit of blood oozing out. Abai Snake looked at Musashi apologetically, then spit out a snake letter at Haruko, as if to remember Haruko's taste, then moved his body back and wrapped it around Musashi's wrist, his little tail wagging and shaking. "Cute tight." Haruko saw that Abo Snake really listened to Musashi's words, relaxed, and wiped it with iodine, only to find that the skin was only a little broken, and he was relieved. "But I still squeezed out a little more blood." Iodine wiped off the blood, and wrapped it around with gauze just in case. Although this wound will heal soon, but Haruko, who is nervous about Musashi, still feels that he needs more insurance to be relieved. Fortunately, Abo Snake is a young snake who was only born recently, and fell into a deep sleep after birth. The unique toxin storage organ of the poison-type elf has not yet developed. Otherwise, whether Musashi can talk and laugh so happily is a question. "Gurulu." Musashi and Haruko heard the sound, turned their heads to see Abo Snake blushing and stiff. Shook his head helplessly, but was a little embarrassed because Haruko didn't know what Abo Snake was going to eat. Musashi thought for a while and said to Haruko, "Mom, Abo is a Pokemon who eats omnivorous food. I am still young and prefer to eat small things like eggs and insects. But our family does not have these for the time being, so use what we have, and when she grows up, I will take her out to find food. By the way, Mom, do we still have oranges in our house?" "Oranges? I picked a bit in Hausen not long ago and I didn't finish eating them, so my mother will get them now." After a while, Haruko brought a bowl of diced oranges. "Can Musashi be like this?" Haruko asked. "Well, Abo Snake eats." Musashi smiled and nodded, then poked a piece of orange fruit with a toothpick and handed it to Abo Snake's mouth. Abo Snake probed with a snake letter, bit it and swallowed it, twisted his body and opened his mouth, waiting to be fed. Upon seeing this, Musashi stuffed another one, and Abai Snake closed his mouth and swallowed it, then opened it again. After repeating it more than 10 times, a small bowl of orange fruit diced into the belly of Abai Snake. Abo Snake didn't open his mouth after he was full, and slowly walked around Musashi's arms and finally shrank on Musashi's shoulders, closing his eyes and fell asleep snoring. Originally planned to go to Haruko on the outskirts in the morning, but was dragged by Musashi and Abai Snake, it was noon in a blink of an eye. Haruko had to heat up the remaining steamed buns in the morning, and took out some pickled vegetables to settle the lunch with Musashi Minato. Cleared up a bit, Haruko took the basket and tied her sleeves and trousers tightly, preparing to go to the suburbs again. Musashi looked at Haruko with cute big eyes, and his eyes revealed that take me. Through the negotiation, the personal charm appraisal is successful, the negotiation is successful, the learning skill negotiation is LV1, the rapid learning due to talent, the negotiation skill +1, the negotiation LV2. It may be because of the skill bonus, Haruko was instantly defeated, and reluctantly brought Musashi, a small burden. Musashi obtained Haruko's approval, slanted on his back the small cloth bag he had taken from unknown sources, and put Abo Snake into the poke ball, hung it around his neck again, and took the initiative to hand over to Haruko after finishing. Walking out of the houses, passing by the guards at the entrance of the village, crossing the farmland, crossing the creek, and reaching the semi-developed woodland in the outskirts. Said that it is semi-development, in fact, it means that people often come and go, and the number of Pokémon is relatively rare, which means it is relatively safe. When he arrived at the destination, his mother's expression was quietly solemn, although it is certain that there are basically no wild Pokémon. But you still have to be careful, after all, grass means the unknown. For them, meeting Pokémon in the wild is not necessarily a good thing. Haruko grasped Musashi's hand tightly and walked cautiously in the grass, searching the land under her feet, looking forward to discovering something, and then glanced around. At this time, Musashi seemed to have discovered something, and Haruko pulled her hand and asked, "What is this, Mom, can you eat it?" Musashi pointed his finger at a plant not far away. The plant has oval leaves with vertical flower spikes in the middle, and the spikes are covered with small white flowers. Musashi, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. This is a kind of herbal medicine called plantain. It has the function of clearing heat and detoxification. It is one of the ingredients for making cool soup. You can pick it home. Musashi, you must pay attention to digging up plants in the wild. Don't dig out all of them, but dig out the big ones or pick your own useful parts. Come here in the future, we can still get what we want. Also, always pay attention to the surrounding movement and pay attention to safety. Haruko took out the tool after teaching, digging out the larger ones and leaving a few small ones. Just stop and go along the way. It may be that the season for picking wild vegetables has not passed. I dug a lot of wild vegetables, 9 green onions, water vegetables, young bamboo shoots, horiyama burdock, wild roots, tangzinzi, etc. Some are suitable for pickling. Some are suitable for stir-frying, boiled cold sauce. Gathering skills, +1 for gathering, +1 for skill detection, +1 for skill knowledge, botany. Recognition, identify the attributes of items through your own knowledge. Haruko's basket can't fit, and Musashi's backpack is also full of wild fruits. Property update. Skills, knowledge, Pokemon, LV5, knowledge, Chinese culture, LV10, knowledge, botany, LV2, etiquette, daily, LV2, language, Japanese, Chinese, proficient, collection LV2, appease LV2, negotiation LV2, observation discern LV2. Remark 1, the skill level does not exceed level 3, because of talent, fast learning, the highest level of skill is level 4 which does not exceed the professional level. Note 2, the original skill level exceeds the occupation level, talent, fast learning cannot take effect. Note 3, although you have a profession, civilians, the profession cannot obtain skill points through upgrades. All skills can be used by simulating the zero-level skills to obtain the learning information of the skills, so as to learn the skills. Chapter 5, Happy Days in the Shadows. Haruko glanced at the food basket that could no longer fit, then looked around again, and found that he had walked a long distance in the suburbs, and his expression showed a trace of panic. But seeing Musashi next to him, he still forced himself to calm down, and the hand holding Musashi tightened unconsciously, and began to walk back carefully. Musashi felt Haruko's tension, so he didn't continue to look around and jump around, but follow Haruko obediently. "Mom, are we going back?" Musashi looked at Haruko and asked in a low voice. "Yes, why have you been out for a long time?" Musashi is tired too. Now, Musashi should be obedient to no, let's try to go home early. Haruko tried hard to make her performance lighter and not let Musashi see the flaws. Said with a smile. "Well, Musashi will be obedient. By the way, mother, can I release Abio?" Musashi asked innocently. "Release Abio snake?" Haruko hesitated, but agreed to Musashi's request. Because he was born as a Pokemon, his ability to perceive danger is definitely better than his own, even if it is just a young abo snake. Abo snake, come out, can't sleep anymore, you know, now you have to protect us. Musashi put abo snake on his shoulder and said. Successful use of skill negotiation, persuade abo snake to pay attention to the surrounding movement. Skill proficiency increased. Hiss. Abo snake raised his little tail, knocked on his body, and let out a heroic neigh. After, he kept vomiting snake letters to the surroundings to confirm whether there were unfamiliar odors around him. Infrared visual observation of the surrounding temperature changes. Looking at the funny daughter and Abaishi, Haruko's nervous heart also relaxed a little. But I also realized that my daughter was aware of her worries, and she was a little proud while blaming herself, because Xiao Musashi knew she was worried about herself. The deeper the suburbs, the greater the possibility of wild Pokémon. The darker the sky, the more likely it is to meet a wild Pokémon who is out foraging for food. Therefore, before the sun has set, Haruko used her insensitive perception for a long time, striving to return home safely. Didn't you still have an abo snake in your hand? What can this little snake that is not as thick as Haruko's own fingers? You can't taste the taste if you stuff your teeth. Even though he thinks so, Haruko will still trust abo snake's judgment, if there is any. It may be that God wants Musashi to have a perfect outing experience. The mother and daughter did not encounter any danger until they returned to the small bridge at the entrance of the village. Hey, I'm finally back, Musashi tells Abiyoshi to go back and rest. In the evening, I will give her more oranges as a reward. Haruko breathed a sigh of relief and said to Musashi with a smile. Well, you have worked so hard, abo snake, come back first, there will be delicious oranges in the evening. Musashi took off abo snake's shoulder and said happily. Basi although Abiyoshi hasn't eaten anything good, the orange lunch at noon is still fresh in my memory. I don't have to say, it's delicious. Happily rubbed Musashi's finger, and went back to the pokeball to rest. As for the dim environment of the pokeball, Aber Snake does not resist, so there is no plot that he is unwilling to return to the pokeball. Okay, let's go back. Haruko saw Abo Snake being put in the pokeball, carrying a vegetable basket in one hand, and taking Musashi with the other hand to the village. It's not that Abaishi can't meet people, but to attract less attention. After all, when Miyamoto asked them to take care of Musashi, he implicitly mentioned that there might be some bad people after she disappeared. Look for the traces she left, so be careful. Also asked the village and the couple if they did not want to take this risk, Miyamoto would ask others to take in Musashi. And the village and his wife knew that there would be danger, and they were willing to accept Musashi. The first is because their husband and wife failed to have children, and there is always a shortcoming in their hearts. Now it is too late to make up for this shortcoming and be happy. The second is, in order to repay Miyamoto's life-saving grace, so Musashi and the others will definitely stay and try to make her an adult to live well every day. Chief. A man dressed in black standard clothes knelt on one knee, lowered his head and said respectfully to the darkness in front of him. Are there any clues to Miyamoto? A majestic female voice came out from the heavy shadow, and a touch of redness waved up and down with the words. Damn the subordinate, I haven't found the team so far, oh no, the trace of that traitor. The man lowered his head while speaking, and there was a trembling in his voice. He couldn't help but recall the cruel methods of the leader in front of him, and his cold sweat penetrated his mind. Today. Are you afraid of me? The woman in the shadow stepped on the red hate sky, stepping on the subordinate's heartbeat step by step, using her slender fingers to provoke her subordinates, and asked jokingly. The subordinates dare not. The man dared not spy on the leader Ying Rong at all, swallowed, and said tremblingly. Go back, if you don't find any useful clues, you don't have to come back, because it's an eye. The woman turned her subordinate's face, her tone of voice did not fluctuate. Yes, the man immediately replied. Go ahead, the woman returned to the shadow and slowly shook her hand painted with red nail polish, and said, "Subordinates retire." The man didn't dare to get up and take 2 steps back quickly. Then he got up and left. The boulder in his heart was too much, and he escaped. "Captain Miyamoto, why did you disappear so simply and without a trace, but you really deserve to die, even if you give me everything." The man's gloomy face became hideous and terrifying. "Musashi, like my mother, wash the dirt out of the leaves." Haruko took a wild vegetable, washed it in the water, and taught Musashi. Musashi watched carefully and studied carefully, but because of the insight and experience brought by the skill of hand and soul fusion, after seeing it once, he seemed to be doing it decently, and his technique gradually became sophisticated. A large basket of wild vegetables will be cleaned in a short while. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is also divided into categories. The ones that can be preserved for a long time should be processed first and dried directly after cutting. Because there is not much salt at home, they are still used. The blade is better. But most of them are resistant to storage, and only a few are for freshness, which can be eliminated tonight. Time flies quickly. I came back at 4 o'clock and processed it at 5:30. Haruko went to cook, and Musashi took a by snake to play in his own vegetable garden, playing hide and seek. At 6 o'clock, Dad Ichiro came back carrying flour and 2 packs of paper bags. "I'm back, Haruko, come to help get the salt and sugar, and free up the place where I put the flour by the way." Ichiro shouted loudly before he arrived. "Dad, I'll help." When Musashi heard Ichiro's voice, he called Abo Snake, who didn't know where he was hiding, and ran to the door quickly. Ichiro looked at the short legs coming out of his vegetable garden and smiled and said, "It's so good." But there is no hand to rub her daughter's head, which is a bit regretful. Musashi took the 2 packs of paper bags in Ichiro's hand, talked to Haruko who was about to go out, and ran to the kitchen. Behind the snake swims out of the vegetable garden, looking at the disappearing little master with tears of eyes, and has the heart to die. He had known that he would not hide so concealed. Abashi can already foresee the reality that he is about to be hungry, whether he wants to cry without tears. Fortunately, Haruko found out that Abo Snake was not there in time, otherwise, the snake on the threshold tomorrow will have Abo Snake. Under the attack of Musashi's successive apologies and the orange fruit, Abashi chose to forgive this careless little master. Ichiro on the side was stunned, and he had forgotten that he was hungry. Haruko smiled and explained the origin of Abashi to her husband. So far, Abashi became a member of the village and the family. Chapter 6, Pastoral Entertainment. In the early morning, the gentle breeze blew across Musashi's face, awakening her from her sleep. "Good morning, Mother," Musashi said to her mother in the kitchen. Then he turned into the bathroom to wash, released Abo Snake by the way, cleaned her with a warm semi-dry towel, and said hello to the confused Abo Snake. "Good morning, Abo Snake." "Ba sizzle." "Oh, why?" The cold-blooded Abai Snake was awakened by the hot towel and wagged his tail to greet Musashi. Quickly resolved the personal hygiene, Musashi went back to the room and changed into his normal clothes, and went back downstairs again to say good morning to his father sitting at the table. "Musashi, good morning." When Papa Ichiro heard Musashi's good morning, he turned his eyes away from the past morning report and said good morning to Musashi. And turned his gaze back to the overdue newspaper. In fact, the newspapers at home are all old newspapers that Ichiro bought from the bookstore. If they are used, they are sold out. Go to the bookstore once a week and buy one of the old newspapers left over from the previous or last week. This price is only the money of 2 or 3 newspapers originally, which is much more cost-effective. Although the news will lag behind, it's okay, just watch the excitement. After all, the big and small things of the Elf Alliance are too far away from the countryside where he is located, just to have topics to talk about when chatting with workers, relatives, and friends. After breakfast, the busy Musashi said goodbye to his father Ichiro, who was about to go out, and then reported to his mother Haruko, and then took Abo Snake to his vegetable garden. Said it was a vegetable garden. In fact, this private plot is quite large. It was transformed into half of the paddy field and half of the dry land by mom and dad. Rice fields are grown in paddy fields and various seasonal vegetables and fruits are grown in dry land. Because I rarely use pesticides, a lot of weeds and insects will grow, although sometimes chilly water and soapy water are used to kill the insects. But there will always be some stubborn elements remaining, so Musashi is going to work with Abo to clean up weeds, and Abo to deal with small bugs. Abo Snake, how about we go to play in the vegetable garden today? Musashi asked Abo Snake on his shoulder. Hurry up. Epsilon. Abashi firmly shook his head. He left me alone yesterday and now he wants to lie to me, so I don't do it. Shook your head, why shake your head? Musashi obviously didn't remember the mistake he put down yesterday, and his tried and tested skill failed unexpectedly, and he asked with a strange expression on his face. Just come on. Abo Snake was a little angry, but didn't know how to make gestures, so he simply ignored Musashi and turned his head aside. What's the matter? Did I make you angry? No. Musashi recalled a very peaceful morning this morning. Hey! I can't stand it anymore. Obviously, my little master has really forgotten what he has done too much. Abo decided to rack his brains to help Musashi recall it. Abo Snake pointed at the vegetable garden with his tail, then hid himself behind Musashi, then pointed at Musashi with his tail, making the appearance of leaving, and finally pointed at himself to stay in place, wiping tears sadly. In order to show the whole process of things, Abo Snake's mind is going to strike. If it is an animation, Abo Snake's head must be smoked at this time. You mean we played hide and seek before, and then I left without looking for you, leaving you a snake outside, in tears? Right. Musashi even guessed, and realized that this was not yesterday. And embarrassingly, this is indeed what I did wrong. In turn, I realized why Abo heard that he wanted to play a game in the vegetable garden and firmly denied it. He must have thought that he was going to play hide and seek again. I did something wrong yesterday. I'm sorry. But today I'm not playing hide and seek games, but bug catching games. How about playing it or not? I can catch bugs and give you snacks. Musashi seduced. Although Musashi himself was unable to catch bugs or something, but in order to make the Abo snake grow up quickly, it must be supplemented with animal protein. There is definitely nothing wrong with it. And eating these small bugs can also accumulate some primitive toxins for the Abo snake, which provides a source of toxins for the non-venomous Abo snake. As for the practice of skills, Abashi is too young to use it. It is a good choice to use playful means to get used to his attack methods. Sizzle, sizzle. Abo snake rubbed Musashi's face to express forgiveness. Knowing that I came to the vegetable garden today not to play hide and seek, but to catch small bugs to eat, I was very happy at once. I saw a lot of small bugs last night, because I wanted to hide it well, I didn't have a mouthful, so I kept my saliva if I thought about it. Well, let's start with the dry land first. Whoever sees the bugs first will count as someone who will find more bugs than any of us. But after finding the bugs, you still need Abo snake to knock them out or kill them. Musashi thought of a rule of the game and explained to Abo snake. Hey! Abo snake looked at Musashi in a puzzled way. Why can't it be troublesome to knock it out or kill it if he can't eat it directly? If you catch bugs while eating, the speed will definitely be slow, and you won't be able to catch up with the bugs when you are full, Musashi explained. Hey! Hearing Musashi's explanation, Abashi seemed to be the reason. Oh, yes, you need a place to store the bugs you catch, Abo snake, stay here first, I'll go back and get things. But when Musashi saw Abo snake's suspicious expression, he immediately changed his mouth and said, "Let's go back and get it together." Hey! Musashi ran home with Abo snake, and turned out an empty jar to put the bugs in. "Okay, let's get started first, serve Mr. Eggplant." Musashi pointed to the healthy eggplant plant and said. "Basi." Abo snake spit out a snake letter to the eggplant plant. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com tried to find the small bug hidden in it. And Musashi is very straightforward, using a small hand to turn over the fluffy leaves of the eggplant. Of course, not all the leaves are turned over, but the leaves that have been bitten by insects are specially searched for. "Haha, I found one, Abo snake, attack this bug with its tail." Seeing that Abo snake had not found the bug, Musashi immediately pointed out the direction and command. "Hey! Hey!" Abo snake discovered it so quickly when he heard of Musashi, and was a little lost, but when I thought about it, he ate it for himself anyway, it didn't matter. Abo snake followed the direction of Musashi's fingers, and there really was a beetle with a carapace. It had sharp edges and corners, and it had 2 short whiskers on its head. It was ugly and not tasty. Abo snake quickly approached the beetle with the help of Musashi, but Musashi did not put it too close, but set aside some distance, which can also exercise Abo snake's latent ability. Abo snake approached carefully, staring at the beetle with almost no flesh in front of him, getting closer, raising his tail. "Hey! I smoke!" The beetle moved its body and moved gently from the top of the leaf stem to the bottom, and the tail of the snake swung empty. This beetle is also a big heart, and it doesn't even run. "Let's sizzle!" Sigh! Abo snake got angry, so he dashed in, opening his mouth to bite. The beetle flapped its wings and flew away. "It sizzle! Fi! ... Abo snake looked at the flying carapace, so angry and sad. Why did this stupid bug escape his own 2 attacks so easily? Why? "It sizzle fi! ... Looked at Musashi pitifully, asking for comfort and all kinds of requests. Chapter 7, Bugs and Farm Work. "It's alright, it's okay. We will keep this bug for revenge later, but before that, I want to explain some of the mistakes you just put down." Musashi took Abashi back and quickly comforted, and solemnly began to use his shallow insights to point out Abashi who didn't understand at all. "Hey! Wrong? Am I doing something wrong?" Abashi expressed puzzlement. "First of all, when facing the bug, you were not concealed enough, nor calm enough, and the attack speed was not fast enough. That made the beetle discover your existence easily, and easily escaped your first attack. The second attack was because of your anger and impulse, and further missed the opportunity to attack, causing the bug to escape and your first snack was gone." Musashi explained a little bit. Spread his hands for the last time, showing a helpless expression. Haabashi listened to Musashi's narration, and bowed her head in shame. Finally realized that it was because of his eagerness to behave that he missed the opportunity to taste snacks. "It's good to realize that I am wrong, and we will correct it a little bit. As a snake, as a predator, we first need a calm mind, so that we can face danger and not be afraid, and clearly analyze the feasibility of things. Secondly, we need a calm heart, so that we can launch the deadliest blow at the right time. Furthermore, we need a courageous heart, so that we can not be deceived by falsehood and strengthen our beliefs. Then is to exercise the body's reaction ability and movement speed to prepare for the next attack and approach to the enemy. Finally, we need stronger attack power. There are 2 points that need to be strengthened, namely physical strength and skill power. But we'll talk about these later, let's spend your short infancy first." Musashi actually formulated some training plans and rhetoric for Abo snake early, but because there was no good time to instill it. And the time of contact with Abo snake is very short. Today, with the help of this little beetle, I successfully instilled a wave, leaving some seeds, and slowly irrigating it later, turning it into an indispensable part of the abo snake attack system. Hey! Abasna nodded seriously after hearing it, saying that he would definitely change his reckless and wrong character a little bit according to the owner's request. Okay, just listen to it, let's keep looking for bugs. Musashi touched Abai Snake's head and said. Hey! Abo Snake heard the worm, and immediately entered the state. The snake's throughput analyzed the odor molecules in the air in an attempt to find the worm that slipped through the net. I found another one, this time a big grasshopper. Musashi said excitedly. In fact, Musashi also took advantage of the convenience of the eyes. In the brightly colored world, he can easily find out the differences, while the abo snake can only rely on infrared vision and smell to find unknown insects. Infrared vision contrast with color vision is still a bit lacking, coupled with the lack of experience of abo snake, Musashi is still leading. What I can do now is to try to remember the smell of these bugs, and after I have become more experienced, I will overtake Musashi in one fell swoop. Hey! Where is it? Abo Snake raised his head to look at Musashi, and cried softly. It's on that leaf, but before that, let me tell you about the grasshopper's ability. First of all, the grasshopper has a strong sense of crisis, and it will run away as soon as it finds danger, which is different from the previous two silly beetles. Secondly, its two hind legs are very developed, and it is very likely that it will disappear with a slight jump. Therefore, you only have one chance to attack. If you can't bite it, this delicious grasshopper will lose your food. Remember what I said, be careful to conceal yourself, and fight for one blow. Musashi is almost an instructor. Hey! Abo Snake nodded and refused Musashi's move to send her to a closer place. He climbed to the ground and slowly snaked past. During this process, the smell of the soil gradually obscured the smell of the abo snake, and reached the base of the plant smoothly, ready to climb. Bypassing the thick stalk, relying on the muscles of the abdomen to gradually move upward, the snake letter swallowed the air, confirming that the grasshopper was still in place. Very good, little grasshopper, just die obediently. I accept your fate. Abashi cheered herself up in her heart, and she became more careful when she moved forward. All of this Musashi was in his eyes, and his heart was beating nervously as he watched Abai Snake's movements. Although he knew that Abashi's attack was likely to fail, but in case this grinning little fairy seduce himself, expecting a miracle to happen. Coming soon, Abba Snake is getting closer, they are now fighting hand to hand, who will the victory belong to? The grasshopper player seemed to be not interested in the purple creatures that appeared suddenly, and didn't move at all. The Abashi player was hesitating, and Abashi took an attacking posture. The grasshopper was still calm, and Abo Snake launched an attack. Hit it! Hit it! But it was a pity that Abo Snake's attack failed, and the grasshopper escaped from Abo Snake's sight. Bah oh! It's okay, it's a step-by-step process, and we still have a long way to go. We will definitely find the place next time, beetles, grasshoppers, you wait. Musashi hurriedly comforted Abashi's fragile heart, and then aroused Abashi's momentum with his heroic words. Hurry up! Looking at the renewed fighting spirit, Musashi breathed a sigh of relief, but it was okay. There are almost no insects in the eggplant. We went to the vine and melon stand, there should be a lot more there. Musashi said, picking up the Abai snake and walking towards the side melon vine stand. Hey! After so many failures, Abayoshi said that it is impossible not to lose. But for small snacks that have not been eaten, these can be put down. Yes. There is a big caterpillar there. Abo snake, see it, you don't need to hide this time, because these kinds of insects move very slowly, but you still have to be careful and use your skills to stay tight. Musashi felt that he had ready-made sandbags, so let Abo Snake use these zero-level skills, and try it in advance. Basi. Abo snake quickly swam to the big caterpillar's side, curled its tail, wrapped around the fleshy worm that was chewing the leaf, and then hovered up continuously. The muscles of the whole body were tightened, and the tight binding skills were activated. The pet abai snake kills the caterpillar, and the host Musashi gains experience 0.01 plus 1. Abo snake's tight stretching skill was successfully activated, and skill proficiency increased. 2 consecutive system prompts appeared in Musashi's mind. It turned out that Abo snake kills the prey himself and has experience points in his account. This setting is very good. Although it only has a pitiful 0.01 point, it becomes 1.01 with talent, instant efficiency. 100-fold increase. Okay, it doesn't matter. Seeing Abo snake holding the somewhat big caterpillar in its mouth, Musashi's original joy of gaining experience was indifferent, and quickly said, "Abo snake, you can eat this bug, just take a rest." Although some dislike the fleshy bugs, it's wrong, no matter whether they are fuzzy or not, they are very disgusting with these fleshy bugs, Musashi. Hey! When Abo snake heard it, it was ready to eat, and he awkwardly adjusted the position of the caterpillar, opening his mouth a little bit to swallow it, and the original body of the chopsticks swelled in a circle. Hey! Satisfaction arises spontaneously, so happy. But so sleepy. Abo snake hung on the rattan, a little shaky. Fortunately, Musashi has been observing the abai snake, and he was so scared that he couldn't care about the juice left by the abai snake covered with insects. Calm caught it. Found that abai snake had just slept, and he was relieved. Immediately felt the stickiness of his hands, and Musashi was disgusted from the bottom of his heart, and carefully drew out his handkerchief, trying not to let the juice get on the clothes. First carefully wiped Abo snake's body, and then roughly wiped his own hands, took Abo snake back with a poke ball, and finally glanced at the empty can at his feet. Oh, I can only do it myself. It took a long time to catch 7 or 8 insects, most of them were caterpillars, 1 grasshopper and 2 beetles. Because they didn't actively kill these bugs, so no experience points were credited. Although I didn't kill these larger bugs, the aphids still pinched a lot, but I had no experience. Musashi was a little disappointed, but it was certain that the aphids could not provide experience points, so the ants would have no experience either. Also sorted out the weeds that grew in the vegetable garden by looking for bugs, then piled the weeds together and clapped his hands. Musashi stood on the ridge and looked at the fruits of his labor full of satisfaction. But I turned my head and saw the paddy field on the side. Come here first today. Okay. Oh. Complete random tasks, catch bugs 5/5. Get 10 experience points. Random mission? What the hell, I don't know at all, forget it. What's the percent of the 10? Let me see, civilian, LV011/100, well, another 10 days it can be upgraded in half a month, and I don't know what it is. I don't want to throw away this question, so I trot home to ask for credit. In fact, because of the lack of a snake, Musashi didn't find it interesting, so let's go home and come out to play in the afternoon. Chapter 8, Grove. When I get home, the first thing is to ask for credit, and then eat lunch obediently. Abo snake is digesting the big worm in his belly, so he doesn't need to eat. But when the digestion is finished, it will definitely become alive again. Abo snake, let's go play a jungle adventure game. Taking advantage of Haruko's nap, Musashi whispered to the Abo snake wrapped around his arm. Basi. Abashi shook his head firmly and said, No, it's dangerous. Go. Besides, it's not going to the suburbs, and I can't get out by myself, so I just go and play for a while, just for a while. Musashi continued to coquettishly talk to Abo snake. And looked at it with shining eyes, and in a short while, Abo snake fell. The argument for a battle is that Abo snake is attacked by Egyo, physical defense, special defense is reduced. Being attacked by the star eye, Abo Snake received a knowing blow. Abo Snake was confused. Abo Snake attacked himself in the chaos. Abo Snake fell. Although it is a jungle adventure game, the jungle at Musashi's mouth is actually just a small park in the village with better greenery. Look, there is nothing dangerous. Musashi hugged Abo Snake's mouth and spoke with ease, but the eyes that watched the surrounding wind and grass from time to time still betrayed her deeply. Because there is no one in the park at noon, and who would have nothing to do in the small woods of the park to play, not the small woods of the university campus. Abo Snake looked up at the little master silently, and didn't make any comments. After all, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Musashi watched the surroundings and moved carefully. Shasha, Shasha. Abo Snake, do you hear any noise? Musashi asked nervously as the wind rustled. Sissy, sizzle. Was originally the sound of the wind blowing, but Abo Snake's snake letter told her that it was indeed abnormal. Looked straight at the grass in front of him and nodded. Abo Snake, what should we do, or let's go back? The fear of the unknown kept urging Musashi to leave here. But Abo Snake shook his head and urged Musashi to walk to the pile of grass, his expression a little anxious. Musashi looked at the Abo Snake, and then at the grass that represented the unknown ahead, hesitated and chose to believe in the Abo Snake. Raised his leg and stepped carefully to approach the bushes, then stood still, did mental construction for a while, and slowly peeled away the bushes in front of him. Inside lay a creature with a green grass and a blue body on its head. It's walking grass? But why is there walking grass here? Shouldn't it? But he is badly injured. The broken leaves and the scratches on his body must be rescued, but what should I do? Oh, don't worry, Abashi covered my mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Prevented the paralysis powder on the walking grass from inhaling the nose and mouth. After taking protective measures, Musashi leaned down and picked up the walking grass and ran to the village small clinic. Although it is a small clinic, Musashi seems to have seen that the doctor has a poke ball, and he must have no problem treating the Pokemon. Dr. Yingu, please help him, he is seriously injured. After rushing into the clinic, Musashi screamed incoherently and placed the walking grass in his arms on the only hospital bed in the clinic. I'm here, kid. I also hugged an elf. There is a newborn snake, it's weird. A slightly lazy voice came from the backyard, and his slender hand opened the curtain. A young man with white hair and green eyes came from the backyard, and he saw the combination of Musashi and the walking grass and whispered. Where did you find this walking grass? In the wild? Probably not, isn't it a park in the village? Yingu guessed with a weird expression. I found it in the woods of the park, but at the time I only saw this injured walking grass. Musashi said quickly. It's really a park. What did the village defense team do to let a wild elf sneak into the village? Yingu frowned and said dissatisfied. Forget it, these things have nothing to do with me, so worry about doing so much. Let me see, the broken leaves have traces and bite marks burned by the venom. Judging from the bite marks, they appear to be left after being attacked by little elves such as Lotta, Neterin, and Neterin. But only Neterin and Neterin can attack with poison attributes, and Neterin is more aggressive. So after the diagnosis is completed, treatment can be carried out. But girl, do you have money? The doctor put down his flicking hand and asked Musashi. Money? It's a charge, yes, it's money. But I don't have money. Dr. Ying begs you, save her, I can do anything as long as I can save her. Musashi showed a pleading expression. Said. Yingu said coldly to Musashi, little girl, I am not a charity organization here. Everything is bought with money. And there is nothing you can do here. And I will give you a piece of advice, don't let it lightly. Make a promise that you can't fulfill it, and then take it away and don't hinder my work. How can this be? No, you must save him, or else I will cry and make a noise. Musashi saw that his words couldn't move the doctor, so he had to play tricks, mobilizing the child's unique skills and crying. "Trouble, I'm afraid of you, but after the treatment, you will clean the clinic for me in the 2 time periods of 12.00 to 12.30 and 5.00 to 5.30 every day for 1 week. Can be accepted, if not, leave immediately. But if you want to come early, I'm also welcome." The doctor said helplessly, but as he said, the ideas came out one by one. No problem, then Dr. Ying, please help him treat him quickly." Musashi quickly agreed. "Your name is Musashi, don't you know how to read?" Yinggu asked tentatively. "I know a little, but not much," Musashi replied truthfully. Dr. Ying nodded at Musashi, and unceremoniously ordered, "Go to the shelf behind, take a bottle of mild detoxification spray and bandages, give it to me, and then go to the backyard to pick 2 ripe oranges and a peach." "Peach fruit? Why do you let me go? I said I don't know much, right? Besides, my duty is not to do this, and I may not get it. The most important thing is that you are not afraid that I took it wrong? Or do you want to squeeze my surplus labor?" Musashi's tone was incomprehensible, angry, and hesitant. "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it, you can guess it if you are so smart. Do you still go? Then I will not treat it. In fact, I do it to let you know a little bit more. Besides, don't you have an aber snake? If you ask her to help, you can get it." Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Kids need to use their brains. And if you become an elf trainer or breeder in the future, you will have a little more foundation than others so that you don't know what to do in an emergency. Dr. Yinggu proficiently threatened and deceived. Anyway, he didn't think a 5-year-old girl could learn anything from him. Musashi seemed to be like this, but he also felt that it made sense. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt him to learn more, so he nodded immediately. Dr. Ying saw Hu succeeded and immediately said, "That's not going to go." Secretly happy that free labor is available these days. "Oh? Oh." Musashi replied slightly with a snake, turning around and ran towards the shelf. "Slight detoxification spray. A snake, you climb up the cabinet and push that one and the other down, I'll follow it up below." Musashi pointed to the medicine on the top of the cabinet and said. "Hey!" Abo snake nodded, and followed the positions pointed out by Musashi, pushing down the bottles of potion. Fortunately, Musashi's hands and feet are flexible, and he can catch all the falling potions, otherwise he is determined to cause trouble. "Anti-numbing medicine, no, antidote, I have it, how can I put the others back?" "Forget it, put it on the table first, and bandages are needed." Musashi identified the medicines in his hand through the system, and easily found the slight antidote. Musashi held the mild detoxification spray in one hand, took the abai snake in the other hand and placed it on his shoulder, and started looking for a bandage. The bandage, found it, there are still oranges, peaches? Well, in the backyard. Give the things to Dr. Ying first. The first time Musashi was looking for something in the clinic, it was inevitable that he was a little messy, but fortunately, it was successfully completed. Chapter 9, Treat. "These two, right?" Musashi panted to Ginkgo, holding the antidote and gauze. "Not bad, you got it right, then go and pick the fruit. Hurry up." Yinggu glanced at the medicine Musashi handed him, and immediately let Musashi go to the backyard. It is good. Musashi, who has no rest, can only continue to act for this irrelevant walking grass. Orange fruit? Peach fruit? How come they are all fruit trees? That tree is the orange fruit and peach fruit tree. Musashi couldn't help crying while looking at the neatly arranged fruit trees in the garden. By the way, the orange fruit is blue and round and long like an orange, and the peach fruit is pink and peach-like and long like a peach. This one? Pink, Unfortunately, it's not peaches, yellow, no, green, no, red. The blue ones are blue tangerines. Mature? Is that mature? Should be bigger and darker in color. I have it, it's you two get it. Where is peach fruit? Pink heart shape. I have it, here it is. It smells so good, it looks mature. Pick one, who? Get it together. Musashi ran to the medical room while carrying something in Abaishi's strange eyes. Ying doctor, I found everything, give me. Musashi's stamina was almost exhausted, and he said with difficulty on his knees. Abo snake, fortunately, I am just a little baby, I don't know anything. Didn't mean to pay for the trouble he caused. Musashi looks at Abo snake, who has nothing to do with him. We will calculate this later. Good job, now that the materials are ready, let's start the treatment. You can rest on the side or continue to help me here. Dr. Ying looked at this worry-free, the little girl was in a good mood, but thinking of how tired she was to toss this little girl who was only 5 years old, she felt guilty in her heart. But on the other hand, I think of it, a very capable little girl, I still have a vision. Of course you continue to help. After all, you said you want to teach me medical techniques. Musashi said stubbornly, still panting. Okay, then you can stay by the side, but you have to be quiet, obedient, fast. Okay, I will start. Yengu couldn't help but glanced at Musashi, but his tone remained the same, and he appeared indifferent. Yes. Musashi took a few deep breaths hard to make his breath more even, so as not to keep breathing heavily. This method is the little knowledge of life brought from the memory of another world. Tweezers, alcohol cotton. Dr. Yengu said immediately into the state. Ah? Oh. Tweezers, alcohol cotton. Musashi was startled by Yengu's sudden noise, and hurriedly handed the things to Dr. Yengu's hands. Clean up the wound first, then detoxify the spray like me. Dr. Ying explained as he moved his hands. Yes, detoxification spray. Dr. Yengu is like running clouds and flowing water, manipulating the equipment in his hand, and jumping with the walking grass body as the stage. The wound on the dark blue bulb of the walking grass was gradually cleaned up in Yengu's hands. Afterwards, spray the spray carefully on the wound. Peach fruit. Dr. Ying ordered. Peach fruit. Musashi put peach fruit in Yengu's hands. The role of the peach fruit is to neutralize the toxins remaining in the Pokemon, but since the walking grass is in a coma, if you wanted to eat it, you can only mash it or make a small mouth at the tip of the fruit and gently squeeze it with your hands. Just drop the juice into the mouth of the walking grass, and finally scissors. Ginkgo doctor held the opened peach fruit in one hand, opened the mouth of the walking grass with tweezers in the other, and explained to Musashi. Scissors. Musashi wondered. The damaged leaves on the head of the walking grass need to be trimmed to help recover later. Dr. Ying explained. Oh, Musashi nodded, and handed over the sterilized scissors. Dr. Yengu carefully trimmed the edges of the leaves neatly, and some cut them in half directly to reduce the wound surface. Took out a bottle marked with wound medicine from his pocket and sprayed it directly on the wound of the leaf to speed up healing. It's finished. When it wakes up, feed it the blue-orange fruit, take it back. By the way, if there is a moon at night, putting it in the moonlight can speed up recovery. Remember to pack things up before leaving. Yengu waved his hands and did not go back to rest. Yes. Musashi replied weakly. Through focused observation of the complete medical process, learn the skill Medical LV1, Talent Activation, Medical Level Upgrade, Medical LV2. Obtain part of the information about skill concentration 1/20. More than 10 minutes later, Musashi hovered at his doorstep holding the sober walking grass. Actually, after discovering that Scherzo wakes up, Musashi is still faintly worried. After all, Scherzo doesn't know that he saved him, and the fables in the different world, the life insights conveyed in The Farmer and the Snake are still vivid. Why do you think Abo Snake has been shot? Illusion, illusion. Fortunately, Musashi's worries did not come true. The sober walker was very grateful for Musashi's help, but because of his weakness, he could only be held by Musashi. Walking grass, weed elf, plant grouping. Attributes, grass, poison. Height 0.4 meters, weight 4.3 kilograms. Level, LV 553.65%, gender. Characteristics, chlorophyll, control degree LV 178.30%. Status, adult, weak. Not accepted. Character, introverted, the personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, sunshine and dew, preferences are not unique and will change under certain circumstances. Intimacy, 60, full value, 255. Trust value, 60, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 45, attack, 50, defense, 55, special attack, 75, special defense, 65, speed, 30, total, 320. Skills, draw, LV2, grow, LV1, sweet fragrance, LV3. Level 21 can be upgraded to smelly flower. Evaluation, a mediocre elf with no special features. Looked at the walking grass in her arms, and then at the door of her house. I dare not go in. First of all, I ran out secretly, and secondly, there was another walking grass. What can I do? Hey? Musashi, why don't you go home, why are you standing at the door? The uncle next door saw Musashi hovering at his door and not going home, he asked curiously. Uncle, hey, this. I dare not go back. Musashi revealed the walking grass he was holding, and said with a silly smile. This is, a monster? Why would you hold it? Put it down quickly, put it down quickly, how dangerous it is. The uncle said nervously. Has been nearly middle-aged, the uncle with a fat figure quickly came out of his courtyard. Watching the walking grass carefully, I'm really afraid that the walking grass in Musashi's arms will suddenly go crazy and hurt Musashi and himself. Uncle, he is not a monster. This walking grass is my friend. He won't hurt me. Musashi knew the bad dish and quickly remedied it. Even if it doesn't have bad thoughts on you, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be for others. Let your adults come out and take you to release it. Uncle thinks this is a child's remarks and insists on his own opinions. And also worried about his safety, yelled loudly. Musashi was very angry when he heard this, but he was helpless. Because of the current Pokemon, the history of being hailed as Warcraft is too long. Not long ago, news of Warcraft's siege was broadcast on TV. Although it is clear that human beings are at fault first. However, the people's stereotypes have not changed very quickly, especially in the villages with lagging news, it is even more impossible for them to think that Pokemon is harmless. Rejection as it should be. What's the matter, Marujiro, why do you speak so loudly? And Musashi, you still know how to come back. Come in quickly and see if I won't clean you up later. Marujiro will apologize to you when I clean up Musashi. Haruko was anxious. Waiting for Musashi to go home, hearing the noise outside, reading www.yukanshu.com came out to see what happened, only to find that Musashi was being reprimanded by neighbors. Hey, I'm so violent, my darling is reluctant to beat and scold, Marujiro is something. Originally wanted to roll up his sleeves and do something, but found that Musashi actually had another Pokemon in his hand. I thought of the villagers' senses of Pokemon. If the food is bad, they should fool around and talk about it first. Gently twisted Musashi's ears and said loudly, I don't want to come in soon, I know all day to go out and fool around, but fortunately there are grass walking around watching, or you will be taken away and sold by the bad guys sooner or later. Mom, I was wrong. It hurts. When Musashi heard that Haruko was helping her lie, he immediately cooperated with the performance. Wait, Marujiro was so worried about your safety just now, so go and thank him. Haruko was overjoyed when he heard Musashi's cooperation, but she still scolded with a stern face. Oh! Uncle, I'm sorry, because I secretly brought the walking grass at home to play, which caused you to misunderstand. Thank you for your concern. Activate the skill to bluff. Through the induced performance, Marujiro will be suspicious. The bluff skill is successful. Get the skill Bluff LV1, Talent Activation, Bluff to LV2, get some information about the skill performance 1/7. Although Musashi was reluctant, but his attitude was very sincere, which made the middle-aged uncle think a little confused. Is this walking grass really not wild? It was raised by them? It seems that the walking grass is so obedient, but I haven't heard of them raising monsters, which is strange. Haha, it turned out to be your walking grass, haha, it doesn't matter. This walking grass, when did your family raise it? I have never seen it before. Marujiro asked unwillingly. Chapter 10, Solve. What are you mothers doing standing in front of the house? Marujiro? Why are you here? What are you talking about? At this time, the head of the village and family came back from work and got off the bicycle and asked strangely. Nothing to talk about, this is not to see Musashi holding a walking grass, I am concerned about asking. Marujiro immediately waved his hand and explained, otherwise it would be bad if he misunderstood. As soon as Ichiro looked towards Musashi, he saw that his daughter was holding a new Pokemon in his arms, and his eyelids jumped uncontrollably. But he still showed his composure. First listen to what my wife said, so that I can fool this matter. It's not that your baby girl took the walking grass at home to play, and didn't tell me, which made me worry for a long time. Then I was bumped into by Marujiro, and saw the entrance of Musashi Station, afraid to go home, thinking that she secretly came back with a wild walking grass and didn't dare to go home. No, Marujiro worried that the walking grass was wild, and asked when our family raised it. Haruko organized these words to make things more reasonable, and also wanted her husband to help her out. Wait when you raise it. Musashi, what did you do in the afternoon? You don't want to talk about it all in mud, so it's not bad that you get injured on the grass? But the treatment is really good. But you don't know how to take care of the grass. If something goes wrong with the grass, you will do the farm work tomorrow. Ichiro also shouted at Musashi with a fierce face. I know I was wrong, I don't dare anymore. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm not fun anymore. Wow! Musashi was a bit wronged at first, it doesn't matter to Ichiro. When I was angry, my tears were like a dam bursting a bank. I would see that for a while, I couldn't stop it, crying and running home. Hey, Marujiro, I'm really sorry for the trouble today. But the kid in the family is really getting older and less obedient. I just said that I can't stand it. It's hard for a child to educate. Ichiro suffered. He shook his head and said to the neighbor. Hey, who would say it is not? It is difficult to educate children, and education is difficult. Marujiro felt the same way when he thought of his son. Speaking of this walking grass, I bought it from the market and it was domesticated. At that time, I saw the big promotion and bought it with my heart. I thought I could help Haruko a little bit. After all, she brought it at home alone. The child is not easy. And Musashi is so skinny. Who knows, hey? Before the words were finished, there was another sigh, a perfect interpretation of the hardships and unwillingness of life, and he quietly sprinkled a handful of dog food. Was choked by the sudden dog food, Marujiro was speechless for a long time, but couldn't help feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the wife at home was not there, or else. Haha! Husband! Haruko knew it was a fake, but she was still very moved, and she couldn't help but screamed. It's domesticated, it's still a big promotion, there is such a good thing. Is it too late to go now? Marujiro asked hurriedly, ignoring their couple's show of affection. It's gone for a long time, if you say it earlier, I will bring one back for you at that time. It will save you a misunderstanding. Ichiro's expression on Marijiro's face was your wrong expression, and he sighed. Hey, it won't be a good time. You go back and coax the kids to do it first, I'll go back first, see if it's causing trouble. Marujiro shook his head and turned and walked towards his house. Walk slowly, next time I have time to drink together. Ichiro shouted. Definitely, definitely, Marujiro said kindly. Let's go back, too, and talk to Musashi later, it's too shameful. Ichiro was overwhelmed with drama. Home. Hey, fake crying is really tiring, okay, walking grass, we are safe. After Musashi returned home, he received his tears, wiped the truthful expression on his face, and said to the walking grass happily. This sudden change makes the walking grass unable to accept it for a while, and it can only be said that it is indeed a female. Before, the walking grass had to release the paralysis powder to attack these bullies. Fortunately, Musashi found that he kept calming the walking grass. Otherwise, things might really be out of control. The paralysis powder is a skill that can only be learned after the 14th level of the walking grass, but the paralysis powder is actually only available on the walking grass, but there is no way to actively control it, and it is not far away, so it does not appear in the skill bar. Moreover, the comfort skills are really easy to use. 5-star praise. It's finally fooled, this Marujiro is really not easy to fool. Ichiro couldn't help but say to Haruko when he got home. Who said no? As for the question he asked, I almost couldn't answer it. Fortunately, you came back in time, otherwise something really happened. Haruko also looked scared. Dad, Mom, you are back, did you get the uncle next door? Musashi ran over and asked with a smile, walking slowly behind him. You still know how to laugh, almost showing off, but how did you get this walking grass? Ichiro asked solemnly. At noon, I secretly took Abo Snake to the park to play, and I found it in the small forest. At that time, the walking grass was seriously injured, so I took him to the Ying doctor to treat him. Then I came back for fear that his mother would not dare to scold him. I was discovered by the uncle next door when I walked in. I was wrong. I don't dare anymore. Musashi explained in a low voice, and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Activate the skill to bluff, Ichiro is determined to succeed, and the bluff skill fails to activate. Actually failed, but I still have a trick. You, I don't know what to say about you, although it was on Marijiro's face that had murdered you before. But it wasn't all for fooling him. You suddenly brought wild Pokemon home. If something happens, what should your mother and I do, A&D? What should your mother do? Ichiro asked Musashi solemnly. I don't dare anymore, I'm sorry. Dad, I'm sorry Mom, I made you worry. I was wrong. Although Musashi didn't cry, but the tears really came from his eyes. Keep falling. The pitiful look completely grabbed Haruko's heart, tears flowed down involuntarily, went up to gently hugged Musashi, and kept touching Musashi's head. Hey, it's okay to know that you are wrong, but don't you know it next time? Ichiro was crying when he saw that both of his mothers were crying, and he couldn't say more, so just let it go. You also collect your tears and wash your face, walking grass, you have also seen the situation of our home. Are you planning to stay and live with us or plan to go back to the wild? Ichiro squatted down, facing his guard. Asked as he walked. Road walking grass heard the man in front of him, and knew that the family had helped him a lot, especially his lifesaver, Musashi, and started to think. You think about it slowly, and when the results are there, you are saying, I will take you to our vegetable garden first. Ichiro also knows that this choice is not easy, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is not in a rush anyway. Walk the walking grass slowly followed Ichiro to the vegetable garden. Just here, you have a good rest. By the way, do you need help? Ichiro actually didn't know the specific living habits of walking grass, but this grass-like creature should be inseparable from the soil. This decision was made. Walking grass shook his head, relying on his knowledge of the earth and earth, he chose an open space with plenty of light and fertile soil to stand. Began to dig the ground with both feet, trying to bury himself in it. But his weak body is really difficult to do this thing that was originally easy for him. Although I had eaten 2 oranges with the help of Musashi before, the weakness cannot be resolved quickly. Let me help you. Just dig a hole under your feet, right? Ichiro couldn't stand it anymore and said kindly. Walk, road. The walking grass had to refuse. But Ichiro took the walking grass to one side, picked up a shovel 3 times to divide by 2, and dug a hole large enough, then used the loose soil to pave the lower layer and hugged it. The grass made a gesture to see if the height was appropriate. Is still missing a little bit, continue to fill the soil, and then gently put it down with a little awkward walking grass, push the soft soil into the pit with your hands, and carefully bury the walking bulbs, revealing only the 5 trimmed leaves. After thinking about it, he poured some water for him. How do you feel comfortable? Shake the leaves twice when you feel comfortable. Ichiro asked. As the walking grass was already underground, it couldn't make a sound, and it swayed its leaves obediently. Then, you can rest here first, and wait until you think about it. Ichiro returned home after speaking. After all, the wife and daughter's affairs have not yet been resolved. Chapter 11, Walking Grass. The head of the village and family, Mr. Ichiro, wandering in the corridor, is worrying about how to comfort the mother and daughter of the water couple. As everyone knows, the mother and daughter are already in a good mood, and they are discussing how to turn tonight's thick tea and light rice into a delicacy among adults. Musashi first issued a suggestion: smoked for half a day, dry, sunny and white snow, crisp and mixed. Add pearl jade and white jade soup. How about these 4 things, Mom? Hey! Abio Snake swam out of Musashi's cuff and poked his head to wonder what Musashi said. Hey, why are you hiding in my sleeve, Abio? Only then did Musashi realize that Abio Snake had run out of the pokeball by himself. Basi Sigma, A. Abashi got into the elf ball without looking back after being surprised, and decided to ignore Musashi before dinner, angry. Time jump, back to when Musashi was called by Marujiro. When Musashi turned around, Abio Snake came out of the pokeball hanging on Musashi's chest and hit on Musashi. Musashi did not notice this abnormality at all due to mental stress, so he almost. Mom, I'm upset with Abio Snake again. Musashi's originally excited face drooped. Then you have to apologize during dinner. No, Abashi is now a member of our family, and she will also protect your safety in the future. So, you must not ignore her existence, you know. Haruko insidiously taught. Got it. Musashi replied, thinking constantly in his heart, because of carelessness before, he almost lost Abio Snake. This time, she was ignored again because of unexpected circumstances. Abio Snake, I'm sorry, this is the last time I say sorry to you. Because, from now on, this kind of thing will never happen again. If it happens again, I. Poisonous oath. Musashi holding up a snake's elf ball in his hand, he silently swore a poisonous oath in his heart. I don't know if Musashi's intentions have been conveyed to Abiyoshi's heart. Abiyoshi opened his yellow eyes and whispered at Musashi through the pokeball. Musashi, it's okay if you understand. Yes, what you said before, smoked dried fish, cold side dishes, I know, the names are very good. Haruko recalled the names of the dishes reported by Musashi. Famous dish. What white snow, what pearl, jade, and white jade have nothing like this at all. As for Musashi and Abeshi, the matter between the two children will be reconciled in a blink of an eye. Don't worry too much. Oh, it's smoked dried fish, grated radish, cold vegetables, tofu, and green vegetable porridge, it really is. Musashi cleared up his guilt. Seeing that his mother didn't understand what the name of the dish he had previously reported was, he pulled Haruko charmingly. His hands swayed coquettishly from side to side. I can only say that I am really a girl, and my mood changes so quickly. They are all home-cooked dishes, the names are so unique. Well, tonight I decided to burn smoked for half a day, Yang Chun begs you, cold side dishes, pearls, and other soup. Haruko really couldn't remember the names of these dishes all at once. It is smoked and dried for half a day, spring white snow, crispy 3 mixed, pearl jade and white jade soup. Musashi corrected. Just do what you said. By the way, where's your dad? Haruko asked involuntarily, looking around for a week without seeing her husband. Yes, where's Dad, Dad? Dad! Musashi exclaimed. As soon as Ichiro, who was still struggling, heard his daughter's call, he said, no matter what, what's the matter, Musashi? Dad is in the backyard. After speaking, go to Musashi's. Dad, Mom prepared a big meal to celebrate today's difficult time, said Musashi, still gestures in his hands. Skills bluffing was launched successfully, and skill proficiency increased. A big meal? What big meal? Musashi talked to his father, what big meal is Mom preparing to cook? Ichiro knelt down and looked at Musashi and asked. There is smoked half-day dry, sunny spring white snow, crispy 3 mix and pearl jade white jade soup. Musashi broke his fingers and reported the name of the dish for a while. I can't tell. Mom still cooks these dishes. They are delicious and high quality. Musashi is awesome. Although Ichiro was confused about these dishes, it did not prevent him from boasting his daughter. We skipped the happy family and turned our eyes to the walking grass. The walking grass that stayed in the soil did not sleep peacefully and rested. Instead, he recalled what happened today and was also thinking about what Dad Musashi said. Did you decide to stay or go back to the wild? The walking grass was originally living in the bushes in the suburbs, so I had a comfortable life. But the peaceful days were shattered by Nitorino, who wandered here, and the Nitoran group he led. In the morning, the group of Nitorans was looking for food under the leadership of Nitorino, and the walking grass was found unfortunately. But fortunately, today's sunshine is warm, and walking grass often uses its own characteristics and exercise skills. 60 points speed will be able to surpass Nitoran's pursuit, and with the help of sweet fragrance, it confuses Nitorino and Nitoran to escape the crisis of being eaten. But was also seriously injured. Taking advantage of the noon time, he carefully avoided the sight of the village guards, embarrassed but skillfully slipped into the only safe place in the village, the park grove. This is the third time he has entered here in order to avoid danger. Before, he disguised himself as an inconspicuous weed that escaped the sight of humans. Finally, when the danger passes, he can take advantage of the moonlight to touch his own happily again. But the injury was too serious this time, and he had to endure the biological toxins that constantly invaded the body, and eventually he passed out without being able to hold on to hiding himself. Only then did Musashi discover the walking grass, and why the walking grass stayed at Musashi's house. It's good to go back to the wild, but it still has to live a life of precariousness. This time I was lucky and escaped Nitorino's pursuit. Next time, it is indeed unrealistic to wish to return to the wild without extraordinary strength. And of course I can return to the wild with their help, but how long can I persist? Walking the grass can't help but fall into contemplation. But then again, is this family really worth entrusting the rest of their lives? I don't know how to walk, but he does have a good impression of Musashi's senses and Musashi's family. They are all good people. Especially this little girl named Musashi is her own savior, and she has a good impression of her. And this couple also stood up in the crisis, did not return their weak self to the outskirts, but reassured themselves. Thinking of this, the walking grass no longer hesitated, and made up his mind to become the spirit of this kind little girl named Musashi, and become her supporter. If you need it, then give this life that no longer belongs to you, and it can be regarded as a return of this life-saving grace. Relieved the burden in his heart, couldn't hold on any more, fell asleep faintly. The sunset glow reflected on the jagged leaves of the walking grass, the water droplets scattered dim light, and the greenery gradually enveloped the leaves, growing slowly and firmly. Inside the house, Ichiro's originally anticipated feast was broken by plates of exquisite family dishes that appeared every day. But he still didn't give up and asked, "Haruko, what about the big meal in Musashi's mouth? How spicy is the big meal?" Ichiro stretched out his arms exaggeratedly. "It's right in front of your eyes, smoked for half a day, sunny spring white snow, crispy 3 mixed. Pearl jade and white jade soup, nothing wrong," Haruko said, pointing to the dishes on the table. "But these are obviously dried fish, grated radish, cold dishes, and vegetable porridge." Ichiro suddenly felt that life lost its color. This is what Musashi wants to eat. He loves to eat. "Don't eat hungry." "I won't wait," Haruko said with a shake of her face. "Ah, I eat, I am wrong, don't be angry with my wife, don't be angry." Ichiro quickly admitted his mistake. "Dad, do you think the names Musashi gave to these dishes are not good?" When the opportunity came, Musashi looked at Ichiro with tearful eyes, and asked Nyonyo. No, it sounds so good, and the food is delicious, Dad, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, "You two of you two go around me once, okay?" Ichiro is really ahead now. Too big, can only Su Rao. "Hey, Musashi, let's eat and ignore him." "Musashi, don't tell me, these dishes taste better after the corresponding names are given. It's no wonder that those famous restaurants on TV will do it for themselves. Write down so many unknown dish names on the menu," Haruko said while helping Musashi get the bones on the smoked dried fish. "Well, when Musashi can make money, I will take my mother to eat these unintelligible dishes," Musashi said with a smile. "Musashi, where's my father?" Ichiro asked pitifully. "Look at Dad's performance." Musashi turned his head and said hard. "Abo snake, is dinner delicious?" Musashi looked at Abo snake beside him and asked carefully. "Basi." Abashi replied softly, not very interested. "This is my apologize to you, forgive me, okay?" Musashi took out the jar containing the bug from behind and asked kindly. Of course, the jar hasn't been opened, after all, it's still eating. "Hey! Hey! Hey! Jar! Jar! Little bugs! Bish sucking, I forgive you." Abo snake tried his best to pretend to be cold and replied, but the little tail couldn't help leaning into which jar, but his body was too small to touch. "Hee, I know that Abo snake will forgive me. I will put the can in first, and we will open it when we finish eating." Musashi happily put away the jar and ate the food in front of him with relish. Ignoring the stiff Abo snake, looked at Haruko and Ichiro laughing. Tonight, still beautiful. Chapter 12, Cooperation with Walking Grass. The sun is rising, birds are singing. Musashi got up early, picked up Abo snake, who was sleeping next to his pillow, snoring, and started a new day. Changed clothes and brought Abo snake, who was half asleep, to the restaurant. She was surprised to see the walking grass that had recovered to its original state, and she couldn't help feeling that she was indeed the most magical creature in this world. Greeted him with a smile, "Good morning, walking grass." walk. The grass happily shook the top blades and yelled softly. Dad, good morning, Mom. Musashi put down a bee snake and said to his father, who was reading the newspaper at the table, and his mother, who was busy in the kitchen. Musashi, good morning. Ichiro and Haruko responded at the same time. Walking grass, how was your rest yesterday? Are you still used to it? Musashi crouched down and looked at the walking grass and asked. Walk. Very satisfied, he walked happily with his short legs, and happily made a circle. Satisfaction is fine, yes, walking grass. My name is Musashi, he is my father, she is my mother, and she is Abo Snake. It is Abo Snake who found you and asked me to save you. Musashi introduced his family members to the walking grass in turn, and explained the whole story. Walk, walk. Hello, and thank you very much, Abo Snake. The walking grass said hello to the village and the family, and solemnly thanked Abashi. Basi trivial matter, haha. Abashi blushed and wiggled his tail again and again. Looking at the happy family, Ichiro felt that the burden on his shoulders became heavier. And walking the grass in the morning made it clear his wishes, willing to stay and become the spirit of Musashi. Ichiro's mood is half joy, half sad. I am delighted that the family has a walking grass to join. Haruko should be able to relax more than half, but sad is that there is another mouth to eat. However, I looked through the previous newspapers and found out a column named Dr. Oki published in the newspaper, dedicated to introducing Pokemon, almost every issue, and the types of elves are not the same. You can say it has been committed to the great cause of the harmonious coexistence of Pokemon and mankind. It happened that he had seen the introduction of walking grass. With the impression that he was with Haruko, he found it in the thick old newspaper last night. Among them, Dr. Oki's brief introduction to the walking grass dispelled Ichiro's many worries. The article said, walking grass bulb Pokemon, they can get a day's energy consumption by eating food, or they can use the nutrients in the soil, sunlight, and water to meet their own needs. The evolution type is a smelly flower. If you want to evolve again, you need precious props. The help of the stone of the leaf can be achieved, but the strength will become extremely powerful after the evolution. At the end, Dr. Oki also added a sentence, walking grass, a conscious plant that can move freely. Ichiro and Haruko combined their spare money at home and seemed to be able to buy a Pokeball, so they decided to wait until the evening to give Musashi a surprise. After breakfast, Ichiro went out early, while Haruko took care of the housework at home, and Musashi, who had nothing to do, said, Mom, I will take a bee snake and walking grass to the vegetable garden to play. Well, you can, but you have to be careful. By the way, don't go to the paddy field to play, save the mud. Haruko put down the work in her hand, straightened up and warned Musashi. I know, Abo Snake, walking grass, let's go. After Musashi said, he put Abo Snake on his shoulder and walked towards the vegetable garden with the walking grass. I ended the care of the vegetable garden hastily yesterday, and continue today. Moreover, with a helper to walk the grass, Musashi believes that today he will definitely be able to complete all the tasks of weeding and catching insects. Abo Snake, I taught you the essentials of movement yesterday and the calmness required when hunting. You have not forgotten it. Musashi lighted Abo Snake's small head and said. Hey! Abashi nodded, indicating that he hadn't forgotten. The bugs in this vegetable garden will be handed over to you. Yesterday, in order to compensate you, most of the stock was lost. You have to work harder today, or else the delicious snacks will have to say goodbye to you. Musashi said worriedly. Hurry up! I will be able to catch the bug, sure. Let's go, I will go to the paddy field with the walking grass. The jar is placed on the ground for you, but be careful not to overturn it. After Musashi's instruction, he walked to the edge of the paddy field, following along with the grass. Walking grass, you see, this is rice, a food crop we want to protect and cherish. And there is a clump that is similar to rice, but the short leaves are weeds, which we want to remove, and these dark green, egg-shaped creeping aquatic plants with a little purple should also be removed, so as not to rob the rice needed for growth. Nutrient. Musashi could not enter the paddy field because of Haruko's order, so he could only stand on the ridge and point to the weeds to be removed and said to the walking grass. Walk. The walking grass remembered the shape of the target that needs to be removed, and nodded to make it clear. Walking grass, because you don't have arms, it's a bit difficult to pull weeds with flexible blades alone. So you can use absorption skills to capture the vitality of weeds, which can improve your mastery of absorption skills and eliminate impurities. The purpose of the draft. How about it, do you want to challenge it? Musashi asked tentatively. Walk? Walk. Use absorption skills? How can this skill be used? I understand, leave it to me. Walker nodded and carefully entered the paddy field filled with river water. Fortunately, the water is not deep, and the walking grass can still see the front, half swimming and half walking close to the nearest weeds. The blade on the top of the head sticks out to wrap it, and the skill is absorbed and activated. Drain, take the opponent's nutrients to attack. It can restore half of the damage dealt to the opponent's blood. From Musashi's point of view, the leaves of the walking grass glowed a dim green color. It took a while to see the weeds in the crevices of the walking grass gradually becoming dehydrated and withered, and finally turned into powder. But in the perception of walking grass, it is such a scene. Through the control of the energy of the grass system, the walking grass gradually perceives the vigorous life substances in the weeds. Proud of the affinity of the grass elves to plants, the grass energy belonging to the walking grass can easily invade the weeds. Then the grass energy entrains the life matter and nutrients of the weeds and flows back into the walking grass. If the walking grass does not interrupt the absorption skills, then it can continue to absorb until the weeds wither. The energy material absorbed will be lost during the conversion process, and the successful conversion can become the accumulation of the grass itself, which can be used to restore physical blood volume or use it for other purposes. In fact, it can be called cannibalism in terms of walking grass to up weeds. But the competition in the plant kingdom is the same as in the animal kingdom. It's all about the territory, and it's all about fighting for a bite. However, this competition in the plant world is very slow, and sometimes it even takes years and decades to kill one's competitors and seize everything from their competitors. Everything, including the wreckage, is also very common in the plant world. The most successful one is climbing plants. They rely on the big tree to climb to the top quickly, and then grab all the sunshine and kill their adherents. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. So we can often see that it is clearly a dead tree, but it is luxuriant. Ahem, it's too much. Walking grass, the sun has come out, you can try to combine the characteristics of chlorophyll to speed up the pace to your goal. Musashi saw the walking grass slowly moving his body in the water, feeling the warmth of the sun, and he called out with an inspiration. Tao! Walk! Walking grass raised his head and glanced at the sun, thinking in his heart, yes, whenever there is sun, my speed will be faster, and this time I will definitely be able to do it. The walking grass, which was originally not conscious to control his own characteristics, came to his senses under the reminder of Musashi. And face up to this ability to help yourself out of danger several times. Under the sun, the grass energy in the walking grass becomes active and quickly travels through the body. The walking grass feels that its body is lighter and stronger. Began to consciously remember this change, trying to control it. In this way, the weeds in the positive paddy field are walking grass, disappearing under the tireless work. The walking grass does not feel tired at all because it often has weeds as a source of energy, but is full of energy. Seeing that I have finished weeding, I don't stay too much in the paddy field. After all, I am a terrestrial plant, so I just need the right amount of water. Moved his short legs in the direction of Musashi, but when he got to the ridge and wanted to go out, he was a little bit blind. Because the short legs couldn't step up, the paddy field couldn't focus on it, so he thumped up and down. Musashi laughed heartlessly when he saw the walking grass that could not reach the ridge. Wait until you have laughed enough before dragging the grass up angrily, blushing and apologizing. On the other side, Abo Snake's insect-catching journey did not go smoothly on the other side. Chapter 13, The Conspiracy of Mother and Daughter. Musashi returned to the vegetable garden holding the walking grass, looked at the jars on the ground, and found that the number of bugs inside had not increased. He was a little disappointed, but after another thought, he threw this disappointment to the horizon. Because the insects were caught by myself yesterday, and the dementias were all in the jar and in the belly of a by snake. The rest are flexible, smart, lucky, and well-versed. And the Abo snake, who had no combat experience, naturally had no harvest. In addition, Abashi is still young, so entertaining, and entertaining is the key. Musashi figured out the joints, and the little ghost nodded his head. I was looking for the location of Abo snake as far as he could. As for why he didn't call out, it was not convenient to disturb him because Abo snake was hunting. But fortunately, the gorgeous purple of a by snake's body does not match the surrounding greenery. Musashi easily found Abo snake, put down the walking grass he was holding, and approached Abo snake quietly, but stopped after only 2 steps. Because Musashi saw a by snake not resting, but staring at his prey, the little bouncer grasshopper, looking for the most suitable time he thinks, and launching the deadliest blow. After the grasshopper who had sensed the danger several times, he could not detect the source of the danger, so he slowly relaxed his vigilance and began to leisurely eat the tender leaves that were close to his mouth. At this moment, Abo snake moved, and the ring-shaped muscles all over his body instantly activated, and the toothless snake kiss rushed straight out, biting the bewildered grasshopper in one bite. When the prey got in hand, he swam down proudly and prepared to put the hard-won prey in the jar, feeling the prey start to struggle, and instantly increased the bite force. I can't help but he said, you can't escape my abyss, you can't laugh, you can't laugh. Was turning around triumphantly, and found Musashi and the walking grass standing not far away, raising their heads as if to show off, showing this prey obtained through their own hard work. Congratulations, Abo snake, I caught the first insect by his own ability. Musashi was also very happy, and sent the jar to Abo snake's side. After it put down its prey, he happily picked up Abo snake. There is no language for joy. What was thinking was that through this successful solo hunting, Abo snake had accumulated enough confidence to turn this small vegetable garden into a paradise for Abo snake when he was young, safe, and full of passion. Walk. Congratulations, Abai snake. Hey! Abashi also screamed triumphantly. One person and 2 Pokemon products smiled happily, happy for their improvement. Musashi, what happened? How am I happy? Haruko came to the backyard with the washed clothes and saw Musashi's joy and asked with a smile. Mom, I told you that Abo snake can catch the bug with its own power, and it's a big grasshopper, it's amazing. Musashi said happily, holding the small Abo snake braggingly. Really, Abai snake is awesome. Haruko smiled and encouraged. Also, the walking grass is also very powerful. He cleared all the weeds in the paddy field. Musashi did not forget his achievements in walking grass, and said to Haruko, pushing the walking grass that was tucked behind him. Really? That really helped me a lot, I'll go and see. Haruko put down the clothes that needed to be dried, and walked quickly to the paddy field and took a closer look. Sure enough, as Musashi said, there were no weeds left in the paddy fields, only the neatly arranged rice plants stood in the paddy fields. Thank you for walking grass, thanks to your help, this year's rice will definitely grow better than in previous years. Haruko knelt down and said to the walking grass sincerely. Walk is okay, it's okay. This is what I should do. The walking grass happily shook the leaves above his head, and whispered softly. Okay, let's go play. Haruko returned to the clothes rail and said to Musashi with a smile. "Mom," Musashi called suddenly. "What's the matter, Musashi?" Haruko put the hanger in the clothes, tidied it up, and turned her head to ask. "Hey, in order to save the walking grass, I made an agreement with Dr. Yingu, at 12 noon, and at 5 p.m., to go to the clinic for half an hour, and to go to the clinic for 7 days in a row," Musashi said vaguely. "What? You are still young, how can you easily agree to someone's unreasonable request? Although Dr. Ying is kind to our family, I don't agree with this matter. At noon, I will take you to Dr. Ying and refuse it. In this matter, the medical expenses that need to be paid will be given to him by his mother," Haruko said with an anxious expression on her face before she could hang up her clothes and turned her head to look at Musashi. "Mom, don't worry, this matter is actually my own fault. I played a rogue and asked Dr. Ying to agree to heal the walking grass. And he is willing to teach me some medical knowledge, so that if I encounter something that needs to be bandaged, I can solve it myself." Musashi took Haruko's hand and said carefully while observing Haruko's face. "Oh. Your thoughts are good, but you are still too young. Do you really understand these things and can you learn them?" Haruko said helplessly to this daughter. "I can learn it," Musashi assured him with an affirmative expression. "All right, but I still want to go with you at noon." Haruko changed her mind and suddenly felt that this visit to Ginkgo doctor might be an opportunity for Musashi, so she said. "Ah, why?" Musashi was puzzled. "Because in the past few days, Dr. Yingu will be your teacher. As a parent, you still have to give a formal gratitude. If you can, he will also send it to the apprenticeship," Haruko said in a deliberate manner. "Apprenticeship? Why? Is it necessary?" Musashi asked directly 3 times. "Of course it is necessary, and my mother will also strive to make Dr. Yingu become your real teacher." Haruko blinked. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is thinking about the feasibility of it. "Ah! Let me worship that nasty person as a teacher, don't. Musashi shook his head repeatedly, his expression resisted. Musashi was very unwilling to think of the doctor who had changed his way to squeeze his own labor force. "Musashi, you have to listen to your mother about this matter. Because, Dr. Ginkgo is a real person, you know the defense team in the village." Haruko took out the defense team and said to Musashi. "I know, they are the ones who protect the village from Pokemon invasion, but what does it have to do with them?" Musashi asked in a puzzled way. "Once my mother saw the defense team's counterpart, she treated Dr. Ying respectfully. You know, the team leader with a higher eye was dismissive of us," Haruko recalled. "What, it's incredible that Dr. Ying could make the bad guy obediently obedient." Musashi was also taken aback, really can't understand, what is the power of this man who looks lack of vitality and just thinks about rest and rest all day long? Did someone from the defense team nod and bow to it? No matter how Dr. Ginkgo surrendered to the defense team's opponent, Dr. Ginkgo is a man of great ability. So, this teacher, you must go all out to cooperate with your mother to win, you know. Haruko earnestly looked at Musashi and said. "I got it." To be honest, Musashi was still a little reluctant. "Oh, Mom and Dad, they are incompetent people and can't give you the future. And Dr. Ginkgo can. So, listen to Mom once, please," Haruko said softly to Musashi. Musashi could only nod his head and cooperate fully. Although it was a bit destructive because of the existence of the system prompt, it was the case. "Because, I also want to change my destiny." Chapter 14, Apprenticeship Matters. Although, Haruko has already planned to let Musashi worship under the name of the infamous Dr. Ginkgo. But there is no decent apprenticeship in a home without long objects. Even if Musashi's intelligence can be favored by Dr. Yingu, the lack of etiquette will eventually leave an unfavorable mark on both sides. Haruko's slightly bitter thoughts stimulated the eyebrows with the traces of time, and Musashi, who had been watching Haruko, asked carefully, "What's the matter, mother?" Musashi agreed to worship Dr. Ginkgo as a teacher. "Why are you still unhappy?" Even though Musashi is early-minded and has mature memories from another world, he is limited to his age and experience and cannot understand all aspects of this matter. Haruko sighed softly when he heard Musashi's question, and stroked Musashi's hair that was a little loose from playing. Slowly said, "My mother's trouble is that Xiao Musashi wants to worship Dr. Yingu as a teacher. Our family should prepare a bundle repair as a teacher's ceremony. But our family does not have a thing that can be put on the table, so some troubles." This incident was also a trouble that Haruko took on her own. In order for Musashi to succeed in the future, she must impose a problem on Dr. Ginkgo. In Haruko's original plan for Musashi, there was no idea of letting Musashi stand out. "I just want Musashi to spend my life peacefully," but since Musashi showed his love for Pokemon, and more demonstrated his talent as a trainer, Haruko didn't change her original concept. Haruko is now asking for troubles. In fact, Haruko didn't care if he could succeed this time, nor did he consider whether their mother and daughter's sudden visit would leave a bad impression on Dr. Ginkgo. All she wanted in her heart was to seize this opportunity and give Musashi a good fight. His origin is a dependent. Even if Dr. Yingu is just a barefoot doctor, he is much better than their mud-legged background. Regardless of how simple Dr. Yingu is more than just a doctor, according to Haruko's limited knowledge, the only one who can make the village defense captain respectful is Mr. Mingzi, the head of the village. There is only Dr. Yingu. So we must seize this opportunity. Actually, Haruko thought not only for the future of Musashi, but also for the sense of crisis in her heart. After all, the benefactor originally disguised his appearance and figure, and came to the house in a hurry, and entrusted the child Musashi. The moment he handed over the child, those absolutely beautiful eyes were still engraved in Haruko's heart, so that no powerful person could be sure to stay. Living with your own children shows the seriousness of the matter. The history of Dr. Yingu is actually a mystery. After knowing that my family received Musashi, it took 7 or 8 days in fear, and when the wind subsided, I learned that the village clinic had a new young doctor, who is now the current Dr. Ying. Although, Haruko doesn't know if this person is credible. However, after getting along with each other for more than half a year, the two sides are in peace. Then this person can't be an enemy. This certainty comes from a woman's sixth sense. So Haruko thinks that putting Musashi under the name of Dr. Ginkgo is a good choice. I have said so much, the strokes of the 8 characters have not yet been written, and this apprenticeship ceremony is really worrying Haruko. What should be done? Mom, what do you say this Dr. Ying likes? Musashi also realized that he was not thinking well, and wanted to help his mother share something, so he asked. Oh, my mother doesn't know what this Dr. Ying likes. Haruko was too hard to think of what Dr. Ying likes and what he needed, so she could only blame herself for not contacting this person because she was careful. Then, mother, let's follow the simplest method. In ancient times, the apprenticeship of Shuxiu was simple things like dried meat, and seeing Dr. Ying doesn't look like someone who can cook. So, mother, bring some delicious meals and some dried fruit. Gifts are considered etiquette. Besides, I don't think that with Dr. Ying's lazy temperament, I won't accept this annoying spirit. Musashi said in a self-deprecating and active atmosphere. Musashi is my mother's baby. You are not allowed to tell me what you say in the future. But also, as Dr. Ying, there is nothing missing. No matter how well we prepare, he won't be able to look forward to it. By the way, now what time is it? Haruko patronized and thought about things, ignoring the passage of time. Haruko looked up at the sky, and based on the position of the sun, roughly estimated that it should be around 11 o'clock. If it's not good, it may be too late. Musashi helps her mother to dry the clothes, and her mother prepares meals and other matters. Haruko got up immediately, but after squatting for a long time, the lack of blood supply caused some dizziness and shook her body. Was so scared that Musashi quickly helped Haruko and asked anxiously, "Mom, are you all right?" "It's all right, it's just standing a little anxious, making you worry. Time is not forgiving. Okay, I'm going to prepare. Here is trouble for Musashi." Haruko sighed with emotion and smiled to Musashi. Said, "Really all right?" Musashi was still a little worried. "It's okay, it's okay. Okay, don't worry." Haruko laughed. Musashi confirmed that his mother was okay, squinting his eyes and smiling. Haruko smiled and touched Musashi's little head, saying that people are big and small, but her heart is happy, not to mention how much ironing. Like Musashi, I put a high stool under the clothes rail, carefully climbed up, hung up the clothes my mother had put on the hanger before, and then looked down at the clothes in the tub. It was clearly close at hand, but far away, out of reach, out of reach. At this time, Musashi's expression is like this, P_Q. But when I saw the abo monster and the walking grass playing, I suddenly had an idea. "Walking grass, can you come over?" Musashi crouched on the bench and shouted. "Walking." The walking grass trot over against abo snake and asked strangely. "Let's see if you can lift up this tub, I can't reach the clothes inside." Musashi said pitifully. "Walk. Walk." The grass looked at a tub that was much bigger than himself, then looked at Musashi, and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, use growth for walking grass." Musashi stood up and stood on the bench and waved Fang Kyung. Walking in the grass looking at Musashi, who is determined to help himself, helpless. "How can I stand up as a prospective master? My future seems to be getting darker and darker, what should I do?" No one can give her the answer. The growth skills are activated. Growth, let the body grow up all at once, thereby increasing attacks and special attacks, double the number of boosts in a sunny or bright environment. I saw that the walking grass absorbs the grass energy and sunlight in the environment. The height of the person who was only 40 centimeters in the past was raised by more than half, almost reaching 70 centimeters. After got bigger, the walking grass looked at the tub, and it seemed that I could. The abo snake who was staying on the walking grass was frightened by the sudden enlargement of the walking grass, and was deeply attracted, saying that he wanted to have this skill too. It was amazing. But seeing the walking grass eager to try to lift the tub, he slid down quickly, stayed honestly, and watched their performance. Sure enough, I guessed it, walking grass, try to hold the tub with your leaves. Musashi commanded happily. Walk. The walking grass manipulates the leaves that are more flexible and firm due to the enlarged body, carefully passing through the bottom of the tub, and holding it up a little while controlling the balance of the tub. Go road. Grass. The walking grass finally raised the tub and stopped firmly at Musashi's feet. Musashi knew that walking on the grass could not be distracted, so he moved quickly and began to dry his clothes. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After a few minutes, the wooden basin was emptied, and Musashi climbed off the stool and helped the grass to remove the wooden basin. Said happily, "Thank you so much, walking grass. When my father comes back in the evening, I will ask my father to salvage some river bottom silt to replenish your nutrition." Walk. The walking grass was a little prostrative to relieve the use of growth skills, nodded, and sat down. Walker, are you okay? I'm sorry, I'm too capricious, I'm sorry. Only then did Musashi realize that the grass was weak and unable to stand up, and he hurriedly hugged the grass and said crying. Walk, walk. It's okay, don't cry, don't cry. Walk. The grass comforting road. I'm sorry, yes, absorbing skills. Walking grass, I will take you to replenish your strength. Abo snake, come up quickly. Musashi picked up the walking grass and walked to the front yard. A lot of weeds have grown in the small front yard because of the hustle and bustle these days. Musashi put the walking grass next to a growing weed, and said to the walking grass, "Use absorption for the weeds, I'm sprinkling some water for you." The walking grass nodded, and used it to absorb the weeds. Soon, the greenery filled the whole body of the walking grass, and the physical strength was restored. Got up and went to the next weed automatically and absorbed it. At this time, Musashi held the small shower head and watered it towards the regained walking grass. Two-pronged approach, the walking grass has finally recovered completely, the energy is perfect, and I vaguely feel that I have become a lot stronger. If Musashi had already subdued him at this time, and he would pay attention to the changes in the attributes of the grass. Must be able to find that the level of walking grass has increased by 1 level, and the 2 skills of absorption and growth have also increased by 1 level. Chapter 15, Apprentice. 1140, Village and Home. Haruko put on her best clothes, helped Musashi change her dirty clothes, and combed her hair. Haruko took care of the two as quickly as possible, carrying the food box and the things at home that could be used as a bundle repair, dried fish, bacon, half-lifted egg, and asked Abo Snake and the walking grass to take care of the house at home, so he pulled Musashi's hand, walked towards the clinic. Met the neighbors in the neighborhood hurriedly greeted him, and walked away in their doubtful eyes. Haruko of the village Kazuya, why is this going to go home to save her relatives? Can't catch the car? Why in a hurry? Who knows, ha ha ha. The two women covered their mouths, talking and laughing and left. Haruko and the others, of course, don't know the discussion behind them, and it doesn't matter if they do. Dr. Ying, I'm here to work. Musashi came to the clinic by car and shouted inside. Come, here, it's on time, little girl, call, yes, Musashi. Yengu said in surprise when he came out of the lounge. Excuse me, are you? Gingo asked Haruko who was standing behind Musashi. Dr. Ying, hello, I am Musashi's mother. I heard that Musashi was making a lot of trouble with you yesterday, please treat the walking grass. I would like to express my gratitude. By the way, have you eaten yet? Haruko asked politely. It's okay, I'm very happy if Musashi can come today. It just so happens that my stomach is a little hungry. Haha, Yengu said embarrassingly, touching his empty stomach. As for the instant noodles in the lounge, whoever loves anyone, anyway, there is a dinner now, who else eats instant noodles? That's right, let's talk while eating. Haruko put the food on the table that was originally used for consulting patients, and said with a smile. Something? Yengu asked with a frown. It's not a big deal, let's eat first. Haruko haha, took Yengu into the seat. Is that so? Yengu was dubious, after all, it's been a long time since he had a decent meal. Yes, don't worry. Haruko said confidently. Are these too many? Yengu asked embarrassedly when he saw the dishes spread over the entire table. Haha, we are here in a hurry today and Musashi and I haven't had time to eat, haha, haha. Haruko smiled embarrassedly on her face. Haha, haha, it's okay, everyone eats together, so lively and lively. Yengu said with an embarrassed expression, after all, he can't drive them away. Thank you so much, but don't worry, I will clean up. Haruko said. It's all trivial things, let's eat first. Yengu was already hungry, and quickly ended the awkward conversation. Yes, eat. These are all made at home, they are clean, and the taste should be passed. Haruko worried that Jing would not be used to cooking the food by herself. Don't go back, it's delicious. Yengu said vaguely while eating, feeling a little rude, and quickly swallowed and said again, you are too modest, it's delicious, do you still have food? Yengu asked blushing. Tao. Yes, I have enough rice. Haruko saw how popular the dishes she cooked, and happily helped Ying serve a bowl. There is food in my belly, so I don't panic. After drinking and eating, Yinggu remembered that Haruko had said that he had something to ask for himself, so he asked, "Mother Musashi, you said something was wrong before, what is it? If I can do it, I will definitely help. Can eat people with short mouths. Isn't it that Musashi will come here to help in the last few days?" Haruko hasn't finished speaking yet. Yinggu interrupted, "This matter, trivial matter, Musashi, I was joking with you yesterday, so I won't use it anymore." Hey! Haruko didn't know what to say, but how things should not develop. Seeing that things were going bad, Musashi knelt down and said, "Master is here, please be respected by the disciple." Is 3 times. Mom, apprenticeship. Musashi cut the mess directly with a sharp knife, and determined the identities of the two. Ah! Oh! Dr. Ying, the little thing I said before was that I wanted you to be my daughter's enlightenment teacher. It just so happens that she will study with you for 7 days. I just think you can be her teacher, because in general people like this really can't stand this child. Haruko took out the shuxiu she had prepared before and handed it to Dr. Yinggu, saying witty words. Hey, ah. Yinggu was shocked by Musashi's sorrowful operation. He didn't recover for a long time. He unconsciously accepted the shuxiu that Haruko handed him, and realized that he seemed to be in trouble when he took over. Teacher Ying, Musashi will be handed over to you. If you are not obedient, I will swear fiercely and I will leave first. Haruko really used her life skills and took away all the dishes and chopsticks almost instantaneously. And Sassafras tried to clean the desktop and disappeared in front of Ying. Oh, wait, Yinggu stretched out Kang's hand, and stubbornly finished what he hadn't finished. What is this, girl, don't kneel and get up. Yinggu got up to pull Musashi up. Smart as Musashi, how could he get up easily? If Yinggu is playing tricks, where can he cry? Kneeling is not white kneeling, and his head is not white. Teacher, you promise first, I'll start. Musashi said. You get up first. Yinggu increased his strength. No, you agree first. Musashi thinks it's better to play directly. The body is not Jinya's strength, and he is afraid of hurting Musashi. How can he fight Musashi who is Jing's weakness at the first meeting? Get up first, okay. Yinggu still struggled to death. Not good, anyway, I am going to apprentice today. Musashi said the rogue. Okay, I promised you, I am really afraid of you. Yinggu said weakly, sitting on the stool. Really? The master is here, and you will be worshipped by the disciple. This time, Musashi paid his respects sincerely. After all, he was in a hurry before, and Yinggu was not ready. In fact, Musashi is still very nervous. After all, people can't stand the test. If Ying decides not to accept it, Musashi can't do anything, so he can only leave Dinji. The current official apprenticeship also wants Ying to feel better. Mom, apprentice tea. Musashi yelled outside the door. Actually, Haruko did not leave, but stayed outside. In case her daughter failed to apprentice, she could comfort the injured Musashi. Musashi, tea. Haruko walked in quickly, and handed the thick tea that had been brewed in advance, which was also fried and brewed in-house. After all, the conditions were limited. Master, drink tea. Musashi, who was kneeling, respectfully handed the apprentice tea. Oh, I drink. Yinggu is really the first time in his life to accept an apprentice, or he was forced to become an apprentice. When I remembered that I was forced to become another apprentice in the early years, my life was really full of coffee tables. You said, cups are no longer enough to describe Yinggu. Get up, what are you doing on your knees? Yinggu looked at Musashi helplessly. I can't get up. Musashi said bitterly. This time it was really not a performance, it was an opportunity to acquire skills. Ah, Mom, help you. When Haruko heard this, she panicked, and hurriedly stepped forward, picked up Musashi, put it on her knees, carefully kneaded Musashi's feet, knees, and thighs to revitalize her blood. I'll come. Yingu said, looking at Haruko, who was anxiously wrong. Well, thank you, Dr. Ginkgo. Haruko worriedly handed Musashi to Ginkgo. How should I say, I am worthy of being a doctor, pushing, pulling, kneading and pressing, and within a few strokes, Musashi's blood flowed and his mobility was restored. Hehe, thank you, master. Musashi smiled and said to Yingu. Hey, I'm really scared of you, let's talk, who is paying attention? Jing rubbed his temples and asked the mother and daughter, but his eyes fell on Musashi. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. It's all. Haruko wanted to take the matter to herself, but Musashi took Haruko's hand and said, it's still a good master. I guess it's me. I go home and think about what you said yesterday. I think it makes sense, but only by this. A little bit of study for a few days is definitely not enough to support my future path, so I begged my mother to come. Okay, I won't ask any more. Since I have accepted you as an apprentice, you have to listen to me with me. If that thing makes me unsatisfied, I don't want you. Yingu listening to what Musashi said, I believed half of it at most, or less. Although I only contacted him for a short period of time yesterday, Jing still knew that Musashi didn't really like him very much, but he was very willing to learn new knowledge. He was small but very smart and willing to work. It can be said that he is a very good child. It is certainly correct to accept as an apprentice by himself, and he was a little excited before, but thinking of his childhood past, he dispelled the idea, and he was afraid of trouble, so the idea was shattered after it reappeared. Is quite thorough. I didn't know that this drama had happened today. Hey! On the coffee table of life, there are blue cups, in which shiitake mushroom water is soaked. That taste, the more it soaks, the more mellow it gets. But in this case, in a few days, letting the elders in the village and people with names and surnames come to the clinic to witness it, which is considered to complete the apprenticeship process. After all, it is Musashi that has 3 heads. Who knows that you Musashi worships? I became a teacher myself. Also explained this to Haruko, and of course Haruko agreed with 100. A few days later, accompanied by Ichiro Musashi and Haruko, under the witness of the big figures in the village, they formally worshipped Ginkgo as their teacher and ate a meal. The money for vegetables is from the silver. Chapter 16, Enlightenment. Musashi became the only doctor in the village as he wished, Jing's disciple. Haruko left happily, and promised to deliver 3 meals every day, and Musashi also began to learn as a disciple of Ginkgo. Musashi, as my disciple, what do you want to learn most? Jing sat in the upper position, and Musashi sat in the lower position. In fact, there are no such bells and whistles. They sit on both sides of the table where they ate before. Master, what do you know? I suddenly asked me that. I don't know what to learn from you. By the way, I don't know much about Chinese characters. Should I teach me how to recognize characters first? Musashi is really confused about Yingu's ability. He only knows that Yingu's medical skills are good, and the other eyes are blackened. Yes, my skills are actually 2 pieces, medicine and poison. What do you want to learn? Yingu simply summed up his skills. Does this need to be selected? I have heard a saying that it is 3-point poison for medicine, and all poison is medicine, an overdose will cause death. Musashi said, picking up a paragraph in another world's memory. Haha, yes, that's correct, but there are still primary and secondary ones. Like me, my major is poison, especially insect poison. I named it Gu. Yingu laughed. The more he looked at Musashi, the more like it, smart, and infer other things. Then I will study poison and medicine just like you, but what is insect poison? Gu, I have heard of it. Musashi was not clumsy, so he said it plainly. Musashi is actually very strange, the protagonists in the Rebirth Through the Flow novels in the memories of other worlds. You obviously have this ability, but you want to hide, and you have a very strong delusion of persecution every day, and it seems that everyone is going to harm you. You don't want to think about it yourself. Every day you put on a look like I have big secrets. People are curious. How can it be possible that those who can't help not provoke you? Every day, I have to hide my clumsiness and let others slap twice before knowing to fight back. Why bother? I don't know how simple and straightforward it is to learn from those who are famous in the world, who dares to provoke after the name is declared. The above are all the author's personal opinions. If you don't like it, don't like it, because they are all routines. Without routines, how watery is, right, routines have been popular since ancient times. You still know Gu, talk about it. Yin Gu is really surprised about this matter. I really don't understand what else this freshly released apprentice doesn't know. I don't know, but I've heard of it, I've heard of it. Musashi emphasized. Yes, you've heard of it, so just talk about it. Yin Gu said helplessly, holding his forehead. Yin Gu said that he wanted to take back what he liked Musashi before, this little girl is as big as ever. I only know that Gu is just putting a lot of bugs in a confined environment, and the last one left is Gu. And there is a very mysterious saying, the previous is the same. But some steps are added, such as pinching. Recite the curse, drop the blood to recognize the Lord and so on, Shinto. Musashi said truthfully, but in the end he couldn't help but complain. What do you say, it seems a bit interesting. Although my Gu did not come like this, the truth is basically the same. Yin Gu listened to the novelty and recalled the Gu he had created. He fed his Pokemon with poisons and mixed poisons of different toxicity every day. After adapting to assimilation, he continued to feed, and finally he successfully cultivated Gu. Because when feeding poisons, Pokemon always derives some novel changes in order to adapt to the absorption of poisons. In order to distinguish the original species, Yin Gu named it Gu. The insects take medicine, the medicine is in the container, and the two compartments are combined. Isn't it a Gu? Ginkgo summed up and explained to Musashi. It turns out that the Gu you mentioned is not the same as I thought. But forget it, now yours is genuine, other mountain competition products. Musashi said indifferently. After all, what I know is indeed only hearsay, and there is no correct and clear possibility of operation, and how to do it, Gu didn't practice it, and he might be poisoned to death. Musashi said that he had been dead for a while, and he didn't want to experience death a second time. You gave up too quickly. Yin Gu said speechlessly again. I didn't insist, so I gave up. Besides, I have said that these things are only what I have heard. Can I believe everything I have heard? My beloved master. Musashi said with reason. Let's recognize the word first, and I don't have any special books here, so let's start with the things on this table. Yin Gu directly gave up the idea of quarreling with Musashi, but couldn't fight. It was really self-infuriating, and changed the topic seriously. Yep. Musashi didn't care too much, nodded, and said seriously like a small adult. It would be nice if it has always been like this, how cute. Jing thought while looking at Musashi in front of him. Shook his head with a smile, Jing quickly entered the teaching mode, picked up an object on the table, and began to explain to Musashi the name and use of this thing, and took the pen to write the correct name, and began to teach Musashi to write and recognize. Musashi did not look impatient at all, just like Ginkgo first taught Musashi to heal walking grass. Be quiet, listen carefully, watch carefully, and learn carefully. The teaching time is not long, just 1 hour, which is actually a break at noon. It can be said that Ginko really made a great sacrifice in order to teach Musashi. After the break, the clinic opens for business. Wait patiently for the patient to come home. While waiting, Ginko will also teach Musashi how to identify other objects, but he doesn't teach Musashi how to write anymore. After all, if someone really comes, you should finish the writing first or treat the illness first. Right. Fortunately, these things Yungu refers to have text labels, so that Musashi only knows the name but not the writing. Musashi just listened. When someone came to see a doctor, Musashi didn't rush forward, but instead reviewed the new words he had learned, or relied on memory to recognize things that he knew. In this way, people who came to see the doctor for a long time also gradually learned about this little girl who was staying in the clinic. Except for occasionally quarreling with Jing, and enlivening the atmosphere, Musashi always respects his teachers. Fetching water, spraying and sweeping, cleaning up the things in the clinic, and all rushing to do it, except for some things placed on high places, Musashi basically took care of it. Reading www.yunsha.com. Yungu sighed more than once that it was extremely correct to accept this apprentice. And Musashi knew in his heart that he was forced to give it to Ginko. Apart from giving some dry goods at no cost, only the 3 meals a day prepared by his mother Haruko. Even the recent apprenticeship banquet was spent on Ying's money, and now only these small things can be used to repay Ying's education. Time to return to the day of apprenticeship. At home, the 2 Pokémon did not turn upside down because no one was at home. Let's talk about the Abo snake. From birth to now, even one molting has not occurred. The body is still the size of petite chopsticks, and there is nothing that can be done to rebel. The second is walking grass. Because of the nature of the relationship, more of the time is to stay quietly. Even if you play at the urging of Abo snake, you just go to the place where she wants to go with Abo snake, and then quietly stay. Of course, it was not just being in a daze, but thinking back that Musashi had benefited a lot from a few whims in the morning. What's special about this? If I really don't understand, I will exercise my skills, grow, and the sweet aroma will take turns. When I'm tired, I'll find a weed to dry it, and if I don't have a goal, I will slowly absorb the energy of the grass from the natural world. Don't mention how well-behaved you are, and this well-behaved self-discipline is based on the fact that walking grass has not been eaten in the wild since you were born alone. Only if you are strong, you can protect yourself. Although Abo snake likes to play around, he has been observing the walking grass. After all, the walking grass is the first Pokémon that he can actually see. Many of his characteristics are examples for Abo snake to learn from. So maybe it was a snake who was tired from playing, so she asked the walking grass to take her to the vegetable garden and bring the little pot with the insects. The second round of Abo snake's single-handed insect hunting has officially started. Chapter 17, Half a Month Equals Fat. It has been half a month since Musashi studied with Ginko. In the past half month, Musashi has mastered the name-writing method of everything in the clinic, and gradually started to read and learn by himself. Ginko was surprised by Musashi's learning ability and was fortunate more than once for the books he brought. Enough, otherwise there is really nothing to teach. It is not that Musashi has hollowed out all of Ginko's knowledge, but that Musashi is in the stage of laying the foundation, and he hastily started to learn to make medicine and refining drugs, not for the good of Musashi, but to harm her. And this is also the first time that Yungu has accepted a disciple in the past 25 years. He has no experience and must be steady and steady. Musashi is also very sensible, and does not urge Ying to teach her anything other than word recognition. Because Musashi knows how many caddies he is. Refining medicine and making drugs requires precise control. Any mistake or excess is life-threatening, so Musashi did not dare to try it lightly and take his own life. Joke. Of course, after studying, Musashi is slowly starting to follow Jing to learn how to see a doctor and save people. There are 4 skills in learning: seeing, hearing and asking. Of these 4 skills, at this stage, Musashi can only learn from Ying, that is, looking. What do you look forward to? What to look at? Look at the lesions, look at the medicinal materials, look at the prescriptions, look at people, look at how the master looks at people, look at the prescriptions, look at the medicinal materials, and look at the lesions. Actually, seeing the lesion is the same thing as seeing the person, but under special circumstances, it should be treated separately. Because even with the same condition, different groups of people have different reactions, so we must carefully distinguish and treat them. These are all knowledge and the key. It does not mean that you can cure diseases and save people by reading a few medical books. This requires practice and practical operation. Yinggu took Musashi to treat his illness. He never said much, didn't give much guidance, but took her to watch, except when he needed to say a few words to Musashi, and ask a few questions. At other times, I was communicating with patients, talking about the world, about life, about ideals, about family, about gossip. As long as Ying understands the patient's condition and relieves the patient's nervousness, Ying will always ask about it. And these are what Yinggu learned from his master. In the evening, Musashi returned home. In addition to organizing the notes of the day, he played with the 2 Pokémons at home to increase intimacy and trust. By the way, I forgot to say one thing. On the night of the successful apprenticeship, my father Ichiro gave Musashi a big surprise. That surprise is a Pokeball, and let Musashi use this Pokeball to subdue the walking grass that has already returned to become a part of the family. Dad, is this Pokeball really for me? Musashi held the second Pokémon in his life, holding Ichiro in excitement, and eagerly asked. Silly girl, of course it's for you, and then take the Pokeball to conquer the walking grass. Ichiro smiled and shaved Musashi's cute, straight nose and urged. Conquer the walking grass? Why? Musashi didn't react at once, looking at Ichiro dumbfounded. Of course, it is to make the walking grass a part of our family, and to make the existence of walking grass more reasonable. In the future, if you take it out, others will not doubt his identity. Ichiro pointed out the key point. Will the walking grass agree? Musashi asked Ichiro carefully and expectantly. Of course, this was said by the walking grass himself. Ichiro said to Musashi loudly. Then, I went to find the walking grass. Musashi asked, but he still doubted the truth of this matter in his heart. Go ahead, the grass is still waiting for you to subdue him. Ichiro urged with a smile. Really? Really? The walking grass wants to be my Pokémon? Dad, let me down quickly. I'm going to find the walking grass. Musashi's happy hand dance and dance. Ichiro couldn't hold Musashi, and quickly put her on the ground carefully. Once Musashi touched the ground, he was like a wild horse that had been taken off. He ran to the backyard and found the walking grass that buried himself in the ground. He asked carefully, Walking grass, are you willing to be my Pokémon? Walking grass heard Musashi's voice, shaking his body, freed from the constraints of the soil, nodded happily and shouted, Walk! But Musashi was originally nervous, and when he saw the leaves of the walking grass swaying from side to side, he thought that the walking grass had repented, and he was disappointed. But seeing the walking grass get rid of the dirt, he nodded happily. When Musashi saw it, he almost burst into tears of joy. His little hand tightly grasped the Pokeball and gently touched it. The walking grass turned into red light and sucked into the Pokeball. After 2 swings, it stabilized and succeeded. Musashi quickly pressed the release button, white light emerged, and the walking grass appeared next to Musashi. Walk! Hello, little master! Walking grass, welcome you, join our house! Musashi gently hugged the walking grass and said happily. Walk! By the way, walking grass, I will not forget your nutritious river mud. I will go and tell my father. You should rest first, and I will take you to Dr. Jing tomorrow. Musashi helped the walking grass meet again. He returned home with his dirty claws in his pit. Said to Dad Ichiro, "Dad, today the walking grass cleared the weeds in the field and the yard, and helped Musashi dry clothes, so I promised him that he would prepare a lot of river bottom silt for him. So, Dad, please. Up." No wonder I said there was something weird at home, but I don't know where the weirdness is. It turns out that the weeds are gone and tidy. It's okay to ask for the river bottom silt as a reward for walking grass. It's on my father's body. Ichiro took a mouthful. Promised. Thank you, Dad. Musashi Wanzu Ichiro gave him a fragrance. You boy. Ichiro also returned to Musashi for a fragrance. Your father and daughter will be playing, Musashi will go to wash your hands and get ready to eat. By the way, you will bring your dad to bring the food to your master later. Haruko ordered. Master? What master? Ichiro was confused when he heard it. Today, Musashi worshipped Dr. Ginkgo as a teacher, and learned his skills from Dr. Ginkgo. Haruko said lightly. Really, there is such a good thing, okay. I'll send it to Dr. Ying. Ichiro took the food box in Haruko's hand, and quickly rode his old Fukuyama bicycle to the clinic of Ying. The village did not big, the two are not far away, so it didn't take a long time for Ichiro to go back and forth, and came back soon. Before going to bed, Musashi glanced at his system. Abo snake kills a grasshopper to gain experience, 1.01 points. Daily random task, farming, completed, to gain 10 experience points. Apprentice Ying, get inheritance, gu, unopened, dot. Complete important tasks, literacy. Attribute point intelligence +1. Props, elf ball. Recovering Pokemon, walking grass. Name, Miyamoto Musashi. Gender, female. Age, 5 years old. Race, human race, all attributes +1, because of the influence of the blood of the snake girl, charm +1. Bloodline, trace amount of snake girl bloodline, 5%, human bloodline, 95%. Talent. Kendo affinity, sword learning +1. Snake species affinity, snake favorability +1. Soul devour, experience +1. Go and learn, skill level +1. Skillful hand, item creation success rate +1. Professional level, civilian, LV 152/100. HP, 6/6, recovery +1/day. Attributes. Strength, 3, agility, 3, constitution, 3, intelligence, 11, charisma, 6, perception, 7. Attribute point, 0. Health value, 98/100. Hunger value, 70/100, full. Physical strength, 78/100, +1/10 minutes. Skills, knowledge, Pokemon, 6, knowledge, Chinese culture, 10, medical treatment 2, knowledge, botany, 2, etiquette, daily, 2, language, Japanese, Chinese, proficient, appease 2, gather 2, observe braid 2, negotiation 2, bluff 2, concentration 0, 2/20, performance 0, 6/7, intimidation 0, 1/10. General skill points, 0. Bloodline, none. Genre, gu, not activated. Let's see if there is any change in the properties of the walking grass, Musashi said silently while lying on the bed. Reading www.yunsha.com. Walking grass, weed elf, plant grouping. Attributes, grass, poison, body length 0.43 meters, weight 4.5 kilograms. Level, LV 643.65%, gender. Characteristics, chlorophyll, control degree LV 178.35%. Status, adult. Age, 1 year old. Character, introverted. The personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, sunshine and dew. Preferences are not unique and will change under certain circumstances. Intimacy, 70, full value, 255. Trust value, 65, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 45, attack, 50, defense, 55, special attack, 75, special defense, 65, speed, 30, total, 320. Skills, absorb, LV3, grow, LV2, sweet fragrance, LV3. Level 21 can be upgraded to smelly flower. Evaluation, a mediocre elf with no special features. But since meeting you, his life trajectory has changed. Yes, what can be mediocre? There are no bad elves, only incompetent trainers, and Pokémon with infinite possibilities. I really look forward to the brilliance of the walking grass in my hands. Musashi looked out the window silently think. And you, Abo Snake, grow up quickly. Try to become a king cobra and become a queen. Musashi stretched out his little hand to touch Abo Snake next to him, and said softly. Hey! The moon is beautiful tonight. The family, including the little Abo Snake and the walking grass basking in the moonlight, had a good dream. Chapter 18, Smell. Smell, in medicine, there are multiple meanings in one word, smelling fragrance and hearing. Smell the scent of medicine, and smell the scent from the patient's body due to illness. Hearing is to listen to the sound of boiling medicine, as well as the wheezing, talking, and coughing of the patient's body due to illness. It took nearly half a month to learn how to read and see the patient's Musashi, to study the large and small affairs in the clinic, and to quietly study the Yungushi doctor for a long time. Yungu thought that the current Musashi is also time for the next step of learning. Jing, of course, didn't let Musashi sit down to consult and practice medicine for him, but began to train her to grasp medicine and decoction, and to train Musashi's hearing acuity. The prescription is given by Yungu, and there are also measuring instruments. Moreover, Musashi's had been studying with Jing for a long time, and some minor problems were almost corrected. The girl's unique slenderness also slowly manifested, and the words of carelessness and carelessness gradually moved away from Musashi's side. Musashi, follow this prescription to grab the medicine, and boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl. The fire is boiled, and it's almost enough to hear the muffled sound. Yungu took the newly prescribed prescription to Musashi and said. Understood, Uncle Nai, wait a while, and the medicine will be delivered to you soon. Musashi took the prescription, glanced around, and found that this patient who came frequently had his condition under control, as long as he was recuperating. Just recuperate. This is how many times Musashi has decocted medicinal soup. I have a general understanding of the efficacy of various prescriptions and the medicinal properties of medicinal combinations. Therefore, I can know the general condition of the patient after reading the prescriptions prescribed by the Master Ying. Musashi helped the Uncle Cai to rest, and smiled as he walked and said, Uncle Nai, I see you look much better. I need Musashi to find Uncle Cai in the future. You little Nizai, your mouth is sweet. After taking Dr. Ying's medicine for a few days, your body is a lot cleaner. Busy you, I can just sit here. Cai Bo said after sitting down steadily. Well, you rest first, I will decoct the medicine for you. Musashi turned and went to the pharmacy, grabbing east and west, and weighed everything. Although the hand can begin to sense the measurement of his own grasp, the weighing is more accurate. This is responsible for the patient. Then put the herbs together and bring them to the backyard for decocting. Don't look at what Musashi is doing nowadays. At the beginning, he was in a hurry to collect the medicines that needed accurate measurement. When cooking, there are frequent accidents. It is either not heated or fried, and it is wasted. Little things, don't mention how embarrassed. Fortunately, he has enough savvy, flexible hands and feet, and adapts a little bit. From memorizing the position of the medicine cabinet where the medicinal materials are located, to the technique of grasping the medicinal materials, to the control of the heat, and the control of the decoction time, it can be described as everything. Now I can combine look and smell to know what is wrong with the body of some patients with obvious symptoms. How to prescribe the medicine is also in the chest, and sometimes I can answer with yin, and I can still speak the truth. In order to achieve these achievements, it has been almost a year since Musashi became the teacher of Ginkgo. Today is Musashi's 6th birthday. When Mr. Nai's affairs are finished, this clinic will end its mission today and close its doors in advance. In this year, the system also sent out prompt boxes from time to time. Skills, medical level increase +1 +2 +3 until now, medicine skills have been level 6, with this level, it is more than enough for Musashi to see some minor problems. Other skills, knowledge, Pokemon, has been raised by 1 level, and it has also reached level 6. This is because taking care of the walking grass and a by snake, and gradually understanding the knowledge that is not mentioned in the memory of the other world, so it has been improved by 1 level. Skill knowledge, botany, has been improved by 5 levels, and it has reached the level of level 6 on the same level as medical skills, highlighting the aspect of distinguishing herbal medicine. Although I have the skills, when looking for herbs, if you see it, then you know it. If you don't see it, it's useless to know. Because they will come into contact with some mineral potions of gold and stone, they pointed out the skill, knowledge, mineral, level 3. Same as above. Skills, etiquette has been improved by 2 levels, reaching level 3. This skill improvement was taught by Ying to Musashi in his free time. What is the etiquette of the ancient nobles in the old era, the etiquette of the new aristocrats, and the trainers who have been promoted by the alliance for a long time? Etiquette. As for why I know so much, there is little lack of improvement, and the main reason is that I can't apply what I have learned. That's why. Skills, language, Japanese and Chinese has been upgraded to a proficiency level. Thanks to such a long time of learning to read, the improvement is at the same level as the Chinese brought by another world. It may be faintly higher. Similarly, the difference brought about by applying what you have learned. Skill, soothing has been improved by 2 levels, reaching the level of 3. Although the effect is not obvious, it is better than nothing. Skill, gathering, improved by level 4, reached the level of level 5, and often went to and out of the outskirts originally classified as a forbidden area with the Master Ying. Collecting does not mean that the skills are used. Put your hand on it, the progress bar will pass, and the collected things will come out. Rather, with the collection skills, you will be more clear about what you want to collect, the size and shape, and the collection method during the collection process. Increase the success rate of the highest quality. Skill, discern 5. Only by seeing a certain thing, the specific purpose of the thing can be confirmed through detection, and the unknown thing can be identified through knowledge with a certain success rate. By following the Yinggu study of medical techniques, he also obtained 2 majors, one is professional, herbalist, 5, and the other is professional, pharmacist, 2. In terms of attribute points, because of following the Ying Mountain to collect medicines, through training, a lot of bonuses have been obtained. Attributes are updated as follows. Name, Miyamoto Musashi. Gender, female. Age, 6 years old. Race, human race, all attributes +1, influence of snake girl bloodline, charm +1. Bloodline, trace amount of snake girl bloodline, 5%, human bloodline, 95%. Talent. Kendo affinity, sword learning +1. Snake species affinity, snake favorability +1, trust +5. Soul devour, experience +1. Go and learn, skill level +1. Skillful hand, item creation success rate +1. Professional level, civilians, LV 380/400. HP, 8/8, recovery +1/day. Attributes. Strength, 5, Agility, 4, Constitution, 5, Intelligence, 12, Charisma, 9, Wisdom, 9. Attribute point, 0. Health value, 95/100. Hunger value, 80/100, full. Stamina value, 85/100, plus 1/10 minutes. Skills, Knowledge, Pokemon, 7, Knowledge, Huaxia Culture, 10, Knowledge, Medical Skills, 7, Medical Treatment 7, Knowledge, Botany, 7, Knowledge, Minerals, 4, Etiquette, Daily, 4, Language, Japanese, Proficient, Chinese, Proficient, Appease 4, Collect 6, Discern 6, Bluff 4, Negotiation 7, Act 4, Focus 2, Intimidate 2, Professional, Herbalist, 5, Professional, Pharmacist, 2, Climbing 3, Balance 2, Survival 4, Knowledge, Natural Knowledge, 5. General Skill Points, 0. Bloodline, none. Genre, Gu, not activated. Equipment, Elf Ball, Arbor Snake, Elf Ball, Walking Grass. Prescriptions and the like will not be described, lest you say that I am flooding. As for the elves, Abo Snake successfully escaped from its infancy, and also lost its skin several times. Its body size has grown from the original chopsticks to 1 meter in length, and its body has the thickness of Musashi forearms. My favorite food is still the orange fruit and small insects from my childhood, but now it can only be used as a snack to reduce my misses. Now that the family can't satisfy the belly of Abo Snake will choose to go out for food, accompanied by walking grass. Because of the frequent need to go out, Musashi asked Ginkgo to go to the village defense team to get a certificate to wear on the Abai snake and the walking grass, so that he can enter and leave the village freely without disturbing the villagers. Pokemon, Abo Snake. Snake Elf, Land/Dragon grouping. Attributes, Poison, body length 1.2 meters, weight 1.5 kilograms. Level, LV 75.30%, Gender. Feature, Intimidation, Control degree LV 29.40%. Hidden feature, Molting, Activation progress 23.50%. Status, Adult, Healthy. Adult, although the age is only 1 year old, Pokemon, as long as it passes the initial stage of birth, the body will grow rapidly and all functions are fully developed, so it is judged as an adult. Age, 1 year old. Character, hard work, the personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, like to sleep, preferences are not unique, they will change in some cases. Intimacy, 90, full value, 255. Trust value, 80, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 35, attack, 60, defense, 44, special attack, 40, special defense, 54, speed, 55, total, 288. Skills, Tightening, LV4, Poisonous Needle, LV3, Staring, LV4. Hereditary Skill, Root Method, LV2. Comprehend skills in advance, Bite, LV3, Swallow, LV2. These two skills are naturally learned by Abo Snake in the process of preying on small Lotta, green caterpillar, and unicorn. It is worthy of the talent of Abo Snake. Pokemon, Walking Grass. Weed Elf, Plant grouping. Attributes, Grass, Poison, body length 0.43 meters, weight 4.5 kilograms. Level, LV 873.65%, UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Gender. Characteristics, chlorophyll, control degree LV 428.35%. Status, adult, healthy. Age, 2 years old. Character, introverted, the personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, sunshine and dew, preferences are not unique and will change under certain circumstances. Intimacy, 90, full value, 255. Trust value, 82, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 45, attack, 50, defense, 55, special attack, 75, special defense, 65, speed, 30, total, 320. Skills, draw, LV6, grow, LV8, sweet fragrance, LV6. Comprehend skills in advance, take root, LV2, photosynthesis, LV1. The comprehension of photosynthesis is a big surprise. When walking grass is constantly used to absorb and grow, it inadvertently combines the characteristic chlorophyll, which is realized under the combined action of the three. Take root, because of the long-term relationship with the paddy field, in order to better fix the skills learned in the paddy field, because when the walking grass buries itself in the soil, the walking feet will spread out and become roots. Absorbing the abundant nutrients and water in the land is just turning passive into active. But this process is not easy. Musashi only mentioned something inadvertently with the limited company of the walking grass, but he listened to the walking grass hard and tried day and night. Other skills are the same. They are all walking grass in life, going out with the snake to hunt, and they are improved a little bit. Really deserved the evaluation given by the system, the qualifications were mediocre, but everything changed after meeting Musashi. Chapter 19, Entrepreneurship, Part 1. Time is still passing fast, 2 years have passed since Musashi was reborn. In the past 2 years, the village and the family have changed quite obviously, and it is not an exaggeration to use the word great change to describe it. As for what happened in the village and home this year, let me briefly tell you. The time has been back to 1 year ago, on the night of Musashi's 6th birthday on April 26 in the lunar calendar. Mura celebrated Musashi's birthday with his family and Gingo, who was invited to dinner. In a happy atmosphere, Ichiro, who had drunk alcohol, began to talk to Ying about drinking. The content was nothing more than hard life and low salary. In this regard, Yingu has no good way to make an ordinary person rich. If Ichiro is a trainer, professional, Ginko can also activate his own contacts to make some convenience for the Ichiro family, but Ichiro is not. Can only be a qualified listener, silently suffering from Ichiro's baptism. Haruko on the side of course knows Ichiro's hard work, but she can't do anything to become Ichiro's wise help, so she can only silently manage the housework and keep Ichiro from distracting him. And since the adoption of Musashi, although Musashi has grown up happily every day, Haruko knew in her heart that there was only so much she could give. The village and family of abundance could not provide it, so she had to cry silently. The original cheerful dinner atmosphere instantly turned into a sad ocean. And Musashi, because he merged with the soul of another world and received the corresponding memory, he became precocious. So I don't feel how hard life is now, but I am happy with it. You don't need to think about the difficulties of life, just spend your childhood happily. But I heard what Father Ichiro confided to Yingu with the help of Jujin, and saw the sad tears in his mother Haruko's eyes, and Yingu's powerlessness. Only when Musashi found out, yet. The life that I have always enjoyed, Ichiro earned a meager salary from getting up early and greedy for the dark. My family's material life is not rich, poverty can describe the current situation of my family very aptly. It was only after this discovery that Musashi realized that he had made a vow not to follow the old road of Musashi, animated version, changed himself, changed this home, and reality and ideals had a little discrepancy. Although I am changing, there is no change in this home. It is still a poor and warm little home. The birthday party ended hastily. Musashi and Haruko sent Ginkgo away, and then settled down with Haruko, but Ichiro was already groggy. After a simple wash, Musashi took a snake back to the room, biting half of his pencil, and thinking about how to make a fortune on the white paper, each of which fell on the paper, and then carefully erased it. With the help of the memory of another world, I recalled the scenes I saw when shopping with adults to buy groceries, thinking about what to do to steadily improve the living standards of my family. Finally, Musashi decided on the future direction of his family and entered the catering industry. The main direction of the early stage is mobile food and beverage stalls. The main dishes are rice porridge, fried dough sticks, tea eggs, steamed buns, hanamaki, as well as side dishes, delicious pickles prepared by the family. These things are easy-to-use foods that can be sold in the morning, at night, and at night. The most important thing is that this model has no precedent in villages or even small towns. If it succeeds, it will be the only one, and how big a cake is to eat only by one's own family, it must be full of profits. And it's all petty, and it won't make others jealous, but it will be a little harder. But compared to the original Ichiro's complicated and fragmentary work, it will definitely be a lot easier and will make a lot more money. Also, most of these things can be made in advance, or you can prepare semi-finished products in advance, and make them on site. The only semi-finished products that need to be prepared are fried dough sticks, because fried on site is the best. The other items were prepared the day before, and it was still delicious after being heated a little the next day. And mainly because the price is low and the taste is not bad, even people in the same situation as the Musashi family can eat it, not to mention the large number of ordinary staff with a little spare money. The next day, Musashi took a day off at Master Ginkuna, waiting for Ichiro to wake up. Then a small ghost organized and launched the first family meeting in this family. Conference initiator, Musashi. Commentary host, Musashi. Member, Murakazu Ichiro, Murakazu Haruko. Listen, Abo snake, walking grass. Cough cough. Musashi coughed his throat artificially and cleared his cough twice. He wanted to play around and enliven the atmosphere, but Haruko's attention was drawn. It took a long time to explain before Haruko stopped worrying about it. But this incident also left a shadow in Musashi's heart. Mom and Dad, these few pieces of paper in my hand are the plans I made, which are also the future development direction and development model of our family. Then I will say a few words around these. Musashi stood on the chair with his hands behind his back and bare feet, wearing a pink dumb beast uniform, and said solemnly. The informal meeting was interrupted again because of Musashi. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Musashi's speech, Ichiro and Haruko couldn't bear to laugh continuously. Ah, hate. Don't laugh, you guys listen to me carefully. Musashi patted the table angrily and said loudly. Okay, you say, haha, hey. Ahem, Musashi, you say it. Ichiro tried to straighten his face and said. Musashi snorted softly, not worrying about these things, and carefully rolled out the schematic diagram of the night before. Started with a brief explanation, and introduced the future mode of operation and the food sold. Ichiro is someone who has studied for 2 years. He is considered a half-literate person, so he can understand what Musashi wrote. Also did a lot of work, carpenter, paint, run errands, and also worked as a small delivery man, but they did not have a good development opportunity, and they all died. But, after reading these things written by Musashi, he nodded, put away his previous playful thoughts, and listened earnestly. Although Mom Haruko has not spent time with books, she can understand a little bit after living with Ichiro for so many years. After listening to Musashi's explanation, Ichiro looked at the table full of papers. He couldn't believe that his 6-year-old daughter could make these things. He took a sheet and looked at it carefully. The first thing I took is the design drawing. The main body is a two-wheeled trolley. The abdomen is deepened, the top is high, and it is divided into two parts. The lower part is airtight and can be opened and closed. The upper part is transparent in the front and rear, and a short brace is supported above a front frame. The curtain is used as a menu, and a small platform extends under the frame as a place for guests to eat. The upper structure is relatively simple, the lower structure is much more complicated, because the space below is the cook's stove, cupboard, and thermal insulation device. The design can be said to be quite sophisticated, but Musashi is not a professional designer after all, so errors and omissions are inevitable in the drawings. Ichiro studied carefully for a long time, exhaled, and said anxiously, "It's a fantastic idea, Musashi, where did you get this thing? I have seen these things from the master's miscellaneous books and improved them a bit." Musashi said nonchalantly. Anyway, he made up his mind that he would have something new and novel to tell his parents in the future, and he would overthrow the Master Ying. Anyway, he said he couldn't remember. "I can't say, I swallowed the soul of a different world, died and lived, and I know a lot of weird things." Yu reading www.yuukanshu.com. Then your master agrees with you to do this. Ichiro knows that some things can't be used after seeing it, so it is inevitable that he feels a little worried. But his hand gripped the drawing tightly, and he didn't dare to let it go. He knows that this thing is very likely to be the starting point for his home to take off. Because in Yaikairo's limited knowledge, he had never seen such a delicate object. Although there are food stalls on the street, they can only be sold at fixed locations, but if there is this, why don't you worry that you can't sell the cart or make any money? My master said these things will be handled by me, don't worry. Musashi swears to lie, and it is most important to quickly fool the past and start work early. That's okay, but Musashi, there is something wrong with the drawing you improved. Ichiro felt relieved when he heard that he could use it, and he was relieved. With half a bucket of water, he still found many mistakes and omissions in Musashi's hand-drawn drawings. "Ah, there is a problem? I have been right many times, where? Musashi stretched out his head, and everyone was about to climb onto the table. "Here, the size is wrong, the painting here is not fine, and here needs to be changed. Also, here. Ichiro looked at the drawings and pointed out more and more errors and omissions. "Stop, Dad, you slowly study and revise this thing. Your daughter, I don't understand this thing. I painted it based on impressions. I will listen to you what you do." Musashi immediately interrupted Ichiro's narration when he heard his small brain swell in a circle. "Let's go, I will go to my master to study and study." Ichiro actually knew what his level was, so he looked at the drawings and said what was in his heart. "Look for your master? Dad, do you still have a master?" Musashi asked curiously. Chapter 20, Entrepreneurship, in. Your dad has been a carpenter for several years, of course he has a master. Ichiro said proudly. "Then your master, see this thing." Hearing that Ichiro was about to take out the drawing, Musashi stopped talking. After all, this drawing is the most critical thing in all Musashi's ideas. It was copied by others, and there was no place to cry. It should be fine. Ichiro is also uncertain about the question of people's minds. "Dad, if you don't do this, you should correct it yourself first, and if you don't know it, then go to the part that you don't know," Musashi said with an inspiration. "If you really do this, don't you look down on my master as a person? It's not appropriate. Besides, it is unrealistic to get guidance only by partial drawings." Ichiro shook his head. "Then let your master technology buy shares." "What is it? What is the technology?" "Technology investment is to bring your master into our plan, and then make money, and share part of his elderly. Can you do this?" "Yes, by the way, Dad, How many people are there in your master's family? Musashi asked an irrelevant question. The master's house. There is an eldest son who started a business with his daughter-in-law and did not inherit the master's craftsmanship. The master takes care of the master's daily life. If the apprentice is the only one. You are the only apprentice, Dad. Your master doesn't seem to be very capable. Is it reliable? I know you would say that, but at least it is more reliable than me, a person who has been a waste of craftsmanship for many years. Ichiro said angrily. I'm wrong. Forget it. What else do you have to say to continue talking? Ichiro waved his hand. With this subject, the rest will be handed over to Mother. And I. Haruko couldn't believe it. How did she get involved with herself? Of course, the food we want to sell needs Mom and you to make it. But it will be very tiring. Dad will definitely come to help then. Mr. Musashi said naturally. Do what? Haruko couldn't understand most of the content and asked. Our main product is breakfast for the time being, but lunch and dinner can also be sold. We need to make tea, eggs, porridge, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, hanamaki, and pickles. Musashi pulled out the paper with food items and handed it over. Ban, porridge, pickles, I know how to make them, but tea eggs? Yoshao? What is hanamaki? Tea eggs are boiled eggs with seasonings and spices. Yoshao are fried flour noodles, but they are crispy and soft, and hanamaki is a slightly salty steamed bun with green onion. Musashi can only explain roughly. Oh. Haruko of unknown reason. We will know once we do it. Musashi didn't know what to explain, and took Haruko's hand to go to the kitchen. Ping ping pong 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 operation. Haruko succeeded in making these three things that Haruko saw for the first time under Musashi's instructions. Ichiro, who was studying the blueprints, was often called out to buy materials, and he was full of complaints but couldn't say anything. The tea eggs need to be soaked overnight to enjoy the taste. Although they can be eaten, the taste will be less. But this deep-fried dough stick, hanamaki, looks delicious. Try it. Haruko brought a plate to the table. What are these? Yogashi? Manju? Ichiro said curiously. Yoshao and hanamaki are from Musashi. Haruko looked proud. Kaz. The outside is crispy and the inside is soft and delicious. These steamed buns with chopped green onion. Yes, hanamaki, it tastes good too. By the way, where is the tea egg? Ichiro commented with a thumbs up, and the previous complaints disappeared immediately. Musashi said it would be better to soak in the evening. That's it, I really look forward to it. The taste is okay, so it's basically all alive. As long as you make the mobile food cart in the drawing, Dad, we can start selling. Musashi said excitedly. Indeed, when the car is made, our family won't be poor anymore. A light of hope appeared in Ichiro's eyes, and the whole person was full of energy. Modified Musashi's original drawing, and tried to improve it as much as possible. If it doesn't work, I can only go to the master. A week later, Ichiro, who was thinking about the drawing, finally took the drawing to consult his carpenter. It took a month to produce the original version of the dining car, but Master Ichiro did not greedy his apprentice for something, and said nothing about Ichiro's filial piety, so he sent it out. But Ichiro still followed the plan negotiated with Musashi and gave the drawing to Ichiro's master. The condition is that if someone comes to you to make a dining car, you can postpone it for a period of time, preferably 1 year. Ichiro's master had no choice but to accept the drawings and agreed to Ichiro's request. As for subsequent improvements, Ichiro has been able to do the job with the help of this period of relearning. And seeing the master accept the drawing, Ichiro feels relieved a lot. Accepted it, which means that the master will help him keep this secret and make it public when appropriate. Ichiro happily pushed the dining car back to his home, and on the way back, the villagers' curious eyes were about to light Ichiro. Returned home in a hurry. The family stopped to admire for a while, and couldn't wait to start filling them with 2 stoves and 4 pots. There are also 2 heat-conducting parts, which are used to keep porridge, tea, and eggs warm, and use limited resources in a reasonable and efficient manner. The internal objects were placed, and the dining car was unfolded. Don't say it, it looked decent, similar to what the dining car in Musashi's memory looked like. Musashi, how about it, okay? Ichiro said as he patted the dining car. Well, I can try to sell it tomorrow, but today our house will have to work harder. We will prepare the stuff in advance, and we can sell it tomorrow as long as it is heated. Musashi said with a look of excitement. By the way, Mom and Dad, take the walking grass and a buy snake tomorrow. Musashi said suddenly. Why? Ichiro patted his forehead after asking. Although the village is relatively simple, there are always a few bad guys. It's good to be shocked. I see. Ichiro said, rubbing Musashi's head. The next day, the village and the couple got up at 3 in the morning, lighted the stove, and put in the huge amount of food prepared yesterday, a pot of eggs, a pot of porridge, 2 buckets of water, 2 large bags of steamed buns, 1 bag of hanami, 1 altar of pickled vegetables, a few stools. Is almost full of food trucks, and there are many things on the top. Yoshao still depends on the business, and then decide whether to add it. Of course, there are also the 2 elf balls that Musashi 1000 Chongguan ordered. Took advantage of the early morning night to rush to the first stop, the crowded Keishikao. People always have curiosity about new and novel things. After someone tried and praised them, the food in the dining car was sold out in a short time. Tea eggs for 10 elves, a bowl of 10 elves for porridge, fried dough sticks, steamed buns and hanamaki are 2 of 10 spirit coins. If is converted into yuan, it will be a little more than 5 cents. Prices in the 1990s. Should be. The village and the couple happily packed the dining car and pushed the empty dining car, excited almost back home. Because it's so hot, even if there is no good business today, the number of buyers will be slightly reduced in the future. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can certainly be sold out. The cost of these ingredients is about 1,100 elven coins, but they are sold for 2,500 elven coins. The profit is 1,400, which is more than doubled. This is only 1 day's amount. 1 month, 42,000. Can earn 500,000 elven coins a year. Isn't this stealing money? Of course, the money left over for food and drink is not much, but it is still sufficient as an initial fund. These data are not rigorous, I just write about it, but the profit should be more. Musashi listened to his parents happily talking about today's business, thinking in his heart that if no one is involved, it will not be long before his family can embark on the road of well-off to the wealthy. In this way, the village and the dining car officially appeared in front of the public. Of course, there are some gangsters that you like to see, but when you see the grass and the snake, you give up the idea of making trouble, but there are always people who don't give up and want to spread rumors, but look. When an object marked with the logo of the defense team hung on their necks, they quickly dispelled the idea, and they didn't dare to be presumptuous. The principle of not revealing money is known to the Musashi family, so it has been silent. Also didn't show the nouveau riche's disgusting posture of being superior. It turned out to be what it is now, but the living conditions are much better than before. Even if a discerning person is good at calculating, he can understand how much money the family has made after a rough calculation, but due to the heavy workload and their own ability, there is no way to do this. As for the village and family that succeeded in starting a business and earned the first pot of gold, they are based on the idea that you can't forget your roots. I gave gifts to people who have helped my family. It is impossible for real money to appear, but it is still possible to replace them with equivalent objects. This is not arrogant. Really puts caution into the bones. Chapter 21, Entrepreneurship, below. Of course, the road to entrepreneurship of the village and family cannot always be smooth sailing, but under the advice of Musashi and Gingo, there hasn't been too much waves. In general, there are surprises and no dangers. The dining car model has been in operation for a year. According to the agreement, Ichiro's master has promoted the dining car. With the dining car, competitors have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. Now you can see the food trucks flowing everywhere in the streets and alleys. With this wave, the village and family and Ichiro's master made another fortune. However, the Musashi family was helpless for the misappropriation of the dining car model, and the helplessness on the face of Enming secretly added to the flames. And things are easy to imitate, but Musashi is satisfied that he can last for a year. Musashi only intends to do it here. The family held another family meeting and opened a shop together with the principal accumulated by the dining car. It is still in the catering industry, but the location cannot be the village and the place where they live. The town next door is up. After all, diving can't raise a dragon. If you want to open it in a prosperous big town or urban area, it will be profitable. The hundreds or thousands of people in the village alone will not be able to feed their future shops. However, location selection is very important, but for the village and family that are almost blackened by the outside world, I really don't know which town to go to. At this time, the well-informed Yingu can come in handy again, and he exists like a human being. Musashi invited Yingu to go home, which roughly explained the situation, and Yingu thought about it and gave several alternative city plans. Golden City, a commercial center in the Kanto region, a technologically advanced city, with a high standard of living and a fast pace. As long as you can rent a store in a slightly prosperous area, as long as the food is delicious, business should not worry. But it was denied by Musashi. The first use of funds cannot support the huge consumption of the gold market. In the future, the gold market will be the rocket's main control city and money laundering center, so it must be passed. Evergreen City, backed by the evergreen forest, it is rich in natural materials. It is a holy place for most trainers to train their own Pokémon, Of course it is limited to the periphery. But what cannot be denied is the prosperity. But it was denied by Musashi. First, because it is backed by the evergreen forest, wild Pokémon often attacks Evergreen City, which is a very dangerous place for unarmed villages and couples. Besides, Evergreen City is the home of the Rockets, isn't it just to die by hanging around at their door? Although I don't know if the Rockets sent people to find their mother, or if they knew of their own existence, it's better not to dazzle them in front of them. Then the Dead Leaf City, backed by the largest deep water port in the Kanto region, I heard that where a bridge across the gorge will be built, the prospects are immeasurable. Sooner or later, it will become the same gold-swallowing beast as the Gold City. Was still denied by Musashi, although it was very exciting. But just because of the construction of the bridge across the gorge, where social security is a bit worrying, there is a mixture of fish and dragons, and the angry Pokémon who endangers the living environment of the ocean Pokémon due to the construction of the bridge is not appropriate, not appropriate. Why do you keep denying it? Why do I think your understanding of these cities is still better than mine? Yingu said angrily. Because anyone has said 4 plans in a row, and then was denied these 4 plans one after another, I can feel better. Also has to lose because Musashi is Yingu's apprentice. Yingu's temper is okay, otherwise, as soon as he left, beat them before quitting, they would be worthy of their home. Oh, master, calm down, it's not the master. If the place you said is too high grade, or it's dangerous, how can I rest assured that they will go there? Musashi said helplessly. Then you must have your own ideas, let's listen to it. Yingu asked lazily with his hands around his chest. Hey, there are some ideas, I don't want to hear your opinion first. Musashi smiled with a small face. Then tell me what you think, and I'll give you some information that I know. Yingu was defeated by Musashi, and if you made your own decision, you still let yourself be here for a long time. Don't you need money for saliva? I chose a few places. The first place is Yahung City, one of the top tourist cities in Kanto. It is beautiful all year round, rich in ancient styles, and the social environment is very peaceful and peaceful. The second is Hualien City, and the dark grey city. Hualien has scenic spots, and dark grey has mineral deposits. But I don't think these two places are long-lasting. The last one is the new town, the hometown of the league champions, and the security is extremely high. Musashi sat on his own talk about the position. These places are also good, in that case. Among these towns, I like Yahung City the most like you, the reason is just like you said. But I will add one more, Yahung City was because it used to be a nobleman. The security is also extremely high, especially the local Yahung Taoist Museum, which is very powerful. And it has the largest share of the herbal and spice resources in the Kanto area. If you also go to Yahung City, you don't have to worry about having no materials to practice your hands. Yengu said. I didn't say I'm going. It's just that my parents will go there first, and I still have to learn from you here. I'm talking about it, I haven't touched the most important things in the teacher's door. I didn't learn the 4 techniques of cutting. Master, are you going to chase me away? Musashi said as he was possessed by the soul of the drama spirit, his eyes were red, and tears were swirling in it, as long as Yu Yengu said yes. Then, Musashi's tears could fall immediately, and he couldn't stop it. Musashi will soon acquire your magical powers, the master is wrong, but why did your family suddenly make this decision? Yengu asked in surprise. I originally wanted to wait a few years, but Musashi said that time waits for no one. Moreover, the price of goods is rising year by year. The money on hand is still worth a little bit. In a few years, I don't know if half of the current value is worth it. It's hard to say. So, I decided to save some money for Musashi while I can still fight for a few years now. Ichiro said calmly. My poor parents, when are you going to leave? And what about Musashi? With me? Yengu asked. In a few days, and even if it has passed, I will only inquire about the situation. As for the final result, we have to wait for us to come back. Ichiro said with stability. Well, Musashi will leave it to me when you are going out. I will take care of her. Yengu nodded and said. I will beg you at that time. By the way, let's not talk about these sad things now, let's drink. Ichiro raised his glass and said to Ginkgo. Haha, drink, Yengu said happily, holding his glass. Pay attention to yourself, especially your child's dad. You don't drink too much, so it's easy for people to watch jokes. Haruko said worriedly. Go, what are you talking about, happy today, Ginkgo, we are walking one. Ichiro turned his head away from Haruko. The next day, Haruko and Ichiro packed up their things, said goodbye to Musashi, took the township bus to the nearest town, Happy Town, and then transferred to Yahung City. Master, I'm here to surrender to you. Musashi took the walking grass and a bee snake to the clinic. Put the things away, and then open the door. You are welcome to walk, Abo snake. Yengu said to Musashi's 2 Pokemon with a smile. By the way, Master, your Pokemon has those, I haven't seen you release it, except for the big needle bee. Musashi asked curiously. My Pokemon has been stored elsewhere. Except for the big needle bee, there is this one beside me. Come out, the wonderful frog flower. Yengu walked to the backyard and threw a pokeball in his pocket. Da-na. With a thick voice, blue skin, a Pokemon with a thick plant on the back, a wonderful frog flower. But like the big needle bee that Musashi saw, it has strange patterns on its body, and its colors are more gorgeous. It turned out to be a wonderful frog flower. May I come closer and take a closer look? Musashi was a little impatient. Of course you can. The frog flower is still very docile, but you have to be careful. His skin will secrete venom. Haha, kidding, the frog flower is extremely powerful and will not be dangerous. Yin Gu is rare to open. I made a joke, perhaps to alleviate the feeling of loneliness that was also caused by the family leaving. Ah, really, I'm ignoring you, Master Zhou. Musashi said angrily. By the way, walking grass, a bi snake, you guys should go together too. Maybe Meow Frog Flower is in a good mood and can give you some pointers. www.readaloud.com. Yin Gu smiled at the walking grass who is afraid of Meow Frog Flower. Abba, she said. Walk. Hey. The two Pokemon looked at Yin Gu, and then at the little master who was thinking about the wonderful frog flower in front of them. They became courageous and walked over carefully. Meow Frog Flower still likes to play with the younger generations, and soon relaxes the shyness in the walking grass and a bi snake's heart, and merges into one. As for whether Musashi was worried about the departure of his family, Gingo didn't know, but he still studied the new knowledge he handed over every day. A few days later, Ichiro and Haruko, who had been in the dust, came to the meeting, and went to the clinic immediately to inform Musashi of his return. That night, Ichiro, who had seen the world around, started to talk to Musashi about their journey in Yahung City. First, look for market conditions, and then find a reliable intermediary to find a suitable store. After seeing it for 2 or 3 days, I discussed it for a long time in the hotel where I was staying. I finally decided that the shop I saw yesterday is located in the bustling area between the residential area and the commercial area of Yahung City. The land price here is suitable for the current village and family, the shop area is also good, and the daily flow of people is also large. The most important thing is that the store is on the market. Although the total price of the transaction is a bit high, it is still acceptable after some negotiations. So through an intermediary, a contract was drawn up, the transfer procedures were handled, and the bank went to the bank for a commercial mortgage. This formally bought the shop and renamed it the Village and Cooking House. The store that was bought will be upgraded and renovated directly, and the intermediary company will be responsible for it, and no additional commission will be charged. This is stated in the contract. So the couple came back first. They hadn't seen their baby daughter for many days, and they had a tight heart. When the decoration was almost finished, they would return to Yahung City. Chapter 22, Goo Poison. In this way, everything went on the right track as Musashi expected. Musashi also officially went to see a doctor with Jing's approval. Of course, some of the chores still had to be done by Musashi, and the disciples would take care of it. But with Musashi's current level and fame, he can only look at minor faults. The practice of applying what he has learned is about 4 skills. Yin Gu estimates that after Musashi has mastered these techniques, he can begin to learn the genre he summarized, Gu. As for the Gu poison that embodies Gu, Musashi can also be familiar with it. The village and the family were reunited for more than 2 months. Because the decoration was completed, the village and the couple had to check and accept them, so the two had no choice but to leave Musashi and return to Yahung City for the time being. During the period, I kept asking Musashi whether he wanted to go to Yahung City with them. Musashi had his own ideas and did not plan to go with them for the time being. However, Musashi's village and his couple could only leave Musashi with a residential address and a phone number to facilitate contact between them. Time flies, it has been more than 2 years since Musashi became a teacher of Ying, and Musashi has also learned the 4 techniques of medicine. Today began to formally learn from Ying the core secrets of his genre. That is, how to raise Gu. It is also how to make poison and how to apply poison. Colorless and tasteless is not the point. His poison lies in weirdness, changeability, and life. Yes, Yin Gu's poison is alive. This is also the Gu in his mouth. It is a poison as well as a poison, and it is also a poison. There is no difference between the two. Well, to put it another way, Gu is a Pokemon of the poison type, transformed by feeding a specially formulated poison. Gu is also a poison. This argument is actually because of years of feeding poison. Every Pokémon is already a poison for action. If it loses control, it will be a biological weapon, with disastrous consequences. Poison is also a goo. This statement refers to the Pokémon in Yin Goo's hands. It means that every attack and every touch of goo is a process of poisoning. No matter the melee and long range, even if it is staring and wagging its tail, Yin Goo can poison the enemy. In fact, to put it plainly, the core of cultivating goo is still the skill, the use of highly poisonous, through feeding the poison, enhance the toxicity of the highly poison, and put on a coat that can control and confuse the enemy. The poison that puts on the coat is goo poison. Yin Goo, based on the Encyclopedia of Toxic Cultivation, he learned, improved, and created his own genre, goo, and Yin Goo's goo is divided into 5 categories: animal goo, grass goo, worm goo, ghost goo, and water goo. These 5 categories are not prioritized, but there are difficulties and easy complexities. Among them, there are the most types of insects, as many as 6 slugs, wasps, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and moths. They respectively represent the melting beast, big needle bee, dragon king scorpion, Aletos, centipede king, mora moth, and poisonous powder moth. Because of the special properties of the insect system, it has a complete and incomplete metamorphic development process, which greatly gives the insect system Pokémon the perfect conditions for absorbing the venom. So it is the fastest to cultivate it, but the shortcoming of most insect strains has become more and more prominent. Often after successful cultivation, there is not much life left. And Yin Goo created the insect goo through the improvement of Nursing Poison Encyclopedia, which greatly increased the lifespan of the insect-type Pokémon. The operation method is to enhance the poison-type origin of the insect-type Pokémon. Then use the enhanced poison element to replenish the insect element. This principle actually corresponds to what Musashi once ridiculed: it is medicine that is 3 parts poison, and that poison is all medicine. Since it is a medicine, it is the essence to reinforce the essence, so it is feasible to replenish the origin of the insect system, but it is also limited to the insect system Pokémon. So as long as the source of the poison is added, the worm will almost never die. But there are limits. For example, the large needle bee is notoriously short-lived. Even if it is carefully cultivated, it can only live for 5 years. However, Ying's theory of insects can extend its lifespan to 20 years. After 20 years, unless there is a great opportunity, it is still inevitable to die. But only one point is enough to prove Yin Goo's extraordinary realm above the poison system. Next is grass goo, which has a very fast cultivation speed. This is also based on the particularity and vitality of grass Pokémon. But unlike the method of cultivating insects, you have to do the opposite. You can only continue to enhance the poison source of the grass Pokémon. When the poison source of the grass goo is twice that of the grass, then the grass goo is not far from death, but before death the outbreak is also quite powerful. This discovery is also a discovery that made Ying regret for life, and for revenge, he used secret techniques to forcibly enhance the strength of his Pokémon. The revenge succeeded, but the Pokémon who had been with him was almost killed and wounded. This is why Yin Goo would live lifelessly in this small village and be a doctor. Animal gus are as huge in number as their species. They are only slightly inferior to insect goo, but there are as many as 5 species. However, the number greatly exceeds that of insect goo. These 5 kinds of animal goo are snake, dragon, bat, frog, and ferret. However, there are too many representatives, so I won't explain them one by one. Their cultivation method is very special. The summary is adaptation and mutation. If you take too much of the same kind of poison, you can adapt to another one. But remember to go step by step and eat smaller meals more often. One bite can't make you fat, but you can eat them to death. Water goo, as the name suggests, is a goo that is cultivated by Pokémon living in water. They have almost the same cultivation style as animal goo, and there is nothing to say. Ghost goo, this is a bit abstract. Yin goo classified stinky mud, double bomb gas, gang ghost, and dust mountain into ghost goo. Their cultivation method is the least technical. But it is the most troublesome. The least technical content is that these Pokemon have almost become the poison of the essence, the food and drink are also poison, the natural goo. The most troublesome point is how to strengthen their ideology, that is, their spiritual power and soul. When the source of the poison element exceeds the carrying capacity of their souls, then they will disappear. I said that the most concerned thing is actually applied to the battle. The previous article also said that Goo's battle method is that every move is a poison skill. No matter what skill has lethality, what attribute, it will end up with the characteristic of poison. And the fate after poisoning is almost a single word, death. However, it is generally not a life and death situation, they will be merciful and dismissed early. When it comes to life and death, there is no need to be merciful, there is no bones. Because of this characteristic, Yin Goo's name spread in the arena is Goo Master and Poison Master. The use of poison, like an art, manipulates the poison of life, making those who are hostile to him frightened. Musashi, haven't you been curious about what kind of existence my Goo is? Let me tell you today. Yin Goo closed the door and pulled Musashi, and the two sat face to face at the consultation table where they taught. Master, are you starting to teach me how to cultivate Goo? Musashi looked surprised, although he never asked, why didn't he teach her the core method of Ying? Under Ying's arrangement, I have been obediently learning the most important method before getting started, medical skills, step by step. That's right, or I will tell you what you are doing. Yin Goo said naturally. By the way, you are not curious why I have not taught you the knowledge of making poison and refining Goo? Yin Goo asked. What's so strange about it? To make poison, you must first understand the properties of medicine and know how to detoxify. The same is true for making Goo. Isn't the purpose of learning medicine for this aspect of service? So I am not just learning about refining Goo and making poison. Is it? Musashi stroking the abai snake hovering on his lap with an expression that he should have done, walking and standing beside Musashi quietly. The child can be taught. Yin Goo looked defeated, and he was unlovable. What a word came out for a long time. The clever disciple on the stall really doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yin Goo has thought about it for a long time, so he should still laugh. Although the sense of accomplishment is lower, he saves worry and effort. The Gus I created are divided into 5 categories, namely, Animal Gus, Grass Gus, Insect Gus, Ghost Gus, and Water Gus. And each type of Goo has many Pokemon corresponding to this type of Goo, and each type of Goo also has a corresponding cultivation method. Bala 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 Yin Goo explained to Musashi in detail. Abo Snake heard that he was going to take medicine and it was still poison. Although he had never taken poison, but thinking of the bitter medicine that made the snake tremble, he almost shrank into a ball and shivered. The walking grass obviously didn't want to eat this kind of thing, and stepped back and hid behind Musashi. Musashi feels okay. After all, the poison attribute Pokemon eats poison to strengthen itself. Isn't it a matter of course, but at this level, Musashi needs to learn, and to make poison delicious, Musashi needs to learn. Why are you not scared or surprised at all? Can't you be cute? My dear apprentice Musashi? Yin Goo asked almost sternly. Fortunately, this is what I want to learn. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, you will not harm your lovely apprentice, me and my Pokemon. Musashi tilted his head and took it for granted. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Alright. The most important thing to raise Goo to cultivate Goo is poison, and the core is the skill, highly poisonous, and what we need to do to raise Goo is to enhance the poisonous poison and turn it into a Pokemon of Goo. Every move and every style is using poison. Yin Goo was choked again and couldn't speak, and he pointed out the most important point without being too close. It turned out to be very poisonous. No wonder that when you first told me about goo, you explained how the insects take medicine. Musashi suddenly realized. Yes. And to teach you medicine is to make you have a higher fault tolerance rate when refining poisons, and you can save yourself in an accident, so as to prevent the poison from being made, you will fall first. Yin Gu's face was exaggerated. Said with a serious expression on his face. Thank you, Master. Musashi bowed respectfully. Of these gu, which ones do you most want to learn? Yin Gu asked. What I want to learn the most? Of course it's all, but the first thing to learn should be animal gu, plant gu. Musashi looked at the abai snake in front of him and the walking grass beside him and said with care. Abo snake and walking grass, they correspond to these two kinds of gu. Yin Gu nodded. By the way, Master, you said how many gus, have you cultivated them all? Musashi is not in a hurry this time, because of the Pokemon in Ying's hands. Musashi has only seen 2 so far, one of which is the whole body. The large needle bees with strange patterns are strange and dangerous. There is also a wonderful frog flower that I saw not long ago. It is simple and beautiful, like an elder, but Musashi knows that the wonderful frog flower is more than 1 grade better than the big needle bee, although the level is not much different. Of course, I am your master, but most of them are no longer there. Yin Gu said in a relaxed tone, as if he remembered something. His eyes were filled with pain and sorrow. Chapter 23, Yin Gu and Cheats. I'm gone? Wait, I'm not here anymore. You mean? I'm sorry, I shouldn't mention this. Musashi couldn't believe what he had heard, but seeing Jing's expression, Musashi knew him. After saying something that shouldn't be said, he looked at Yin Gu with guilt and worry. There is nothing that can't be said, it's been so long. Back then, in order to take revenge, kill his father's hatred, and regain Master's painstaking accomplishments and add a perfect ancient book, the Encyclopedia of Toxins, which is also the predecessor of Gu. After the strength allows it to be carried, all the Pokemon I cultivated, single-handedly killed the enemy's base camp, the light red Ninzong. Now they have become history, and I survived, ridiculously won several titles, Gu Master, Poison Master, etc. But in that battle, in order to win, I used the secret technique recorded in the Encyclopedia of Poison Breeding to greatly increase the strength. Pokemon was backlashed by the secret technique, and the source of the poison was broken, and the wounds of death were caused by death. I can't forgive myself for escaping from the past. I appeared incognito here, and luckily accepted you as an unlovable apprentice. Yin Gu smiled and touched Musashi's head, and in a relaxed tone briefly explained the origin of his identity, showing that he had already seen it open. Master, are you still cultivating a new Gu? Musashi knew that Yin Gu hadn't looked away. After all, the Master's Pokemon was killed by him, although it was for revenge, the righteous worry. Yin Gu asked softly. Yin Gu has never mentioned the deceased Master, and Musashi has no memory of him, and he doesn't know how to mention it. Just leave it alone, just know that he still has a master. I don't know, maybe I will, maybe not. But no matter if I will recultivate Gu, my genre skills will eventually be carried forward in your hands. What does it matter if there is one more me and one less me? Yin Gu temporarily relieved the burden in his heart, and he was not talking about the person who raised him and had a profound influence on him, and said to Musashi with a chuckle. I will definitely pass on your name as master. But, master, I still need to grow up under your care as a weak person. You are not good anymore, but no one can accompany you to support you when I die. It's been a long-term life. So you have to cheer up. Musashi said weirdly. People are big and small, but they are too. How long has been decadent? It is time to cheer up. They are still waiting for my wonderful hand to rejuvenate. Yin Gu rubbed Musashi's hair and murmured. Wonderful rejuvenation? Isn't it all gone? Musashi was full of question marks. Yeah, I'm not here anymore. Although I died part of the battle, and the follow-up injuries were too severe, I left some later, but if I survived, I will heal them. You think I have been decadent here? Didn't you do anything? Yingu said with a black line on his face. Or else, you pay back my previous sadness and worry. Forget it, forgive you. Musashi looked at Chu Ying as if he really had to come out, and immediately retorted. Between talking and laughing, Yingu's expression relaxed a lot. This relaxation lost the sense of deliberateness that had been disguised before, and the suffocation between the eyebrows also dissipated a lot. And today's incident, I want to come to Ginkgo and I don't have the heart to teach Musashi. However, Musashi believes that tomorrow's Jing will be in a completely new state. Master, I will go home first and come back tomorrow. Musashi smiled and said to Yingu. Yingu pulled out an ugly but sincere smile, waved his hand and watched Musashi leave, then turned and walked to the backyard. What he most wanted to do at this time was to accompany the big needle bee and the wonderful frog flower that he had neglected for a long time, and talk to them, and let them know that they have walked out of the shadow of the year and can feel relieved. Abo snake, walking grass, let's go home. Musashi took back the walking grass and Abo snake, closed the door of the clinic, and the sunset glow shone on Musashi's body and left a gradually elongated shadow on the ground. At this moment, the loneliness came so suddenly, standing blankly in the middle of the road, tears fell unconsciously. When the corner of his mouth tasted salty, Musashi realized that he was crying and quickly wiped it off with the back of his hand. Dad, Mom, Musashi missed you, and you who don't know where you are. Miyamoto. Squeak squeak. In the cold wooden house, there is no longer the smoke and fire of the past. The sound of the foot contacting the wooden board echoed in his ears, and Musashi couldn't help but squatted down and hugged himself tightly. At this moment, I am really fragile and lonely. Boom boom, the sound of the pokeball opening twice in succession, the Abo snake and the walking grass appeared one after another, leaning on Musashi's side. Ha walk, master, we are always by your side. Yes, and you guys, thank you, bye snake. Walking grass. Musashi hugged them, and the tears that he thought to be shed fell again. Good morning, sir. A big smile appeared on Musashi's face and said loudly to Yingu, who was actively sweeping the door. Musashi, it's early, it's just time to come, to help the teacher clean up, this hasn't moved for a long time, the old waste really can't stand it. Yingu said with a painful expression on the broom with one hand and the other on the waist. No, you are only 25 years old, you can, master, come on. Musashi immediately refused, ran into the clinic with a smile, fiddling with tables and chairs, waiting for today's patients. This child is really getting less and less cute. Although the mouth says, but the petting look is not a little restrained. Putting away the pretend fatigue, quickly sweeping the door, sitting in his place with a smile on his face. Take these 2 books and read them, and see how much you can read with the knowledge you have now. The Ying Test School seemed to have to come up with a book with the fragrance of ink, and a book with a scent of ink. The old ancient book said to Musashi. Hey, this book turned out to be new. You wrote it yesterday, master? Can you take it home to read it? Forget it, keep it safer with you. Musashi held the book that Yingu handed over in surprise, with a look on his face. Looking at Yingu incredulously. It's okay to take it back. It's going to be taught to you after all. As for this book that I started writing yesterday and rushed to work, it doesn't count as much. Since I took you, I've been sorting out what I learned intermittently. It's just I finished writing yesterday. Yingu said indifferently. After all, he has been writing for 2 years, but it would be more convincing if I ignore the cyan under his eyes. Musashi sits upright, and gently opens the gu in the ancient silver handwritten script. The opening part says, gu, the essence of insects, and the flower of poison. Worms, everything is worms. Poison, everything is poisonous. Next page. Toxic, the core of Gu. The content talks about how to make your Pokemon learn the skill, Poisonous. How to quickly learn a skill without jeopardizing the body of Pokemon, Poisonous. How to correctly increase the toxicity by feeding drugs efficiently. UU reading www.uuganshu.com and how to integrate poisonous skills into other skills. After, I will introduce the cultivation and feeding of the 5 kinds of Gu in detail until the final transformation is completed. The space occupied is also the most. After reading Yin Gu's handwriting, he closed it gently. Musashi turned his attention to the ancient book, the Encyclopedia of Toxin Cultivation, which was revised and completed in the hands of the master, and the ancient sheets finally returned after being changed hands. A very thick book, it can be said that it is an important program for cultivating Pokemon of the poison type. Musashi also picked up a few important or interesting content to look through. After all, it was too thick. Fortunately, the master, who had never met him, thoughtfully added a catalogue to the front, otherwise, Musashi would be really blinded. Recorded many weird, common, unbelievable, and whimsical cultivation methods, but the feasibility was extremely high, and Musashi was amazed. There are also many poisons recorded in the middle, from the place of growth to the toxicity, to the gram. And the last record is how to manipulate Pokemon and humans through special means. There are many secret techniques, one of which is the secret technique that stimulates the power of the Pokemon by overdrawing the life of the Pokemon or other costs. Seeing here, Musashi couldn't help but glance at Yin Gu, because wanting to use this secret technique will not only cause great damage to the Pokemon, but also cause damage to the operator. This requires much determination and perseverance. To complete, Musashi couldn't help but secretly startled at Yin Gu's determination to revenge. Without mentioning the value of this ancient book, the relationship between Yin Gu and his master should be extremely deep. Otherwise, it would not take the lives and future of many of the Pokemons he had cultivated so hard as the price, not to mention the use of the secret technique would harm the caster himself. But why did Master Yin Gu never mention this person in front of him? Incomprehensible. Chapter 24, Kiriki and Recipe. Yin Gu, who was writing at his desk, noticed Musashi peeking at him, and saw what Musashi was reading, shook his head and said, "You discovered it. In order to activate this secret technique, I not only paid for the treasure that I had worked so hard to cultivate. Dream, and one of my eyes," said, and pointed to the eye covered by the silvery white hair. "Can I take a look?" Musashi asked carefully. "There is only one hole left, there is nothing to look at, I'm afraid it will scare you," Yin Gu said with a smile. "I'm not afraid, I like what you look like, master," Musashi said seriously. "That, okay." Yin Gu sighed, and pulled the hair covering his left eye with his hand. There was no hideous flesh and blood in the eye socket, only a hollow like the darkness leading to another world. "Does it hurt?" Musashi asked. "It was painful at the time, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Sometimes I ignore the fact that I only have one eye," Yin Gu said jokingly. "Master, I will definitely heal you, as well as those Pokemon whose origins are broken." "Certainly," Musashi promised. Confidence comes from the memory of another world. The memory mentioned a legendary Pokemon wishing star, Kirikai. This mysterious Pokemon that claims to be able to realize any wish may appear in the Stone Forest Canyon Farns of Fengyuan mainland. It is said that Kirikai was sleeping in the big cave under the canyon. The memory also shows the specific location of Farns, which is located in the southwest of Chimney Hill, and is directly north of Fuyan town. There is also on the Big Island in the center of the Jakorola Islands between the two continents of Hezhong and Guandu, and the Battle Development Zone located in the Shinao continent. There is another message that I don't know whether it's true or false. This Kirikai is sleeping in a certain mountain in the Kanto region, in the red and green version of the game. What does the message say? Kirikai lives in a deep cave on the mountain, and he is also known as the thousand-year comet that descended from space. As far as Musashi knows, the only place where there are legends about the landing of comets in the Kanto area is Tsukumi Mountain, and Tsukumi Mountain has traces of Pippi, which are known as elves from space. And they worshipped a huge meteorite from outer space. They thought that this meteorite was just a huge moonstone of invaluable value. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it's not just how simple the moonstone is. Maybe Kirikai may actually be inhabited in the meteorite, because there is another evidence to show this speculation, that is, the mysterious disappearance of the meteorite. This incident has also been added to the urban ghost story by players who have played this type of game in another world. There are still several years before the meteorite disappears, and it can be planned slowly. Although there are many suspected places, and they are all very far away. Musashi guessed that this legend needs to sleep for 1,000 years to accumulate energy, and there will not only be one Pokemon that can only wake up for 7 days, so the chance of encountering it is still very high. And even if Kirigi cannot be found, Musashi has other ways to fulfill his vow to save Yingu and his Pokemon. I'm a big kid, since you promised it, I'll look forward to it. Yingu smiled and messed up Musashi's hard-tied hair. Master Smelly, my hair is hard to tie in the morning, it's messed up again. Musashi turned his head angrily. Ha ha ha. Time is rushing. When Musashi roughly flipped through these 2 books, the time quietly came to noon. There were no patients to visit for consultation today, so Musashi could be so leisurely, going through these 2 poison secret books in such a quiet way. The system prompt box also appeared in a timely manner. Cheats for reading genre, GU. Turn on the proficiency of the genre and practice the corresponding Pokemon of this genre. The genre adapts to Pokemon as Pokemon with poison attributes. Pokemon with other attributes understands and learns this genre, but the success rate very low. The open genre corresponds to the 5 categories of GU. The learnable genre Pokemon, Abo Snake, Walking Grass is found, no prerequisite skills are very poisonous, and the genre learning judgment fails. Reading the cheat book The Encyclopedia of Toxic Education, genre, GU, proficiency improved. I found that the skills are disguised, and the class level is not turned on, and you can't learn. I found that the skills charm humans, and the class level is not turned on. You can't learn. The career level is not open and cannot be learned. Inexplicably sad. Musashi has never been like this moment, how eagerly he wants to raise his civilian level to 10th, and change his job. Master, I've finished reading it. Musashi shrugged off the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, closed the Encyclopedia of Toxicology, and said to Yingu, who was sitting aside and continuing to sort out what he had learned. Why are you going to finish it soon? How is it? Is there anything I don't understand? Yingu asked. I haven't read all of it. I have finished reading the GU you wrote. I probably turned over the Encyclopedia of Toxin Cultivation. I am afraid it will take a long time to finish it. Just look at the GU you wrote. There are many things that I don't understand. However, I think that the content that I don't understand can be ignored first. And as far as I can understand, I also need my Pokemon to learn and use poison skills, so at this stage, only by letting my Pokemon learn to use poisonous skills can I be qualified to learn these unintelligible parts. Musashi said calmly. Yes, yes, worthy of my apprentice. I haven't been disturbed by the following content. It seems that the medical experience of the past 2 years has affected you quite a lot. Yingu said with a smile on his face. Since you have grasped the key points at this stage, then, as a teacher, I will teach you how to make your Pokemon learn the poisonous skills. Yingu also took out 2 prescriptions on the table and handed them to Musashi. This is. Musashi carefully looked at the 2 papers filled with the names of medicinal materials. Most of them were poisons, and there were no few more toxic ones. These 2 are the medicinal baths I prepared for Abo Snake and Walking Grass. I will naturally learn the poisonous skills after a few soaks, but how much do you understand these two prescriptions? Yingu asked the school. Although the medicinal materials used in these two prescriptions are roughly the same, the dosages are different, and the effects are also very different. In this prescription for abashi, these medicinal materials are mainly used for hair growth to strengthen the liver's detoxification ability. It is guaranteed that the abai snake will accelerate its adaptability to the venom while absorbing the venom. These two medicinal materials are essential for strengthening the foundation, and accelerating the adaptation cycle also guarantees the life of the abai snake. There are also several medicinal materials that are stable. Ba snake's mind, all of these types are mainly to save life. Although the remaining poison part is of various kinds, it is also gradually reconciled to achieve a gradual effect. Walking grass, a lot of it is to strengthen the energy of the walking grass and help to improve its own absorption and carrying capacity of toxins. Thank you, Master. Musashi read the prescription with joy, filled with Yingu's love for Musashi. Don't be eager to be happy. Although the security measures have been perfect, there is no perfect thing in the world. In this recipe, you have missed such a drawback, that is, it will amplify the user's senses. Therefore, you need to bear it. The pain will be unimaginable, and this, have you considered with them? Yingu solemnly said to Musashi, the cowardly abai snake in Musashi's arms, and the walking grass that stayed aside. Let's hiss. Abo snake trembling. Walk. As always, desperately walking for Musashi. Before Musashi can finish thinking about it, www.readaloud.com Abo snake and the walking grass nodded and confirmed. Let's do it. Master, think about it. Musashi looked at Abo snake and Scherzo with firm eyes. Originally wanted to consider some excuses for delaying the study progress, but swallowed back. Embracing abai snake and walking grass, said with a firm expression. Since you are enlightened, you can follow the prescription for Musashi to grab the medicine, but there are a few main medicines and medicine guides missing. You need to go to the back mountain to find and dig. It is a test for you. Go back. Get ready, then go on the road. Yingu issued an order to evict the guests. Yes, sir, we must complete the task. Musashi took out the bamboo basket he would use when going up the mountain with Yingu from the lounge of the clinic. Inside it was a small medicinal hoe, a small medicinal spatula, insect repellent powder and other things. When I went home, I took the small oblique bag that Haruko had made by himself and had accompanied him for many years. In it, I put the medical equipment that Ying gave to him in case of emergency. This time I went to the back mountain alone, although I was a little scared, but there were Abo snakes and walking grass escorting them. In most cases, I should be able to cope with it. If I can't deal with it, then I can only find another way. Musashi bid farewell to Ginkgo, bringing the entry and exit certificate issued by the guards, and headed back to the mountain alone. After all, this is the point, Big Needle B, Musashi's safety is up to you. You can only take action when her life is endangered. At other times, you can't hide and take care of it. Yingu turned his head and whispered softly. He carefully explained to the Big Needle Bee hiding aside, as for the wonderful frog flower, it is better to look after the house. DNA. The Big Needle Bee with strange patterns all over his body appeared to nod to Yingu, while his wings stirred, leaving only an afterimage to prove that he had appeared here. Chapter 25, Memories and Back Mountain. Musashi bid farewell to Ginkgo, and at this time he appeared on the only way to the back mountain. The scenery on the outskirts of the village is still the same as the first time I set foot with my mother Haruko 2 years ago, safe and full of life. Although it has been a long time since I picked wild vegetables, Musashi still found a lot of edible wild vegetables. Most of the wild vegetables are withered and old in the October season, but some are in season, but Mom Haruko is not there, so don't mention it. Looked down at the paper with the names of the medicinal materials in his hand, recalling what Yingu had taught and the experience of leading Musashi to go up the mountain to collect them, and determined their growth habits and possible locations one by one. Although most of the herbs that need to be collected are not precious, it is not easy to obtain them one by one in this natural medicine garden in the back mountain. So before leaving, Musashi was ready to survive in the wild for several days in the back mountains. But looking at the mountains not far away, one of the experiences left an indelible mark on Musashi's heart. Last year, I went up the mountain with the master Yingu to pick the precious medicinal materials that have been preserved for a long time. Because the medicinal material was not yet mature when it was discovered before, Yingu kept it in place, and this day was when Yingu expected the medicinal material to mature. Jing and Musashi rushed early, taking advantage of the dim light in the morning. The two masters and apprentices were ready to climb the mountain at the foot of the mountain. Walking on the forest path, Musashi has long since receded from his initial excitement. It was replaced by a drowsiness, and because it was too early, everything was lonely, and the slackness intensified, eroding Musashi's somewhat chaotic consciousness. And the crisis also came at this moment. Although Musashi was hanging on his shoulders the abo snake who was meant to guard her last line, and he was also followed by grass that always paid attention to the surrounding movement, but it didn't help. The dark and wide wings spread silently through the dawn, occupying almost 2/3 of the mouth, and the 4 canine teeth are cold, revealing the essence of bloodthirsty. The black shadow arrived at Musashi almost instantaneously, but by the time Abo and the walking grass realized the danger and started to protect it, it was already too late. The confused and chaotic Musashi was also shocked by the sudden change, and stayed in a daze. He watched the blood bowl getting closer and closer to him. The almost foreseeable death scene had already appeared in Musashi's mind with blood, but his body was indifferent in the face of danger, and there was no sign of wanting to move. For the danger Musashi could not predict in advance and failed to respond in time, but Yingu had already discovered the big-mouthed bat hidden in advance. As for why there was no warning to the bewildered Musashi in advance, it was mainly to give her a warning and a wake-up call. As for whether it will leave an indelible memory in Musashi's mind, so that he dare not venture out. Jing said that if Musashi really loses the ability to adventure in the wild because of this, then the medical skills Jing taught her will also make Musashi worry-free. That's why I took a solution at this time. Double needle. Before he finished speaking, a large needle bee covered with monster lines appeared in front of Musashi. The 2 huge needles on his forelimbs were raised flat, and his figure flickered. It seems that there has not been a big needle bee that has moved, and it still flutters its wings gently in front of Musashi. But the big-mouthed bat on the other side didn't even utter a painful wailing, and suddenly disintegrated into the air. The spattered warm blood was accompanied by the smell of blood, covering Musashi's surroundings as if flowers were blooming on the other side. Horror! Musashi's crisis was resolved. Big Needle Bee turned around and nodded to Yingu. Yu Guang glanced at the little red-haired girl who was close at hand. Her figure was blurred and there was no trace. S eyes were filled with tears of fear, and the feeling of prostration for the rest of his life. After a while, Musashi stopped the urge to yell. His feeble hand broke off some rough and warm hands, and moved his mouth and said, "Thank you, Master. I'm awake now, do you still want to sleep?" Yingu asked with a smirk. "I don't want to sleep anymore." "Master, you've already discovered this, the big-mouthed bat. Why didn't you solve it until just now? Is the big needle bee your Pokémon? The long one is not the ordinary big needle bee. The same, but really beautiful." Musashi squatted weakly and hugged the much-grown walking grass, said weakly. "Abo snake! Let go, I can't breathe." "Hey!" Abo snake screamed, and quickly relaxed his body. "Why, I think you should be able to figure it out by yourself." Yingu clicked on Musashi's little head and said angrily. "Hey, I know now. Musashi realized what the reason was, and blushed with a smile. This big needle bee is indeed my Pokémon. As for why the big needle bee is different from other siblings, it is because of the peculiar effect caused by the poison in his body, one of the appearances that it reveals. Gu explained. Jing was nothing on the surface, but seeing Musashi was just a little frightened, and after he was relieved, he could talk and laugh, and his heart was relieved and relaxed. Oh, Musashi nodded with envy. However, sir, were you worried about me just now? Musashi asked with a smile, as if he had found something in Jing's unchanging expression. You know, remember this lesson, you will definitely have to go out on adventures alone in the future. If you are so slack, no one will save you. Yengu was shocked by Musashi and warned unnaturally. Yes. Musashi nodded in response. The sense of physical weakness has been reduced a lot. Musashi stood up, touched the walking grass and a by snake who were still guilty of guilt, looked at Yengu and said, I am much better now. Then let's continue walking. Jing nodded and carried Musashi on. The memory of Musashi also ends here. However, although it has been a long time since this incident, Musashi didn't really stop being afraid as he showed at the time. On the contrary, because he didn't have Jing's company, he strengthened a lot whenever there was a turmoil. Musashi couldn't help turning his head to look around, revealing a sense of insecurity all over his body. Although he promised in front of Ginkgo very refreshingly, he was still a little daunted by the fear of unpredictable danger, near the foot of the mountain. But when I think of coming here for my own Pokémon, not for the fear of my future self, but also for the master to admit that I have this ability to inherit the painstaking effort he has created. Musashi resolutely stepped into this mountain that frightened her. At this moment, all the sense of insecurity was replaced by her own belief. That kind of strong self-confidence came out. If you ignore what Musashi said, it will be even more important. Appropriate. Abo snake, walking grass, I beg you for my safety. The poor voice uttered from Musashi's mouth, and the previous confidence collapsed, leaving nothing left. Hey! Walk! Abo snake and the walking grass nodded one after another. As for the rich inner drama of Musashi, they said that they didn't see it, really didn't see it. But the inability of once will not happen again in the future. Then let's go. The first destination, the Selaginella on the rocky wall of the nearest valley to us, is a medicinal material commonly known as the 9-death resurrection grass. It is also a life-saving medicinal material that helps you resist the poisonous liquid, so it must be taken. Musashi put away the paper that recorded the name of the medicinal material and its approximate location, moved his shoulders to adjust the position of the basket, and said with enthusiasm. Hey! Walk! Abo monster and the walking grass are also full of enthusiasm to echo. At this moment, the fear in my heart dissipated a lot. The mobilization meeting is over. Musashi is already in the dense forest of the mountain. Abo snake is walking in front of Musashi, analyzing the odor information from the snake letter in his mind, and infrared vision observes whether there is any unusual heat response around him. Compared with 2 years ago, Abo snake is quite skilled in analyzing the two instincts of odor information and infrared vision. Abo snake can easily distinguish whether there is an abnormality in the range of 20 meters between the snake and the instinct. Infrared vision can also easily identify whether there are other creatures or traces of existence within 10 meters. And the walking grass accompanies Musashi, sprinkling paralyzing powder along the road, acting as an extra sense for himself. If a creature accidentally contaminates with a small amount of powder, it will appear in the walking grass's perception range. Speaking of which, walking grass has mastered 3 powder attacks, but the best one is the paralysis powder. With so many guarantees, it will definitely not be Musashi. It is not enough to rely on paralysis powder alone. The walking grass will use the fuzzy senses of the surrounding vegetation to determine whether there is an abnormality within 10 meters that the snake can't detect. These methods are summed up by the walking grass and the Abo snake pairing together to hunt and prey again and again, of course, their own shallow experience must be full of mistakes. But they can't hold back their humility and cheeky asking the enthusiastic frog flower and the cold big needle bee again and again. Actually using it many times can be considered a small success, and it is enough to deal with the current situation. On a big tree not far away from Musashi and the others stood a large needle bee with a demon pattern. He saw everything in his eyes, and estimated that the first stop of Musashi and the others' trip should be the valley cliff. However, there is a deep pool at the bottom of the cliff, and there is a Tyrannosaurus inhabited in the deep pool, and the big needle bee is considering whether to say hello first, chattering. Musashi will not encounter any danger in the previous part of the journey, so let's go there, go early and return early. Buzzing. Buzzing. The little brother is good lately. The big needle bee stopped over the deep pool. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com shook its wings, and sent the sound wave directly to the ears of the blue giant shadow at the deep pool. Roar. Ma Dan, who made the sleep of labor and management, the sack on the bridge, etc., etc., a familiar voice, a familiar sound wave transmission technique, right? Why did this killer come? Pretend not to hear. Well, just treat it as if I didn't hear it. But. Beep brother, are you there? Roar is not here. Beep beep little brother, be a worm. Oh, you must pay attention to integrity when you are a dragon, right? There is more. If you don't come out, you don't want to be in the sun tomorrow. The tone that hadn't had a tone suddenly became dark and terrifying, but in the dark and comfortable environment at the bottom of the pool, the Tyrannosaurus felt extremely cold, and immediately rushed out of the water and shouted respectfully, Why did my brother come here? No wonder there are a few green ducks on the pond in the morning. It is a sign that my brother is coming. I'm going to get some game and treat you to my brother. Beep, don't bother. After a while, my master's apprentice, a little human girl with red hair, will come to you to pick some herbs. Just don't disturb them, and they won't disturb your rest. If they make a mistake, you know. Okay, I'm leaving. See you. Roar. I made a note, I often come to play when I'm free. The typhoon carp dragon waved its tail after speaking, with a very friendly attitude. Seeing that the big needle bee disappeared, he immediately took a sip, and muttered in disdain, today my long brother is in a good mood, and I don't care about you, this little bug. Sleep. Beep really? Roar. Brother, you walk slowly, my brother, I have been sleepy these days, and I should be able to sleep for a long time, so I can entertain you. See you later. Disappeared into the pool after speaking. Chapter 26, 9 Resurrection Grass. Musashi has been walking in the mountains and forests for nearly 2 hours, and I can hear the sound of water faintly in my ears, and the walking grass also feels that the humidity in the air has increased significantly, and it is not far from the valley. The Tyrannosaurus lives in the deep pools of the valley, and Musashi knows it. However, as long as you choose the right time for the Tyrannosaurus to sleep, carefully climb the rock wall and pick the few Selaginella they need without disturbing the Tyrannosaurus. As everyone knows, this Tyrannosaurus had been scared to sleep for a while, the kind of sleep that could not be beaten by thunder, so Musashi's worries were unnecessary. But Musashi didn't know everything, and he approached carefully. Musashi, who was delighted to arrive at his destination, suddenly heard the slight neighing sound of Abo Snake in his ear. Ha! Abo Snake stood upright with his upper body, deflected his body angle, and the apricot snake eyes stared at the bushes not far away, constantly voicing the snake's letter, collecting more beneficial information. Abo Snake uses a poisonous needle in that direction, walks on grass, and uses a sweet fragrance to aim at the direction of Abo Snake's attack. Musashi immediately gave instructions. Although I have been studying medicine as a teacher of Yungu for 2 years, I can train Abo snakes and walk grasses only a few times. Almost all the time was spent on medical defense, but it did not reduce the interaction with them. When gathering medicine with Ying and encountering wild Pokemon that is evenly matched, Musashi will also ask Ying to fight against the wild Pokemon. Of course, he will give the Pokemon tree fruit to show whether he wins or loses. Thank you, but most of them actively refuse and passively accept challenges. The memories are over. I saw a purple figure rushing out of the bushes, struggling to smash the poisonous needles shot at it with the sharp corners that emitted white light, but did not realize that he was surrounded by the sweet fragrance. Nidoran felt dizzy under the rich fragrance and couldn't lift his energy. Abo snake, good chance, use the big snake to stare and inspire its own threatening characteristics. Musashi seized the opportunity to decisively give orders. As for the walking grass, he stopped and guarded his side to prevent accidents. Hiss! Abo snake swiftly walked to Nidalang's side, erected his upper body, and stretched his circular muscles outward, making him look stronger and more threatening, and his apricot eyes were cold and fierce. Nidoran accidentally looked directly at Abo snake's eyes, and was immediately deterred by Abo snake's fierce gaze and the circular pattern on the abdomen. Both defense and attack decreased, the desire to attack decreased, and the rapid contraction of muscles caused the whole body to become stiff and paralyzed, and thought to escape. Occupy the high ground. However, Musashi would not let this Nidoran easily, because the traversal once mentioned that a group of Nidoran and Nidoran groups led by Nidorino relocated and settled here, so they were very small. May attract big ones. Thinking of this, Musashi feels that cutting off the trouble is the only correct choice at this stage, and he must carefully cover his traces so as not to find himself. Abo snake, pay attention to the poisonous needle on its back, tighten it. Musashi's eyes became cold and ordered. Taking advantage of Nidoran's swaying and stiff stage, Abashi approached extremely quickly. His slender body was tightly wrapped around the immobile Nidorang, his muscles kept tightening and contracting, painful wailing and the sound of bone cracking sounded into his ears. Use bite to solve it. This is the first time that Musashi has actively given an order to kill a wild Pokemon. It looks cold and has no extra emotions. Ha! Abo snake glanced at Musashi as if confirming, and the snake kiss hit Nidoran's soft and fragile neck, with traces of toxic blood pouring into Abo snake's mouth, unexpectedly sweet and satisfied. Abo snake, let go when you have enough. Musashi's cold voice reached Abo snake's ear canal. Hiss! The scene of being interrupted to eat and choosing someone to eat did not appear. Abai snake obediently let go and bit Nidalang's throat tightly. He relaxed and threw off the already stiff Nidoran, wiped his mouth gracefully with his tail, and swam back to Musashi. You have no blessings for this Nidoran, because you will not have the ability to move after eating it, so you will be wronged for the time being. When we come back, we are grabbing a big one. Let's rest first, you swallow. Transform the blood in your body to nourish your own body. Musashi assured Abayoshi with a smile. Abo snake nodded expectantly. The rules of the jungle Abo snake has long been familiar with, and will not refute Musashi on this. He hovered directly with his eyes closed, digesting his stomach full of flesh and blood essence and full of toxins. Blood. Walking grass, using absorption, can be regarded as making the best use of everything. Looking at Abo snake, Musashi nodded in satisfaction, and then said to the walking grass, "Walk." The walking grass made Abo snake pay attention to the surroundings, and he quickly stepped forward to wrap up the stiff and dead Nidoran. The purple-red energy rich in life and toxins surged along the green grass. Entering the body of the walking grass, a slight sense of drunkenness surged into the heart of the walking grass. Pay attention to the walking grass, use its growth. Accelerate the absorption of poison energy, and control the change of the body. Musashi reminded him looking at the slightly drowsy walking grass. Walk. Hearing Musashi's instructions, the walking grass tried to get rid of this state, and the growth skills were activated. The purple-red color faded quickly, replaced by green and purple intertwined and promoted colors. The body of the walking grass slowly increases and then gradually becomes smaller. After repeated many times, the body shape of the walking grass is smaller than before, but the strength and toughness are better than before. Instead, the leaves are not reduced, and become wider and thicker. Bright and juicy. Is especially attractive to those Pokémon who feed on grass, and walking grass sometimes uses its own advantages, waiting for the rabbits, and having a full meal. As for this change in the shrinkage of the bulbous part of the walking grass, Musashi deliberately made it. It is mainly to adapt to the corolla that has suddenly increased in weight after evolution, and also to better absorb the energy of the sun and convert it into the energy of the body. Don't look at the main part of the body shrinking a bit, but the absorption of solar energy and body volume have increased. A little bit of cultivation of the bulb part can quickly catch up with the growth rate of the leaves, so it is beneficial and harmless. After the battle, Abo Snake's experience increased by 1%, and he successfully used the skills, Titan, Poison Needle, Bite, Swallow, Snake's Stare. The proficiency of each skill has been improved. Due to the skill Stare, Max, bonus, this time the snake stares eyes. Proficiency doubled. Successful use of features, Intimidation, proficiency increased by 0.1%. After the battle, the experience of walking grass increased by 0.5%, and the skills used successfully, Sweet Fragrance, Absorption, Growth. Proficiency increased. Since the growth skills have been upgraded to the full level, the proficiency is not increasing. Successful use of growth, walking grass has a slight body strength promote. Command a wonderful battle, increase character experience by 40 and soul devour experience by +1. A series of 3 pieces of system information were swiped in front of Musashi's eyes. Musashi was unmoved by this. After all, he had owned the system for more than 2 years. After a few seconds, Nidoran turned into a colorless liquid to nourish the land. Walking grass, work hard, use growth to accelerate the growth of the grass and trees here, and cover up our traces. Musashi stood up and said to the walking grass that had finished resting. Walk, the grass is a bit heavy, and the greenery sways around with the swaying of the leaves, especially on the more severely damaged trees. After a while, the vegetation is verdant, and the unique natural scent of flowers and plants dispels the smell left by Musashi and them. That's it, we continue to set off. Musashi looked around with satisfaction and waved happily. In fact, both walking grass and a bi snake use skill dissolving liquid, which can also achieve the effect of destroying corpses, but the residual smell is more difficult to remove, so Musashi chose to use corpse powder to deal with. The Abo snake, who had finished digesting, opened the apricot and yellow snake eyes, and walked in front of Musashi vigorously. Only Abo snake could do the job in the team that lived in Musashi. Musashi looked at Abo snake in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and it was not too far away from the next molting time, so he would peel off several times to try to understand the hidden characteristic, fading. Not far away, Big Needlebee looked down at the murder scene with no trace of the battle, nodded in satisfaction, and didn't make any changes. First, it is unnecessary. Second, the inconspicuous paralysis powder scattered on the ground is still within the perception range of the walking grass, and tampering will inevitably be noticed by the walking grass. Attributes are updated as follows. Name, Miyamoto Musashi. Gender, female. Age, 7 years old. Race, human race, all attributes +1, because of the influence of the blood of the snake girl, charm +1. Bloodline, trace amount of snake girl bloodline, 5%, human bloodline, 95%. Talent. Kendo affinity, sword learning +1. Snake species affinity, snake favorability +1. Soul devour, experience +1. Go and learn, skill level +1. Skillful hand, item creation success rate +1. Professional level, civilians, LV 6120/900. HP, 12/12, recovery +1/day. Attributes: Strength, 7, Agility, 7, Constitution, 7, Intelligence, 13, Charisma, 11, Perception, 10. Attribute point, 0. Health value, 98/100. Hunger value, 70/100, full. Physical strength, 78/100, plus 1/10 minutes. Skills: Knowledge, Pokemon, 7, Knowledge, Chinese culture, 10, Knowledge, Medicine, 8, Medical treatment, 8, Knowledge, Botany, 7, Knowledge, Minerals, 4, Etiquette, Daily, 4, Language, Japanese, Proficient, Chinese, Proficient, Appease 5, Collect 7, Discern 7, Bluff 4, Negotiation 7, Act 4, Focus 4, Intimidate 2, Professional, Herbalist, 7, Professional, Pharmacist, 5, Climbing 4. Balance 3, Survival 5, Knowledge, Natural Knowledge, 6. General skill points, 0. Bloodline, none. Genre, Goo. Proficiency, not getting started. Animal Goo, none. Grass Goo, none. Insect Goo, none. Ghost Goo, none. Water Goo, none. Equipment, Elf Ball, Arbor Snake, Elf Ball, Walking Grass. Pokemon, Abio Snake. Snake Elf, Land/Dragon grouping. Attributes: Poison, body length 2.1 meters, weight 4.0 kilograms. Level, LV 158.30%, Gender. Feature, Intimidation, Control degree LV 411.40%. Hidden feature, Molting, Activation progress 33.50%. Status, Adult, Healthy. Age, 2 years old. Character, Hard work. The personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, I like to sleep. www.readaloud.com. Eating, preferences are not unique and will change in some cases. Intimacy, 100, full value, 255. Trust value, 88, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 35, attack, 60, defense, 44, special attack, 40, special defense, 54, speed, 55, total, 288. Skills, tight stroke, LV8, poison needle, LV8, stare, LV10 max, big snake stare, LV3. Hereditary skill, root method, LV4. Comprehension skills, swallow, LV6, bite, LV7. Pokemon, walking grass. Weed elf, plant grouping. Attributes, grass, poison, height 0.53 meters, weight 5.1 kilograms. Level, LV 1726.65%, gender. Characteristics, chlorophyll, control degree LV 618.35%. Status, adult, healthy. Age, 3 years old. Character, introverted, the personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, sun and dew, taking care of plants, preferences are not unique and will change in some cases. Intimacy, 95, full value, 255. Trust value, 86, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 45, attack, 50, defense, 55, special attack, 75, special defense, 65, speed, 30, total, 320. Skills, LV9, growth, LV10 max, sweet aroma, LV9, dissolving liquid, LV6, poison powder, LV3, hypnotic powder, LV3. Comprehension skills, rooting, LV6, photosynthesis, LV5, paralysis powder, LV5. Chapter 27, Skills and Instructions. At this time, Musashi had arrived at the edge of the stream, not far from the deep pool. Take a break, one is to wait for the right time, and the other is to think about the skills of Abo snake and walking grass. Abo snake's stare has reached the level of 10 full level, and combined with its own characteristics, intimidation, it has increased the speed of the big snake's stare. It also successfully integrated the stare's defense reduction effect and the threatening attack reduction effect into the Orokai stare's system. In the next step, Musashi intends to integrate the petrochemical technique, which is also an I-type move, into the big snake stare, so that the eyes of Medusa who stare at all will be completely completed. By then, it will evolve into an Abo monster, and the big snake's staring eyes will merge into the eye-like pattern on the abdomen, threatening the opponent's life in every move, and when the Abo snake completes the cultivation of its goo, then the power of the big snake's staring eyes will definitely increase. Floors. It's beautiful when you think about it. There is also the skill of curling up. Musashi is also always guiding Abo snake to practice. This snake's unique ability to improve its own state is an absolute magical skill, whether it is in battle or in daily life, and hits the spirit. Improve attack power, defense power, and hit rate, almost all round. However, the learning progress has little effect. Whether the movements are in place is the second thing. The main thing is to consolidate and control the mental power. Without the help of meditation, Abashi wants to realize that curling up is really a luxury, even if he is himself. There are genetic skills such as petrochemical skills that focus on the use of spiritual power, but only for the meager spiritual power of Abashi. It takes a lot of effort to use it once, so how can we learn from it and sum up the spiritual power improvement method? Musashi shook his head with a smile, but the daily exercises that should be done are still indispensable. Peace of mind is still necessary. This little way of consolidating the spirit still needs to be exercised. Drip water through stone. This alien vocabulary Musashi feels very reasonable. As for the walking grass, the absorption and sweet aroma are already at level 9, and the skill growth has reached the full level. This seemingly ordinary initial skill, for the grass elves, is the cornerstone of the use of life energy. It is the foundation of most grass-based skills. For example, the energy ball is a derivative use of growth skills. The natural energy absorbed and collected does not directly act on the body, but gathers in front of the body into a ball, which is then launched to achieve the purpose of attack. And the skill to tie the grass knot, the grass field, is also the gathering of natural energy to guide it on a single plant or the entire land. Whether it is to control the enemy or restore the friend, it can be achieved with only one thought. There are also two direct advanced skills for growth, the grace of nature and the force of nature. If you can comprehend these two skills, Musashi believes that energy balls, nodding and even walking on the grass field can all be successfully learned. But things are hard to come by. For the energy ball, the grace of nature, the force of nature, and walking grass have not been able to successfully comprehend, but for the power of nature this skill, walking grass means that the distance from successful learning is not far, because look at the previous use of walking grass to grow. The change of skills to the external environment can be seen. There is also the ability to absorb walking grass, and there is a clear chain of advancement, super absorption, and even ultimate absorption. And there is a powerful branch that draws strength. The first two step by step, Musashi believes that waiting for the absorption skills to reach the level of super absorption is not a problem. As for drawing strength, it depends on personal opportunities. If there is something, it is best; if not, it is not too demanding. The sweet aroma and aromatherapy have a lot in common, and you can learn it after the walking grass finally evolves into the overlord flower, but Musashi feels that with the talent and hard work of walking grass, he should be able to learn it after evolving into a smelly flower. Up. There is also shaking dance, often increasing the weight of the head blades is not only to adapt to the evolution of the body changes in advance, but also to try to understand the tricks of shaking dance through this shaking movement method, so as not only to confuse the enemy, but also to confuse the enemy. Surprisingly attack its deficiencies. Finally, I am myself. After so long of research, Musashi can already confirm that the data displayed on his attribute panel is an online multiplayer board game called D&D, Dungeon and Dragon City. I am now a real role-playing version. But according to the memory of another world, newcomers should directly choose race, occupation, skill, camp, and 6-dimensional attributes. But when I came to myself, I directly certified a civilian profession, and the attributes had to be accumulated from the initial little by little. Although the substantial changes, Musashi has not yet experienced it. However, the digitization of various skills has greatly facilitated Musashi, and even the progress of learning skills has been greatly improved. Take the medical skills taught by Ying. According to common sense, it is impossible to learn all without 3 to 5 years. After learning, there is no one who can't master it in 3, 4, 5, or 6 years, but it only took 2 years for Musashi to master others for nearly 10 years. Achievement that can only be achieved. Even if it is a bonus to the quick learning of talent, Musashi feels that this speed is extremely fast. In this way, the effect of this system can be considered extremely powerful, but I don't know what kind of changes will be made after my civilian career reaches the maximum level. I am thinking of several skills in the Encyclopedia of Drug Education. According to the memory of another world, I learned that this game has 11 basic occupations, as well as the legendary occupation promotion after the current occupation upgrade to the full level, and becoming a god. M is too far away, so I don't think about it for the time being, but I don't break the law if I think about it. In fact, when Musashi knew that this system was similar to a D&D board game, he had a clear goal for his career plan. That is the bard. This is one of the 3 panacea professions along with druids and paladins. Is just a civilian version. Druids need the favor of nature, but Musashi does not. The paladins are the sons of gods, and they also need unwavering faith in gods, which Musashi also does not possess. Musashi dare not think about the white, rich, and handsome professions like mages, warlocks, priests and so on. They need money, they need money, they need money, and they need the guidance of famous teachers. I don't have all the conditions, I'm not very smart, and I can't talk about faith in the gods, so let's forget it. Warriors, monks, barbarians, there are Pokemon. Why do you want to tear your opponents by yourself? Why, and it's ugly. Wanderer, he is not a villain, and he can't drive Wushuan even with his small body, so forget it. Ranger, well, it actually fits Musashi quite well, but we are going to become a big star, performer and coordinator in the future. How can we choose to train the forest ranger? As for why I chose the bard, I need to say, because there are almost no novels describing the bard in the novel world. Ahem cough, because the profession of bard and Musashi first became coordinator of their own life plans. The professions such as performer and actor do not conflict with each other, so it is certain to become a bard. However, after studying the memory of another world, I found that there is no Bard's Academy in my own world to study and advance, so it is inevitable that I still have some worries. Although my profession is not good, it doesn't matter. After all, this world is still Pokemon is the main melody. However, Musashi still wanted to give it a try. Didn't the person who created the profession of bard go forward with his eyes dark? He must do it himself. Besides, Musashi himself is also very clear about the profession description of the bard profession. As long as he follows this profession description, he must be inferior to those bards who have a history. Right. A bard is a traveler who has no place to live. He collects legends from places and walks around ancient towns, composing beautiful poems and music to sing among the crowd, infecting the emotions of the world, and gaining his own growth in his emotions. of nutrients. And the professions such as coordinator, performer, actor, etc., are not the important steps that can be used as the bard to improve the level. Made it clear that the future development would be reversed, and Musashi relaxed a little bit his self-seeking eagerness. Because I really don't know when they will meet the rockets, and when they will notice their existence. Read www.yuyugonshu.com. There is definitely nothing wrong with improving one's strength as much as possible. Tato Musashi looked at the sky and estimated the approximate time. Although Musashi's adoptive parents, Ichiro, bought a watch for Musashi, it's a habit for so long to watch the sky first, and then realize that they own a watch, shook his head and smiled, and the time was half an hour away. Not bad. Not bad. Said to the abo snake resting here in the walking grass absorbing solar energy, the time is almost here, let's go. Hey! Walk! Now it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is still the lunch break of the Tyrannosaurus. Musashi and the others have an hour to pick the Selaginella and carefully walk around the deep pool in front of the cliff. The roar of the waterfall hitting the rocks obscured Musashi's walking. The sense of vibration coming. Looking from a distance, there are a few Selaginella growing sporadically on the rocks protruding from the cliff. Although the number is not large, the color is quite good. Musashi approached the cliff with joy, and of course he acted very carefully. Walking grass, the basket will be handed over to you, and you will catch the Selaginella we dropped from below. Abo snake, please ask you for the top few Selaginella, and I will pick the ones near the bottom. Yes. Do you know how to pick only the big ones? Musashi knew how much he was worth. An abo snake had good rock climbing ability, so he allocated it like that. Ba sizzle abai she nodded, and the grass used his much stronger leaves to lift the empty bamboo basket, quietly waiting for the Selaginella to fall. Musashi took off his shoes, put on thick socks, and put on gloves. This way, it's not easy to slip on the slippery rocks, and the stream in October is quite warm. Use skills to climb, improve skill proficiency. Abo snake does not need to prepare to climb up first. Chapter 28, The Gift of the Bamboo Forest. Picking Selaginella is not very smooth. There are very few rocks on the rock wall. Musashi needs to stop and think for a long time every time he reaches a level. Even though Musashi has climbing skills, skills are skills, regardless of climbing around, there is no other choice but to fall. Is the same for aber snake. Although the scales on the abdomen have better grasping ability, there are very few protruding stones for resting on the slippery rock wall. Aber snake also needs to carefully identify the route he travels, and climb to a higher resting point in a hurry, otherwise he will fall down because of lack of energy in the middle, and he will probably lose his life. I won't eat, don't seduce me, denied the Tyrannosaurus at the bottom of the pool. More than 10 minutes later, the Musashi abai snake finally picked 6 or 7 Selaginella with enough years. But it is a very difficult process to return to the ground. There is an old saying that going up the mountain is easy and difficult down the mountain, and it's really true. Because when you go up, you can look up to find the focus point, but when you go down, you often can't grasp the sense of distance when you look down, and your heart beats when you are suspended. There was no slipping of hands and feet in Hoxwan. Musashi first came down from the cliff, and then caught the abo snake that fell directly, put it directly into the back basket, put away the scattered objects on the ground, picked up the walking grass and left quickly. No way, a grumpy carp dragon lives in the pool next to him. Although self-cultivation and self-cultivation are alone in the deep pool, there are always a few days of bad mood every month that I need to vent. If I accidentally bump into it, there really is no place to cry. The Tyrannosaurus in the deep pool felt relieved that Musashi and the others were leaving. The delicious food has been lingering in front of them, and no one can bear it. But I can't eat it. Far away from the deep pool, Musashi stopped in a slightly safer place, fed the abai snake and the walking grass, and took out dry food and water to replenish his strength. This is the field survival code taught by Yinggu. You must ensure that you have enough physical energy at all times to deal with emergencies. Take a break, and then roughly treat these Selaginella to prevent decay and deterioration. After all, Musashi himself is not sure about staying in the back mountain for a few days. Professional, herbalist, proficiency has increased in handling medicinal materials. Confirming that there is no danger around him, Musashi sat on the stone pier, thinking in his heart that when he set off, he prepared 3 days of dry food, some drinking water, sleeping bags, and tools. There is almost no need to prepare food for walking grass. Just bury it and sprinkle some fertile soil and water it. Abo snake is easy to handle, just find a prey and prey on it. But the difficulty is also here. It's impossible that all you encounter are weak Pokemon with low strength, just as a ration. Let's take a step and take a look. Musashi wiped his face and headed towards the second destination. This second destination is in the bamboo forest 1 kilometer straight from the cliff wall. You can collect it if you are lucky. If you are unlucky, you may not find one of the 2 or 3 kinds of medicinal materials that Musashi needs. These kinds of medicinal materials are Ophiopogon japonicus, mountain conch is also called Reminia glutinosa, and Gastrodia elata. The first 2 have leaves and stems that are relatively easy to identify, but if the Gastrodia elata is a little bit blinded, because the flowering period of Gastrodia elata has passed, and if you are lucky, you can still find the remaining traces. If you are not lucky, you can only look at the sky. Master once said that Gastrodia elata may be found in places where the bamboo is very thick, but the possibility is not very high. Oh, no matter what, let's go ahead and say, Abo snake, walking grass, let's set off. Go to the bamboo forest. Musashi said briskly on the bamboo basket on his back. Basie walk. Abai snake looked for the direction and set off first, followed by Musashi and the walking grass. After traveling for an hour, it was already dark. On the way, I encountered a few unicorns. These fat insects are extremely delicious to Abo snakes. Musashi also knows the preferences of Abo snakes. Carefully kill them all without leaving them, and then take them. Place the thimble and tail needles of the unicorn, leaving 2 treated unicorns to pet Abai snake and walking grass as a ration to replenish physical strength. Most of the larvae of Pokemon such as unicorns are nutrient-rich body fluids, rather than hard-to-digest muscle tissue, so Musashi was relieved to let the snake swallow. The remaining unicorns were treated a little bit to neutralize the unique odor of the unicorns, and the walking grass to cover up the traces left by the battle, and then quickly leave the scene. If there is a unicorn, there will definitely be big needle bees around. It is better to leave this place of right and wrong. The sky turned dark. Musashi did not intend to continue searching for herbs, and the danger level in the wild at night skyrocketed. According to the memory, I found the rest area where I had rested with the Master Ying. A huge rock leaned against the mountain, and there was a small area for rest. Clean it up roughly, sprinkle the Ying-specific insect repellent around, and click on it. The campfire, boil some hot soup, 1 person, 2 pets, 3 shifts, spent a quiet night. The next day. I found it, Abai snake, walking grass, pay attention to the surrounding changes. I found a mountain conch. Musashi said in surprise. The grass and the snake nodded, and used their own means to investigate, and only when there was no danger, did Musashi step forward to dig, and then guarded Musashi. It takes a lot of time to excavate ginseng medicinal materials like mountain conch, especially the medicinal materials in the wild environment. Musashi took out a small medicinal to dig a circle around the mountain conch and then used a small medicinal shovel to loosen the soil, trying not to damage the root system of the mountain conch. This mountain conch grows among the gravel. It took Musashi to take it out completely, cut off the useless stalks above the roots, and carefully put it in the bamboo basket, backfill the soil, and dispose of it. Stand up slowly. By collecting mountain and conch perfectly, skill proficiency is improved. Good luck, the year is very good, if you can find the same one, then the mountain conch will be collected. Let's go. Musashi patted the dirt on the trousers and said to Abashi and the others. Hey! Walk! Next, the god of destiny favored Musashi, and found another medicinal material, Ophiopogon japonicus, not far away. The clumps are growing vigorously, although it is not the best harvest time, but because it is wild, it should not be worse than there. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Strip off the dead branches and fallen leaves on the soil surface and dig from the outside to the inside. Because the roots of Ophiopogon japonicus are relatively shallow, it is easy to harvest enough roots of Ophiopogon japonicus, and replant the scattered stem nodes and water them. And let the walking grass urge them to get through the coming winter safely. In this way, Musashi has collected all Selaginella and Ophiopogon japonicus, and half of the mountain conch is still missing. Gastrodia has never been discovered. Continued to search in the bamboo forest, but the good luck passed too fast, the sun gradually disappeared, but Musashi had a chat and had to rest for a while. The sky saw darkness, and Musashi didn't plan to continue searching anymore, he was going to return to the previous rest point, spending the night talking. At this time, the walking grass made a cry of surprise. Musashi asked curiously, "What happened to the walking grass?" He got up and walked to the walking grass. "Walk!" The walking grass cried out with the leaves on the top of the head pointing at the ruined stalk standing in front of it. "This is Gastrodia. This is great, thank you for walking the grass." Musashi jumped up in surprise, no grains in the afternoon, and a sense of loss can be imagined, but at this moment it collapsed and replaced it. Countless joy. Walking grass cried out embarrassedly. The unexpected gain made Musashi regain his confidence. Following the withered flower stems of Gastrodia elata, Musashi easily dug up this buried treasure, full of large and small nests, and took away 4 or 5 big guys, but small ones. If you move, fill the soil as it is, and you can harvest another batch if you come again next year. Musashi saw that the biggest gain of this trip has been obtained. Although the mountain and conch still lacks half of the amount, it does not matter. You should be able to find it along the way to the next destination. If you still can't find it, let's talk about it after returning. The night is cold. Vol 2 Chapter 1, a small questionnaire survey. Is the fairy essay I wrote that is partial to the daily life? Do you think it is okay? Because there are so many things that need to be laid out in the early stage, Musashi also needs time to help her grow. The real main storyline, according to the outline compiled not long ago, will be in the middle of the second volume. That is, there are still 60 or 70 chapters, and there may be more. The plot will not develop too fast, mainly because the author does not have enough accumulation. If you step too fast, there will be nothing to write. The strength does not match your own ability. Getting up led to an embarrassing situation, just like the last book, because the strength was a little out of control, it ended hastily. Well, there are reasons why I don't know how to write. Xiangxia puts it in Pokemon a bit abruptly, and because of the lack of pen power, he writes extremely niche character emotions. I'm talking about it and I got to the previous one. In short, the author will show you a different Musashi, so stay tuned. Vol 2 Chapter 29, Treasures on the Top of the Mountain. On the second day, Musashi left the bamboo forest and went to the third and last stop of the trip, the top of the back mountain, on which a lightning tree grew. And what Musashi needs is the thunder fruit that bears on it, which contains abundant thunder power and rich vitality. It is also the discovery of thunder fruit that has greatly improved the core internals of the Silver Ancient Gu sect, greatly increased the success rate of learning poisonous skills, and also enhanced the safety of subsequent feeding and fusion of toxins. With the addition of thunder fruit, Yingu's Pokemon did not all die due to the backlash of the secret technique, but the source of the poison element was broken. It is worth mentioning that there is no Pokémon with a single poison attribute left. But most of the dual attributes survived. As long as they are not dead, Yingu believes that one day a solution will be found to reunite the origins of the collapse of the Pokémon, even if they can't fight, as long as they can restore their previous health, Yingu will be satisfied. But it's not that easy for Musashi to get the Thunder Fruit, and he still needs to withstand several tests. But it's not so much a test as it is to make things difficult. Originally, this lightning tree did not belong to Ying, but belonged to the Pikachu clan. It was a holy object guarded by them who lived on the top of the mountain. However, Yingu who passed by here discovered that he relied on physical persuasion to force his use. But Yingu did not drive Pikachu and the others, but instead restrained them from continuing to guard the lightning strike tree. Of course, they robbed them of the right to belong to the holy relic, and let them stick to it day and night. It can't possibly be of no benefit, right? Yingu thinks he has no devil. Although Pikachu and the others continue to live around the lightning strike tree, it is the greatest gift to them, but Yingu decided to only collect 1/3 of the Thunder Fruit, and Pikachu and the others will take care of the rest. And also given to the patriarch of the Pikachu clan at that time a Thunder Stone and an electric bead, which greatly strengthened their current strength. But in Ying's view, the main purpose of sending these two things was to better protect the lightning strike wood. If the Thunder Fruit is Yingu himself or the Big Needle Bee himself, then there must be no trouble. Pikachu and the others will respectfully offer the Thunder Fruit and take out the things they collected to exchange for the unproductive side. But the items they need will be given away 10 miles away, and their attitude is extremely friendly. But if you let Musashi take it alone, the situation is very different. It is not impossible to pass 5 levels and cut 6 generals. In fact, these requests were made by Yingu himself, and the reputation is, to enhance the strength of Musashi and her Pokémon, to educate and entertain, the one being taught is Musashi and her Pokémon, and the one who entertains is the Pikachu family. The first level, Hemp Passage. Guardian, 10 Pikachu who can only use electromagnetic waves in the passage. They can only avoid or smash electromagnetic waves and cannot attack Pikachu. After the Mama passage, you still need to defeat the captain of the 10 in order to continue to the next level. The second level, Falling Thunderstone Forest. Gatekeeper, 10 Pikachu who can only use electric shocks and electromagnetic waves. They can't attack these Pikachus in the stone forest. They can only break or dodge attacks from the skills, and finally defeat the Pikachu captain to continue to the next level. At the last level, get the Thunder Fruit. Is it really that simple? Of course not. Musashi needs to rely on his own strength to climb the lightning tree and find the Thunder Fruit that Pikachu and the others hide in. The quantity of goods received is subject to the number of Thunder Fruits Musashi found, that is to say, 1/3 of the amount. Musashi, if you haven't finished searching, what's left will belong to Pikachu and the others. At first I heard climbing a tree, looking for fruit. It doesn't seem to be a devil, but this is for Pikachu, and for the little human girl Musashi, it is simply a devil plus. Because the lightning strike tree is struck by lightning all the year round, it already contains extremely rich lightning energy, and after long-term energy erosion and evolution, the lightning strike tree also spontaneously brings the lightning attribute. Therefore, if Musashi wanted to get the fruit, he couldn't get rid of it. And these are the fun Pikachu and the others want to see. Here, Abo Snake, walking grass, are you ready? Musashi looked at the path in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and asked Pokemon next to him. Ba Sizzle Abai. She nodded, his expression dignified. The performance of walking grass is easier. The effect of electrical attribute skills on grass elves is not obvious, including electrical skills such as electromagnetic waves. However, walking grass is also uncomfortable if it is electrified for a long time. Then two Pokemon looked at Musashi together, waiting for Musashi to give instructions to move forward. But I'm not ready, Musashi wailed, crying. Abo Snake and the walking grass fell in an instant, and after waiting for a long time, they CO authored a frustrating sentence. In the memory of another world, the adult version of Musashi is electrocuted by Pikachu in almost every episode and then launched into the air. But now I haven't grown up, I haven't joined the rockets, and I don't want to catch Pikachu. Why should I be electrocuted? Is this fate? This is not fair. However, this matter will not change with Musashi's wishes. What should be done or what should be done, life is like being overwhelmed by it. If you can't resist, let's rush. Abo snake, wandering close to the ground, use the poisonous needle if it can't escape, but leave immediately after using it up, you know. Musashi confessed to Abo snake. Hey! Abashi nodded. Walking grass, immediately activate the chlorophyll properties after entering, and then use the sweet fragrance to interfere with their sight. Musashi said to the walking grass again. Walk. What about you? Asked as he walked. Don't worry, look, what I have prepared. Musashi showed off his thick, folded raincoat from the bottom of the bamboo basket. Walk. Hey! Walking grass and Abai snake look at me, I look at you, don't understand Musashi, why take out the raincoat for doing? I don't know. The raincoat is made of rubber and does not conduct electricity. Just be careful and you won't get electric. So you don't need me. Run immediately after you go in. You walk fast, remember to help. Focus on Abo snake. Musashi added at last. Walk. Walker nodded earnestly. Then let's go. Musashi put on his raincoat and yelled after confirming that he was correct. Rushed out immediately after speaking. The walking grass Abai snake followed closely behind. There was nothing blocking the sky. The sunlight was just right, and the chlorophyll, which is the characteristic of walking grass, quickly surpassed Musashi. The pink scent gradually filled the sky, extending all the way, blurring the figures of Musashi and Abai snake. But before Musashi and the others ran 30 meters, there was a cute cry of Pikiu Pikiu, but in Musashi's ears, it was the devil's sarcasm. Immediately after the electric grid composed of electromagnetic waves, it shrouded in succession from top to bottom. The walking is not good, and the speed is getting faster. Musashi is running more carefully, trying not to expose his skin to the protection of the raincoat. Seeing the power grid fall, Abo snake seized the opportunity to use a poisoned needle to break through a passage. His body contracted slightly and then immediately bounced away. Following this force, he rushed out and easily escaped the baptism of the power grid. Then when Musashi and the others traveled 50 meters, 3 or 4 power grids fell in succession, and the strength of the power grids dropped this time to a new level. Musashi immediately stopped, picked up Abo snake, shrank under the raincoat, and waited for the power grid. In the past, Musashi got up and ran out of the grid. Hey! Abo snake yelled angrily while staying in Musashi's arms. Although you could break through the power grid before, the distance of damage is limited, so now I will hold you, and when the final battle is over, it's up to you. Musashi suddenly said with relief while domineering. Hey-oh! Vol 2 Chapter 30, Battle, Pikshu. Musashi hugged the Abo snake almost all the way and stopped, but sometimes Musashi would let the Abo snake use a poisonous needle to destroy the power grid to speed up the passage of Musashi. On the other side, because of the speed advantage, the walking grass was early on the 100-meter finish line, anxiously waiting for the appearance of Musashi and Abo snake. I also secretly regretted why I ran so fast, and I clearly promised Musashi to take care of Abai snake. While regrets it, I also set my sensory ability to the maximum of 10 meters, 15 meters, 16 meters. I stretched out a little bit, 17 meters. But it's still useless, where did the master and the others go? The 5 green leaves on the top of the walking grass are dimly wrapped in a layer of green ons under the sunlight. This is the extreme use of the grass energy in the walking grass, and the abnormal state it shows. The perception of the surroundings has also expanded to 20 meters, but there is still no information feedback. Became frustrated and wanted to withdraw a sigh of relief, but was afraid that Musashi and the others would just appear when they withdrew their perception. Their thoughts kept swaying left and right. At this time, the energy perception of the walking grass detected an abnormal energy response. With this discovery, the walking grass couldn't help but get excited, and the master and them are almost here. But it didn't take long for him to worry about Musashi's current situation and whether they were injured. In short, the heart is uneasy, and there is no settlement. 2 minutes later, Musashi, wearing a raincoat, appeared in front of the walking grass a little embarrassed. Looking at the intact walking grass, Musashi couldn't help but said with joy, "Walking grass, you are fine. Abo and I didn't see you along the way. I was worried for a while. By the way, Abashi, you can come out." The walking grass saw Musashi arrive safely, hurriedly in front of the runway, looked at Musashi carefully, and hugged Musashi with his leaves. His anxious heart finally calmed down. Okay, I'm okay. You and Abashi have a rest, and we will meet Captain Pikshu here later. Musashi saw the worries of the walking grass and touched the bulb of the walking grass. Said with a smile. Fizz, you also have a good rest. Wait, it's up to us. Then, you have to come on, defeat Pikiu and get revenge. Musashi said jokingly. Basi walk well. *2. Piku appeared in front of Musashi. He was the guardian Pokemon of this level, Captain Piku. Pikiu. Have you rested well? Ha. Walk. Of course it's all right. If you lose, you can't let this hateful Pikshu look down at himself. Pikiu, let's fight, you guys go together. Pikshu hooked his fingers and screamed frivolously. In that case, the walking grass has a sweet fragrance, and a bi-snake Ozna stares at him. Musashi stood up and said loudly. Walking grass, and hearing the words, quickly ran towards Pikiu. The leaves on the top of the head exuded a strong fragrance. Piku held his nose and watched the movement of the walking grass, and Abo snake also moved. Creeping close to the ground, he wandered extremely fast, appeared in front of the walking grass, and people stood up. The apricot snake eyes matched the circular pattern on the body, emitting a soul-inspiring light, and the coercive characteristics took the opportunity to move. Walking grass and Abo snake thought that Pikiu would be hit, but they didn't expect it. Pikshu smiled slightly and was completely unmoved, and the electromagnetic wave suddenly started. The yellow electromagnetic wave spreads in fan-shaped ripples in the direction of Abo snake. Walk. The walking grass jumped out from behind Abo snake, waving the green leaves to stop the electromagnetic wave. At this time, Musashi said, Abo snake, the poisonous needle attack. And use the big snake to stare again. Walking grass uses growth in the range of electromagnetic waves to enlarge the force-bearing area, and also offset part of the influence of electromagnetic waves. An Abo snake took the opportunity to pierce out from under the walking grass, and the dense poisonous needle rushed in front of Pikiu. The big snake's staring eyes were also quietly starting, always paying attention to Pikiu's movements, and the hunting instinct became more sophisticated. Pikshu had a back jump and somersault, and escaped the attack of the poisonous needle. It was an electric shock, and the target was walking grass. Although the damage is limited, it can deepen the influence of electromagnetic waves on the walking grass, killing two birds with one stone. Walking grass, photosynthesis, Abo snake is now. Musashi took the opportunity to say. Photosynthesis can speed up the metabolism of the walking grass, thereby eliminating the influence of electromagnetic waves on him, and to launch an attack in the mid-air Pikiu, you need to continuously lock the position of the walking grass. This gave Abo snake the opportunity to use Orakai stare immediately under Musashi's reminder. This time, the effect of Abo snake stare took effect, and Pikiu froze in a horrified stalemate, and both attack and defense were reduced. Although he immediately recovered, his falling posture could not be adjusted in time, and he staggered. Poison needle. Walking grass, dissolving liquid. Musashi seized the opportunity to speak immediately. The dense poisonous needles enveloped Pikiu's movement range. And the walking grass took the opportunity to throw out a sour and odorous dissolving liquid. Pikiu decided that it was better to get 2 needles instead of getting drenched. A donkey rolled around and escaped the dissolving liquid, but could not escape the attack of the poison needle, and suffered some damage. However, the poisonous needle of a bai snake is not very easy to bear. The part that Pikiu hit was quickly stained with purple marks, and it was poisoned. The 8th level poison needle skill, both in range and passive effect, are better than the dissolving liquid, but the attack power is still very poor. Fortunately, Musashi's original intention was to poison Pikiu, and Pikiu's actions would definitely change under the erosion of the venom, so that he could take advantage of it. Even if he didn't defend himself, he could still drag Pikiu to death without injury. Hey, dirty can be! Pikiu! Seeing that he was poisoned, Pikiu immediately took out his true skills and activated his skills. The electric ions in the air are absorbed by Pikiu, which strengthens its own power reserve and improves its own special defense. Walking grass quickly interrupt him, use absorption. Abo snake, bite. Musashi wanted to take advantage of the favorable factors of Pikiu poisoning, underestimate the enemy and easily win the game, but Pikiu was alert, this wish fell through. But the victory still has to win. www.readaloud.com. The speed of the walking grass under the action of chlorophyll is exerted to the extreme, and it appears next to Pikiu almost instantly, and the 5 leaves grab the Pikiu to activate the absorption skills. At this time, Abashi also walked over, regardless of the current that stings her around, opening her mouth is just a bite skill. Under the double sum, even if Pikiu used a powerful electric shock at the last moment, it would not help, and he was defeated. Walking on the grass, Abo snake let him go, we have won. When Musashi saw a strong Pikachu appear, he immediately called back the 2 pets who wanted to continue attacking. This is an antidote, as well as a special wound medicine made by the master. The effect is very good. Do you need my help? Bring him a peach fruit by the way. Musashi walked to Pikachu's side and asked. Pika. Pi. Pikachu nodded and pushed Pikachu's body. Then shouted to Pikachu not far away. Skin. Pikachu over there heard a response, disappearing, and soon held a peach fruit at Musashi's feet. Musashi squatted down and carefully used tweezers to remove the poison needle from Pikachu's body. The antidote was sprayed on the wound. The slight tingling sensation made Pikachu move uncomfortably. Musashi quickly used soothing skills to stabilize Pikachu, and then squeeze the peach juice and feed it into Pikachu's mouth, and finally treat Pikachu's trauma with wound medicine. Everything is done, and he smiled and said to Pikachu, okay, let him take a rest and it's all right. Pick up, thank you. It's okay, just put some water for me later. Musashi said with a smile. Pick up. There was no discussion about this. Pikachu replied sternly. Okay, a bai snake, walking grass, give you some treatment. Take a break by the way. Musashi can't, it's important to get back to the state of a bai snake and walking grass first. Vol 2 Chapter 31, The Stone Forest of Falling Thunder. Musashi carefully treated the small wounds of Abo snake and the walking grass, then added water to the walking grass, and asked him to use rooting to restore his own state. Then he fed 2 orange fruits to Abo snake and massaged and kneaded Abo snake's body to relax Abo snake's tense ring muscles. After a short rest, Musashi and her Pokemon came to the 2nd level, the Thunderstone Forest. This unusual terrain was transformed by Yingu. He commanded the Meow Frog flower to use several stompings in succession, and abruptly created this piece of stone forest with a radius of 100 meters. The height of the stone pillars is high and low, and there are many mountain ranges, which are removed at a glance. Stone pillars are still stone pillars. The guarding Pikachus are active on the stone pillars, dropping all the lightning skills they have mastered, electric shocks, electric balls, electromagnetic waves, etc. If thunder is dropped, it's impossible, even if they are talented, they can't raise bugs like Pishin. The presence. Is this a bite of milk? Hey, I don't want to, Musashi just got out of the wolf den and entered the tiger's mouth again. It's really unlovable. Looking at the stone forest in front of her, her hands involuntarily wrapped her raincoat tightly, and she couldn't take it off even in the sultry heat. However, after looking at the abo snake and the walking grass, which are the main care, Musashi's mood is a little better. People, only by comparing with more miserable treatment, can you realize the preciousness of happiness. It's weird, what is the happiness on my side? Abo snake, walking grass. The test of this level is a comprehensive test of strength. The more you get to the back, the more dense the electrical skills, so remember to allocate your physical strength well. Go! Musashi yelled. 3 figures rushed into the stone forest one after another. Soon 2 electric shocks fell towards the walking grass and the abo snake, but they didn't find the right head and fell through. But immediately made up for 2 more electric shocks and fell extremely fast. This time the position was very precise, and it was about to hit them. With the help of the perception of abnormal energy, the walking grass moved 1 step to the left like a prophet and easily avoided it. But Abashi twisted his body under Musashi's reminder, and avoided this skill in a turn. Looking back at the scorched ground with a lingering heart, his body ejected at a rapid speed. Musashi followed them carefully as much as possible. The energy sputtered by the electric shock from too close to him may accidentally injure himself, and when he is far away, his sight will be blocked by stone pillars, and they cannot be seen. Walking grass, pull abo snake, quickly stop the electric shock on the head with a poison needle. Musashi saw one after another of electric shocks falling from the top of the stone pillar. The walking grass may be okay, but the abo snake will probably know how to do it. Scorched, quickly commanded. The grass was too late to respond, and the leaves on his head rolled towards abo snake. When abo snake heard the words, he immediately raised his head and fired a poisonous needle attack to stop it for a moment. It escaped these electric shocks without any risk, and it was safe. A few meters away, the difficulty continued to rise, and Musashi looked at the 6 yellow figures on the stone pillar, and said that he was not good. Walking grass, abo snake, prepare, the attack is coming. Musashi immediately reminded, the walking grass and abo snake immediately accelerated and rushed forward, and Musashi also wandered along the edge of the stone pillar. At this time, 3 electric shocks began to fall. The target location was walking in front of them, trying to stop them, and then 2 more electric shocks were predicted to fall slightly ahead of them, and the last electromagnetic wave trailed behind them, encircling them in all directions like a cage. Walking on the grass, pulling abo snake back 2 steps, abo snake uses a poison needle backwards to break the electromagnetic wave. Then quickly rush. Musashi immediately had a choice and said quickly. Abai snake rolled in the grass, stopped the forward impact, endured the pain and withstood one of the electric shock attacks. The emerald green leaves were scorched a lot. An abo snake once again used skilled poison needle skills to pierce the interception of electromagnetic waves. Then he stopped paying attention to the changes around him, and took abo snake to move on. The difficulty continued to escalate. 8 Pikachus were on the top of the stone pillars. In a small area, 8 electric shocks could be called electric shock rain, and the distance from the exit was only a short 10 meters. He suffered a small injury while walking, and his physical strength was the same as that of an aber snake. The last 10 meters could only be exhausted. If there was a pause, it would be overwhelming. What should I do? Musashi was running his small brains very fast, and he couldn't think of a good way to survive the final crisis. But on the other side, the walking grass had already figured out a countermeasure, and yelled at abo snake. Without waiting for ABO Snake's response, he grabbed the ABO Snake's growth skills and activated it. The chlorophyll properties were fully activated and rushed in instantly. After running for a few meters, while the thunderstorm had not yet fallen, he exerted force to throw ABO Snake out of the range of the thunderstorm, and 8 electric shocks covered the walking grass. "Let's sizzle!" ABO Snake hissed worriedly. Musashi looked at the sudden change in front of him too late to react, and directly shouted, "Walking grass, use it to take root." The leaves closed together with all their strength. I don't know if the walking grass can be heard. Even if he hears it, whether he can complete these 2 instructions under the electric shock. Musashi really doesn't know. He can only watch the walking grass wrapped in 8 electric shocks and change into a golden ball of light. There is an unspeakable taste in his heart, the corners of his mouth are salty, and his eyes are blurred. ABO Snake kept neighing, as if to cheer up the walking grass. 3 or 4 seconds were short, but it gave Musashi an eternal illusion. The electric light dissipated, and Pikachu and the others completed their mission and scattered. Only a scorched black object standing in the middle, which can be seen vaguely in the shape of walking grass. Walking grass! Walking grass! Musashi moved his feet slowly closer to the walking grass, yelling for the walking grass, looking forward to a response. Clearly said that there is no life-threatening thing, but why did it become like this? Walking grass! Let's sizzle! Musashi panicked at this moment. God didn't know what to do, and he didn't dare to touch the charred walking grass for fear of accidents. Tears kept falling and almost moistened this small piece of land. ABO Snake is also full of tears, sad, but can only weep silently. And walking grass is really over? Of course not, don't believe me. The scorched grass in front of Musashi shook slightly, and the charred part was constantly cracked and peeled off. The smaller walking grass appeared in front of Musashi with blades larger than his body, and shouted weakly, "Walk! Walking grass? You are okay. Haha, you are okay, really great, really great. You scared me to death, how can you be so stupid, 8 electric shocks, if you can't bear it and make a mistake, and what should ABO Snake do? I can't do this anymore, you know." Musashi hugged the walking grass, and said, "Tears are like the lake of a bursting bank, burning the heart of the walking grass." ABO Snake also stepped forward and entangled the walking grass, neighing happily. Like Caillou and Pikachu who were not far away also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing big happened, or else your own race will also disappear from today, and I looked at it with lingering fears and a cold light appeared not far away. Of huge acupuncture. How did you survive this crisis? Musashi finally stopped his tears and asked curiously. Walking on grass the moment I was electrified, it was amazing. I really wanted to be able to create another body to take the damage instead of me, so I used it. Another body? Could it be a substitute? Wait, I'll stroke. Musashi said, looking at the system message that he hadn't had time to care about before. Walking grass uses growth. Because the level has reached the upper limit, it cannot be improved. Walking grass uses skills to take root, and proficiency is improved. Walking grass simultaneously activates skill growth and rooting, comprehension skill, substitute. The double skill is activated, consuming most of its nutrients to create an unconscious shell. Skill doubles, proficiency increases. Meow meow meow. It turns out that using both growth and rooting can also comprehend the avatar skills, it's really unexpected. It's a Pokemon. By the way, walking grass, since you have nothing to do, why did you come out so long and hurt me in a bite? The snake cried for a long time, and, why have you become smaller? Musashi asked involuntarily. Walking grass. The walking grass squeaked for a long time, and was defeated by the eyes of Musashi and Abeshi, explaining the reason. After using the substitute skill, walking grass in the substitute will only have the most critical bulb part of the whole. In other words, there are no feet or leaves, a round ball, you can't just show up. So he can only consume the nutrients he has stored and regenerate these two parts before he can see people. For this reason, the walking grass shrank in a circle. In terms of image, take our common flower hyacinth or daffodil for example, the normal transformation of walking grass is the hyacinth with leaves and roots. Reading www. After uyugonshu.com uses the substitute, what remains is a bulb without leaves and roots, that's it. Oh, I get it, just peel off the outermost layer, but at the same time as peeling off, the leaves and roots will be taken away together, so that's it. By the way, walking grass, I'll be okay with a smile. Musashi worked hard. Maintaining his expression, he asked in a serious manner. Walk, just laugh if you want. The tired walker replied helplessly. Ha 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 ha. Musashi laughed uncharacteristically. Life, the ups and downs are really in an instant. Pokemon, walking grass. Weed elf, plant grouping. Attributes, grass, poison, body length 0.53 meters, weight 5.1 kilograms. Level, LV 1736.65%, gender. Characteristics, chlorophyll, control degree LV 623.35%. Status, adult, healthy. Age, 3 years old. Character, introverted, the personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, sun and dew, taking care of plants, preferences are not unique and will change in some cases. Intimacy, 100, full value, 255. Trust value, 88, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 45, attack, 50, defense, 55, special attack, 75, special defense, 65, speed, 30, total, 320. Skills, LV9, growth, LV10MAX, sweet aroma, LV9, dissolving liquid, LV6, poison powder, LV3, hypnotic powder, LV3. Comprehension skills, rooting, LV6, photosynthesis, LV5, paralysis powder, LV5, stand-in, LV1. Vol 2 Chapter 32, Play against Pikachu. Musashi, who had laughed enough, was now completely weak. Under great joy and compassion, he had consumed too much energy, and the walking grass and a bi snake were both physically and mentally exhausted. The patriarch of the Pikachu clan, Lycaio, almost made a big mistake on his own side, feeling guilty, and sent a lot of supplies to Musashi to restore their physical strength. Musashi took it all in an unpleasant way and quickly ate it. After the walking grass supplemented some tree fruits and a few unicorns, he immediately used rooting and photosynthesis to absorb nutrients from food, land, and sun. Replenish the nutrients that you have lost. The green light lingers around the body of the walking grass, and the body shape of the walking grass slowly begins to recover, and in a short while, it returns to its original size. After eating several tree fruits and 2 unicorns on the other side, the aber snake also uses the swallowing skills to help him quickly digest the nutrients in his stomach. If you can comprehend the gastric juice, this speed should be faster, Musashi thought greedily. However, as soon as possible to increase the skill level of abo snake dissolving liquid and swallow, there should still be the possibility of understanding in advance. This scene was also under the gaze of Big Needle Bee and Lycaio, swallowing the unicorn, which made Lycaio look awkwardly at the place where Big Needle Bee had existed. Then he turned his head immediately, when he didn't see anything, but the Big Needle Bee, who had changed positions a long time ago, looked at Musashi and the others with twitching eyes. Although, there is no turmoil in my heart about the degenerate unicorn being eaten. After all, the unicorn itself is the existence of the bottom of the food chain, but it is somehow to hide it. Amount. They don't seem to know that they are guarding them right now. Forget it. After half an hour of rest, Musashi and the others were completely relieved, and their spirits became much faster. The walking grass also broke away from the sequelae of the substitute and returned to his normal shape. We have a good rest and can start. Musashi said to Pikachu, who was playing with his heart-shaped tail because of boredom. Pick up. Have you rested? I have a good rest. Musashi nodded affirmatively. Pick up, let's fight. Pikachu and Musashi moved a certain distance away, waiting for Musashi to attack first. Abo snake, stare at Pikachu with a big snake, walk on grass, use growth, and start with chlorophyll. Musashi commanded unceremoniously. This Pikachu is also many levels higher than Musashi's Pokémon, reaching the level of 30. Having mastered quite a few skills, Musashi used the system to detect it secretly, envious. Pokémon, Pikachu. Level, 30. Gender. Skills, Wag the Tail, LV10, Electric Shock, LV10, Live in Harmony, LV10, Lightning Flash, LV10, Electric Ball, LV6, Electromagnetic Wave, LV6, Faint Attack, LV3, Shadow Clone, LV5, Electric Light, LV4, Rub the Cheek, LV5. Genetic Skill, Volt Attack, LV7. Charging, LV8. Teach Skills, Iron Tail, LV4. The skill lineup is quite luxurious, and it is much stronger than the one-on-one skill set on his side. Even if it is 2-on-1, it can only increase a little advantage, and the disadvantage of the level is too huge. Musashi must try his best to seize any possibility that can bring him victory. In fact, fate is still very favored by Musashi. Before the battle, Walker was lucky enough to understand the ability of the substitute. If used properly, the possibility of winning this battle is still quite high. As Musashi's voice fell, Abo Snake glared at Pikachu, and the threatening characteristics were activated. But Pikachu was unmoved. Instead, he fired an electric light to approach Abo Snake with a flash, and kindly stretched out his tail to make friends with Abo Snake. Abo Snake was stunned. What kind of operation is this? When he just wanted to learn Pikachu to stretch out his tail, Musashi reminded him, don't be fooled, use bite. Walking grass, sweet smell. The walking grass absorbs sunlight, quickly completes the use of growth skills, and quietly creates a stand-in armor to protect himself. Hearing Musashi's instructions, he incited the leaves to emit a sweet and greasy fragrance, and surrounded Pikachu and Abo. But after Abo knew that Pikachu's favor was a trap, he condensed his eyes and opened his mouth to bite. Pikachu saw that the strategy was revealed, and immediately fired a flash of light to escape from the situation of the two sides of the attack, during which he used electric shocks to attack the unchanging Abo Snake. The walking grass suddenly appeared to help Abo Snake block this attack. Abo Snake uses poison needles, walking grass, and dissolving liquid toward Pikachu's foothold. Pikachu, seeing that the situation is not good, his playful thoughts are put away, and he activates the iron tail in midair to block the poisonous needle that shoots at him, and gently dodges the splash of the dissolving liquid. Turned around and twisted, an electric ball was successfully condensed on the tip of the tail, and with a strong flick, the direction was still Abo Snake. Quickly avoid it. Walking grass, use the dissolving solution again. The magical avoidance is still very powerful. Abo Snake bowed his body and ejected, avoiding the electric ball. But Pikachu's figure suddenly appeared behind Abo Snake, holding his tail high and chopping it off. Abo Snake, hold back, use the tightening. Walking grass, use paralysis powder, sweet fragrance. Musashi clenched his fist, looked at Abo Snake nervously. For his instructions, Musashi did not know whether Abo Snake do it, but Musashi believes in a by snake. Hey! Pikachu's sharp tail with lightning creases smashed the middle of Abo Snake's body in midair with pressure, and the head and tail naturally cocked under pressure in the middle. Abo Snake endured the severe pain of breaking the body and used this force to pull Pikachu down. Entangling, although the physical pain caused the strength to be unable to be fully utilized, but fortunately it restricted Pikachu's mobility. The walking grass on the other side took advantage of the chlorophyll characteristics and came to Abo Snake. 5 thick leaves wrapped Pikachu, and the absorption skills were activated quickly. The paralysis powder and the sweet fragrance also came in, disintegrating Pikachu's fighting power. "Give up?" Musashi asked. "Pick up?" "No." As Pikachu roared, his body was flooded with bursts of electric light. "This is a volt attack, Abo Snake, hurry up and use the hold method. Walking on the grass, use the absorption with all your strength, and use the rooting." Musashi also tried to prevent Pikachu's hand, and has not used Abo Snake's skill. But what's more is that the ability of holding body technique consumes a lot of mental power of a Abo Snake. For a Abo Snake who is still young and has no mental power training method, using it once means losing his fighting ability. There is no guarantee that it can be used successfully. Therefore, as a last resort, Musashi would not let Abo Snake use it. Walking grass absorption and rooting skills are mainly to limit Pikachu's mobility and reduce the power of volt attacks. And at a critical juncture, the stand-in skill can also block the attack for walking, so that it will not lose the ability to fight immediately. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Fortunately, Abo Snake's hold method was successfully used, and Pikachu was dumbfounded, and the electric light that had gathered finally dissipated, unwilling to lose his fighting ability. "Okay, the battle is over. Come back." Seeing that Pikachu had lost the ability to fight, Musashi quickly let the walking grass come back. It wasn't your death or death. After sucking it down, Pikachu was going to be an adult rat. Walking obediently, he let go of Pikachu, retracted his rooted feet, and returned to Musashi with the soft Abo Snake. "Patriarch Lycaio, Pikachu's physical exertion is too great, this I can't deal with it," Musashi said blushing. "Lycaio, it doesn't matter, I'll take care of it, you just need to take care of your Abo Snake." "Yep." Musashi also wants to deal with his Abo Snake first, but in your place, he always has to say something to you. Thought to myself secretly. However, with no idleness in his hands, he took out the tightly wrapped medical kit from the bamboo basket, and took out tools to carefully clean up the broken scales of Abo Snake's wound, disinfection, dressing, correction, bandaging, and fixation. Pikachu's blow hit, 80% of the bones of Abo Snake were injured, so I had to deal with it first. After feeding 2 orange fruits, he took her back into the pokeball and rested at ease. The injury to the walking grass was not serious. After draining the nutrients from the avatar, it started to take root, and the photosynthesis was almost restored after a set of photosynthesis. As for Pikachu, who made Musashi troublesome, in Reisha's hands, a charging beam made Pikachu alive and well. Musashi, who saw him, sighed at the magic, and at the same time remembered this change in his heart. As long as the same origin moves are properly controlled, it may not be used as a reply move. But this is a bit far away from Musashi, so let's solve the immediate problem first. Vol 2 Chapter 33, Treasure Succeeded. Under the gaze of the Patriarch Lycaio, Pikachus, and Pikchus, Musashi and the walking grass came under the sacred tree that they guarded under the lightning strike. They entangled the raised roots, the trunks covered with gullies, and the verdant canopy of canopy. Just like the big tree at the foot of the mountain, if you observe carefully, you will find that the trunks and branches are covered with large and small scorched black lines, as well as the golden awns flashing on the leaves from time to time. If the time can be directly adjusted to the evening, this lightning-struck tree will definitely be radiant, fire tree and silver flower. Musashi Mimi guessed. But beauty is beautiful. The setting of the lightning tree itself is, it can only be seen from a distance and not playful. Musashi trembled when he thought that he was about to be electrified. An abo snake healed his wounds and was inconvenient to move. The short legs can't get up when walking. In the end, this task can only fall on Musashi himself, although he decided to climb the tree to find the thunder fruit at the beginning. But through many obstacles, when things came to an end, Musashi would inevitably hesitate. You said to put on the raincoat and wear rubber gloves? Let's not say that the raincoat doesn't work well. When climbing a tree, it will definitely rub against the skin. When the time comes, it will be a little irritated, snapping and falling on all fours. And after wearing these things, the adhesion is much smaller, and it is cumbersome. Just load it lightly and be charged when you are charged. After you get used to it, it shouldn't matter. Musashi handed the bamboo basket to the walking grass, nodded toward the chief Laikaiu, walked quickly into the edge of the lightning strike tree, stretched out his finger to touch it carefully, and a slight tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his body. It seems to be acceptable, right? Musashi muttered to himself, feeling the intensity of the current. Then I put it on the entire palm, and the numbness felt more intense. I spoke with a little trembling sound. I take it back that sentence, words so numb. Retracted his hand laboriously and shook it hard. At this time, the system prompt box appeared in front of Musashi, withstand the weak current leaked by a lightning strike tree, and the strength and willpower are extremely improved. There is this kind of operation, then I will be charged for a while. Can I click on the reactants? Yet, improve the tenacity and willpower attributes. Musashi thinks this thing is promising. What a big deal. Once again put his hand on the tree trunk, and the tingling sensation passed through his body again. This time, Musashi didn't stop, but was waiting for the system prompt to appear, and it appeared again after about 3 seconds. Put those two hands together, can it speed up the process? Musashi did it as soon as he thought of it, and put his other hand on the tree trunk. This time, the tingling sensation nearly doubled, and the sudden stress response of his body bounced Musashi away. Although it was only a short attempt, the content of the system prompt box has changed a little. Withstand the weak current leaked by a lightning strike tree, the attributes of strength and willpower are slightly improved. Although Musashi can't figure out how much the difference between the words extremely traceable and very traceable is, it is certain that the speed at which the reactance is touched on both hands will definitely increase a lot. In this way, Musashi wore the red explosive head and began to happily come into contact with the lightning bolt, from the first 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, to the next half a minute, 1 minute. In the end, the whole person hugged the lightning strike tree, although it was bounced away immediately. But the speed of gaining the attributes of tenacity and willpower has been further improved. Withstand the weak current leaked from a lightning strike tree, the attributes of strength and willpower are slightly improved. After Musashi was accustomed to electricity holding the lightning tree, it seemed that he really felt that he was not as numb as before, and the prompt given by the system also confirmed Musashi's feeling. After a lot of electric shock experience, your toughness and willpower attributes have each improved a little. I can accept it a little bit. I'm holding on and see if I can add a few more points. Musashi hugged the lightning tree for nearly an hour amidst the doubts of the Laikaiu tribe and the walking grass, with the attributes of toughness and willpower. Each of them increased 2 points again, and there was no effect anymore, and Musashi was basically immune to the effects of this intensity of electric current on the body. Since there is no way to improve, go up and find thunder fruit. After rubbing for more than an hour, he stretched out his hand to smooth the frizzy hair. Musashi finally started to climb the tree. The canopy is not high, but the trunk is very thick. The arduousness before is also an opportunity to sharpen the gun for the now climbing Musashi, fast and light. Like a nimble monkey, Musashi easily climbed the first branch. Although the intensity of the current was slightly increased, it did not hinder Musashi's actions. Looking up, Musashi saw 5 or 6 thunders in sight. The location where the fruit is hidden. Easily grabbed the fruit closest to him and threw it to the walking grass left on the ground. Then move the position flexibly, grab the second, third. A few minutes later, all the shares that the Pikachu clan needed to turn in this year were found by Musashi, and they were put into a bamboo basket by walking grass. Musashi turned around and checked again and found that there was no omission, so he climbed down carefully and clapped his hands. To be honest, Patriarch Laikaiu saw how easily Musashi found all the fruits on the tree and got his hands. He was a little surprised and couldn't help feeling in his heart. As expected of that person's apprentice. That's it, Chief Laikaiu, we have to say goodbye. Musashi sorted out his messy clothes and hair a bit, and said to Laikaiu with a smile. Laikaiu, don't you stay and see what the sacred tree looks like at night? Reishu asked. Is it really possible? Musashi asked incredulously, with expectations in his eyes. Reishu. Of course. However, no matter how bad Abo Snake is injured, it is better to go back for treatment sooner. Musashi still said in embarrassment about Abo Snake's condition. Laikaiu, this is a trivial matter. If you let Abo Snake out, I'll take a look for you. Chief Laikaiu's expression wrapped around me. Do you have a way? That's great, come out Abo Snake. Musashi asked in surprise, but immediately released Abo Snake from the poke ball. The middle part of his body was bandaged and fixed by Musashi, and he barely moved. Ability. Laikaiu. How serious the injury was. Laikaiu. Abo Snake, bear with me, and I will start treatment. Hey. Ah, what's the situation? Wait. Sigma, A. Hurry up. Escape. The Abo Snake who tried to escape was caught by Musashi's merciless iron hand and could not move. He comforted softly, good boy, it won't hurt later, good boy. Abo Snake has admitted his fate. There is nothing to do without accepting his fate, it really can't move. Patriarch Laikaiu, you can start. Musashi said to Laikaiu while pressing Abo Snake. Laikaiu, then I started, the voice fell, and the charging beam of Patriarch Laikaiu's expert skills was used again, but this time the current was much weaker than the previous treatment of Pikachu, and the whole body was enveloped in all directions without dead ends, especially it is the injured part that is more important to take care of. Musashi secretly alarmed the clan leader Laikaiu's ability to control lightning, and he deserves to be the leader of the clan. It is said that the master can easily subdue them, the strength of the master in his heyday is unfathomable. Ha! 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 It's so numb, I'm going to be cooked by electricity. Eh? What happened? So comfortable, comma. A slight tingling sensation flowed through the whole body of Abo Snake, especially the injured part that would be accompanied by severe pain with a slight movement. www.readaloud.com, it also felt like a warm bath. And there is a feeling that the body is recovering quickly. Soon Laikaiu finished controlling the charging beam, the current quietly dissipated, and Abo Snake returned to normal, except that the scales on the injured part were missing. Slightly twisted his body, easily got rid of the shackles of gauze and fixtures, and restored a healthy body, which is great. Can you teach me how to use electricity? Abashi looked at Reikyu longingly and asked. Yes, but now you can't learn any Thunderbolt skills at all. Do you still want to learn? Laikaiu obviously knows Abo Snake's skill pool very well, but he knows that he can wait for Abo Snake to evolve into Abo Monster. It's a good idea to use the electric system to trick the thunder and lightning teeth, and it's not bad to instill a little knowledge of thunder and lightning into Abo Snake. Hey! To learn. Abo Snake little bit. Laikaiu, well, this is the seed of thunder and lightning for you. As for how much you can comprehend, it is up to you. Laikaiu stretched out his chubby hand, a faint lightning flashed on his fingertips, a little bit of Abo Snake's eyebrows, and then he was done. Is this the end? Asked in surprise, expecting to see the lively Musashi. The vision of the grand power transfer that had originally appeared in his mind did not appear at all, it was really touch and go, nothing to see. Lei Chu. How about it? Oh, Uba Snake, how do you feel? What else can Musashi say? Turning his head to look at Uba Snake and asked. Hiss hiss. I can feel the presence of thunder and lightning, and I can control the current a little. Like this is caused by the little introduction I gave you, don't use it indiscriminately, and understand it carefully. Like warned, and swayed away. Hey-oh! Vol 2 Chapter 34, Fire Tree Silver Flower Never Sleeps. Night, no moon, bright starry sky. Mountains, loneliness, fire trees, and silver flowers. Musashi was left behind by the chief Laikaiu, sitting on the lawn on the hill, watching the beautiful night view of the lightning-struck trees. But tonight is not the time when the lightning strikes the tree to blossom, nor is it the time when Pikachu and the others celebrate the harvest of the Reggie tree. Under the shroud of night, the Pikachus returned to their nests in 2s and 3s to rest early. Only Musashi and the others were sitting not far from the lightning tree, watching them quietly. The golden electric spark wandered across the branches and trunks of the tree that was struck by lightning. Each leaf at the end of the branches flashed and dimmed under the action of the electric current, just like the neon lights of the city that never sleeps, bright, weakened, darkened, and brightened again. Cyclically. Is like a huge tree-shaped LED light board, flashing a picture that is not heavy. Musashi said, she can watch the whole night quietly, if conditions permit. Why do you say that? Because of the cold. On the top of the mountain in October, the strong wind blew, and it hurt Musashi's delicate little face. Even if he put on a poncho to block the wind and he held the walking grass in his arms, he couldn't resist the cold wind. The determination to take Musashi's body temperature. It's no wonder that the sun is setting and the sky is dim, and the Pikachus all return to their warm nests, ignoring the gorgeous performance of lightning strikes. Pikachu said, it's not rare for anyone to watch it every day. It's the hottest wife and children, the most realistic. Although Musashi is nostalgic for the thunderstruck tree, but he can't resist the mighty power of nature and is defeated. He picked up the walking grass and fled back to the guest room that Patriarch Laikaiu prepared for him, a relatively deep cave. As for the abo snake, it is a snake that is more sensitive to temperature. As early as the temperature drops, it returns to the pokeball to nest in a comfortable nest, the fire tree silver flower. Hey, whoever loves to watch, she can't appreciate it anyway. Entering the cave, Musashi shivered abruptly, drank the medicinal soup simmering on the fire tremblingly, and couldn't help feeling fortunate. Fortunately, after listening to Patriarch Laikaiu's words, he prepared hot soup in advance, otherwise, he would catch a cold tomorrow. Turned his head and said good night to the walking grass road that had been buried in the soil, got into the warm sleeping bag, and fell asleep faintly. There is no need to arrange a vigil today, naturally the Pikachu family will do it for you. On the third day of coming to the back mountain, warm and practical zzz. The next day, Musashi woke up early and packed his belongings under the instinctive sense of crisis in an unfamiliar environment. Enduring the biting cold wind in the morning, led by the full-length Pikachu in the eyes of Musashi, he came to an open-air hot spring on the top of the mountain, and quickly cleaned himself who was about to become a savage. The clothes and hair are also washed with a lotion. Don't worry about the wet clothes and hair not drying out. Pikachus will help Musashi solve this problem. The fine electric current control method can easily dry Musashi's clothes and hair, avoiding the embarrassing situation of Musashi without clothes changing. Abo snake completely awakened in the hot spring with a slight sulfur smell, swinging his body leisurely. The walking grass floats up and down in the hot spring, absorbing the rich trace elements in the spring water. Wait for Musashi to clean up, and directly took the pokeball to take the two of them back into the ball, returned to his guest room, put the bamboo basket on his back, and said goodbye to Patriarch Laikaiu and the yellow-skinned electric rats. Go back home. Returning to the village from the top of the back mountain, if the speed is fast enough, half a day will be enough, but in Musashi's heart, he still remembered that he hadn't collected enough of a medicinal material, that is, mountain conch. It's still nearly half of the weight, and I hope to find something on the mountain road back. But there is one more problem. This is that when Musashi went up the mountain, he prepared dry food for 3 days. Today is the 4th day. After eating the tree fruits presented by Pikachu and the others in the morning, they have run out of ammunition and food. As for the chicken flavor and crispness, it has already entered the belly of a by snake. Even if there is left over, Musashi dare not eat it, for fear of intestines. For this, Musashi can only pray secretly, God can see her young and weak, so that she can find the missing mountain conch and go home early. The rugged mountain road is still led by Abo Snake, walking grass next to Musashi. After 3 days of running in period, the tacit understanding value between Musashi and Abo Snake and Shirzu rose linearly. After several days of exercise, Abai Snake's perception ability has improved a bit, the detection range has been expanded a lot, and it has become more refined. The grass's control and cognition of the surrounding vegetation has also become more comprehensive and detailed. It can be seen that there is a gap in the strength of Pokémon between trainers and no trainers. Based on the fact that their perception abilities have improved a lot, Musashi hopes that his desire to search for mountain conch on the way home should be successfully fulfilled. No, located in the upper middle part of the back mountain, the walking grass made a cheerful cry and pulled La Musashi's hand with the leaves, pointing to the jungle not far away, and the target appeared. Musashi immediately commanded Abo Snake to find the way first, and carefully followed up with the walking grass. Everything is safe in front, and the target is confirmed. Great, we can go home if we dig up the mountain conch. Musashi heard the voice of Abai Snake, cheered softly, and quickly approached. Carefully identify the mountain conch. The year looks like the ones dug up before. Under the guardianship of the walking grass and the aber snake, the mountain conch was dug out with ease and placed properly. Well, this time the mission of going up the mountain has been successfully completed. Now we are heading to the village and head forward at full speed. I was finally able to go home. Excited and joyful, reaching his mind, Musashi almost forgot that he was in a dangerous back mountain. He needs to be cautious. Regulations. Hiss. Walk. Abo Snake and the walking grass are not overwhelmed, their speed has only increased slightly, and they are still wary of potential changes around them. After walking a long distance, his sanity returned to Musashi's brain. Thinking of his self-absorbed appearance before, his face turned red involuntarily, and he quickly straightened his mind, paying attention to his surroundings. During the period, I met 2 pangolins, one is more than a bird. The pangolin was timid. After seeing Abai Snake and Musashi, he immediately burrowed and escaped. As a result, Abai Snake's ration fell through, but he was still relieved. There are fewer surprises, the best. BB Bird is not very easy to deal with. Although it is the same level as Pikachu, BB Bird does not want to blatantly release the water like Pikachu, it is a swooping and wings flapping. Fortunately, Abo Snake and the others already have experience in dealing with high-level Pokémon, and in the dense forest, BB Niao can't use most of their abilities. They escaped smoothly under the cooperation of Abo Snake and the walking grass. BB Bird, who has not caught any prey, unwillingly want to trail all the way, wait until the terrain is open, and take these disobedient rations in one fell swoop. Before the birds respread their wings into the air, they were shot down by the big needle bee guarding Musashi and passed out into a coma. Tori is where he fell from, and continues to fall there. And Musashi finally rushed back to the village safely before lunch. Greeted the guards at the entrance of the village, and after a little check, he let Musashi go home. Master! I'm back! Musashi trot all the way, rushed into the clinic almost without stopping, hugged Yingu who was in the consultation, and said excitedly. Go in and wash, change clothes, and don't yell, let the patient watch the jokes. Yingu saw Musashi returning safely, his eyes were full of smiles, but his mouth was not merciful. After all, you are now responsible for the patient when you are seeing a doctor. Oh, I see, I'm sorry this aunt, I've disturbed you to see a doctor. Musashi angrily loosened his hand holding ginkgo, bowed to an aunt in the village, and apologized. It's okay. It's all minor problems. Don't bother me. Let's go in. Little Musashi. I haven't seen you for a few days, so I'm tired. Go in. This aunt is still good, and I understand that Musashi will follow alone. Yingu studied medicine and said with a smile. I see, goodbye, master, goodbye aunt. Musashi bowed to Ying and aunt again after receiving the pardon, ran into the backyard of the clinic, and roughly classified the medicinal materials on the ground. The most important thunder fruit is of course solemnly put away in the house. Went back to the back room, carefully packed up personal hygiene, and cleaned up the stains on the details of the abo snake and the walking grass. Back and forth, it took more than an hour to clean and refreshing Musashi. Wearing 2 ponytails he tied himself, he came out with a clean abo snake and walking grass, and found that ginkgo was cleaning up Musashi and collected it and scattered it. Medicinal herbs on the ground. Master Musashi called. I'm hungry, I'll make some medicinal porridge for you. When you finish eating, hurry to rest and leave it to me. Also, the quality of the herbs is very good. You have been working hard these days. Is the harvest of thunder fruit going well? Yingu seemed to think of something, and looked at Musashi with a smirk. Master, you still asked, which pot really doesn't mention which pot to open, but it's not bad, but I almost can't see you. Musashi calmly said unsettling words. You reading www.uuganshu.cm. What? What's going on? He didn't succeed in molesting Musashi, but was surprised by what Musashi said. Walking grass was shattered by electricity, and almost died on the spot. Fortunately, I realized the ability to substitute. A snake almost broke in 2 during the battle. This is all thanks to you, master. Musashi said strangely. Obviously the anger has not disappeared. Ha, ha, I don't want to exercise more to train you, you see, now abo snakes lively and vigorously, walking grass and comprehend the substitute skills, right, ha ha. Ah, you should worry about abo snake and meadow. Big Needle Bee is going to find food for them. Go eat and rest early. Yingu put down the knife in his hand and said to Musashi, haha. Well, I see, thank you, master, and, in the past few days in Hyushin, I'm really scared. But there are abo snakes and they protect me, I am not afraid. Slowly. I went to eat. Musashi didn't complain about Yingu, just vent. Musashi, who was able to go home and back to his master, could no longer pretend to be strong, and said to Yingu with a cried smile. Musashi, grow up, go now. Yingu withdrew his strange thoughts and said with emotion. It's been almost 3 years since the rascal little Do Ding we first met to the slim little girl now. It's so fast. Especially Musashi's stature has changed very fast in the past 2 years. At first glance, he thought it was a 10-year-old girl. After a while, let Musashi come in contact with people of his age. It will inevitably be behind closed doors to learn from him, and his vision is not broad enough, which is not good for Musashi's future growth. But how to mention this sentence? Yingu's hands of cleaning the medicinal materials stopped unconsciously, and sad thoughts arose in his heart. Vol 2 Chapter 35, Medicated Bath, Part 1. It's been half a month since Musashi returned from the back mountain experience, and the herbs that he picked back were all transformed into usable medicinal materials in Ying's hands. Under the guidance of Yingu, Musashi started grinding, cutting, steaming, and finally cooking. It is impossible to do without teaching. Even if Musashi is confident to handle these medicinal materials, Yingu is not at ease. After all, most of the medicinal materials here are highly toxic. If you are not careful, Musashi will be over. And other highly toxic medicinal soups are completed, and they are washed into a large porcelain jar prepared in advance and filled with hot water. The pitch-black highly poisonous liquid medicine quickly turned brownish red under the dilution of hot water. Abo Snake walked on the edge of the porcelain tank, looked at the liquid in the tank fearfully, brewed for a while, closed his eyes, and slid in. The warm medicinal soup was very comfortable at first, but it was followed by numbness, burning, and the dissolution of the scales and muscles, which brought a tingling sensation. These reactions suddenly rushed to Abo Snake's heart. Painful, he opened his mouth and was about to howl. But with this mouth, when something bad happens, the poisonous venom will follow Abo Snake's mouth and pour it into Abo Snake's body. The venom doubles inside and outside, which further stimulates Abo Snake's mind. Abo Snake, who had been confused because of the tingling pain, was awakened by the stronger pain. At this moment, Abo Snake realized how life is better than death. The highly poisonous liquid medicine in the porcelain jar not only corrodes and melts the body of Abo Snake, but also nourishes and repairs the body of Abo Snake a little bit. This is the effect of thunder fruit. By the side of the porcelain jar, Musashi firmly grasped Yingu's hand, anxiously watching Abo Snake's unconscious squirming body, the medicated bath mixed with blood, and Abo Snake's silent cry. The heart was pulled high, and the mouth kept cheering for a by snake. Because only after the first time, the medicated bath will be a lot easier, and finally it will become enjoyment. The bitterness will come, this is what Yingu said to Musashi, Abo Snake, and the walking grass. As for success once, it is no different from winning the lottery, regardless of the probability. The medicinal bath of walking grass hasn't started yet. After all, it is the first time for Musashi and the others. They will not be in a hurry if they come one by one, and it will be convenient for treatment if there is a problem. Looking at the tortured Abo Snake, the walking grass retreats a little, but thinking of Abo Snake can pluck up the courage to take the first medicated bath. It doesn't make sense that he, who is older than Abo Snake, vowed to protect his master and Abo Snake's self, to shrink back at this moment. Even if Musashi and Abasha could understand after they retreated, I am afraid I would not forgive the cowardly evading myself. At any rate, I have experienced several life and death disasters. How can I be knocked down by this small non-fatal medicated bath? I will definitely succeed. Walking Grass gave myself enough courage, and his eyes were firm. The performance of the two Pokémon of the ancient Silver General Musashi can be seen in his eyes, and he keeps nodding his head, they are all made. However, feeling the pain from her arm, she couldn't help but frowned. This little Nizai's hand strength really grew stronger. After more than 10 minutes, the liquid medicine in the large porcelain jar became clearer. Yingu nodded, and let Meow Frog Flower fish out a by snake. The thick and deep voice of the wonderful frog blossoms, and two strong vine whips stick out from under the flowers of palm plants on the back. They are not afraid of the toxins in the liquid medicine, and gently soak the Abo Snake in the poisonous liquid. Hold it out. Is a bit like soaking snake wine, Omega. At this time, Abo Snake has fallen into a coma, covered in soft pink and purple scales. Is in the state of soaking hair now, oh. Because of the corrosion and regrowth of the medicated bath, the newly born scales have not yet fully solidified, so they will show such a beautiful color. After a period of time, the scales will become stronger over time, and the color will return to the original mysterious purple and brilliance. However, there was such a change in his body, and the unconscious Abo Snake didn't know about it. Yingu carefully checked the physical condition of a bi snake, and finally determined that a bi snake had adapted to the liquid medicine very well, and had a high degree of fusion and absorption of the toxins in it. After receiving 1 or 2 medicated baths, he could learn the poisonous skills up. Musashi was relieved when he heard Ginkgo's diagnosis. It would be good to be able to survive the most difficult first time, but I also hope that ABO snake will not feel afraid of the word medicated bath because of this medicated bath. Next, it's the walking grass. The medicinal soup needs to be recooked. The medicinal materials were processed when preparing the herbal soup of Abashi. Now it is enough to boil it. Gurgled for half an hour, and Abashi also regained consciousness, and the first thought when he woke up was to yell. It frightened Musashi, but now Musashi just waits for the soup to boil, or else something goes wrong and he has to run back the mountain again. And the snake who wailed twice suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be any pain at all now, and his body was unspeakably relaxed, and felt that his control of the venom in his body had also been strengthened a lot, especially the control of the dissolving fluid. I'm hungry if I still have them. What kind of hungry can I eat ahead of Catalo? Hey, I'm so hungry. Hungry? Musashi asked gently. Hey. Abashi nodded. Then be hungry. Musashi said with a smile. Sigh, sigh. There is something to eat what? Then hungry. Number. Hey, am I not your favorite little snake? Abashi asked pitifully. Yes, but you scared me, so I don't have to eat. Musashi still smiled. Hey, I don't dare anymore. Okay, stop teasing her, Abashi, the food is over there, go quickly. Yengu shook his head and said with a smile. Hey! Let me go? Go, go, how familiar and familiar with the body after eating, don't just go to sleep, you know. Musashi warned. Hey! Received. After finished speaking, the tail flicked and jumped out, and pounced on the pangoid that was lying on its side. After devouring laboriously, the whole snake life seems to be complete, unable to raise any interest, lazy, the sun is just right, sleeping. Abo snake. Musashi knew Abo snake's temperament. After a full meal, his first thought was to sleep, and the softly frozen snake's voice sounded behind Abo snake. Hurry up! I didn't sleep. That's right, now the poison energy in your body is in the active period. Use the time of digesting pangolins to see if you can comprehend the gastric juice trick. Musashi obviously didn't plan to let Abo snake go. He was familiar with the body and comprehend the gastric juice skills, no conflict, said decisively. It's sizzle okay. Goo, goo. Oh, the master medicine is okay. Musashi heard the gurgling sound coming from the medicine jar and turned to ask Ginkgo Road. Okay, the next time you dispense and boil the medicine, you have to control it yourself. By the way, you can remember the state of these manufacturing steps clearly? Yengu asked uneasily. Well, I remember it all. Musashi nodded. Yengu nodded with approval, poured a little antidote into the porcelain jar to remove the toxins remaining in the water, and changed a jar of hot water. After all this was done, it signaled that Musashi could flush the medicinal soup into it. Actually, Meow Frog Flower can dispose of this tank of venom, but if you think of the bath water for Abo snake, let's forget it. After the medicinal soup was diluted this time, the medicinal liquid turned yellow-green, which looked very healthy. Musashi looked at the liquid medicine in this tank, and looked at Yengu with a suspicious expression. Even though the amount of medicinal materials in the formula is different, the color difference is too much. Master, the color is too bad, right? It's okay. Musashi looked suspiciously at Yengu and asked. Of course, did you forget how I introduced the cultivation of plant goo? Yengu asked rhetorically. I want to enhance the grass roots of the grass Pokemon, thereby enhancing the absorption and integration of toxins. And then enhance the poison roots. Musashi recalled the content of the book, retelling it according to the book www.readaloud.com. Oh, yes, but this doesn't look toxic. Musashi still did not give up his doubts about this tank of liquid medicine. At the beginning, you concluded that medicine is 3-point poison, and poison is all medicine. Have you forgotten? Besides, can poison be confirmed only by appearance? Yin Gu's tone continued to increase. I was wrong. Musashi admitted his mistake decisively. Let's go in, let the grass walk in. When they all learn the poison skills, I have nothing to teach you here. Yin Gu felt it was time to let Musashi leave him. Master, you don't want me. Is it because Musashi didn't do well enough? Musashi changed, don't drive Musashi away, okay? Musashi panicked and said at a loss. What do you want? Just let you go to study for 2 years, get in touch with your peers, and also want you to see the outside world more. I really don't have anything to teach you here, Gu and education. The encyclopedia of poisons has also been taught to you, and you have learned the refining techniques of medicated baths. Leaving you by my side is not for your good, but for you. So, wait for the snake to learn how to walk. If it is very toxic, I will send you to a school of a good friend of mine to study. Yin Gu said with a serious face. Oh, do you really have to go? Musashi asked unwillingly. Yes. Yin Gu said cruelly. I see. After Musashi finished speaking, he smiled at Ginkgo, then fell silent, picked up the walking grass and put it in the medicated bath. Walk on grass, come on, learn toxic skills early, and then go to school. Walk. Before the walking grass entered the medicated bath, it took the initiative to withdraw the nutrients from the leaves, leaving only a billowing blue bulb, floating in the medicinal bath. Vol 2 Chapter 36, Medicated Bath, below. The whole process was silent, the grass was neither wailing nor screaming, nor was the liquid medicine churning everywhere. Nothing else happened except that the color of the liquid medicine changed from yellow-green to brown, and then from brown to pale yellow. Everything happened naturally, just like drinking water and eating. It is no wonder that in the Gu compiled by Yin Gu, the speed of describing the formation of grass Gu is ranked second only to insect Gu. And the system prompt box also appeared at this moment. Walking grass absorbs unknown venom, successfully comprehending that the skill is very poisonous. At this time, Jing's voice also rang in Musashi's ear, walking grass has good luck this time, and the poisonous skill should be successfully understood. Ying's method of judging is to distinguish between the degree of absorption of the liquid medicine in the tank and the characteristics shown on the grass bulbs. Like Abo snake, after absorbing 70% of the medicinal solution, he didn't realize that it was highly toxic, so Yin Gu concluded that it would take 1 or 2 more times. This also took into account the absorption and transformation ability of the animal Gu itself. As far as the absorption and transformation ability of Abo snake is as high as 70%, it is an excellent performance of talent in Ying's eyes. As a grass Gu, the ability of walking grass to absorb and transform is 90%, and its talent is only excellent. But being able to comprehend the poisonous skills after the first medicated bath was pure luck. Because Yin Gu has cultivated a lot of grass Gu, and the absorption rate reaches 90%. Few people can comprehend the poison at the first time. Most of them need 2 or 3 medicated baths to comprehend. So Yin Gu, it is said that walking grass is good luck. The wonderful frog flower that stayed beside Yin Gu had a 10% absorption rate of the liquid medicine at the beginning. It was a representative of the ability to comprehend the poisonous skills once. So you should be confused, so you should change the way. Insect Gu, after evolving to an adult, almost 100% can learn the poisonous skills. The talented ones can be understood in the second stage, and those with excellent talents can also be learned during the larval stage. Therefore, cultivating insects is the easiest to form, and insects do not pay attention to absorption rate. They are fed herbs during the larvae period, and they can learn poisonous skills after eating. They are very talented. Can learn after evolution, excellent talent. Only understood after the adult, the talent is average. Ghost Gu also does not pay attention to absorption rate, because they are 100% absorption rate, once completed, well-deserved innate Gu. The 3 kinds of goo after pay attention to absorption rate. Grass goo, 7 to 10%. 10%, 100% comprehend the highly toxic. Animal goo, 5 to 7%. 70%, 2 to 3 times, can successfully comprehend. Water goo, 4 to 6%. It takes 60%, 3 to 4 times, to comprehend the poison. This makes it clear. Meow Frog Flower took out the walking grass to dissolve the venom on the surface of the walking grass, and then handed it to Musashi. After receiving it, Musashi thanked the Wonder Frog Flower, glanced at Yingu, and said nothing. Said directly to the walking grass, "Walking grass, how do you feel now?" The walking grass drew out the green leaves, grew legs, and exclaimed easily, "Walking is great, like asleep, and I understand the poisonous skills." "Well, congratulations, but don't show yourself in front of a snake. You also have to say that you are suffering from the medicinal bath. Otherwise she will be unhappy." Musashi whispered. "Walk, I got it. Let's go find Abo snake," Musashi said to the walking grass. He nodded his head, and ran towards Abo snake who was trying to digest food. The 2 Pokemon chatted together. Ginkgo treated the wastewater and walked to Musashi's side and said, "Is Musashi still angry with his master?" "No." 2 words hard. "In fact, the master does not want Musashi to leave, but as my apprentice, I will be responsible to you." "Are you right?" And tone softened. "The Chinese New Year will be in 2 months, and you will be 8 years old. In the past 2 years, you have almost lived with me. I also hate you as an apprentice, just like your parents hated you. But in the end they still have to go outside and work hard, in order to make your life better. Don't worry about things other than Pokemon." Here, the master has the same idea. "Although the master is a trainer approved by the Alliance, as my apprentice, you still need to go through a certification process in order for the Alliance to recognize you as a registered trainer and enjoy the benefits of the Alliance. This is why you are arranged to enter the school. In fact, you don't have to worry about not seeing me. I have said that the school was founded by a friend of the master. Since it is related, of course the master can also serve as a teacher in this school. I'm not afraid that I won't see your master, right?" "That's not it, hey. By the way, sir, what kind of school are you talking about?" Musashi heard that he didn't need to be separated from Ying, and suddenly it turned cloudy, and it was clearing, and asked curiously. "Didn't I say?" Yingu asked strangely. "Of course not. Well, it is the Geely Egg Nurses College, which specializes in cultivating excellent Geely Egg and Elf nurses. After successful studies, they will be transported to the Elf Center in Guandu. The school is located in Happy Town." Ying introduced. "Happy Town, isn't it the town directly under our village?" Musashi asked in surprise. "The reason for the surprise is that the way I meet my parents will be more convenient." "Yes, would you still be unhappy like this?" Yingu asked with a smile. "Master, I love you to death." Musashi smiled and ran away. "This kid." Yingu smiled and shook his head. Said to the wonderful frog flower beside him, "I'm going to see them soon, and I don't know what the situation is now." "DNA. It will be all right." "Yes, evasion can't solve anything, it's time to face it." Yingu sighed. DNA in the past, it wasn't just for the former partner. "You miss her too?" Meow Frog screamed teasingly. "Well, if she is still willing to accept me," Yingu said somewhat unconfidently. "DNA. I have given you free care for so many years of old, weak, sick, and disabled. If it is not true love, I have nothing to say." You. Yingu couldn't talk about Meow Frog Flower, so he could only shake his head and laugh. After a few more days, the state of Abo Snake was completely stabilized. Under the supervision of Ying, Musashi once again prepared the liquid medicine needed for Abo Snake for the medicated bath. There was no error in the process, and the liquid medicine was made quite successfully. It is a pot of brownish-red medicinal soup. Abo Snake looked at the big porcelain urn fearfully. This is hell, where life is better than death. Hey! Abashi stopped. This time it won't be as painful as last time. If you can comprehend the poisonous skills this time, there won't be a third time, so please come on. After Musashi finished, he helped Abo Snake while he was unprepared. Cypress slid into the porcelain jar. Fuck! You badass! Look, is it better than before? Musashi asked with a smile. Ha! No, it's still the same, numb, itchy, painful. Hey! Hey! It doesn't seem to be so painful anymore. Hey! Abo Snake is still in the mood to play in the medicated bath. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Musashi said helplessly, stop playing, try to actively absorb the toxins in the liquid medicine. Success or failure depends on this. Baho! More than 10 minutes later, the liquid medicine became clear and transparent under the active absorption of Abo Snake. In the end, only a tank of clean water remained. Yes, not bad, perfect absorption. Abo Snake adapts to venom very well, and Abo Snake has mastered the poisonous skill. Yengu smiled and nodded. Why doesn't the Abo Snake wake up yet? Musashi asked strangely. It should be something else, don't disturb her yet. Yengu said. At this time, the system popped up many prompt boxes. Abo Snake absorbed the unknown liquid medicine and successfully realized that the skill is very poisonous. Abo Snake was affected by the unknown liquid medicine. Skill, dissolving liquid level was raised to full level, affected by skill, swallow, successfully comprehending skill, gastric juice. This double happiness is here, Musashi muttered to himself blankly. What? Yengu asked casually without hearing what Musashi said. Ah, nothing, nothing. Abo Snake seems to be waking up. Musashi fooled. Yengu didn't ask any more, because Abo Snake really woke up. This time, without the help of Meow Frog Flower, I got out of the porcelain tank, and the water stains continued to slide down along the smooth and tight scales of the Abai Snake, and it dried up after a while. Ha! I learned the poison skills. Congratulations, Abo Snake. You are awesome. Musashi picked up Abo Snake and smiled and touched Abo Snake's head. Walk. The walking grass also celebrated for Abo Snake. Ha! I am the most powerful queen. Abashi raised her head proudly and neighed. But as soon as the cold wind blew, Abashi immediately curled up, and the original arrogance disappeared. Vol 2 Chapter 37, Farewell and Reunion. Abo Snake and Walker have completed the comprehension of the poisonous skills. Jing and Musashi will also bid farewell to this unknown small village. Okay, it's been so long, this village still needs a name. The name is Songzao Village. In the future, it will also develop into Songzao Town, which is the town that the young boy Xiaozai and his group have visited, the town that helped the timid palace evolve. Yengu took Musashi to the village chief's house. Complete the handover procedures agreed with the village chief before. After all, the village can't live without a doctor. The doctor who handed over with Yengu is also a doctor who likes to use herbal medicine as a healing method. What's more, like Yengu, they are both big and small. But the big ones are older and the small ones are younger. I don't know the name of this female doctor, Musashi, only that her granddaughter is called Yashida Kiyomi, so everyone simply calls her Mrs. Yashida or Dr. Yashida. Their dress is very similar to the Chinese costumes in Musashi's memory. The woman wore a cheongsam embroidered with a lotus pattern and a thick shawl with a splendid pattern, and she was dressed as a noble person. The little girl is wearing a thick white jacket with pink embroidery, accompanied by a dark green ball head, very cute. While Musashi was observing them, the little girl was also looking at Musashi, and said hello to Musashi in Japanese that was not fluent with a local accent. Sister, hello. My name is Yoshida Kiyomi, and she is my grandmother. The little girl introduced herself in a waxy voice. Hello, my name is Musashi, and he is my master Ying. By the way, your clothes are so beautiful, I have never seen them before. Musashi was really curious about their origins and asked in circles. Grandma said she was wearing a cheongsam, saying that I can wear such beautiful clothes when I grow up. King Mei said with some pride. Chi, Pao? Really interesting name, I don't want to say what we usually say. Where are you from? Musashi solved the problem. Grandma said, we are from China, Zhejiang Province, and Hangzhou. I can say different things. The little girl couldn't hide things, and she said everything in a nutshell. Fortunately, the three adults got together to discuss matters, and there was no time to take care of Musashi and Kiyomi, otherwise Musashi really couldn't make these words. Can you teach me to say it? Musashi asked in a curious tone. Of course, but I don't know much. Ni, how, chi, fan. King Mei said two common vocabulary with non-standard pronunciation. Hello? Eat. Musashi learned to read. Yes, elder sister is amazing. Kiyomi said happily, clapping her hands. Skimmy, what are you talking about with this sister, how happy? Mrs. Yoshida, who was handed over, came over with a smile and asked. I'm asking my sister to speak Chinese. Kiyomi raised her face and said proudly. King Mei is great, but we are going to clean up our house and say goodbye to my sister. The woman smiled and said to the little girl. Oh, sister, goodbye. Kiyomi's face clearly had 3 words of unhappy, but she waved goodbye to Musashi. Goodbye. Musashi smiled and said goodbye to Kiyomi. A small episode in the village. In November, the cold wind blows on the quiet village. Although the village can hardly see snow due to its geographic location, the wind is still bitterly cold. The heavily armed Musashi wrapped up, holding Yingu's hand, and walking towards the only bus stop in the village. There is only one direction for the bus, which is the round-trip bus leading to the township of Happy Town. 2 times a day, at 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Ginkgo and Musashi took the morning train. After an hour of ups and downs, the 2 masters and apprentices arrived at the Happy Town bus terminal. Yingu sent Musashi to take an intercity bus to Yaheng City to reunite with his family. Jing went to the Jili Egg Nurses College to go through the enrollment procedures for Musashi and complete his own entry procedures. By the way, I saw the Yiren in my heart, well, just by the way. I was discussing with Yiren together, and I summed up the way to cure Pokemon in the past 2 years. Master, won't you go to Yaheng City to celebrate the new year with me? Musashi stretched his head out the window and asked Ying. I will not go this year. I plan to spend the new year at the Jili Egg Nurses College. Yingu said with a smile. Why? Spend the new year with your friends? Could it be that? Musashi began to have a wonderful association. What do the little brains think? Adults, children, don't think about it. Yingu immediately interrupted what Musashi wanted to say. It seems that it's not easy, Master, you have to cheer up and try to trick Master into your hands. Musashi laughed. What a lie. Okay, I've already notified Yuichiro and the others. The car arrived at Yaheng City at 6 p.m. and asked them to wait for you in the waiting hall. Remember not to run around, and let you get off after getting off the bus. The flight attendant will take you to the waiting hall. I have already explained to the flight attendant in the car, is the food enough? Yingu confessed it again, and finally asked uneasy. Enough to eat, I wrote down everything you said. When I get to Yaheng City and meet my parents, I will ask them to call you and let you rest assured. Musashi said sensibly. That's it, the car is about to start, do you know if you pay attention to your own safety? Yingu exhorted at last. I know. I still have them to protect me. The car has started, sir, goodbye. Musashi waved his hand towards Ginkgo, and the window closed. Goodbye. Yingu waved his hand as well. After watching the car go away, he turned around and got out of the station. He took a taxi that was handed over and drove to the Gili Egg Nurses College. Not to mention whether Musashi's trip went smoothly, Jing had already arrived at the Gili Egg Nursing College at this time. Was hovering at the gate of the college, not knowing what kind of identity he should enter. But staying outside the girls' school is enough to make people suspicious. Yingu still wandered for a long time. The uncle doorman couldn't stand it anymore. He came out and said, "Who are you? You are not staying in front of the school, otherwise I will be welcome." "Ah, I'm sorry, I'm a friend of your dean, my name is Yingu, can you please inform me?" "I was about to be driven away, and I was entangled with something," Yingu hurriedly said to the guardian's uncle. "Are you friends with the dean?" "Just you? You wait first, and I'll help you ask." The uncle looked at Yingu suspiciously. How could he know the dean? However, the uncle of the doorman knows the term people should not look good, and he didn't dare to deliberately make things difficult for Ying. "Hello, hello." The cold female voice of business affairs came from the end of the phone. "Is it Secretary Yoshino? I'm the guard Okawa. Here is a guy named Yingu who wants to see the dean." The uncle briefly explained the situation. "Yingu? Could it be that person?" Yoshino's secret art murmured. "I see, I'll ask the dean for instructions." The secretary turned to a cold voice and finished speaking, then hung up the phone. Walked quickly to the dean's desk, and said to the pink-haired beauty who was leaning over to deal with the documents, "King Xiu, that person is looking for you, do you want to meet?" "That person? Which person?" After hearing this, the pink-haired woman immediately caught up in her heart www.readaloud.com and asked with a smile at the corner of her mouth. In fact, she knew exactly who this person was. "Be stupid, then tell the guard, if you don't know this person, please drive him away." The black-haired incapable secretary obviously doesn't take advantage of the dean in front of him. "I can't do it if I was wrong, let him come in." "I'm just coming now, and I don't have a word, so I just blasted out." The pink-haired woman suddenly told her forgiveness, but felt that she was embarrassed in front of her friend, so she added a vicious sentence. "You are willing to?" This time it was the secretary's turn to tease the pink-haired woman. Go, ditch something." The pink-haired woman blushed and her tone was a little bit corrupt. "Yes, Master Dean, since the advantage has been taken up, I am not teasing my friends anymore." Quickly dialed the doorman's phone and let him go. "You can go in, by the way, do you know where the dean's office is?" The uncle looked at Yingu curiously and asked. "Real people can't look good." "I know." Yingu nodded, although he has only been here twice, his memory is still fresh. Yingu walked on the main road of the Gili Egg Nurses College, slowly watching the scenery on both sides, some changed, some unchanged. A lot of modern facilities have been added, and some vegetation has been replaced. It feels more integrated with the overall atmosphere of the school. Not to delay time. Lucky Yingu Ki traveled a short distance and was found by a happy egg. "Happy egg, are you here to pick me up?" Yingu never admits that he was found by happy egg because he wanted to delay time. "Lucky you are all right." Happy egg did not refute, nodded in response. Lead the way." Yingu asked himself to be boring, and honestly followed. Vol 2 Chapter 38, Joey Haruyuki. Yingu walked to the door of the dean's room under the leadership of Xing Fuden. Xing Fuden opened the door and walked in. "Lucky someone brought. Thanks for your hard work, Happiness Egg." The clear and soft voice encouraged Happiness Egg, and he turned to look at the door and said, "Why, I plan to stand at the door and escape for a lifetime. Or do you want me to invite you in?" The soft voice turned sharply, and the cold was in Yengu's heart. How can it, this is not the cowardice of nostalgia, Yengu said, haha. Oh Jingxiang, Qing cowardly, as far as I know, your hometown is not in this little happy town. Cowardly, that cowardly. The girl with black hair in professional attire seemed to find something interesting, asked with a smile. Yengu was a little confused. I glanced at the Yiren I had been thinking about for a long time, and glared at him clearly, but faintly looking forward to his eyes, and his heart was filled with death. My heart is at home, and I love a beautiful woman, so I am timid. Yengu said half-white love words, expressing his heart. Hey, I'm so sour, happy egg, let's go, and we will have our teeth sour after we stay. The black-haired woman chuckled and glanced at the blushing two people in front of her and laughed. Mujin, the pink-haired woman, glared at her friend angrily. Yengu, Joey Swecking is angry, you have to help me. You talk slowly, I'll go first. After speaking, he pulled up the short hand of the happy egg and ran out of the Dean with a smile room. Okay, let her see the jokes, what are you doing here for? If it is for your Pokemon, they are in a good state now, you don't need to be too contemptuous. Joey Swecking did it on business. Said. There are 3 things here, the first thing. Are you, still single? Yengu simply asked the deepest question in his heart first, anyway, he had already spared it before. You. Talk about business, don't be kidding. Joey Kingsu obviously didn't expect Ying to still mention it. No kidding, I have figured it out over the past 2 years. If you are still single, and you are willing to give me a chance, I will not run away. I, like you. Yengu plucked up the courage and continued. You, Joey Swecking glared at Yengu, and gave a reply in her nasal voice for a long time. Are you agreeing? Yengu was a little uneasy under Joey Kingsu's gaze. Hearing Joey Kingsu's reply, she asked carefully for fear that she had heard him wrong. Are you annoying, and I didn't fully agree to you, please observe for a while. Joey Kingsu was also in a mess and needed to calm down. Oh. Yengu nodded in response. It must be false to say that you are not disappointed, but it is true that you are at fault first. What are the other 2 things? Joey Swecking, who had recovered a little sense, shifted her thoughts and asked. One is that I have accepted an apprentice and want her to study here for a period of time, and I plan to teach here, depending on whether you accept it. The second thing is for my Pokemon. In the past 2 years, I have thought of many ways, and I need to study the feasibility of these ideas with you. If it is feasible, they will not have to suffer such pain, and you will be able to relax. The topic gradually became heavy. Well, I know, wait, you have accepted an apprentice. You finally came out? Yes, you don't want to come to see me if you haven't come out, where is the apprentice? Joey Kingsu obviously didn't want to talk about it. Those heavy topics suddenly lit up, looked around, found that he had missed such an important thing, and said in surprise. She's called Musashi, but she's not here, she should have gone to Hongya City to find her parents now, said Musashi Jing's face with a smile on her face. Musashi? Is it a boy? Or a girl? Joey Haruyuki asked. Girl, a very assertive and smart girl, sometimes makes people headaches. The first time I met, she even held a wounded wild walking grass track in my clinic, begging me to save this walking grass. He also brought an abo snake that was only born a short time ago. It was very strange, Yengu recalled. Then you promised? Joey Haruyuki asked. How could it be possible to agree? It was inexplicable at the time. There is no money to pay for the medicine. Then have you saved it? Saved it? At the time, Musashi said that as long as she could save this walking grass, she could do anything. I didn't agree, and then played a rogue. The skills of the bear child are really masterless. There is no way but to save. Let her also. She volunteered at the clinic every day for a week. She was only 5 years old. 5 years old? Do you know this is a child laborer? You really can say it. Don't interrupt, just listen to me. However, I got in touch at that time. I was serious, studious, obedient, and possessed a Pokemon of the poison element. I was very excited at that time and wanted to be an apprentice, but I gave up this idea. Then how did she become your apprentice? Kingsu asked strangely, looking for one thing with Ying's weird temper that even Kentaro couldn't get back. Who knows what she thinks? She obviously hated me and was dying to death, but the next day she brought her mother to the clinic and delivered food. After eating, Musashi knelt down and knocked 3 heads. This is how I was accepted by my apprentice. Yingu still looks baffled to this day. Ha 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 ha, it's true that one thing drops one thing, but it should be her mother's idea, otherwise she won't worship you as a teacher. Her mother is also an honest village woman, but she can't think of the ghostly idea of kneeling down an apprenticeship. Musashi thinks her mother is stupid, so she has to go out on her own. Yingu thought about the temperament of his apprentice and guessed it. It's 8 or 9 inseparable from 10. All the words on his face are disgusting. Haha, but now it seems that you are very satisfied with this inexplicable apprentice. Joey Kingsu saw the love under Yingu's disgusting expression and said. Yeah, who doesn't like this sensible, obedient, clever, and well-behaved apprentice, who is simply a close-fitting padded jacket? Yingu couldn't stop boasting. Stop, right, where's your cigarette? Why didn't you smoke it? Joey Kingsu felt something was wrong when she saw Yingu, but she couldn't tell, and the tacit understanding between the two came back after a little chat. I also found something wrong with Yingu. I didn't smoke a long time ago. At that time, smoking was mainly to relieve the poisonous infection that often stayed with Pokemon of the poison type. After all, dealing with Pokemon of the poison type every day, it is inevitable that you will be poisoned unknowingly. That's why there is medicine. The habit of smoking. Now there are only wonderful frog flowers and big needle bees around, and I don't need anything. I don't smoke anymore, Yingu explained. Oh, that Musashi inherits your mantle, will he be in the same potential danger as you? Joey Haruyuki asked worriedly. Probably not. As far as I know about Musashi, she is not here. Learning goo from me is just to make her Pokemon better develop. Learning medicine and poison from me is also for this consideration. Yes. Yingu said truthfully. Then you still. Because Musashi knows how to be grateful, and Musashi is really too smart. She has only studied for 2 years and has already hollowed out my old foundation. And I am just an apprentice, who can I give without teaching her? And, I am optimistic about Musashi and believe in my own vision. Yingu said firmly. Just know it in your heart. By the way, Musashi has only studied with you for 2 years? That is to say, only 7 years old. No wonder you want to send her to me. It will help her to have more contact with the outside world. How long do you plan to teach here with me? What do you teach? Joey Kingsu asked. You reading www.yukansha.com. What else can be taught? Let's teach herbalism, Yingu said after thinking about it. That's okay. When do you go to work? Anytime. Then when will your apprentice come? How will school start in the next year? Yes, what grade do you think Musashi is more suitable for? Joey Haruyuki asked. It's a waste of time to let Musashi take it too basic. It's too profound. I guess Musashi won't be able to accept it for a while. It's the middle grade. Ying thought. In that business, I will take her to take an entrance test and evaluate it, and see which class is assigned to that year in detail. Joey Kingsu was finalized. Hibiscus, your legs are sore after listening to it for so long. Come in and explain something to you so that you can move around. Joey Kingsu shouted outside the door. How do you know that I haven't left? Mujin rubbed his calf and asked strangely. I don't know you yet, send every basic textbook for the middle and lower grades of our school. Yingu, where does your apprentice live? Joey Kingsu suddenly got stuck and asked Yingu. Hongyu City, number 117, Gukyui Commercial Street, Village and Restaurant. Collected by Musashi. Yingu thought and repeated. You guys are ganging up to bully me, right? Mujin said with an unhappy expression. If you know, go quickly. Joey Haruyuki instigated unceremoniously. Okay, I won't disturb your two-person world, but Yingu, you can accept apprentices silently, it's okay. Isn't the little apprentice cute? Mujin asked next to Yingu. You don't want to go soon? Cut, let's go. Stingy Mujin stepped on high heels and went out to prepare things. Vol 2 Chapter 39, Missing People. After nearly 5 hours in the car, Musashi finally successfully arrived at the Yahung City station before he felt sick. Musashi, who had never known his motion sickness, decided not to take the car again, at least until the road was repaired. It's really uncomfortable, I can't take it easy, my body is uncomfortable and can't stand up. Sitting in his seat, Musashi tried 2 times but failed to get up. He had to give up the idea of relying on himself to get up, hoping that the flight attendant aunt would remember his burden sooner. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, the passengers in the car were almost gone, and the luggage on the car was taken away by their respective owners. Ms. Ming, the flight attendant, was about to leave, but before leaving, we still need to check whether there are any valuables that the passengers have pulled down. I walked to the door of the car, and suddenly remembered that a customer asked him to help send his apprentice, a little red-haired girl, to the waiting hall. He still promised, and I forgot about it when I got busy. Look at my memory. Get in the car and see if the little girl is still there. After patrolling in the carriage, he easily saw Musashi, who was still sitting in his seat, and quickly stepped forward and said, Little girl, how is it? The reason for asking is that he saw Musashi's face turn white. It was obviously a motion sickness, and he unconsciously apologized while speaking. Auntie, I'm okay, but I'm a bit motion sick and can't get up. Musashi twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Come on, Auntie will help you. The flight attendant, Ms. Ming, looked at Musashi's well-behaved, a little distressed, and quickly reached out her hand to support Musashi's body, and carried her out of the Hongkui Special Line bus. Now Auntie takes you to the waiting hall, where your parents should have been waiting. The flight attendant Ms. Ming said to Musashi softly. Well, thank you Auntie. Musashi said sweetly, looping around the flight attendant aunt's neck. Although his body was a little weak, Musashi still opened his eyes and scanned all the recognizable pointers. In case there was something wrong, the pokeball hanging around his neck could relieve Musashi's current crisis. A few minutes later, Musashi considered that in case it did not happen, the flight attendant Ms. Naruto had already sent Musashi to the waiting hall, but it was not very easy to find 2 people because of the huge crowd and crowds. With the help of geographical advantages, Musashi sat high, looked far away, and couldn't find his parents. He was a little disappointed, wondering if it was because his business was so good that he had no time to come. Negative thoughts like would not have appeared in Musashi's mind originally, but because of sitting in the car for so long, the body is not very comfortable, and the negative feeling prevailed. The flight attendant was also anxious and couldn't find the girl's parents. Guessing she must be uncomfortable, and quickly said to Musashi, Girl, don't worry, my aunt will take you to the broadcasting room so that you can find your parents easily. Well, Musashi was right when he thought about it. The power of science and technology is always greater than that of manpower. The little girl is so brave. The flight attendant Ms. Naruto praised Musashi, trying to relieve Musashi's anxious heart. Thank you Auntie. Musashi thanked him sincerely. Haha, would you like to help others? The broadcasting room is here. Ms. Ming turned the doorknob and easily entered the door marked with no one's to enter and took a look. There are acquaintances, which is easy to handle. Okawa-kun, are you free? Ms. Naruto said to the announcer inside with a smile while holding Musashi. The announcer who heard the sound took off his headphones and turned his head. He was a little surprised to see his acquaintance holding a strange child in his arms and asked, Sister Ming, why are you free, and who is this little girl? This is one of my passengers. There are too many people outside to find her parents, so I came here to ask you for help. Ms. Ming explained briefly. Oh, this is easy, girl, what's your name? The young announcer with the surname Okawa smiled and asked Musashi. Musashi, Mia. Oh no, Mura and Musashi, Papa Mura and Ichiro, Mama and Haruko. Now they should be waiting for me in the waiting hall, but I didn't find them. Musashi's tone was a little lost. It's okay, you'll be able to see them in a while. The announcer Okawa smiled, turned around and put the earphones on, adjusted the volume button, and spoke, Now we will insert an important announcement, please invite Mura and Ichiro to the village. He and Haruko came to the broadcasting room in the waiting hall, and someone was looking for it. Please. Okawa said 3 times in a row of missing persons announcements in a skilled broadcasting accent. While broadcasting in Okawa, Musashi blushed and said to Ms. Ming who was still holding her, Auntie, I'm much better, let me down, thank you. Alright, but don't try to do it, there are chairs here to sit down. Ms. Naruto gently put Musashi down and smiled kindly. And Musashi sat down beside Ms. Naruto obediently. After speaking, he took off his earphones and said to Musashi, Okay, wait patiently for a while, do you want some water? Yes. Musashi nodded. Outside, in the car hall, the village and the couple waited for Musashi's appearance in the waiting hall early, but it was more than 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, and Musashi was still not found. My heart was secretly anxious, and the waiting hall was crowded with people. It is really difficult to find the red-haired girl in the crowd. Especially Haruko, when he is anxious, it is easy to think wildly, all kinds of bad ideas burst into Haruko's mind, just like a TV series, The more you think about it, the more anxious you are, and the more anxious you think, the more tears you have to come out. This is the message of looking for them from the announcement in the waiting hall. When Ichiro heard it, his first feeling was that Musashi was there. He immediately pulled Haruko up and went straight to the broadcasting room. The door of the broadcasting room squeaked open, and Musashi immediately locked his sight to the door of the broadcasting room. I saw my adoptive parents, Murakazu Ichiro and Murakazuo Haruko. Musashi immediately got up and ran over and hugged Ichiro, his eyes flushed. Dad, Mom. Musashi Ichiro felt sour when he heard Musashi's call. Haruko immediately knelt down and hugged Musashi, fearing that Musashi would be gone again. Musashi was picked up by Haruko, and Ichiro had time to thank the people in the broadcasting room. Thank you, for everything you have done for my family Musashi, especially thank you for taking Musashi to the broadcasting room. Ichiro recognized Ms. Naruto's outfit as a flight attendant, and bowed to thank her. It's okay, just find it, go home soon, the little girl is a little motion sick, she should be hungry long ago. Ms. Ming was relieved even when she waved her hand. Really, thank you so much. Haruko hugged Musashi and thanked the 2 well-meaning people. Thank you auntie, thank you elder brother. Musashi Nyanyo thanked him. Haha, you're welcome, go home soon. When Okawa heard Musashi call him his eldest brother, he was very happy, after all, no one wants to grow old by himself. Thank you, and goodbye. Ichiro thanked again, and took Musashi and Haruko out of the broadcast room, and returned to the Amura and cooking house, which was also their home in Tamaki City. Because of your true feelings, skill performance proficiency has been greatly improved, skill performance level increased by 1 level, Performance LV5. Vol 2 Chapter 40, Murawar Restaurant. Village and a family got on the car from Yehung Station and drove straight home. After more than 20 minutes of driving, Ichiro paid the fare and got off first. He took out Musashi, who was still a little dizzy. Haruko got off the car, carrying the backpack of Musashi's unfinished food, and opened it and closed the business. Turn on the lights, go through the tables, chairs, and bar, and go upstairs first. Musashi put his arms around Ichiro's neck and opened his staring eyes, observing the property he had never seen before. At a glance, the shop area is about 60 square meters. On the right is the open kitchen occupying more than 10 square meters. Guests can clearly see the whole process of food preparation. The menu is posted on the wall, and 3 meals are sold for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There are a few chairs on both sides of the bar counter outside the kitchen, and a long board is set up by the window as a single-row multi-person dining area. On the left is placed 5 long tables for 4 in the middle, and 3 are placed in the front hall. The table for 2 is quite quiet. There is also a small box close to the inside, which can seat 10 to 12 people, and there is no problem in holding a small dinner. There are also some warm pictures on the wall. Looking at it, Musashi thought it was pretty good, but he didn't know how his business was now. Musashi yawned in Ichiro's arms. Ichiro crossed the bar, walked back with Musashi in his arms, and opened the thick curtains. Inside was a simple warehouse with 2 large freezers, one for cold storage and the other for freshness. Inside the freezer are the ingredients that will be consumed that day, and then to the left, a staircase leading to the upper level appeared in front of Musashi. Deng deng deng! Ichiro held Musashi carefully and quickly ascended the stairs and entered the entrance. The family kitchen of the village and family is on the right side of the entrance hall. Going straight is a small living room. The side of the kitchen on the right-hand side of the living room is the dining table, the hallway is in the middle, and the bathroom is at the end of the hallway. There are 2 rooms on both sides of the hallway. The small room is Musashi's room. The area on the second floor is almost 80 square meters, with 2 rooms, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 living room. The layout of the small room, Musashi estimated in his heart. At this time, Haruko was cooking a simple appetizer in the kitchen, while Ichiro walked around his new home with Musashi in his arms, introducing him. After strolling around, Musashi can be considered to be relieved, and Ichiro watched TV in the living room, color, but not big TV, not many channels. One is the Wizard League station, playing the news, weather forecast, Pokemon contest and the like. There are also local stations in Yehung City, weather, introductions to news spots and the like. Then sports stations, television stations, children's programs. Although there are not many channels, has all the internal organs. Oh, by the way, come out, Abo Snake, Walking Grass. Musashi suddenly realized that Abo Snake and Walking Grass were still in the Pokeball, and got Ichiro's permission to release them. Hey! Walk! Abo Snake and the Walking Grass looked curiously at the new surroundings, but they didn't run around, they just kept quietly beside Musashi. Abo Snake, Walking Grass, this is our new home. Musashi said to them happily. Haobasha nodded happily, and said hello to Ichiro. Walking Grass is the same. Hello, Abo Snake, Walking Grass, by the way, you also have your own den. In Musashi's room, walk and take you to see. Ichiro said with a smile when he saw Abo Snake and Walking Grass. Hey! Walk! Really, why didn't I see it before? Musashi followed curiously. Open the door of Musashi's room, there is a purple nest in the corner. It looks like it was prepared for Abo Snake. After seeing it, Abo Snake wandered over, nestled inside comfortably, lazily coiling in a circle. Obviously very satisfied. Was walking around looking for the grass, but there was no way to see his own nest, but he could perceive the smell of the soil, which is really strange. And there is a green cushion next to the small nest. Musashi doesn't know what's the use. I prepared it for walking grass? But it's not like it. Dad, what is that mat used for? Musashi walked over and looked at Ichiro curiously. You open it and take a look. Ichiro said with a mysterious smile. Musashi and the walking grass jointly lifted the green cushion, revealing the true face under the curious eyes of Abo Snake. It is an embedded flower pot. It's a flower pot. Musashi said in surprise. Yes, with this flower pot, the walking grass does not need to stay in the pokeball every day to rest. Moreover, the moonlight can also shine at night. But you should pay attention to the walking grass not to stain Musashi's room, you know. Ichiro smiled, exhorted to the walking grass. Walk. We must do it. Walker nodded happily and assured that his heart was also balanced, accompanied by a sense of happiness. After reading it, let's come out first and have dinner later. By the way, Abo Snake, walking grass, I bought you elven food, but I don't know if it suits your taste. Ichiro just bought a little and tried it. Food and clothing, if they like to eat, then it is necessary to reserve some. However, relying on the village and family's current banknote capabilities, they can only supply ordinary elves food, high-end boutique clothing, special clothing. It is a kind of extravagant hope. Ichiro said about food, but Musashi also thought of it. Yes, living in a big city is not comparable to the country. It is impossible for Abo snakes to go out hunting every day to feed their growing stomachs. They can only rely on elf food as a daily supply, but the price should not be cheap. In the past few months, Musashi and Abo snake have to live here, which intangible adds a lot of burden to the family. If the business at home is really mediocre, Musashi feels that it is necessary to find something within his power to supplement the family. For example, go to the Elf Center for a part-time job. If it doesn't work, the Elf Center still has bounty quests to accept, but this option is really a last resort. Musashi will not choose it because they are still too weak. Was thinking, Haruko brought out 3 bowls of noodle soup and placed them on the dining table. Ichiro also poured 2 packs of elf food into the rice bowls of Abo snake and walking grass. What does Musashi think? I'm here to eat, Abo snake, walking grass, come and eat too. Ichiro smiled and touched Musashi's head and said. N. Musashi smelled the faint scent of wheat and green onion from the noodle soup, and his empty stomach was finally stimulated by the scent of food, and the desire to eat appeared. Nodded, took Ichiro's extended hand and walked to the table, then Ichiro held Musashi's armpit and placed her on a chair that was still high for Musashi. After that, he sat down and took the lead in putting his hands together. Said, I started times 2. Hey! Walk! After the family said, Sulu Sulu, Kaz Kaz started to move. How about it? It's been a long time since I had noodles cooked by my mother, is it delicious? Haruko asked expectantly. Yoon, the noodles that mom cooked are the best. Musashi finally swallowed his mouth full of noodles, and quickly nodded his head and replied. What about you guys, does the elf food taste to your taste? Ichiro turned his head to look at Xiangshike who were busy attacking the food box www.readaloud.com and asked with a smile. Let's sizzle. It's delicious. Walk. NN. It's fine if you like to eat. When you go to the market tomorrow to buy ingredients, buy more by the way. Ichiro said with a smile. Dad, is it expensive? Musashi asked. After all, at the beginning of the business, money was spent on all aspects. It's okay, our family can afford it now. The main reason is that our restaurant's dishes are more distinctive, and there are quite a lot of repeat customers. Even if you have 3 more mouths, you can easily cope with it. Ichiro smiled and rubbed Musashi. Said the little head. Ichiro knows what Musashi is worried about, but there are some things that, as parents, they still don't want to worry about the young Musashi. Her current task only needs to be happy. Oh, tomorrow, can I go with me? Musashi relaxed, then raised his head and asked. I have to get up early, are you sure you want to go? Ichiro asked with a smile. It's early? How early? Musashi had no idea. You have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. In order to catch the morning market, things are rich and fresh, and the price is much cheaper. And we want to sell breakfast, so we need to get up early. Haruko answered for Musashi. I'm going, but Mom, you have to call me a few more times, Musashi said embarrassedly around his head. Okay, but hurry up and eat the noodles, or else they will batter after waiting. Haruko agreed, but when he saw Musashi still had more than half a bowl of noodles, he immediately urged. Oh! Family, after eating, Haruko cleans up the mess, Ichiro takes Musashi to play for a while, and then Haruko teaches Musashi how to use bathroom toiletries, and the family fell asleep early in order to get up early. Yahung City, the color of the rainbow like a dream, also for Musashi. Vol 2 Chapter 41, Staff? Wrist Strength? Yahung City. At 3:30 in the morning, Ichiro drove Musashi to the morning market in Yahung City. Haruko started preparing food for sale in the morning at home. 2 kinds of noodles were needed in a tub a day earlier, and the soybeans were also there. Soaked in water overnight, the tea eggs were soaked in the old soup yesterday afternoon, waiting to be delicious. Wash the rice and simmer in 3 deep pots. 1 pot is filled with pumpkin cubes, and one of the other 2 pots will add preserved eggs and marinated minced meat when the cubes are finished. Next is kneading noodles, steamed buns, and hanamaki. After putting it on the basket, put the soybeans into the machine to grind the soy milk and add water to boil it. After finishing all this, it was about 5 o'clock. Ichiro came back with Musashi and took down the ingredients for the whole day from the back of the tricycle. Musashi landed safely on the ground with the help of Ichiro, but there was no excitement on his small face, but rather gloomy. As for the reason, it was because Musashi saw the rockets in the morning market. The silver-white soldier uniforms marked with a bright red R pattern would not be unrecognizable by Musashi. P.S. The rockets are not an international underworld organization at this stage. It is a relatively powerful non-governmental organization linked to the name of a big chaebol. It seems that there is no threat to the outside world. Ichiro apparently recognized the eye-catching mark of the rockets, and he turned his head and looked at Musashi worriedly, and found that Musashi's original expression of excitement was already clouded by clouds. It turned out that Musashi had known his mother's identity a long time ago. Is also right, he was early in sight, and it is not surprising that Musashi, who has his own opinion, knows these things. Has become a daughter-controlled Ichiro, forced to be reasonable, only 7-year-old Musashi knows the time and process of these things. He turned straight, parked the tricycle in the parking lot planned by the morning market, picked up Musashi and started to feel relieved. Musashi, don't worry about how many. Those rockets are just logisticians who come here to buy things. I have seen it many times. I probably didn't know your existence, and when your biological mother Miyamoto entrusted you to us. It also shows that the rockets don't know about your existence. So don't worry too much, just behave naturally. Come and wear your hat to be warmer. Well, I know, Dad, thank you. Musashi rubbed his face, smiling again, and wearing a down jacket hood with small ears. The conspicuous red hair was carefully hidden, only showing a delicate face. His face was flushed. Done, sure enough, Musashi looks good in whatever clothes he wears. Give your hand to Dad, and Dad will take you to meet the uncles and aunts here. Ichiro hugged Musashi, took Musashi's cold little hand, and led the way with a smile. Indeed, even though Musashi and the others couldn't meet the rocket's guy, he didn't show any strange behavior. He just smiled and greeted the vendors he knew and bought things. Just like that, the father and daughter returned with a cart of ingredients. Although Musashi thought a lot on the way back, his expression has not changed back to his original expression, but when Ichiro picked her up, he recovered and ended his thoughts, and ran into the store and reported the news of their return with Mom Haruko. Haruko put down his work and came out to help Ichiro get the goods piled up in the front yard back to the shop. Roughly classified, it was about to start the busiest time of the day. From the oil pan, pour the white oil. The husband and wife knead the noodles, cut into strips, align, and press. One pinches the dough stick prototype, slowly spreads it and puts it along the side of the pot at a time. The specially made long chopsticks constantly rolls the dough stick in the pot to make it expand and shape quickly, and it will be slightly browned and quickly out of the pot. The first fried dough stick, the first bowl of sweet soy milk, the first tea egg. They all entered Musashi's already hungry belly, a little bit impatient. The appearance is crispy, the inside is soft, and the perfect combination of noodles and oily aromas, superb. Take a sip of fragrant soy milk to take away the greasy residue in the mouth. The warm soy milk moisturizes the body that has been eroded by the cold wind. What kind of comfort, enjoy. Musashi decided to change his way of eating. He carefully dipped the bite of the fried dough sticks into the fragrant sweet soy milk, then quickly picked them up and put them in the mouth. With the sweetness of the soy milk, they were still crispy with a hint of salty flavor. The wonderful combination of sweet and salty, unique flavor. As for why not drink salty soy milk, Musashi thinks he prefers sweet soy milk to salty soy milk. If you want to eat salty, Musashi will choose salty tofu now, but the space in the store is limited, so I can only abandon this dish. Putting down the half-eaten fritters, Musashi began to peel away the scarred shell of the tea egg. The white inside was dipped into a light brown by the soup, matched with the dark brown texture. And the appetite was greatly appetizing when I looked at it. Musashi couldn't wait to take a bite, the fragrance of tea spread all over his mouth, taking away Musashi's physical exhaustion, and a sense of happiness emerged spontaneously. I haven't eaten breakfast at home for nearly 2 months, and only then did Musashi treat his first breakfast in Rainbow City with this ritual way of eating. The ceremony ended, Musashi slashed his bow left and right without an image, and wiped out the food in front of him in 3s or 2s. The village and the couple he watched were full of pampering and affection. Musashi felt his belly, and he was still eating a small bowl of porridge, but there were 3 options, whether to eat the original white porridge with rich rice flavor, or the golden and sweet pumpkin porridge, or the salty and fragrant preserved egg and lean meat. Where's the porridge? It's decided. Musashi stood up, stretched out his small white hand, took a deep breath and pointed to the 3 stainless steel pots and said, "Whoever the little hen clicks will be eaten by me." It's white porridge. Although it's not the best option, it's not bad. Mother has a half bowl of white porridge, plus a little pickle. Dingling. Musashi was attracted by the sound of the door opening. Isn't it still time for opening? What surprised Musashi even more was that it was not a human who came in, but a Pokemon. Small, about 80 centimeters, blue-gray skin, red eyes, big mouth, 3 pieces of bones standing on his head. He looks a little shy, and his tail is not long, swaying from side to side. Bump man, oh no, wrist strength. Why do you have wrist strength? Mom and Dad, what's the situation? How did he come back to our store? Musashi forgot to take the bowl in Haruko's hand, and said incoherently. He was shy. Once your dad went to buy goods and he turned his head and saw him in the alley. He fell into a coma, so he picked it up and took care of him for 2 days. After he recovered, he was silent. He left, but after that day, he will come when we opened, which helped us a lot. Haruko said with a smile. There's still such a thing, it's Dad, right? He lives there. Musashi looked at his shy wrist strength. He couldn't possibly ask anything, so he looked at Ichiro and asked, without holding his hands. He took Haruko. Porridge in hand. He is very stubborn. We want to take him in. He doesn't agree. He just wants to return to the alley where he was in a coma. But he can't help but let him go. Ichiro said helplessly. Okay, but I don't think he has been accepted yet, Dad, don't you consider it? Musashi asked with a smile. I thought about it, but I think he won't stay if he has something to do with him. Ichiro shook his head and said. That's it. Musashi replied thoughtfully. Wrist strength, are you hungry? Go and clean it up. The work clothes are still in the original place. Once you have put them on, come over for breakfast. Haruko shook her head helplessly while still staying at the door to see her wrist strength. Wei answered with a low voice of wrist strength, quickly passed through Musashi, and got into the restroom behind. Waiting for Musashi to finish eating the small bowl of rice porridge, his wrist strength came out of the bathroom, wearing suitable overalls, which seemed to come from Haruko's hands. Don't tell me, the strength of your wrists in work clothes looks like something. And Musashi also wants his wrist strength to stay. Although a bit shy www.readaloud.com, he knows that gratitude is more important. This wrist strength is quite strong, that is, it can help parents deal with the small things of passing dishes, but also when necessary. Time to take action to protect parents and this shop. Pokemon, wrist strength. Word power elf, humanoid group. Attributes, fighting, height 0.8, weight 17.8 kilograms. Level, LV 168.30%, gender. Feature, perseverance, control degree LV 355.40%. Hidden feature, unyielding heart, activation progress 11.50%. Status, adult, healthy. Age, 1 year old. Character, shy, the personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, I like to help others, but always mess up things because of my personality. Preferences are not unique and will change under certain circumstances. Intimacy, 70, full value, 255, Murakazu Ichiro. Trust value, 80, full value, 100, Murakazu Ichiro. Race value, HP, 70, attack, 80, defense, 50, special attack, 35, special defense, 35, speed, 35, total, 305. Skills, kick down, LV8, stare, LV7, gather energy, LV10 MAX, endurance, LV10 MAX, cut with bare hands, LV7, see through, LV3, kick, LV5, throw on the earth, LV2. Genetic skills, bullet punch, LV4, yoga pose, LV3. Comprehension skills, hard support, LV6, help, LV5. Evaluation, a Pokemon with very good talents was abandoned by the original owner because of its character, and because it liked to help others, and because of its character, it was often messed up, so that it was not treated by other Pokemon, and often because of it. Injured. Vol 2 Chapter 42, Conditions for Subduing Wrist Strength. After seeing the attributes of wrist strength, Musashi thought of the countermeasures. In the face of this abandoned Pokemon, if you want to conquer it again, the necessary emotional investment is necessary, and Ichiro has perfectly achieved this. And, depending on the attitude of the wrist to Ichiro and others, Musashi also knows that the wrist has actually recognized Ichiro. But his own character and the experience of being abandoned because of his character made him timid. He was afraid that he would suffer this kind of torture again, and endure the pain of being abandoned by hope. Therefore, the attitude of the wrist force towards Ichiro is just to leave. I will not be your Pokemon, you are not my master, I will repay my favor, you open your shop, and we will be in peace. I have been in the village and cooking house for 7 or 8 days, and I am accustomed to living like this every day. In the eyes of outsiders, this arm is a part of the village and cooking house, in a state of being confiscated rather than regained. In fact, seeing the evaluation of wrist strength, Musashi felt strange. His wrist strength often messed up things because of his personality. The wrist strength must have been in the store for more than a day or two, then. Dad, how shy of the wrist strength, how does he serve the guests' dishes? Can't it go wrong? Musashi asked this question in front of the wrist strength. Hearing Musashi's problem with his wrist strength, he felt a little bit at a loss. Haha, of course there will be mistakes. The first day I came, I often messed up things and made troubles, but the guests were still kind that day and did not blame him too much. We also apologized. The matter just passed. Ichiro walked out, covering his wrist strength head with his rough palm, rubbing it soothingly. Ichiro's hands seemed to have magical powers, and the heart of his wrist slowly calmed down. Just still bowed his head. Then you blame him? Musashi asked again. This is not his fault. Blame him for what he is doing. Children with a personality like wrist strength must be encouraged more, so that they will be confident. If they are confident, they will make fewer mistakes. If they make fewer mistakes, they will gradually become more cheerful. Do you think it is wrist strength? Ichiro's powerful hand swept the wrist strength and the other hand continued to rub the head of the wrist strength. Wrist strength replied softly. That wrist strength makes a mistake again in the future, will you give up on him? Musashi asked the question he most wanted to know about wrist strength. Abandon him? Why give up him? If you do something wrong, you have to admit your mistakes and correct them later. This is the correct way to deal with it. Blindly beating, treating coldly, or even abandoning him is not advisable, so even if he does something wrong in the future, as long as he can bravely admit his mistake, deal with the problem well, and try to correct it, he will be the best. Ichiro also recovered to know what Musashi was going to do, but he still told the truth. There is no false content. I won't let you down. Only then did his wrist strength raise his head and look at Ichiro firmly. That wrist strength, do you want to be my father's Pokemon? Help Dad open the village and cooking house, protect Mom and Dad, protect the village and cooking house. Musashi knew that the fire was almost over, and looked straight into the eyes of the wrist force. Asked when? Wei Qi. Wrist nodded and replied affirmatively. Dad, it's up to you. Musashi walked to his mother Haruko's side and gave space to Ichiro and his wrist. Wrist strength, are you really willing to be my Pokemon? Ichiro confirmed in disbelief, just like Musashi used to be cautious and expectant. Wei Qi. Well, nodded with a certain wrist strength. Haha, Pokeball, go, where is the Pokeball? Ichiro was excited to take out the Pokeball to regain his wrist strength, and he was embarrassed by tracing the pockets of his body but not finding where the Pokeball was. Musashi is absolutely down, I have been waiting for a long time. The wrist strength was also embarrassing, and the emotions that had been brewing for a long time disappeared. Haruko is so strange, I think it was the same when Ichiro proposed to her, and she dropped the chain at the critical moment. I remember you put the elf ball on the cupboard next to the bed, you go find it. Haruko reminded. Although there was a slight mistake, the wrist strength was finally recovered. The village and the family had one more member and another mouth. A long way to go. Complete the important task, help Ichiro regain his wrist strength and gain 100 points of experience. The professional civilian level is raised to level 7. The outstanding verbal offensive step by step dissolves the inner anxiety of the wrist strength, and the charm value increases a little. This task appeared when Musashi saw his wrist strength. Although he wanted to help Ichiro regain his wrist strength, seeing that there was an important prefix in the task, Musashi had to think about it and make it the best. Well, because of the emergence of this kind of task, it indicates that there will be attribute points rewards. And the giving of attribute points also has a judging factor, just like this evaluation, excellent verbal offensive, which means that the charm value will increase. Excellent learning ability represents the improvement of intelligence. Keen insight represents the improvement of perception. Quick reaction ability represents agile improvement. The ability to go all out represents an increase in strength. And these Musashi have been touched and completed, but the past 2 years are mainly learning medical skills, so more is the improvement of intelligence, and the charm is consciously looking for tasks in this area, and little by little accumulation. Agility and perception are obtained by following the Ying mountain to gather medicine. Strength, attribute task contact is the least, only once. After that time, Musashi didn't expect this kind of task anymore, it was too tiring. Opening hours are punctual and punctual. Guests also visited the village and the restaurant one after another. Some wanted classic combinations, some wanted steamed buns with porridge and pickles, and some nobles wanted to taste tea and eggs. In short, the small shops were full. Fortunately, the breakfast time is relatively fast. Come in one batch, take a batch, and of course there are also takeaways. The business is very good, and I can't get enough of it with only wrist strength. When Musashi saw this, he joined the ranks of cleaning up the tableware, and by the way, he hurried down and acted together. As for Abo Snake, hibernation, even if she is awake, it won't help. Let her sleep peacefully. In a hurry in the morning, the guests who came and went did not notice that there were new members in the village and the cooking house today, and some old customers just paid more attention to it and remembered that they were asking at noon or evening. During the period, most of the guests ordered according to the name of the dish on the menu, and some were uneasy, some asked for fried steamed buns, fried flour rolls, and fried eggs. At first sight, Musashi was a regular customer. No wonder I saw a small pot of egg jelly and a stack of eggs in the stove Musashi before. It was prepared for these people. From 6 to 9 o'clock, the breakfast business is over, Musashi's tired forehead is a little sweaty. Complete the task, shop as a second person. Get 80 experience, congratulations on completing the achievement. If you don't accumulate steps, you can get 1,000 miles, and you can improve a little. This system prompt surprised Musashi. What's wrong? There are 2 attribute points in one day. Is the system broken? But gratifying. Haha. What's the matter? So happy? Haruko asked with joy when she saw Musashi, and asked strangely. It's nothing, but suddenly a little happy. Musashi said casually. That's okay, if you are tired, go upstairs to rest and see your sweaty head. Haruko wiped his hands and wiped off the thin sweat stains on Musashi's face with a clean handkerchief. No, by the way, is there anything I can help? Musashi asked. If you help, there is nothing you need to do, just a wrist strength is enough. Haruko made a round and seemed to have nothing to do with Musashi. Okay, by the way, I'll go up. Musashi ran upstairs, holding a bai snake and her cushion down. What are you doing with a bai snake? Ichiro asked strangely. Fortune, Musashi replied. Hire for money. ×2, Ichiro and Haruko doubted whether they had heard them wrong. Yes, lucky, Abo Snake, wake up soon, your mission is here. Musashi poked Abo Snake's purring bubble and said. Hey? Haobashi opened her mouth wide and yawned, staring at Musashi and asked, why is she making trouble for the queen to sleep? It's the queen, I'm snoring, I don't know if I don't know, let's not talk about this, put my body in a good position. And shake my head back and forth regularly. Musashi demonstrated with his hands. Hey! What is this for? Fortune, Musashi said naturally. Hey! Isn't that a meow thing? What's up with my snake queen? Because there is no meow. Musashi still took it for granted. Hey! But I'm not meow meow. But you eat my food, but don't work, you see that one morning is tired of us. Musashi took it for granted, and sold miserably. Hey, hiss! Does it matter? Snakes need to hibernate. But you are a Pokemon, just say it, don't do it. Let's. Before Abashi could finish refusing, Musashi continued. If you don't do it, delicious elf food, delicious snacks. Everything is gone, and you will enter. By the way, if you see the wrist strength, you will enter his stomach. Musashi said slyly. Let's go. Do it. Is that true? It's not too fast. It's too slow, it must be coherent, and it must have a rhythm. 1, 2, 1, 2, yes, that's it, very good. Let's rest first, and you will have to swing like this when it opens, you know. Musashi said with satisfaction when he saw that Abashi was familiar with the essentials of the action. Hey, okay. The body of the snake feels gloomy, I am the queen. Why do you want to do meowing work, and, are you not afraid that I will scare the guests away? By the way, I need to dress up. Musashi clapped his hands and got an idea, as if he heard the voice of a bai snake. Hand-painted a jinzaipan, painted cheesy gold, and tied a bai snake with a big tacky bow, and put up a piece of paper next to a bai snake, written in black and white, I am very gentle, I don't bite. Complete. Mom and Dad, look, how about it, so that it won't scare the guests? Musashi said braggingly. Haha, it's a bit festive, but she will be upset if you toss Abo snake like this. Ichiro only plays with Musashi, but she has to be enough. In fact, it's not just for fun, but also for training the Abo snake. Musashi explained. Hey! What? Workout? I just watched you make up quietly. Yes, a small swing of the body can effectively avoid some small attacks, but also confuse the enemy. Also, if you can calm down in a noisy environment, it should improve your mental power. Help! You read www.yuyugonshu.com. Musashi explained. BA Sizzle seems to make sense. By the way, wrist strength, can you talk to Abo Snake about some of your insights when gathering chi? Although Abo Snake can't learn to gather chi, how to hit the spirit should help Abo Snake. Musashi, thinking of the 8-level chi gathering of the wrist strength, he pleaded. Only. But these things. It's okay, I'll help you with walking grass. Musashi said. Yi wrist strength looked at Ichiro. Go ahead, behave well, Ichiro encouraged. Yi. Wrist nodded. After agreeing to the wrist strength, he put down the tomato in his hand, wiped his hand and walked to Abo Snake. While explaining, he began to prepare for chi gathering. There are 2 essentials for gathering energy, one is to take a deep breath, and the other is to concentrate on observing the opponent. Take a deep breath and let the body inhale more oxygen, which can effectively increase the activity of the brain, thereby invigorating the spirit, and then what needs to be done is to consolidate the invigorating spirit and make it more concentrated. After the explanation of the wrist strength, if Abo Snake has some understanding, take a deep breath, exhale slowly, continue to breathe, the brain begins to empty, the mental strength begins to become active, and distracting thoughts follow, continue to breathe deeply, breathe out, distracted thoughts slow down slowly sinking, Abashi gradually found a sense. But the noisy voice suddenly appeared in Abashi's ears. It's noon business hour. The irritable Abai Snake clearly heard Musashi's voice in his ears, start to act, sway regularly, take a deep breath, and restrain your spirit. It smells so good. No matter how fragrant it is, it won't reach your meal, so concentrate, said Musashi the devil. Hey! Okay. Vol 2 Chapter 43, Strange Guest with Cat's Head Nighthawk. The number of passengers at noon is less than that in the morning, but it is still full. Several novel Chinese dishes have deeply attracted the stomachs of residents of Hongyu City. Of course, traditional Japanese cuisine is still their favorite. No matter how delicious other people's homes are, they still have the most delicious food at home after returning home. This is the reason. Dingling bell. Welcome. Musashi turned his head and said when someone came in. Only welcome. Haruko and Ichiro, the side dish, also said at the same time. What I want is the feeling of being at home. But this time the visitor is a bit strange, dressed as a cos magician, with the natural bird standing on his shoulder, and a stack of books floating on his side, from big to small, neatly arranged from bottom to top. But today is not Halloween, let alone Christmas. Isn't it shy to wear such a novelty on the road? Musashi murmured inwardly. However, it really feels like a mysterious magician. Heedway, give the letter to the little red-haired girl. A nice female voice came from the big hood of the magic robe. The natural bird named Heedway rolled his eyes humanely, and the ghost knew that this was her first new name. Eyes full of blue light, while controlling the stack of books, while mobilizing a trace of mental power to roll up the letter at the top of the book. Floating in front of Musashi in the eyes of everyone's surprise, Musashi couldn't help but stretched out his hand to take it, and blurted out, "Superpower Pokemon Natural Bird. Hey, I actually know natural tits, then guess where our combination came from? You have a prize if you guess it right." Little Musashi, the female voice hidden in the hood, was a little surprised by Musashi's knowledge, and laughed at the same time. "How do you know my name?" Musashi asked suspiciously. "But my heart raised it, did the rockets come here? Look at the letter in your hand." The female magician said in response to the question. "Geely Egg Nursing Academy? Oh, yes, the master asked you to come, the master chased you, cough. There is a reward? Then I guess, the magician plus the bird pet? Hogwarts? Rowling." These terms popped up in Musashi's mind first. It should be that Merlin was definitely wrong, it was dragon and magician. Gandalf is also wrong, he is a battle mage, and the others are too small to guess. It is because Potter has collected these elements, so it is it. It really made you guessed right. No wonder Yingu has always praised you for being smart. What kind of rewards do you want? The female magician was really surprised this time, but as a well-known woman with a good face, she couldn't do anything to lose her words. "Can I teach my abo snake the skills of meditation?" Musashi tried to ask. Teach abo snake to meditate? It's a good idea, but it doesn't seem to be impossible. The female magician glanced at Musashi's abo snake and nodded and said. "Find a quieter place first," said the female magician to Musashi. "Oh, Mom and Dad, I brought the master's friend upstairs," Musashi said to the Ichiro couple. "Then I found that the whole village and the cooking house were quiet, except for the hard buzzing of the cooker hood." All the guests looked at the suspicious woman with natural standing at the door. "Well, let's go, treat Mom and Dad well, this, you elder." Ichiro nodded and said, "Let this person disappear in front of the guests earlier, or else the business won't have to be done." "Elder." The female magician muttered in disbelief. Good Musashi hugged the well-received abai snake, and went upstairs with a trance-like female magician. Natural bird never forgets to bring that thick stack of books. "Big sister drinks water," Musashi said sweetly with insight. "Well, good. But still did not remove the hood. You can't let Musashi know your true face, or else it will be known by Ying through Musashi, and finally by the black man who knows it. The jokes for the whole year will be contracted by yourself, it is terrible." Her heart was overwhelmed, and her hand steadily took the water from Musashi. It was impossible for Musashi to detect the abnormality of the female magician, but the natural sparrow clearly perceives her inner activities and glanced at her mistress. "By the way, Musashi, where is your room? Let the natural help you put the book in." "By the way, big sister, what do these books do?" Musashi hadn't had a chance to ask, but now he finally came out. But the hand stopped and pointed out the location of his room for the natural bird. "These books are for you to study for a few months. Then there will be an entrance exam to assess your specific suitability for studying at that grade level. The specific content is in the letter. Remember to read it carefully. Okay, it's time to explain. All said. Now let your Abai snake try to focus on it. The female magician instructed. Ah! Oh! Abo snake, use your wrist to teach you the method of meditation and restraint. Musashi immediately commanded. Abo snake heard Musashi's instructions and acted immediately. Curled up, took a deep breath, inhale-exhale, slowly entered the state. Oh, use the method of gathering energy to concentrate. Good idea. By the way, why do you want me to teach the poisonous Abai snake to learn meditation? The female magician asked strangely. It's because Abo snake knows the petrification skills of the superpower system, and also wants to use the meditation skills to see if he can comprehend the curl. Musashi told the truth. Yes, I even know that skills are derived from the analogy, a good student of Ying education. I am a little moved. I teach you to meditate, do you want to? The female magician thought she had already looked up Musashi, and now I discovered that I still underestimated Musashi's talent. As for the unfinished words, well, everything is in the air. Teacher, oh, amazed face, oh, how could it be as smart as Musashi that she couldn't hear what the female magician wanted to hear? She yelled sweetly. Haha, good deed. By the way, let Abashi first practice and lay a good foundation. When you come to school, I will naturally find you and teach you true meditation. The female magician is very satisfied with Musashi's attitude. Said with a smile. Then what should I do if I want to find your teacher? Musashi asked. Go to the dean's room and find me. I am the dean's secretary Akamoto Mujin. The female magician, Akamoto Mujin, didn't hide her face. www.readaloud.com. She put down her hood and revealed her true face. Black long straight hair, golden red eyes, a beautiful and delicate face, coupled with a tall posture, a full intellectual beauty. Is some secondary too? Musashi thought of it silently. Okay, let's do that for today, learn the knowledge in books, natural birds, and use teleportation. Akamoto Hibiscus finished speaking, in Musashi's eyes that were not sure whether it was a natural bird or a natural bird, he activated his own superpowers. The golden red eyes were instantly covered by the blue represented by superpowers and connected to the body of the natural bird. After, natural evolved in Musashi's surprised eyes. This the light of evolution. Musashi stammered. With Musashi's limited knowledge, only the future super queen Nazi can do this. Wait, Akamoto. Isn't this Nazi's last name? Then I have an unusual status as a cheap teacher. After being surprised, I straightened out the cause and effect. And everything was taken for granted. The light of evolution dissipated, and what appeared was the evolved form of the natural bird, the natural bird. Superpowers are so convenient. Musashi thought enviously. Oh, why are you not surprised at all? Akamoto Mujin looked at Musashi strangely as the female magician, second-degree patient, and cheap teacher. Teacher, I was surprised, Musashi replied. Then eat for a while, let's go back. The natural bird. After speaking, he disappeared into Musashi's house together with the natural bird. Superpowers are so convenient. Musashi sighed again. After speaking, he looked towards Abo Snake, who was still concentrating and restrained, and smiled. You can't have both fish and bear paws, one can't be greedy. Vol 2 Chapter 44, The First Appearance of Gu Wen. In the evening, the closing village and the cooking house ended the day's hustle and bustle, and the wrist strength became a part of the village and this small family from being insecure. However, today's recovery is really a bit sudden. When you sleep at night, your wrist strength is only I can feel wronged and nestled on the sofa, but fortunately, the wrist is not tall and the figure is not as burly as the hero. The sofa, a small bed for adults, is just right for the wrist. But before taking a break and saying good night, Ichiro, the head of the family, performed his function for the first time and organized a family meeting headed by him. Chairperson, Murakazu Ichiro. Member of Parliament, Murakazu Haruko. Murakazu Musashi. Observer, Abo Snake. Walking Grass, Wrist Strength. The meeting is divided into two contents. The first thing is to celebrate the addition of a new member in the family, Wrist Strength, and plan to hold a welcome ceremony for him at a suitable time. The family will go out to play or prepare a sumptuous meal at home. It's a real feast, not a feast of dishes that fooled Ichiro 2 years ago. Regarding choice, Senator, Musashi feels that it takes both to be solemn. Big people make choices, but children say they want them. The chairperson of the meeting, Ichiro, seems to be the same. Senator Haruko also agreed with this proposal, so the 3 votes were passed. The second thing is that the chairman of the council is uneasy about the suspicious unknown woman who suddenly appeared at noon, named Jing's friend, who is unwilling to reveal her identity, so I would like to ask Congressman Musashi to talk about what she knows. The chairman of the council seriously asked Senator Musashi, "Musashi, that person of unknown origin, what can I do if I came to see you today? Master Mujin came today to send me the book and this letter. By the way, I want to see me who was praised by the master. In the meantime, I have mentioned to you that Master Ying wants to arrange my new year. Will I go to school in the Jilly Egg Nurses College in Happy Town?" Teacher Mujin came for this. By the way, Ms. Mujin is the woman with natural and weird dress today. Her position is the secretary of the dean of the Jilly Egg Nursing College. The other position should also be the teacher of the nursing college, and the dean may be the master's good friend. Dad, let me go and show the letter to you. You will understand after reading it. Musashi slid down the chair that was somewhat high for her, and took out the paint from his room. Handed the envelope to Ichiro. Ichiro took the envelope, which read, Musashi Kinkai. With Musashi's consent, he took out the letter paper inside, shaken it off gently, and read it carefully. Musashi. Hello there. I'm the Dean of Jilly Egg Nursing College, Joey Kingsyu. I took the liberty to send you a letter in this way, hoping not to frighten you and your parents. The school starts on February 10th, but I hope you can be early come to the college to report in 2 days, so that we can do the entrance test for you, and choose the right class and dormitory. Regarding accommodation, you need to bring your own bedding, toiletries, personal daily clothes, and school uniforms. We will make it as soon as possible. Don't worry about the height size. The person who sends you the letter will definitely confirm it. There are also tuition and miscellaneous fee reductions and grants. All these need to be determined according to your entrance test and usual academic results, so I hope you can make good use of the books we gave you. Finally, we will see you in the entrance exam. Your Master Ying's good friend, Jilly Egg, Dean of Nursing College, Joey Kingsyu. After reading the letter, Ichiro felt grateful for Haruko's decision more than once in his heart. The heart that had been hanging before had fallen back to his stomach. Although Ichiro didn't know the strength and scale of this academy, it was Joe alone. Yi's name is enough to reassure Ichiro. Musashi, you can't go out and play crazy in these 2 months, just study well at home obediently, you know. Ichiro said to the clever and early-minded Musashi with a straight face. Yes, you don't need to worry about things at home. At this stage, you just need to study hard. You can't lose your master's face in front of your master friends. Haruko added that when she wanted Musashi to rise above others, now she finally sees hope. Up. The graduates of prestigious schools under Joey's name should be very popular no matter what industry they are in. Okay, Musashi's face was full of unhappiness, and it was the kind of unhappiness visible to the naked eye, but he reluctantly responded, originally intending to spend these 2 months with his family happily, it is counterproductive. But this decision is indeed for the sake of my own future, for my own consideration. Moreover, the entrance test is directly linked to tuition and fees. Although I don't know how much the tuition is, but in Joey's name, the tuition is definitely not low for Mujin Kaiyuan, a superpower person in the gold market, so he can be a prostitute. Why not study well? What's more, the Master Ying promised that he can easily obtain the formal trainer qualification certificate issued by the Elf Alliance after he graduated from the Geely Egg Nurses College. With this thing, consumption in the industries directly under the Alliance can also be reduced or exempted, and the benefits are equally numerous. Why not do it? Thinking of this, the unwillingness on Musashi's face disappeared. Instead, forge ahead and work hard. And once again the parents who looked a little anxious promised, I will study hard and strive for free tuition. Well, with Musashi's guarantee, Ichiro and the others finally felt relieved. After all, the children's rebellious psychology is sometimes really unpredictable, and the twisted melon is not sweet. After today, Musashi has entered a tense preparation stage. Except for walking around when relaxing, he reads in the room all the time, and Haruko delivers 3 meals a day to the room. A book is gnawing fast, most of the content in it is basic knowledge, and some rote content. For Musashi, there is no pressure to digest and absorb this knowledge. Coupled with the rich learning methods in the memory of another world, he can greatly improve the learning speed of Musashi. After only half a month, Musashi completely ate the 13 books on the table. After studying these 13 textbooks for low and middle grades, Musashi has a solid illusion with the supplement of this round of basic knowledge. In the past, learning with Ying was a hammer in the east and a stick in the west. www.readaloud.com. It was not a system at all, and the only system was the more advanced technique of medicine poisoning, and then there was the Pokemon cultivation genre Gu. The foundation is inevitably unstable, but because Musashi has the memory of another world, he can only accept it by analogy without showing signs of embarrassment. But the foundation is not strong after all. Yin-gu may have discovered this before thinking about sending himself to the Geely Egg Nursing Academy for systematic study. After this time of remedial learning, Musashi's foundation has been stabilized, and Musashi firmly believes that when he graduates from the nursing school, his foundation will be unbreakable. During the half-month of studying in Musashi, I have not relaxed the cultivation of abo snake and walking grass on the poison. Previously, in Songzao village and Master Ying, they only completed the necessary prerequisites for becoming a gu, and successfully learned the poisonous skills. And in the past half-month, the poison pill prepared by abo snake and walking grass-fed Ying slowly increased its own toxicity. Finally, 4 days ago and 2 days ago, the symbol of the entry to the genre of gu pattern, one after another appeared from their bodies. The place where the gu pattern appears on the body of a bai snake is in the circle of yellow patterns, adding a strange purple-black pattern. Was also the animal gu that abo snake took the lead in getting started, followed by walking grass. It is no wonder that Yin Gu said that walking grass was just lucky. From this point of view, it is true that abo snakes are more qualified. Walking grass is a purple line added to the veins of the leaves on the top of the head. Musashi's discovery was originally thought to be a dirty thing, but when I looked closer, I realized that this was not a dirty thing at all. But the gu pattern I had been waiting for. The appearance of means that the two of them have really started the cultivation of animal gu and grass gu. Vol 2 Chapter 45, Parents' Worries. After discovering the gu pattern, Musashi leaped up and down happily, and told abo snake, the walking grass, and his family of the good news. Abashi and the others are aware of the changes in their bodies, so they are not happy to have too many surprises. Ichiro and Haruko were happy, but they also showed some worry. Because, abo snake, walking grass and others have experienced some physical changes because of the increase in toxicity. This also means that Musashi, who gets along with them day and night, will hurt Musashi because of their inadvertent negligence. For this, Mom and Dad, you can rest assured, in fact, as long as there is walking grass around, there will be no major problems, because the walking grass will absorb the poisonous gas released by the unconscious snake at every moment. And walking grass itself has detoxification effect, so don't worry too much about it. Besides, I have also learned medical skills from the master for a long time, and this little illness and disaster still can't trouble me. Its parents. You reminded me that you bring these 3 sachets with you to prevent them from being invaded by toxic gases. Musashi said as if I had a solution long ago. Hearing Musashi's explanation, Abeshi and the village and his wife were relieved. Before this, Abo Snake didn't even know that he would unconsciously release toxins around him, which would endanger Musashi's health. After hearing that the walking grass can absorb the toxins emitted by him, he couldn't help but move closer to the walking grass to reduce his own harm. Haha, don't be too nervous, Abo Snake, the toxins you release have not been absorbed as fast as the walking grass breathes. So don't worry. Abo Snake smiled wryly. But the body didn't move or he leaned against the walking grass. As for why the Abo Snake releases toxins unconsciously, the reason is that the poisonous Pokemon will consciously and unconsciously transform its living environment to make it more comfortable. And the environment full of toxins is obviously more in line with the lifestyle of Abo Snake, that's why this happens. Although walking grass has toxic properties, it is more of the side of grass properties, so it naturally absorbs toxic substances while enhancing its toxicity, while making the surrounding environment more harmonious. Hearing Musashi's explanation while walking on the grass, it was also a surprised expression that I still have this ability. Actually, Musashi didn't know that walking grass had this effect. Moreover, at that time, the snake was still young, and it was not very toxic or even toxic. Therefore, I have not paid attention to this precaution, until I learned the medical techniques of goo poison with yin goo. Yin goo Cai accidentally said this when he was teaching Musashi. Fortunately, Musashi, you have both walking grass and a bi snake, otherwise I would really not dare to teach you the goo easily. Musashi, of course, is curiously searching his roots and asking, why? Because poison-attributed Pokemon is itself a source of mobile toxins, even if they are careful, they will inadvertently emit weak toxins and change their living environment. This damages the trainer's body, which is why the tame-attributed treasures most of the trainers in Kameng are frail, sickly, and gloomy. But the Pokemon with the compound attribute of the grass-type poison will passively absorb these weak toxins in the air and release clean gas. Therefore, I am willing to use it. Goo taught it to you. What if I insist on learning? Musashi asked again. Then you have to be prepared to smoke a lifetime of medicated cigarettes and sachets. Yin Goo squinted Musashi and said. But you didn't smoke, sir. That's because it's not necessary now, so I don't smoke anymore. Yin Goo replied. Oh, is it because of the frog flower? Not all, mainly because there are only big needle bees and wonderful frog flowers around, and the wonderful frog flowers have reached the state of returning to the original and returning to the original state, so they don't need it. Return to the original? There is still this state? No wonder the wonderful frog flower does not have these patterns on its body. I thought that the wonderful frog flower is not a grass goo. Musashi said suspiciously. By the way, Master, how is the realm of goo divided? The division of the realm is very simple. It is all expressed in the pattern on the outside. There are 5 levels, namely, entry, xiaocheng, zhongcheng, dacheng, and returning to the original. First entry, goo patterns begin to appear on Pokemon. Goo patterns appear on Pokemon with poison attributes or dual attribute Pokemon with poison attributes, concentrated on the bright poisonous markings on their bodies, or it's an external sign of toxicity. When the goo pattern appears, you can try to combine the poisonous skills with the 1 to 2 poison attribute skills that Pokemon has mastered. The higher the level of skill mastery, the more convenient the integration. Xiaocheng, goo pattern is spread all over the markings or poison attribute characterization, and 2 to 4 already mastered poison attribute skills can be combined. Medium success, goo patterns cover more than half of the body, and the ability to merge poison attributes will no longer be restricted, and you can choose a skill with other attributes to merge with poison. At this stage, the strangeness and change of goo will be real. Show it out. Because your enemy can't know if the ordinary skills you use are poisonous. Dachin, goo patterns are all over the body, and the fusion of poisonous skills is no longer restricted. At this stage, Pokemon can truly be called goo. And Big Needle Bee is at this stage. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. When returning to the original, the goo pattern will be controllably revealed and hidden, and the highly poisonous skills are no longer limited to the integration with the skills, and the poison moves at will. At this stage, the poison is alive. Now only the Meow Frog flower has managed to reach this state by chance, and the Big Needle Bee has no chance to touch this state. Why can't the Big Needle Bee work? The stage of returning to the original is not achieved by hard work alone. Sometimes it is less talent and less luck. Yengu explained. What about my abo snake and walking grass? Musashi was a little worried that they would not be able to reach the highest palace of strength. Abo snake is extremely talented and should be able to reach the state of returning to the original state like the Meow Frog flower. If you walk in grass, you can only be like the Big Needle Bee. However, even if it can only reach the Dachin stage, the strength is enough. Stronger. Yengu told the truth. I see. Since abo snake can reach the highest level of goo, it means that abo snake is very suitable for this road. The walking grass cannot reach the highest level, which shows that the walking grass and goo are not the best fit. Musashi could understand. Abo snake and walking grass also know the truth. Musashi and the walking grass will inevitably be a little bit lost, and abo snake also expressed concern about walking grass. If the walking grass goo can't get through this road, then we will change our thinking. We still have the grass attributes that we are good at, and we can still reach the peak of our strength. How about it, do you have confidence? Musashi looked at the walking grass and asked loudly. Walk. Yes. That's good, but these are too far away from us. First learn to be highly toxic, and then cultivate the grass goo animal goo to reach success. Although Musashi has bold ambitions, he does not lack down to earth. Walk. Hey. The memories are over. Vol 2 Chapter 46, Hot Pot. Musashi, who has no learning indicators, rarely took a break for a few days. He took abo snake and walking grass to explore everything within a 2-kilometer radius of the village and the cooking house. The village and the couple also wandered around with Musashi. After all, there is almost no entertainment time for half a month of studying hard. Since Musashi has said that he has mastered the content of these books, he has really mastered it, and the village and the couple no longer ask. Although Musashi is playing around, it is not purposeless. For example, go to other restaurants to find out about the enemy, ramen, barbecue, and rice bowls. Sushi, udon, soba noodles. Senbei, daifuku, wagashi. Feasting my eyes but not being able to feast my mouth is really a major shortcoming in life. Every time he returned to his store, Musashi looked hungry and starved to death. In the first 2 days, the village and his wife thought that Musashi was really hungry when they went out to play, so they must have a big bowl full of food. Later I realized that I was just looking greedy, so I prepared some sweets for Musashi, and I had an addiction. If the sweets are not delicious any time, then the food made by that restaurant is absolutely delicious. During his busy schedule, Ichiro will also take Musashi to taste it. This is fatherly love. After many times of inquiring about Musashi, looking for food, I found that the surrounding restaurants lacked one of the must-have foods in winter, that is hot pot. With this discovery, Musashi's business acumen began to operate at a high speed, collecting all the knowledge about hot pot in another world. Finally, I got a few key pieces of information. The first is the soup base, the second is the dipping sauce, and the third is the rich food. No matter what is flying in the sky, swimming in the water, growing in the tree, or buried in the ground, as long as it can be eaten, it can be served in hot pot, just like tempura. Insert a sentence. What are the ice cream hot pot, durian hot pot, fruit hot pot, what and what? By point is, novelty, do it yourself, rich in variety, and a fire in winter. The bottom of the pot and the clearly marked price, the dishes calculated by the plate, and even the dipping material can be charged. It is a good tool for attracting money. Premise, delicious. After the inspection, the time has entered December. At the end of the day, Musashi took the slightly exhausted village and the couple, and once again opened a family meeting. The members are the same, so I won't introduce them one by one, but this time the chairperson has been replaced by Musashi. Musashi, what's the content of this family meeting for parents? Representative Ichiro asked. The content of this meeting is about the reform of business items in the evening, even at noon. Musashi said. The reform of business content in the evening? Why? Isn't business very good? Haruko asked rhetorically. Business is pretty good, but it's inferior compared to morning and noon. And the main source of customers we face are company white-collar workers, store employees, and ordinary citizens. If we can include tourists, I also want to count it. These people have good spending power, but most of them choose to go home for dinner after work at night, and only a small number of people choose to eat out. So in order to attract this group of people who come home for dinner, I have a proposal here. The deputy instructed Zhongshan and said the words in a straightforward way. In fact, your mother and I have considered these things, but you have seen them nearby in the past few days. There are basically no business items that can be added. Ichiro shook his head and said. I haven't finished my proposal yet. After that, there are no more items to add. Musashi said with displeasure. Dad is wrong, then Musashi, what is your suggestion? Ichiro immediately admitted that his daughter was older, and sometimes his wife had to step back a little bit, only a little bit. Hot pot. Musashi spit out two words triumphantly. Hot pot. The village and the couple looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubts. Because Japanese-style hot pot is mainly homemade, few shops will take the initiative to operate this thankless way of making a living. Even if they do, they are mostly countertop restaurants, and there are people who cook Japanese hot pot for diners. It's better not to die for a small family like them. Yes, it's hot pot, but the hot pot I'm talking about is different from hot pots like Sukiyaki hot pot. We only need to prepare the soup base, dishes, and dipping ingredients. In addition to adding the stock in the middle, add the additional dishes they need to add. No matter what. Musashi said triumphantly. What is that? How do I get it? Haruko Ichiro is really puzzled. What are you talking about, Musashi? I insist on saying that the name is Oriental Spicy Hot Pot. Oh, I don't know. If we make it by ourselves tomorrow, you'll know. By the way, Dad, when I go shopping for the ingredients tomorrow morning, help me buy a big butter. Kind of spices, sauces, especially pepper, and pepper. Buy more. Musashi said with a wave of small hands. Okay, Dad knows, but is it really okay to buy so many peppers, sesame peppers, and Chinese peppers? Ichiro asked suspiciously. No problem, it's delicious. But you still need to buy a new pot. Musashi promised, but considering that the tastes of Gwandu people are mostly light, Mandarin duck pot should be the mainstream. But this kind of pot should not be available on the market, so it needs to be remodeled. Buy a new pot? Don't you have it at home? Haruko said. Not at home, I bought a new one because the pot still needs to be remodeled. Musashi explained. Well, should Musashi go to the morning market with Dad tomorrow? Ichiro suggested. Okay. Musashi thought about it, and it's better to go together. It would be too troublesome to add some materials if something is missing. After the meeting, Musashi returned to the room and began to make a list, the methods and steps of making the base material. The next day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't see the sun, even the moon. Because there is no moon at the beginning of the month. It took half an hour longer than usual before the father and daughter rushed back home. Fortunately, they had wrist strength to help at home, otherwise Haruko would not be exhausted by himself. After placing the materials, Ichiro and Haruko started today's business hours. Musashi went back to his room to make up for a while, and didn't wake up at 8 o'clock in a daze. After washing up, he took his Pokemon with him, and took the hot pot base ingredients he rushed out last night to make, and the detailed ingredient ratio is handed to Ichiro, who is slightly free. Musashi also noted the points that need to be paid attention to, so that Ichiro, who is making the soup for the first time, will not roll over the track. After Musashi gave out the secret, he took the round-bottomed shallow pot he bought today to find the only knife shop here, Tachibana Knife Shop. Please remodel it by the master craftsman who should be very good at craftsmanship. Although it sells knives, it shouldn't be a problem to weld a small thing, probably. Grandpa Tachibana, I'm looking for you. Musashi came to the knife shop and shouted loudly. Who? The noise in the morning. An obviously ill-tempered old man walked out from behind the curtain, blowing his beard and staring. Grandpa Tachibana, I'm Musashi. Musashi who stayed in your shop the other day, hee. Musashi helped the old man recalled. Oh, the little red-haired girl that day, I recognize you, what's the matter, come over today, I still need to look at the knives. The old craftsman Tachibana finally asked kindly with a smile. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Not all, I mainly want to ask you how old you are you good at welding? Musashi asked cautiously. Welding? Although I mainly focus on forging here, I can also do ordinary welding and have tools, but what do you want to weld? The old craftsman asked. It's this pot. Musashi took out the pot that couldn't be hidden from behind and said. This pot is intact, is it new? What are you going to solder? Add an S-shaped partition inside. Musashi said in a gesture. Add a partition, your pot is used to cook things, right? The old craftsman asked for a moment. Well, you are amazing. Musashi smiled and nodded. That's a little tricky. I have iron sheets and iron blocks here. Although they can be welded, they will be corroded after a few times. So you need to prepare a piece of steel, preferably 18/8 steel. Oh, by the way, you don't understand, it's 304 steel. For the size, 50*12, 1 mm thick will do. Tachibana estimated the size of the pot and gave an accurate figure. Oh, then Grandpa Tachibana, where can I buy this steel? Obviously this content is a blind spot of Musashi's knowledge, but it is not ashamed to ask Musashi's advantage. Go out and turn left for 2 blocks, and then go to the 4th shop on the right. The young man from the Iron Man is still honest, he should be able to sell you some materials. The old craftsman pointed to Musashi. Thank you, Grandpa Tachibana, I'm going to buy it now. Let me put the things here first. After Musashi finished speaking, he ran to the place pointed by the old man. This little Nizai, just take the things and let the kid do it all at once. The old craftsman shook his head and said, leading the pot and returned to the back hall. Vol 2 Chapter 47, Craftsman and Invitation, good. A few minutes later, I really found the shop that the old man said. The owner is a serious-looking man in his 30s, but his thick, round eyebrows have weakened his seriousness a bit. Is it Mr. Steel? Musashi raised his head and asked. I am Steel Rock Iron, what do you want? The man named Steel Rock Iron asked. My name is Musashi, Mura, and Musashi, Grandpa Tachibana instructed me to buy something from you. Musashi immediately came out like an old craftsman. Master Tachibana, I see, what are you going to buy? Iwaditsuo asked. A piece of 304 stainless steel, specifications 50*12, 1 millimeter thick. Musashi recalled and repeated. It's not too big, I remember there were leftovers that I didn't deal with before, I'll find it for you. Iwaditsu didn't ask what Musashi was doing after hearing it, so he got up and helped Musashi find it. The power of acquaintances is so great. It's a coincidence. Iwaditsu helped others to do something before, and there are still some leftovers that are enough to cut out the size that Musashi needs. Picking up the large scissors without measuring with a ruler, a regular steel piece appeared in Iwaite's hand with 3 clicks. Iwaditsu looked at it and handed it to Musashi if the size was correct. Give. Uncle, how much is it? Musashi asked when he took out his little duck wallet. No, I originally picked it out from the scraps, and I'll give it to you. Yantai said indifferently, swinging his big hand with a fan. Then, thank you uncle. By the way, there should be an order to entrust you in 2 days. Goodbye. Musashi took the piece of steel wrapped in old newspaper and ran all the way to Tachibana's knife shop. This kid, he's a big man, and he has an order. Iwaditsu smiled and didn't care. On the Musashi side, after the old craftsman got the things, he raised his eyes and looked up, nodded in satisfaction, and led Musashi to the back studio. Musashi followed curiously, and saw that the studio in the back was more than twice as big as the shop in front, and the temperature rose linearly. Several fire attribute Pokémon are guarding their own fire, adding wood or spitting fire from time to time. For some, pull out the hot charcoal and eat it in one bite. Are you stunned? That Pokémon is a duck-billed fire dragon, and indeed a strong group. There is also a young man who is swinging a hammer and beating on the anvil, clanging non-stop. Didn't you eat? At your level, how can I rest assured to hand over the shop to you? Go on, who told you to stop? The old craftsman reprimanded with a hatred of iron and steel. The young man did not dare to reply, and immediately turned his attention back to the bright red iron burnt in front of his eyes, and the regular jingle clank lingered in this workshop again. With Musashi's current ear power, it was easy to hear that the falling hammer sound was heavier than before. Brother Kikujiro is so amazing, he really hit a little harder. Musashi couldn't help but sigh as he listened to his voice. Did you hear it? Tachibana asked, turning around in surprise and looking at Musashi. The reason why the old craftsman was surprised was that the strength of his apprentice's percussion was not an abrupt change in severity, but rather subtle force control. Most people can't notice the change in the voice, but Musashi can hear it, and he knows that his strength has indeed increased. This has to surprise the old craftsman. Well. Musashi nodded without humility, because he was able to eat. I can't tell, Musashi, do you want to learn forging with Grandpa? Tachibana asked with some regret. But then he shook his head. The little girl was really confused about what forging she had learned. Is it okay? But I am going to study at Gili Egg Nursing College in the next year. I am afraid I can't learn anything in such a short period of time. Musashi said regretfully. After all, forging and learning need to be accumulated day after day, year after year. 1 year of practice. Little Musashi, I can go to the Gili Egg Nursing Academy. That's okay, Joey is really good at teaching people. The old craftsman praised him as he was not entangled in the matter of accepting Musashi as a disciple. It was arranged by the master. Musashi said embarrassedly. Master? Musashi, you have a master? Who is it? The old craftsman asked curiously. My master's name is Yingu. I have studied with him for more than 2 years, almost 3 years. Musashi said proudly. Ying, that kid who used poison? Oh, he had a big incident back then. You turned out to be his apprentice. I can't tell, what did Musashi have learned? How did you learn? The old craftsman took a closer look. See, Musashi asked. I have learned everything that should be learned, and the rest needs me to practice step by step, Musashi proudly said. It's amazing, you are much better than my incompetent apprentice. Then how about my body, Grandpa? The old craftsman reached out and handed it to Musashi, half tested and half joking. Musashi didn't show his timidity. He raised his small hand to accurately feel the pulse of the old artisan, calmly sensed it, and said with a smile, Grandpa Tachibana, your body is tough and tough. If you can rest earlier and be less angry, it's better. Up. Haha, I'm more relieved with your words. I don't have to be so tired when the kid is out of the teacher. The old craftsman laughed twice, but when he saw the young man who was beating there, he shook his head. Still not satisfied. Brother, you have to come on, Grandpa Tachibana can hope that you will inherit this foundation soon. Musashi shouted. You little girl, you talk a lot. And you boy, if you are upset, don't knock, I'm upset by listening, come here. The old craftsman pinched Musashi's little nose, looking helpless. Then Limara lowered his face and shouted at the only apprentice who was still beside him. Oh! The young man put down the tools and iron blocks in his hands, got up quickly, wiped his hands indiscriminately, and ran over. I'm optimistic, we need to knock this piece of steel into an S shape, and fit it into this pot, and finally weld it together. How about it? No problem, right? The old craftsman said sternly. No problem, promise to complete the task. The young man took the pot and the steel sheet, conceived the model in detail in his mind, and clanged after confirmation. The old craftsman nodded in satisfaction when he saw it, and took Musashi to the other side, idle and idle. In fact, the old craftsman's heart to accept disciples has not been extinguished, and the smoke reaches the door of his heart, and he begins to introduce his beloved treasures to Musashi earnestly. But in the eyes of Musashi, the babies in Tachibana's mouth all look the same, they are all big iron bumps. Although Musashi wants to learn more now, this kind of skill that requires strength is really not suitable for Musashi's small body. Among these tools, the lightest hammer Musashi is hard to swing. The old craftsman saw in his eyes, the wisp of smoke in his heart finally dissipated, and he gave up. I walked around and saw various equipment, tools, and also learned about various fluxes, adhesives, and quenching fluids. I won't go into details here. After understanding, Kikujiro has also completed the transformation of the steel sheet, and is carefully applying the adhesive. By the way, Kikujiro is a young man who stayed by the old craftsman and inherited his own mantle. When Kikujiro became a teacher, Tachibana's name officially fell on Kikujiro, becoming the sixth owner of Tachibana Knife Shop in the past 200 years. The old craftsman took Musashi and looked at him from a distance, because he was afraid that the sparks from the welding would hurt Musashi. In the flames, the new pot was completed. It's done. Musashi, come and see how it is. Kikujiro put down the welding torch and greeted Musashi. Grandpa Tachibana, shall we go see? Musashi said excitedly. Let's go, old man, I am also very curious, how do you use this pot? The old craftsman said with a smile. Hey, keep it secret for the time being. But you will know soon. Musashi looked at the freshly baked mandarin duck pot and said with a smile. You little girl, the old craftsman shook his head helplessly. Grandpa Tachibana and brother Kikujiro, remember to come to the village and the restaurant at noon tomorrow, I will use this pot to invite you to eat. Musashi invited. Okay, then I look forward to what kind of food you can make with this tomorrow. The old craftsman agreed with a smile. Well, it's settled. Grandpa Tachibana, how much the processing fee is? I can't say no. Mr. Steele confiscated my money before. I'm sorry. Musashi was vaccinated in advance and took out the person who hadn't had a chance to open his mouth. Daya said Little Wallet. I didn't make things, you can ask Kikujiro. The old craftsman kicked the ball to the young man www.readaloud.com because the old craftsman didn't want to collect the money. Since Musashi said it, then look at your apprentice, and think how much your craft is worth, it can be considered a test. Seeing that the master kicked this problem to himself, Kikujiro suddenly felt bitter and thoughtful. Master said that the craftsman clearly marked the price to be worthy of his own strength, and he can also let others know how well you are through the price. But at this point, Kikujiro has suffered, and the height is set. If I don't want to say anything, the master will definitely kill myself. But it is set low. From the master's point of view, this is the uncertainty of one's own strength and lowers his evaluation in the master's heart. But not, Musashi said that he must collect it himself. What can I do? Headache hurts. Oh right. Musashi, what do you think of what I made, is it okay? Kikujiro asked. Very good, I am very satisfied. Musashi nodded affirmatively. Since you are satisfied, that's the greatest affirmation for me. This is definitely not something you can exchange for a daughter, so you have already paid for your wages. Jujiro praised his wit in his heart. Hey, how can this be? Musashi wailed. Deduck purse relieved, I'm still a swollen deduck. Haha, Musashi, that's it, he can also sell his life strength, you can accept it with peace of mind. Although the old craftsman still dislikes his apprentice in his mouth, all the wrinkles that bloom on his face appear. He is satisfied with his apprentice. Okay, goodbye, Grandpa Tachibana, and see you at noon tomorrow. Musashi regretfully put away the intact duck purse, and went home with a heavier pot. Vol 2 Chapter 48, You're done. When Musashi returned to the store, it was almost 11 o'clock, and the smell of spicy and spicy bottom material filled the room, and he kept digging into Musashi's nose. Oh! Musashi didn't pay attention, was choked by the spicy taste, and sneezed fiercely. Haha, choke people, cough cough. Ichiro thought he had adapted to the spicy flavor, but he regarded himself too highly. Obviously Haruko, who doesn't change her face, and her wrist power for some enjoyment are much stronger than Ichiro. Sure enough, Musashi and Ichiro are in the same rank. Haruko and the others do not show off everything. By the way, Akio, Dad, although the soup base looks a little scary, it didn't disappoint you. Musashi sneezed again, proudly. Well, it's very tempting. But how do I use it? Ichiro asked, curious even with Haruko and wrist strength. It's just done now, and it needs to be left for a while, preferably more than 12 hours. We will pack these up and use as you eat, commanded Musashi. Then you have to wait until tomorrow. Ichiro felt a little regretful. Oh, yes, Dad, look, I have remodeled the pot. Only then did Musashi remember that he still had a mandarin duck pot in his hand. As soon as he entered the door, he was attracted by the spicy sauce, and he forgot about it. This is the pot we will use tomorrow? But why are there two grids? Ichiro was still asking. While putting the spicy base and the clear soup, you can eat or not, and you will be satisfied if you want to eat or not, Musashi explained. That's right, Musashi is still smart. Ichiro turned to think that it was indeed here. Also, I asked Grandpa Tachibana at Tachibana Knife Shop to help make it, but they don't charge any modification fee, so I will invite them to eat hot pot at noon tomorrow. But I didn't ask Mr. Steel, who provides intermediate steel plates for free. Yes. Don't remedy it. Musashi said embarrassedly. It's a good idea to invite someone to have hot pot. Why didn't you call Mr. Steel? Ichiro asked. I promised to customize this kind of pot in his house in a few days, and I forgot to invite it. Musashi laughed. Let's go to visit Dad himself tomorrow, and visit Master Tachibana by the way. The business will be closed at noon tomorrow. Invite a few more people, so that the popularity of hot pot should be spread out in advance. Ichiro has Musashi. This reminder, I immediately expanded it, and it's not impossible to prepare 2 more spicy hot pots. During the father-daughter plan, today's noon opening time has come, but today is a little different than usual. After the diners came in, their noses throbbed, and the spicy taste stimulated their taste buds, and they all asked if there were new dishes. What is the new dish? What is it? However, the unified answer is new dishes are under preparation, so stay tuned, and there will be a lottery at the opening in the evening. You can taste the new dishes in advance. There are only 10 people, remember to come to the village and the restaurant at night. Ichiro replied. At that time, I did not forget to put up a wave of advertisements to attract the interest of diners. Some old gluttons even shouted in advance, if they get a spot, they are willing to bid for it. Has already captured a large number of fans just by the fragrance, and I don't know what kind of grand occasion it will be when I taste it tomorrow. The thoughts that the village and the family are looking forward to, together with them are also extremely looking forward to. The only Musashi who knew about it had only seen pigs run, had never eaten pork, drooled wantonly, and wished the time to jump directly to tomorrow. The business at noon has improved a lot because of the advertising effect, and in the evening, it broke through the highest peak since the opening. Fortunately, the lottery can only be drawn when the diners pay the bill. It is first come first served, and it is only worth preparing. I got 100 lottery tickets, otherwise I have to be crazy. The next day, the normal shopping and the opening in the morning. After the end of the family got busy, washing vegetables, cutting vegetables and garnishing dishes, making several kinds of dipping sauces with the highest public praise. In the middle of the journey, Ichiro took Musashi to visit the iron and rock iron shop. Thank you. After a while, as Musashi said, he placed an order and made 10 30 cm diameter mandarin duck pots, 10 30 cm diameter ordinary pots, 20 a common pot with a diameter of 14 has a uniform depth of 12 centimeters. What is the specific style of the mandarin duck pot you are talking about? Steel Rock Iron asked. It's up to you to experience it yourself. This time we are here not only to complete the order promised by the little girl, but also to invite you to participate in a tasting event held by our store, so that you can see the mandarin duck pot more intuitively. What does it look like? Ichiro said with a smile. Then it's better to be respectful than fate. Steel agreed. After all, for this order, it is necessary to conduct an on-site inspection. If possible, he can make some suggestions, order more orders and add something. Haha, I won't let you down. Time 11.30, the village and cooking house. The deposit, I put it down, looking forward to your visit. Ichiro put down the money, smiled and shook his hand with Steel, and left with Musashi. This little girl actually said that she did it. She really missed her before. Steel said with squinting eyes when she looked at the father and daughter who had left. The next thing Ichiro and the others will visit is the Tachibana knife shop. After having a passionate conversation with their masters and apprentices, Ichiro officially invited Tachibana to master Tachibana, and Tachibana agreed with a smile. Before returning home, he bought 3 small gas stoves and a few cans of spare gas. The technological development of Pokemon's world is weird, so don't be surprised that this kind of small gas stove appears. In other words, you should be able to accept the previous electric welding. After all, a city built of reinforced concrete cannot be without these things. Pokemon is more to assist humans in completing these tasks, such as moving bricks, and then moving bricks. Everything is basically ready. The mandarin duck pot is mainly for Musashi themselves, and the other 2 are spicy hot pot. The broth was made with artificially raised old duck, green onion duck, with big bones and green onions yesterday. It was boiled overnight. The soup was thick and delicious. Put the 3-point spicy base material into the pot, melt it, add the broth. The clear broth pot is added with fried tomatoes, tomato sauce, mushrooms, green onion, ginger, garlic, some spices, add the broth and simmer slightly. The taste is the same, it's not inferior to the spicy pot, but the expected value may be different, so it will still be inferior. Time 11.30, diners and friends all gathered in the village and the cooking room and split into 3 tables, looking forward to each other and discussing. What to discuss? Of course, the tempting spicy and delicious fragrance. After entering the store, Ichiro saw everyone there, and placed the pot with the soup on the gas stove in turn, lit, served the dishes, served the dipping material, and the dipping material. No one prepared 3, and then chose one according to personal preference. After that is the explanation of how to eat it. The tribute balls, tofu, and blood can be added and stewed together. The longer the stewing time, the more flavorful. After the soup is boiling, you can blanch the cooked dishes according to your personal preference. After taking them out, you can eat them with the dipping sauce. Up. The explanation is over. Everyone, let's start. After Musashi said, everyone had already started to pick up the food in the pot, one by one, the spicy shaska, but the heartiness made them unable to help but continue to think. I caught the second chopsticks, and I was still talking and laughing at the beginning. In the middle section, it was really a battlefield without gunpowder. At the end of the road, I was full of food and drink, and peace was restored. I added 2 soups in the middle and added a few more. The second dish www.readaloud.com. The dipping sauce is often added. The diners left a feedback sheet. Steele and Tachibana Master Apprentice were satisfied with this trip, and they asked when they could continue to eat this hot pot. The diners also pointed their ears to get the first piece of information. It depends on when Mr. Steele drove out our customized pot. Ichiro teased the pot. Don't look at me. After I go back, I will work overtime to make it out. I also want to eat such a delicious hot pot earlier, and it is convenient. Steele Yanti replied in fright. Haha. A group of people laughed and made a ball. In fact, in addition to the pot, you also need to purchase this small gas stove and ultra small gas stove, as well as this gas tank. In fact, Ichiro felt that if he had to upgrade to an induction cooker in one step, it would be beautiful and save a lot of space for stacking these sundries. But in terms of budget, we need to add up well. After all, if you switch to an induction cooker, the table body modification, rewiring, and so many induction cookers are a lot of money. In addition to the monthly loan that needs to be repaid, there are still some gaps in the calculation. But the gap is not too big, you should be able to prepare it by the end of your teeth. In fact, you don't need to be eager. You can implement the reservation system first, and then change the time to the evening business hours. Use the gas stove top to warm up for a period of time to see how the response is. After maturity, start all-round transformation. At that time, I was recruiting 2 waiters, and they were all alive. These things are the solutions that Ichiro and Haruko discussed in the evening. As for Musashi, he did not participate, because a new batch of textbooks was sent to her, and Musashi began to learn again. Tonight, the first snow has come to Yahung City, like a snow castle in a crystal ball, beautiful and splendid. Vol 2 Chapter 49, Christmas Event. The annual Christmas is going up in Yahung City as scheduled. For this important festival, the village and the restaurant should be opened for business, and a discount and price increase has been carried out. The routine of discount and price increase is like this. The price is discounted on the basis of the price increase. The price returns to the beginning. When the discount season passes, the price increase will not be so dazzling. At that time, a membership card system can be introduced, right? The gift service is also very considerate. There is also how much consumption is full, gift coupons, continue to consume next time, etc. Yes, these ideas are all made by Musashi, the inherent routines of black-hearted merchants, and the routines we love deeply. In order to make the diners feel value for money, small Christmas-themed pendants and lucky draws are also given to dispel the grievances of the diners. The village and the restaurant also completed the upgrade of the store a few days before Christmas. The original layout remains unchanged, and the tables and bars have been modified accordingly to adapt to the high-tech induction cooker. Yes, the village and the restaurant decided to only do the hot pot business in the future. But this made the diners who wanted to taste a delicious breakfast wailed and had to make a temporary change. The breakfast was sold normally, which calmed down the strong resentment. Shop, saved. 3 new members have been added to the village and the restaurant. Are the magic way to help the kitchen, and the magic way Wei-Lan. But he hoped that others would call him the magic way. Male gender, a bit careless, black hair, red eyes, looks very handsome, but I don't know why I have to apply for the tiring job of helping the kitchen. Ichiro saw that he was good at learning and not sloppy, so he accepted it. One of the remaining 2 waiters is Fanfiction, and one of them is Fanfiction. Silver grey hair color, black eyes. The image is tall and outstanding, which is a little frivolous, but it is attractive, especially young female diners, who are serious and will not be out of line, so they decided to stay. By the way, it is said that there is a younger brother, but he hasn't seen each other for a long time. Another waiter named Zihuan, Moon Shadow Zihuan. A good boy with short black hair, purple eyes, and glasses. I just graduated from school and wanted to exercise myself, so I came here to apply for the waitress industry and want to accumulate some experience in interpersonal communication. Although looking angry at the book is more serious, but the person is still diligent, Ichiro gave him the last place. As for why they are all handsome boys? Among them, there is an important reason why the interviewer Musashi is stigmatizing, and there is also a factor in order to adapt to this face-saving era. I don't need to explain too much in the age of looking at faces. There are also female consumers who look at faces. If there are some little interactions, then a group of loyal customers will appear immediately. As long as the taste of the village and the restaurant does not change, it must be full of profits. Because today is Christmas, Fanfiction and Ziwan were forced to wear antlers, headbands, and reindeer noses. One is raspy and handsome, and the other is quiet and clear. Each has its own characteristics. With key props, it's more cute. The ideas are still from Musashi, public tools are used for private use. Are there any complaints about people's livelihood? This change attracted a large number of girls to stop and take pictures, single, double, and group photos. Treat the customers in the store as much as possible. Give a gentle, handsome, and polite smile to the tourists, and experience it for yourself. Young people nowadays are really welcomed by these little girls. Ichiro sighed with envy, but thinking of the cute Musashi, these are of no importance. Daughter control is just how straightforward and confident. Why can't it be my turn? Modeo was full of grievances in the bar. Because you don't have antlers, no reindeer nose, let alone go out, so work with peace of mind. Ichiro gloated. Boss, this is not fair. There is nothing fair or unfair. Do you have Fanfiction handsome? Are you Ziwan careful? Ichiro asked sharply. The boss doesn't need to worry about it, I don't have any. Modeo said with a grimly painted face, crying. If you don't have it, work with peace of mind. Look, the girl over there has watched you many times, and I'm going to send this piece of meat to the 5th table. Ichiro looked helpless, but still gave Modeo some motivation. Yes. Modeo quickly glanced at the direction Ichiro said, and contentedly took out a piece of beef with the thickness of in the palm of his hand. The diagonal knife began to slice the meat, and the meat slices of about 2 mm, along with the skill of the magic knife, quickly laid it. It was filled with the black stoneware square plate in front of me. Then he handed it to a pair of Santa Claus dressed-up wrists, and said something. The beef ordered by the guests at table 5. Only. Received. Took the plate with his wrist, and flexibly shuttled among the crowded villages and cooking houses. Zihuan was picking up the diners who had just left, while Fanfiction went through the crowd to greet the next diners to enter the store. There is a secret trick to clean up the kitchen waste village and cooking house. The special grease remover can easily remove the grease in the hot pot without polluting the environment. Then simple solid liquid separation, the residue enters the garbage classification, and the liquid enters the sewer. Because there is no grease, the pots and dishes are very easy to clean, and they are as bright as new after being placed in the dishwasher for a few minutes. Musashi was not at the village and restaurant today, but took a by-snake and walking grass to the largest department store in Yahung City, Rainbow Department Store. As for why I came here, it is because Rainbow Department Store held a battle exchange meeting specially for trainers to celebrate Christmas, which was held on the top floor of Rainbow Department Store. It's definitely not enough to just exchange the attractiveness of the battle, so Rainbow Department Store has also prepared generous prizes for the top 50 trainers. Of course, trainers who come to sign up will also have a small gift to give away. The trainers ranked 11 to 50 can get the value for money Elven food coupons, and the more they buy, the more they get. The routine of the black-hearted businessman, Musashi pouted his lips and thought. I didn't realize I was one of them. Trainers ranked 4 to 10 can get half-price coupons, the price is less than 50,000 yuan. Third place, 1 year's Elves food, ordinary, 1 month's Elves, exquisite, and a 50,000 half-price coupon. Second place, plus a 50,000 yuan half-price voucher on top of the third place. The first place will receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan on the basis of the second place. However, there are a few restrictions. First, the Pokémon cannot exceed level 30. Second, there are 2 Pokémon, and you cannot use earthquakes, magnitude changes, digging holes, and other skills that destroy terrain. If it is found, it will be disqualified from the match and will be included in the blacklist of Rainbow Department Store. Today is the 3rd day of the match. Among the 50 trainers shortlisted by Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, Musashi is one of them. The registration process is the most tortuous. Because Musashi is only 7 years old, although the league has not announced that children under the age of 14 cannot have Pokémon. However, Musashi's age was too young, and he was not accompanied by an adult, so he had to make redundant explanations in this regard. After confirming by the organizer, it is determined that Musashi is capable of directing these Pokémons before they can successfully register. After the registration is successful, it is the C election, because there are only 2 Elves registered at the beginning, and the level is restricted. Therefore, most of the trainers participating in the competition are new trainers who have just traveled recently, or current students of Elf students, and a small number of office workers. Although there are many restrictions, there are still many trainers who sign up for the competition. After all, Yahung City is one of the largest cities in the Kanto region and it is still possible to gather thousands of trainers. On the first day of the battle, 1,000 entered 500. 10 battlefields were played at the same time, 1,000 number plates, Musashi number 805, was assigned to the afternoon field. And the battle method is 1 to 500, 2 to 499 such as the selection of opponents, and Musashi's 805. According to the ranking of the game, it is basically the last few batches in the afternoon. But after Musashi had lunch, he went to the top floor of Rainbow Department Store and waited for his time to fight. Coming here so early, on the one hand, Musashi didn't want to miss the match for no reason. On the other hand, he wanted to see if there were any notable contestants, so that he could find the opponent's weakness first and win the battle in the future. There are also many people who have the same ideas as Musashi. Most of these people have a certain degree of confidence in their own strength and believe that they can break into the top 50, or even the top 10. Vol 2 Chapter 50, Battle with the Trainer for the first time. Musashi is wrapped thickly, and the whole person is warm and lazy in the warm winter sun. Until the Taiyangzi slanting battle platoon was almost close to Musashi's 805, Musashi glanced at the 2 who were fighting for the last time. One is a thin boy with a silver-white hair. He is commanding a large needle bee with a level of 28. After the entire battle, he used 2 skills, one to gather energy and the other to double needles and double needles. The attack method was fierce. So that the catty dog, who has the level 25 on the opposite level, has no power to parry, except for the wailing and wailing, only his master is overwhelmed and unable to cope with the command. The owner of the catty dog, Musashi, is inexplicably familiar. This familiarity comes from the memory of another world. Sky blue hair, dressed as a noble boy, but it can be seen that this boy has no experience with his Pokémon. Although the hair and development of the catty dog are excellent, it is also the fire attribute Pokémon that restrains the big needle bee. But its owner would not command at all, and a good hand of cards was played so poorly that defeat was doomed. Sasaki Kojiro, I have made changes, but you seem to be the same you are. The cowardly, evasive, and useless you. Without me, the undead trio of the Rockets, I don't know if they will get together in other identities. I don't know how my caterpillar, who has not yet turned its cocoon, will change this somewhat familiar but extremely unfamiliar world. Do you want to get to know this old acquaintance in the future? Forget it, if you have fate to meet, let's talk about it. But this guy called Yuying is really amazing. His big needle bee is really like the master's big needle bee. It is not the similarity in the bloodline, but the attack method, and the looming body of the big needle bee Gu Wen. Gu Musashi knew that Yingu was not married, so the birth of a child is not even mentioned, and the brother is also born out of nothing. Because Yingu has only one apprentice, Musashi, and this big needle bee is not a Pokémon of a system of learning Gu genre, it can be ruled out that it has something to do with Yingu. Then who is he? Player 805 and Player 696, please arrive at the fourth match site within the specified time. The radio was broadcast 3 times in a row. Fortunately, on the first day of the battle, because of the number of people, the organizer, Rainbow Department Store, prohibited unrelated people from entering the venue to watch the battle. Otherwise, with Musashi's small body, it might not be possible to arrive at the specified time. 1 minute later, Musashi appeared on the battlefield under the impatient gaze of his opponent. The referee didn't say anything about Musashi's appearance on the battlefield within the specified time. The opponent of Musashi started to whistle and ask, "Is there no one in Yahung City? Let this big little girl fight." Musashi didn't say anything. He looked blankly at this small employee of the company, who had done nothing at first glance, and what kind of companies shared airbags, would he be here to face the young ones? Play your own majesty. The referee didn't have time to talk to such a person, and said directly, "Since the contestants are already in place and the battle begins, please release their Pokémon." "Humph, come out, meow." The little clerk snorted angrily when no one was taking care of him, and threw out the pixie ball that he had carefully cleaned up. Musashi thought he would meet the pet abandonment routine that the protagonist of the novel usually encounters, but seeing the old but shiny poke ball, this person should cherish his meow, he should have no chance to see it. Although there was some regret in my mind, the whole person was relieved, and he was not so disgusted with this person's senses. Of course, I should hate it or hate it. After talking for a long time, only a moment has passed in time. The external performance is that Musashi is a beat slower than this company employee to release the wizard. "Come out, walk the grass." There are a small amount of purple lines on the leaf veins, and a walking grass that is slightly larger than the ordinary one appears on the battlefield. Meow, who is sitting on the opposite side and licking his paws, sees that his opponent has appeared, and stands up on all fours without turning his head, facing behind him. The shovel officer meowed and signaled to start work. "Meow, high five." "Shoveling officer, ah." The little clerk condensed his expression and immediately commanded. Meow Meow immediately appeared beside the walking grass, deceptively making a posture that he wanted to clap his hands with the walking grass. Although the walking grass didn't figure out the situation, it wouldn't foolishly high-five the strange cat. Meow is unmoved when he sees the grass walking, and he immediately retreats and is not aggressive, because Musashi's instructions have already fallen. Walking grass, sweet aroma. The pink-purple sweet mist continued to diffuse with the swaying leaves of the walking grass, gradually filling the entire battlefield. The reason why did not continue to spread is that in every battlefield there is a magic wall doll, sucker doll, that maintains the wall of air created by hand all the time. I thought it was just a relaxed and happy job. But the magic wall puppet in the fourth field never expected that the air wall that he created easily would be corroded. Isn't that these rookies who are not at the elite level, just watch them pecking at each other with peace of mind? Why do I have to spend my energy to maintain the thickness of the air wall? This is not fair. However, the grass of this little girl is really special. The magic wall puppet was vomiting in his heart, and he couldn't help but glance at the walking grass, and just glance at it. What did the rookie pay attention to so much? A series of psychological changes of the magic wall dolls are unknown to outsiders. If there is, it may be a referee. Speaking of it, in addition to the red and green flags and whistle, the standard equipment for referees, the magic wall doll is also one of their standard equipment, because the magic wall doll can instantly create an invisible air wall, which will neither obstruct the view nor worry about it. Mist moves or unknown objects fall onto the audience. Not to mention these, Meow is constantly forced by the sweet fragrance, and the little staff thinks that this can no longer go on. Meow, use provocation. Meow. Sun thief, the ugly monster with leaves in his forehead. Walk. You scolded me, die. Calm down on the walking grass, if you can only attack, then attack, fast blade. Musashi knows that the provocative skill is to forcibly prevent the opponent from using the change type skills, but the Musashi walking grass relies on the change type skills to get close to the enemy and attack. For the purpose, half of it was scrapped now. Fortunately, the level was raised to level 22 some time ago, and I learned the fast attack Fei knife. The large leaves break away from the walking grass, cutting away at a very fast speed towards the location of Meow. Go away, use the harsh sound. The little clerk shouted immediately. The walking grass protects itself with leaves and uses the dissolving liquid. Commanded Musashi. What was thinking was that the opponents he met in the qualifiers were as good as they were, but that Meow was probably poisoned. As expected by Musashi, half of the Meow piercing sound was suddenly poisoned, painfully interrupting the use of the skill, and purple poisonous spots began to appear on his body. How could it be so poisoned? The little clerk was suspicious of his life. The dissolving liquid fell from the sky and the signs of poisoning became more serious. Walking grass, the last blow, super absorption. The chlorophyll properties of walking grass are fully opened. The 4 big leaves and the newly grown small leaves grab the Meow and absorb Meow's physical strength and toxins. I admit defeat. The little clerk couldn't bear his Meow and continued to get hurt. www.readaloud.com said bitterly. The walking grass stopped absorbing stamina and changed to fully absorb toxins. Musashi immediately changed the order and said, walking grass knowingly means that the green power recovery is not appearing. And the purple poisonous spots on Meow Meow's body are gradually dissipated. Except that the physical strength is reduced a little, the hair is corroded, and other things are not serious. Thanks. Thank you, I apologize for the previous words, because the work is not going well, I put my anger on you, my little sister, I'm sorry. The angry bag staff picked up Meow Meow and sincerely apologized to Musashi. Well, I forgive you, but every day I get angry, it's better to change jobs. You don't have to do this job. Musashi said. But in order to nurture these Pokémons, I have to endure this kind of life. Well, I hope you can enter the top 50. Come on. The little clerk smiled, how can others understand his own life? Big brother, you lose face every day, presumably your Pokémon won't be happy either, so you have to cheer. Musashi shouted at the back of the little clerk. The little clerk paused when he heard it, lowered his head as if he was watching the Pokeball, and then started to walk again, but the pace seemed to be much lighter. Little sister, Congratulations! This is the voucher for victory in the battle. Tomorrow you will take the number plate and the voucher to get a new number plate. Tomorrow it will be 500 to 50, and you can only use one elf. The referee sees that it is Musashi. The youngest girl who is least favored by outsiders won, and she couldn't help but say a few more words. Thank you, uncle. Musashi took back the walking grass, took the voucher, and bowed politely to the referee. Yunen heard the name uncle, the referee's face stiffened, but thinking of his age, he was indeed enough to be someone else's uncle. 3 small additions ended more successfully. Thanks to Bingwo Carrot, Huo Mu, YU2003. The ranking is only in chronological order and has no other meaning. Do you have any suggestions for listing? The shelf standard is actually enough, but at this point in time, it's not up to the standard. The main reason is that I want to put the first volume on the shelves after the end, but the screenwriter did not give any comments or suggestions. I can only ask your thoughts. But if you want to be on the shelves at the beginning of the month, the time point given by the screenwriter is the 3rd Wednesday of each month. This month has already passed, so the application cannot be submitted until the 3rd Wednesday of December. It is said that the shelf time will be until 1.1 next year. If it goes well. But it doesn't matter. One more month of free chapters may help future subscriptions, right? May also be a mess because of the plot. 2333. In other words, about rewards, collections, recommendations, and even monthly passes, after the shelves. My preliminary calculation method for adding changes is this. Each additional 2000 rewards plus 1 more. It is recommended to add 1 more for every 2000 more. Add 1 more for every 1000 more collections. Is only the first version. You can modify it beyond recognition. The current collection is 481, more than 500. The recommended vote is 834, which means that it can be added even more than 1100, the heart is really big. If you give a reward 300, hey, there is still 1700. Can be settled on the same day when the amount is full, or it can be updated at the end of the month. Look at you, by the way, this is not a notice, just a draft, welcome to leave a message. Still asking for collection and recommendation. Vol 2 Chapter 51, Meet Li Jie. The next day, Musashi took away his own number plate under the surprised eyes of others, number 250, a very auspicious number. But it is the worst number, for various reasons. The most important point is that according to the rules of the game, Musashi and her opponent are the last to play against each other. But there is also an advantage to playing in the end. The advantage is that you can know all the winning characters. This way, if you meet a known opponent in the afternoon, it can be considered an advantage, right? Musashi comforted himself. Turning around, Musashi recalled the system that hadn't sent a mission for a long time. Yesterday, after the 1000 to 500 battle, he sent himself a mission. Task: use the battle to test the strength. Ranked within the top 50, get 500 experience rewards. If you are within the top 10 of the battle, you will get 1000 experience rewards and a little bit of attribute. Within the top 3 of the battle, get 2000 experience rewards and a little bit of attribute. Ranked first in the battle. Get 3000 experience rewards and 2 attribute points. Note, rewards are not accumulated. Looking at the task rewards, the last 2 Musashi did not expect it, but the top 10 rewards, Musashi said he must get his hands. The number plate was handed over very quickly, and the prelude to the beginning of the battle was also quickly kicked off. There are 20 players, 10 battle arenas at the same time, and there are all kinds of elves. However, the most used Pokemon is the worm attribute, because the number is huge and the easiest to evolve into combat effectiveness. The second most common are the house rats, house birds and the like, for no other reason, because they are Pokemon that are easier to recover. The third category is the rarer elves. Among these 20 people, Musashi only saw a fire dinosaur from one of the Kanto Sanya family. His owner was a red-haired Xiaonian and his name was Dai Feng. He should be a fire dinosaur. Very strong opponent. And he was also the fastest to tell the winner. The smoke screen and sparks solved the opposite ba neatly. People also behaved relatively aloof. After taking back the fire dinosaur, he didn't even look at the somewhat charred ba. He took the voucher in the referee's hand and left directly. Although it is cool, it should not be easy to get along with. It is best not to meet this person in the chaos in the afternoon. Musashi silently set up a flag for himself. Because of that person's cleanliness, the 11th group went straight to the stage. A few minutes later, the 10 groups of unremarkable battles ended one after another. These people have nothing to pay attention to. If they match up, they should not lose as long as they don't make a mistake. In the second round, there was a young girl in a kimono with the appearance of an eldest lady among 20 people. At the age of, Musashi looked about the same age as himself, and he used the same Pokemon as Walking Grass. Black hair with short ears, brown eyes, and a calm and knowledgeable look. Is it Li Jie? Musashi guessed. However, this guess was immediately confirmed by Li Jie's opponent. Miss Jie? How can you participate in this level of Pokemon battle? Apparently the person opposite knew Li Jie, and asked in a surprised tone. My mother felt that my experience was not enough, so I came here to meet the heroes of Yaheng City. See you, let's start. Li Jie praised everyone not too high. In that case, let's fight. The man saw that his speech skills didn't work, so he didn't say more that he released his elven big mouth bat, obviously restraining the walking grass greatly. Walking grass, paralysis powder. Li Jie obviously didn't recognize people for needing. Although she has a good temper, but others stumble herself, what's the matter of being polite? Big-mouthed bat, the wind blows away the paralysis powder. Seeing people know that the sign of Yaheng Daogwen is the grass-based Pokemon, and this kind of powder skills cannot be contaminated by a little bit. Wind up? Inherited flying skills? It seems that this big-mouthed bat has a very good flight attribute talent. In the face of restraining her own poison plus flight system, what will Li Jie do? The thought of Musashi's expectation. Walk on grass, dance, shake and dance. Li Jie smiled with restraint. Shake dance. Come out, walking grass, carefully look at the shaking dance skills used by that walking grass. Musashi was not surprised, and quickly released his walking grass, hugged it in his arms. His eyes did not relax Li Jie's walking grass. After Musashi's walking grass appeared, he carefully observed the movements and postures of his own clan. Although in the battle, the shaking movements are certainly not very standard, but as long as there is that charm. As long as you imitate this charm by walking the grass, you should be able to successfully comprehend the essence of shaking dance and learn the skills of shaking dance. When I returned to the battlefield, I saw the walking grass dancing in the sun, but there was no regularity in the movement. The swaying posture attracted the attention of the big-mouthed bat all the time, and the confused dance steps interfered with the big-mouthed bat's senses. If the big-mouthed bat was still in the supersonic bat period, the shaking dance of the walking grass is for the blind to see. But who told the big-mouthed bat to grow eyes? It doesn't matter if you can't see clearly. As long as you can see, it is the big-mouthed bat that is confused. Large-mouthed bat, close your eyes and use ultrasound to determine the position of the walking grass. Seeing people obviously have some knowledge, knowing the effect of shaking dance, and immediately commanded when his expression changed. It is a pity that it is too late. The big-mouthed bat has been confused by the walking grass. After hearing the words of the people in a daze, he attacked himself fiercely. Was a little awake with the help of the pain, but quickly indulged in the dance with the walking grass, and couldn't extricate himself. I surrender. As expected of Yaheng's princess. Seeing that the big-mouthed bat is unable to return to the sky, my heart is unwilling to admit defeat. Hee, let's take it. Li Jia heard the skill of not admitting defeat, and believed that she was relying on her own mother to achieve this kind of achievement. Li Jia does not deny it. Based on talent, who do you blame? Hat, defeated dog. Had a contempt in his heart, but his beautiful face was still knowledgeable, gentle, and unmoved. Hey, come back, big-mouthed bat. Hit the air twice, seeing that the person's complexion worsened, clenched his fists, and left the battlefield angrily. Li Jia ignored the defeated dog who could only bark, and Ying Ying saluted the surroundings. But when he saw the walking grass in Musashi's arms, his eyes lit up, thankfully accepted the voucher, and took his walking grass and walked towards Musashi. Musashi obviously saw Li Jia's eyes looking at him, smiled slightly, and stood there waiting. Hello, my name is Li Jia, Hongyu Li Jia. This is my walking grass, and the name is Zoying. Rika appeared in front of Musashi quickly but gracefully holding the walking grass, smiled slightly, and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Musashi, Murasaka Musashi. He is my walking grass, but I don't have a nickname. By the way, can I call you Jia? Musashi Luoluo said generously, not at all cowardly because of Rika's identity. Rika sees that Musashi is not affected by her identity at all, and she still talks with herself in an equal manner. There was no anger in my heart, but rather happy. Because it is rare that someone of the same age would talk to himself, or at first, it changed after 2 days. I don't know if this girl named Musashi will continue to talk to herself in this manner. Li Jia was looking forward to it. Yes, can I call you Musashi, too? Of course. The two peers looked at each other and laughed at each other. Just take a nickname, it's important to pick it yourself. Rika said to Musashi solemnly. Is that so, what should I take? Madara? King. The more you listen to the grass, the stranger the name becomes, and I roar in my heart, please choose a good name, my lovely master. Ying's name was taken by me based on the powder scattered on the walking grass at night. You can also take it according to the characteristics of your walking grass. Li Jia smiled and gave Musashi some suggestions. Characteristics? Characteristic, let's call it Fan, you who are originally ordinary, will bloom the most beautiful flowers in my hands. Musashi held the walking grass and said firmly. Walk him. Fan, transform the world into a butterfly, a good name. Li Jia savored it carefully and praised. Haha, it's okay. Musashi smiled embarrassedly. By the way, Li Jia, why don't you call it walking grass, Ying? It's still called walking grass. Musashi raised his doubts. Because this is the secret between Ying and I don't want others to know, unless she is my good friend. Li Jia said slyly. So cunning, then you are also my best friend and the first good friend. Musashi smiled, trying to tick Rika, but felt something wrong, and put down his hand in a jealousy, but he still looked happy. But watch me tick and attack. Rika didn't have any worries about Musashi. Seeing Musashi trying to tickle herself, Rika started to move. Had a fight with each other, then held hands and laughed happily. The other onlookers smiled kindly, the feelings between the little girls really came out suddenly. Li Jia, I have been trying to learn how to dance while walking, but I can't grasp the essentials. Do you have any good suggestions? Musashi put away his slapstick posture and asked. You let your walking grass, oh, it should be called Fan. Let Fan jump around. Li Jia said with her playful thoughts when she heard Musashi's question. Well, let's go over there. Musashi looked at the crowded surroundings, and pulled Rika to the outskirts because there was a lawn over there. Good. Vol 2 Chapter 52, Skill Teaching. Waka, every use the shaking dance. Musashi said to the walking grass standing on the lawn. Jia and walking Kaying stood aside watching Cao Fan's performance. I saw Cao Fan walking, standing on the lawn and shaking top-heavy. His posture seemed to have been practiced for a long time, but how to say it? Walking in grass, he looks like a drunk uncle, chaotic and disorderly. If you can't learn to dance in this way, Li Jia made a cross in her heart. Fan, think carefully about what Ying did during the battle. Musashi also realized that the way he had been groping was wrong, which was 1,000 miles away from Shaikwu, but compared with Li Jia's walking grass, leaving school has gone a step further. Walk. Walker also noticed that there was a problem with the pace of his behavior, and stopped the dance steps that seemed like a drunkard, carefully comparing where the gap between himself and Ying was. Musashi and Rika did not rush, but waited patiently, and talked to Rika quietly about their experience in nurturing walking grass. Rika, do you want to hear how I cultivated walking grass? Asked Musashi asa Rika. Okay. Li Jia readily agreed. Although Li Jia has a very comprehensive grass-based Pokemon cultivation in her family, her mother is also known as the Rainbow Empress. However, if you stay on top of this, your own family can still take advantage of 1 generation or 2 generations. After that, if you do not absorb new knowledge, you will eventually be abandoned by the times. These words are often chanted by the Empress in Li Jia's ear. Although Li Jia didn't understand it very well, she believed that her mother would not deceive herself, so she would listen to her mother's words and continue to do so. Fan, I encountered it when I was 5 years old. He was in a coma in the park of the village with scars all over his body. After being rescued by me, he became my Pokemon. The characteristic chlorophyll begins to familiarize with the body a little bit, familiar with the energy of the grass, and recognize the energy of life, thereby comprehending photosynthesis, using the roots to slowly comprehend the rooting skills, and by controlling the paralysis powder, understand the paralysis powder skills, which is unexpected. Comprehend the substitute skills in a match. Wait, the substitute skill? How did it come from? I'm sorry. Li Jia blurted out in a hurry, and then immediately apologized. After all, the substitute skill can really be called a secret. It doesn't matter, because it is a coincidence and understanding, it may only apply to walking grass. Do you want to listen? Musashi asked with a smile. Regarding this, Musashi firmly believes that there is a reward for paying. Can you? Li Jia asked uncertainly. Of course, but don't hold out too much hope. At that time, the walking grass was attacked by 6 electric shocks. In an emergency, I used the growth and rooting skills, as well as photosynthesis. After the electric shock, the walking grass was scorched, and I was scared to cry at the time. Fortunately, it was okay, and I also realized the double skills, but after the burnt skin fell off, the walking grass shrank in a circle. Musashi is still a little bit scared when he recalls. If he didn't understand the substitute skill, he might have lost him. This is too dangerous, I know. Li Jia timidly hugged her walking grass, how dangerous it was at the time. However, I think electric shock is definitely not a necessary option. The combination of growth, rooting, and photosynthesis should be the key. And my walking grass is very proficient in the use of growth skills, and the rooting and photosynthesis proficiency is not low, so Li Jia, you can try this. Musashi said. Well, do you have any more? Li Jia wanted to hear about Musashi's follow-up cultivation methods. Others are more abstract. I haven't experimented with them, such as the extension of sweet aromas, aromatherapy, the derivation of growth skills, the power of nature, the power of secrets, the power of absorption, super absorption, ultimate absorption, power absorption, etc. There are energy balls, grass fields, etc. And the current shaking dance. Aromatherapy has an idea. As long as the walking grass evolves into a smelly flower, you will be able to comprehend it. The absorption has already advanced to super absorption. As for other things, you can only look at the walking grass. Said embarrassedly. Musashi, Did you think of these things yourself? Li Jie asked incredulously. Of course, although I have a master. But he specializes in poison, he is really blind to the grass element, so he can only figure it out on his own. Musashi said truthfully. In fact, Yinggu is still relatively researching on the grass family, but it is definitely not as profound as the poison system, so he rarely gives Musashi advice. Musashi didn't ask, so he just thought about it. Musashi, do you want to come to my house to learn the knowledge cultivated by the grass family? Li Jie invited. Although she did not have the consent of her mother, Li Jie believed that her mother would definitely be willing to accept the apprentice Musashi. Can you? Of course you can, so I have a junior sister, haha, hurry up and call her sister. Li Jie said mischievously. No, let's talk about it, it's not necessarily. By the way, Fan seems to have caught the charm of shaking dance. Musashi said, turning away from the subject. As for why I want to diverge, I don't want to be embarrassed after Li Jie. After all, accepting disciples is not a trivial matter. At the beginning, worshipping Yinggu as a teacher was really more nonsense, and Yinggu was lonely and not particular. Li Jie's mother, known as the Rainbow Empress, the strongest grass master in Kanto, how could she reclaim herself, a person with no background and unknown origin, as a disciple? Indeed, she caught a little bit of Shen Yun, but it is not enough to comprehend the shaking dance by this little Shen Yun. Ying, go and help Fan. Li Jie wisely stopped the previous topic. After all, she knew it well and only tested herself. It is true that one side of the word is not a big deal. I was too excited before, and my brain was a little feverish, and I didn't think about how much. However, the reward should not be less, so letting his walking grass teach Musashi's walking grass is a little bit of comfort. But Rika still thinks that her mother should accept Musashi. Really? That's great, thank you Li Jie. Musashi said happily. I want to thank you for opening up a different world for me. Li Jie said sternly. Haha, we will never end when we are humble. Fan, learn shaking dance with Ying. Ying also thank you for teaching Fan shaking skills. After Musashi finished speaking, she smiled with Li Jie. Began to talk about the little secrets that good sisters would only talk about. The two are really strangers, and they should quickly become real good friends because of walking grass. When I was a child, there was an alarm on the radio, and it was Musashi's turn to play. Li Jie, it's me, walking grass seems to be in high spirits, so I ask you to take care of it. Musashi asked embarrassedly. Leave it to me, don't worry, come on. Li Jie waved her small fist. N. Musashi ran to the battlefield again, still number 4, a familiar referee, the same magic wall doll. Meet again, little girl. The referee greeted with interest when he saw his acquaintance. Hello, Uncle Referee. Musashi replied with a smile. Good, good. Since the personnel are all here, then the battle begins. Come out, Abai Snake. Musashi said. Come out, Nidorino. Number 251 said. Abo Snake, use a poisonous needle. Nidolino, we also use poison needles. Why do you want to be poisoned? From the point of view of 251, the number 250 Aber Snake must be no better than Nidorino's, which he has evolved once, so it is crushed. But things are counterproductive. A strong crush is a strong crush. 251 is right, but only half of it is Nidorino on the side that is crushed. Not good, Nidorino quickly avoid it. 251 quickly commanded when the situation was not good, but it was destined to be a faint move. Because of the extremely fast release speed of the poison needle skill, it has been fighting for a while, and it must be too late to dodge now. Nidorino was lucky enough to think that the hard scales on his body should be able to withstand the fine poisonous needles, but it is a pity that Nidorino, like his master, had guessed the strength of the abo snake wrong. The dense roots of poison needles penetrated into the cracks of Nidorino's scale armor, and Nidorino was poisoned. Then he lost his mobility in the eyes of abo snake's big snake, and easily won the battle. Musashi handed the special antidote to the desperate 251, and took the voucher and jumped to find Li Jie. Was on the road, curling his lips, thinking it was a powerful character. It turned out to be a silver-like wax gun head, which was not very useful. It is really appropriate to say this kind of saying, and it is worthy of the cultural accumulation of up and down 5,000 years. Attributes are updated as follows. Name, Miyamoto Musashi. Gender, female. Age, 7 years old. Race, human race, all attributes +1, because of the influence of the blood of the snake girl, charm +1. Bloodline, trace amount of snake girl bloodline, 5%, human bloodline, 95%. Talent. Kendo affinity, sword learning +1. Snake species affinity, snake favorability +1. Soul devour, experience +1. Go and learn, skill level +1. Skillful hand, item creation success rate +1. Professional level, civilians, LV 8120/1500. HP, 15/15, recovery +1/day. Attributes. Strength, 7, agility, 7, constitution, 7, intelligence, 14, charisma, 12, perception, 11. Attribute point, 0. Skills, knowledge, Pokemon, 7, knowledge, Chinese culture, 10, knowledge, medicine, 8, medical treatment 8, knowledge, botany, 7, knowledge, minerals, 4, etiquette, daily, 4, language, Japanese, proficient, Chinese, proficient, comfort 5, collection 7, UU reading www.uuganshu.com prosecution 7, bluff 5, negotiation 7, performance 4, focus 5, intimidation 2, professional, herbalist, 7, professional, pharmacist, 5, climbing 4, balance 3, survival 5, knowledge, natural knowledge, 6. General skill points, 0. Bloodline, none. Genre, Gu. Proficiency, beginner. Animal Gu, abo snake, beginner. Grass Gu, walking grass, beginner. Equipment, elf ball, arbor snake, elf ball, walking grass. Pokemon, walking grass. Weed elf, plant grouping. Attributes, grass, poison, height 0.53 meters, weight 5.1 kilograms. Level, LV 2226.65%, gender. Characteristics, chlorophyll, control degree LV 658.35%. Status, adult, healthy. Age, 3 years old. Character, introverted, the personality state is not unique, it will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, sun and dew, taking care of plants, preferences are not unique and will change in some cases. Intimacy, 103, full value, 255. Trust value, 89, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 45, attack, 50, defense, 55, special attack, 75, special defense, 65, speed, 30, total, 320. Skills, drain, LV10MAX, growth, LV10MAX, sweet scent, LV10MAX, dissolving liquid, LV8, toxic powder, LV7, fusion toxic, hypnotic powder, LV6, super absorption, LV4, flying leaf knife, LV2. Comprehension skills, rooting, LV8, photosynthesis, LV7, paralysis powder, LV8, poison, LV5, stand-in, LV4. Vol 2 Chapter 53, Bring Home. At noon, Musashi invited Li Jia to eat at home. How could the person who runs a cooking room not invite her newly recognized sister to have a meal at home, and it is still hot pot, the spicy hot pot that is addictive when you eat it, and it is known as the bottom line of Chongqing the Mandarin duck pot, guarantee Li Jia likes it. Solemnly declare that all ingredients in our shop do not contain any poppy husks. It's refreshing and spicy, that's how it feels. And the author doesn't eat too much spicy produced in Jiangnan Water Town. Rika hesitated, but agreed to Musashi's invitation. I'm really afraid that Musashi's parents will change their attitude after they know their identity, and Musashi will become conservative under the influence of their parents. Rejected the trip of the housekeeper to go home, and diverted to the village and cooking house to join Musashi. Although I haven't studied the car, it must be a luxury car. The cushion is so soft, the location is so spacious, and there is a TV. Wow, small snacks, so happy. As soon as Musashi got on the car, he entered the Grand View Garden with Grandma Lu, exclaiming endlessly. The character Musashi, Grandma Lu, learned from the memory of another world, and laughed at her at the time, and had never seen her in the world. But this time it's Musashi's turn. She is now incarnate as the young version of Grandma Lu in Yahung City, marveling endlessly in Lijia's car, and said to me again. Musashi, you can eat whatever you like, you are welcome. Li Jia said with a smile. No, I have to restrain myself. You can't eat. I will go to my place to finish the cooking. Musashi forced his head away with great perseverance, and said to Li Jia with a serious face. Why? But yes, I have eaten all of these things anyway, and these are very very good tasting. Li Jia pointed to the candy and said to Musashi in a seductive tone. I don't listen, you can't tempt me, Li Jia. Musashi tried his best to plug his ears, but the magic sound still tactfully in the ear canal. No way, stop it. Stop. Well, it's delicious. Right, but Musashi, how can you eat first? Li Jia asked Musashi with an ignorant expression. Hey? I didn't eat it, it was an illusion, it was all an illusion. Ah, my house is here, Li Jia, come out soon. Musashi left and right, he said that he did not understand what Li Jia was talking about, and quickly got out of the car and said to Li Jia. Hee, spare you this time. Li Jia smiled triumphantly and got out of the car. The village and the restaurant did not look stylish, but the business was very good, and it was not overcrowded. Moreover, with the spicy taste, Rika swallowed vaguely and let Musashi pull it. At noon, the village and the cooking house must have no place, but there is one upstairs. With the help of Haruko, Musashi set up the original Mandarin duck pot that was remodeled in Musashi's hands, and the gas stove that the father and daughter bought. There is also a table full of meat, not to mention that Li Jia is a supporter of grass-based Pokemon, but she is a full meat lover. It's okay to have less vegetables and more meat. These things were inadvertently said by Li Jia when she was chatting with Musashi. The original words are like this. If you can one day, you only need to eat meat without eating vegetables. At the time, Musashi was shocked, but Rika turned out to be a carnivore. Oh my god, I will go. Reverberating in Musashi's mind, it really was Tianli rolling and rolling. Such a quiet and pleasant Li Jia, she only wants to eat meat? Is there disillusionment? But Musashi felt that he also likes eating meat. Sure enough, he and Rika are good friends of heaven. When she first came into contact with this kind of hot pot, Li Jia was still a little restrained and only ate the clear soup pot. Later, at the instigation of Musashi, she tried the spicy pot. Surprised for the heavens! Even Li Jia didn't know that she could eat spicy food so much, and she liked it so much. It's delicious, Li Jia said without image. It's delicious. Come to the store to find me if you want to eat in the future, I'll treat you. Musashi said angrily. That's okay, no regrets. Li Jie said, staring at Musashi. Never go back. Look at me, not crying for you, Li Jie said viciously. After speaking, he added a plate of pork slices to the spicy pot. It's almost done. I have to fight in the afternoon. I eat too much and I can't digest it. Come back in the evening. Musashi's eyelids jumped, and I was really afraid that Li Jie would eat something good or bad. The sin would be serious. After a while, the dishes on a table were all empty. Both Musashi and Rika eliminated them. No wonder what Musashi would say. All right, continue eating at night. Li Jie wiped her mouth gracefully, and then patted her slightly bulging belly. Li Jie, your person has collapsed. Return me to no Li Jie, gentle Li Jie. Musashi pointed at Li Jie and said loudly. No, Li Jie was eaten by me, Musashi, you can't escape. After Li Jie got up and ran towards Musashi with her teeth and claws. Wait, pause. I'll turn off the fire first. Musashi pressed the air imaginatively after talking about the incident, and Rika stayed in a coordinated manner. Okay. Musashi breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jie lifted the timeout and continued to run over with her teeth and claws. After a little joke, the two got up with laughter. Musashi climbed up the chairs and started to clean up the mess. In fact, it means stacking the dishes and chopsticks together so that Haruko can clean up afterwards. Rika also wanted to do it, but was stopped by Musashi. After all, it was just a stack of dishes. Rika didn't listen to Musashi. She looked like Musashi. She climbed up the chair carefully. The kimono was a little in the way. She learned Musashi and tidied it up. Because these are the first time for Li Jie, it's fun. Okay, just leave it like this, I'll call mom to come up. Musashi said. Don't you need to wash it? Li Jie asked. No, just do what we can. If we wash, we don't know how many plates will be broken, and everything will be messed up, Musashi explained. Oh. Wait. Musashi, how do I get down? Rika asked anxiously, standing on the chair. It's the first time you climbed a chair? Oh, yes, your parents must not allow you to do anything. If your mother knows about it, you will definitely think that I am a bad boy, and you have broken Li Jie, a good boy. Hehe, Musashi said with a smile. Don't laugh, teach me how to get down. Li Jie said silently. First squat down, grab one side of the chair with both hands, stretch your feet back, and continue. It's almost a bit, well, here, it's easy, Musashi said. Yep. When Haruko finishes cleaning up the table, Musashi and Rika are about to go to the Rainbow department store again, because the time to pick up the number is almost there in the afternoon. 250 into 125 in the first half of the afternoon. Musashi and Rika's numbers are 10 and 18 respectively. Musashi will play first, and Rika will be in the second round. Musashi rarely played in the first round. His opponent was a boy with round eyes. The Pokemon he used was Lada, a very common house mouse. But there should be 2 brushes for 2 consecutive levels. Musashi didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, Musashi now only has 2 brushes. It's not always clear who brushes the other. As far as Musashi's own recognition is concerned, there is 80% hope of entering the top 50, the top 10 is 55 open, the top 3, basically no show. It's not that Musashi will definitely be much better than others after practicing in the genre. The one who can make the top 10 has no unique skills. In addition, the time for Musashi's Pokemon to truly practice the Gu genre is still short, just a beginner's path. After the walking grass has the Gu rune, it has a chance to merge skills. Musashi combines it with the poison powder. As for why it is not the more powerful dissolving liquid but the poison powder, the main reason is that the dissolving liquid target is too large and slow, and easy to avoid. The poisonous powder is much more subtle and hidden. It is hard to tell if you can release it with a skill at will. It is like the sweet fragrance used in the first battle. It is actually mixed with poisonous powder, so the original pink is turned into powder. Purple. Although the opponent's meow must pay attention to breathing and try not to inhale the sweet and greasy breath, but the highly toxic powder will naturally be poisoned as long as it comes in contact with the skin. Therefore, Musashi won the battle. Abo Snake has a very good talent. He has two options for fusion of highly poisonous skills. The first one, I believe you all know, is the poisonous needle. Why did you choose the poison needle? The use of the move is fast, or the ranged attack, plus the weak attack power is easy to be ignored by opponents, and there is more that Musashi wants to evolve the poison needle into an alternative poisonous diamond, which combines highly poisonous poison needles and delicate vellus hair are all over the battlefield. As long as you step on it, you will be poisoned. www.readaloud.com. It is very sensational to think about it, right? As for another skill that incorporates poison, it will be kept secret. This skill will appear at the right time to establish a victory. Having said so much, now the most important thing is to fight. Come out, walk on grass. Use shake dance, commanded Musashi. Lada, chase. The glasses boy commanded decisively. Take the opportunity to use poison powder. Musashi didn't have high hopes for shake dance. After all, he had only learned it soon, just playing a guise. Oops, no matter what, use all the incisors. The glasses boy secretly said that it was not good, and simply attacked. You have been fooled, a substitute. Super suck. Musashi is proud of himself, all he wants is your close body. Ladina's front teeth like a knife gate bit on the line-iffied body of the walking grass, and the newly grown leaves directly envelop Lada, and it is activated by super absorption. Has already reached the full level of absorption and advanced super absorption. The walking grass is applied quite smoothly. The proficiency directly knocked down the 5th level, and Lada's limbs weakened instantly. Lada quickly break free, use a slam. The glasses boy was as reckless as ever. Unfortunately, there is no chance. The paralysis powder of the walking grass has been quietly scattered, and Lada stiffly loses his fighting ability. Come back, Lada, you are great. I lost. The glasses boy took Lada back and praised Musashi and left. Winner, Musashi on the 10th. The referee said, and handed Musashi a voucher that had been used an unknown number of times, and told Musashi not to leave too far. Congratulations, Musashi. Li Jia said with a smile. You have to come on, Rika. Musashi replied with a smile. Vol 2 Chapter 54, Chaos. Rika's battle started shortly after Musashi ended. Still use the walking grass, first shake and confuse the BB bird on the opposite side, and then easily win. The next two sisters, Musashi is 2 months older than Ljia, and they are sisters. Even though Rika is a little taller than Musashi, the big day is still big. Therefore, Ljia has invisibly suffered from the dumb loss of the month, and she wants a younger sister named Musashi even more firmly in her heart. These two good sisters who had known each other for less than a day walked hand in hand between 10 battlefields. The well-informed Li Jia began to introduce Musashi to the young talents she had seen and met. Musashi, look, the girl with the mini-dragon blonde hair and arrogant face, she is the mayor's daughter. Her name is Asakusa Chizuru, who wants to compare with me everywhere and is very difficult to get along with. The mayor's daughter? And the mini-dragon? Really rich and ambitious, no wonder I want to compare with you everywhere. Musashi said. Why, I am not familiar with her. Li Jia asked aggrievedly. Because her father and your mother are competitors. Musashi said naturally. A competitor? Isn't the mayor here to help her mother manage Yahung City? Why is it a competitor? Li Jie was a little confused. Li Jie, you have to remember about this. As long as people have rights, their ambitions will swell, and if your mother has not participated in politics for a long time, this will happen when people's minds change. The mother. Why do you let it go? For your mother, she, who has absolute strength, doesn't pay attention to these people at all, so it doesn't matter to fight for power and profit. It's a big deal to change the group. Before Li Jie finished speaking, Musashi took over. Continue to say. So, it seems that I have to work harder to reach the height of my mother as soon as possible, so that these people won't bother me. Li Jie said innocently. Come on. Underscore. Musashi can only encourage this, as long as he is strong enough, he will drop 10 times. Yab. The one with green hair and a wonderful frog over there is the son of the chairman of the Rainbow department store called Bayan Muwanda. The long one is pretty good, but it's a bit disgusting to smile, so fake. But that wonderful frog is well cultivated. Musashi commented. What do you think? I thought it was just what I thought. The tall one with dark hair, with the kami turtle, is the son of Yahung City Finance Bureau Director. His name is Doji San Mu. He smiles all day and doesn't feel like a good person. Squinting eyes are monsters. What? Nothing, just a joke. Hey! He saw it. Leave him alone, you continue. But he is coming to our side. Calm down, let's go. After Musashi finished speaking, he pulled Rika into the crowd, and suddenly disappeared. Li Jie and the little red-haired girl are really interesting. They immediately left when they saw me coming. Moreover, the little red-haired girl faintly turned out to be the main one. Interesting door. He opened his eyes slightly and scanned the crowded crowd. The crowd shook their heads, no longer struggling to find them. What a weird person. At this time, Musashi had pulled Li Jie to the battlefield number 1. The boy who was playing against him was a boy with silver hair and red eyes that Musashi had seen several times. The big needle bee was still on the field, and the battle was still so clean, as if the opponents were all papery. Li Jie, who is this person? Do you know? Musashi asked curiously. I don't know, but his big needle bee is very strong. Li Jie looked solemn, thinking in her heart how to break it. Indeed, his big needle bee is very strong. Because of this, I want to know who this person is, but I don't know it. His big needle bee is very extreme and its body is too fragile. Winning. It's not easy. Li Jie shook her head. Don't think too much, I really ran into it, I was talking. Musashi smiled and said to Rika. Yab. Soon, 125 finalists were decided one after another, and the rules for the second half of the afternoon also appeared on the newly established public signs. There are 10 battlefields. There are 5 battlefields with 13 players, and the 5 battlefields with 12 players. Each battlefield selects 5 lucky winners. In addition to not attacking the trainer, you cannot use the skills of destroying the field. There are no rules. If you want to become the top 50, strength is as important as luck. Then there are the rules of the game on the morning of the 3rd day, which is also Christmas Day. The top 10 places are selected on 10 battlefields in a defensive system. The first 10 players to complete 10 consecutive victories are the top 10 winners recognized by the organizer. There are only 2 Pokémon that can be used by the challenger, and only 1 Pokémon can be used by the challenger. During the battle, the racer cannot replace the Pokémon. If the challenger succeeds in defending the challenge, you can choose whether to replace the defender Pokémon and continue to defend the challenge until you win the 10-game winning streak. If you lose in the middle, the calculation will restart. If the challenger wins, the challenger will be the master. If during the defending period, 10 players have completed 10 consecutive victories, the remaining players will automatically determine the challenge failed. If a contestant loses 3 consecutive games, it will automatically be judged as a failure and lose the chance to enter the top 10. If there are less than 10 players in the 10-game winning streak within the specified time, the missing part of the reward will be included in the prize pool of the champion. In the afternoon, rules are being formulated based on the winning entries in the morning. There are so many rules, and my eyes are lost, but Li Jie, we are assigned to the same battlefield, now we have company. Yes, we won't have to be afraid of them when we join forces. Now we are in the brawl fighting mode, the contestants with the registration number and name, please enter the corresponding battlefield. Number 10, Mura and Musashi, Battlefield No. 1. Number 18, Hong Eulogia, Number 1 Battlefield. Number 56, Bayan Muwanda, Number 2 Battlefield. Number 88, Asakusa Chizuru, Number 3 Battlefield. Number 123, Yu Ying, Number 4 Battlefield. Number 155, Dorhe Sanm, Number 5 Battlefield. Number 162, Shiro Bison, Battlefield No. 7. Number 201, Norika Fujiwara, Battlefield No. 10. Rika, that Shiro Bison, and Fujiwara Norika, do you know each other? Musashi asked in a low voice. As for why Musashi pays attention to these two people, the main reason is that after the names of these two men were reported, the corresponding battlefield wailed. Obviously, the real power of these two men was obvious to all. One is the youngest son of the largest meat supplier in Yahung City, and the other is the second daughter of the president of Hongyu Automatic Transmission Co., Ltd. The Pokémon they have sent so far are Kentaro and 3-in-1 Magneto. Well, it seems they must be in the top 10 places. Attention all contestants, the chaos fight begins. With the referee's order, various skills in 10 battlefields were scattered. There was no hurry to dodge. The Pokémon that set the fire and besieged instantly lost their fighting ability and were teleported out by the magic wall dolls. Basically, only 7 or 8 Pokémon remained in each battlefield, and some directly came out the result. Most of these surviving Deepoke Dreams have temporary companions, grouped together in 2s and 3s, such as the walking grasses of Musashi and Rika. How did they escape the move washing? They mainly relied on Musashi's walking grass to eat this wave with their stand-in skills, or they would have to lie down if they should lie down. Walking grass, use a sweet fragrance. Although a little weak, but can't show up, Musashi decisively commanded. Walking grass, use shaking dance. Although Li Jie feels a little distressed about Musashi's walking grass, the main force at this stage is herself, and she also directs. The pink and purple sweet mist slowly spread, and Li Jie's walking grass danced like a psychedelic elf in the mist, trying to confuse her enemies. BB Bird, let the mist blow away and protect Pippi. Pippi uses singing. These two people obviously formed a team to cooperate with each other. Rumble the stone, polish the rock, and roll it up. Haoli, use gas gathering. These two men are just temporary teammates, and there is no tacit understanding at all. Cross Mountain King, use splashing sand, aim at Haoli. Six-tailed flame vortex, the target walks on grass. These two people are the same as above. After Musashi's analysis, the next breakthrough is these 4 people. There are almost no rules in the chaos, and their respective goals are nothing more than protecting and strengthening oneself and attacking the enemy. Walking grass, pay attention to avoiding flying blades and sharp knives, target rumbling stones. Musashi did not even look at the flame vortex and wind, and directed the walking grass to evade, and waited for the opportunity to launch an attack. Because the toughest thing on the field is the rumbling stone, as long as he rolls it, there is basically no solution. Musashi believes that anyone with a discerning eye can see it, so he attacked first. Jie's walking grass is always the same. It is still swaying, and it can be chaotic one by one. But everyone doesn't look at Jie's walking grass, whoever looks silly. Everyone also knows that in the initial battle, they locked Long Longshi and his teammate Haoli. Haoli has a deliberate parry, but with 2 fists hard to beat 4 hands, he is out. Long Rongshi has stepped into Haoli's footsteps without even exerting any strength. There are still 2 walking grasses on the field, Bibi Niao, Six-tailed, Pippi, and Chuan Shan Wang. Although the 2 walking grasses seem to be the weakest, they cooperate best and are difficult to start. What makes them even more embarrassed is the walking grass that is constantly dancing and shaking and can't look directly at it. Her master is Princess Yahungjia. Although the owner of the other walking grass didn't know him, he had a close relationship with Li Jie, which was obviously similarly difficult to deal with. The most important walking grass that dances swaying dance can no longer look directly at www.readaloud.com. It is chaotic at first glance. The other took the opportunity to continuously sway poison powder, covering himself and Lijia's walking grass, to prevent Pokemon from coming in suddenly. The only thing that can pose a threat to 2 walking grasses is Liawei and Bibi. But once they lock them, their eyes are dim, and you should ignore them. The plan is all right, walking grass, we also start to use shaking dance. Musashi smiled and narrowed his eyes, and said to himself. So the number 1 venue became 2 walking grasses to cheer the other 4 Pokemon by dancing. But there was a stalemate for a while. Li Jie, it's up to you. Musashi winked at Li Jie when he saw that his walking grass successfully used the shaking dance. Li Jie blinked, indicating that she had received it. Walking grass, energy ball, aiming to cross the Mountain King. Li Jie suddenly said loudly. The other 2 players seemed to have received instructions and said together. Bibi Bird, the lightning flash is the target 6 tails. Pippi, use it to look at me, aim for the king of the mountain. Walking grass, flying leaf sharp knife. Musashi mended the knife. At this time, the tacit understanding of the teammates is reflected. Liawei wanted to protect himself and had no time to take care of Chuan Shan Wang, and Chuan Shan Wang, in order to avoid the energy ball of the walking grass, failed to avoid Pippi's look at me skill, and was attracted all the attention. Fei knife and energy ball hit the target one after another, and the king of Crossing Mountain was out. In this way, 5 lucky people appeared on the first battlefield. It didn't take long for several adjacent battlefields to also complete the screening, and those few people who Musashi paid special attention to also survived by virtue of their strength. At this point, the qualifier of the Rainbow Department Store has finally come to an end. Vol 2 Chapter 55, The Crisis in Yahung City. At Christmas, Yahung City is playing the melodious melody of jingle bells, and the whole city is celebrating the festival. It is also hoped that with the help of the city's broadcast box, it will attract Santa Claus, who is driving the horned deer and wearing the lipstick sister. Visit Yahung City to send Christmas greetings to the children in Yahung City. But the Christmas blessings still have to wait until the evening, and the day is still separate. This is not like Musashi dressed up as beautiful as a porcelain doll today. He came to the Rainbow Department Store early to participate in the grand event held for the trainers on the last day of the department store. Li Jie. Musashi looked at Li Jie and shouted happily. At this time, Li Jie was standing in front of the decorated department store, wearing a red kimono printed with white edelweiss, and a dark green belt around her waist, exquisite and beautiful. Musashi, you are here. By the way, I am called Senior Sister. Li Jie ran over with a small pace, and happily took Musashi's hand, completely ignoring the helpless old butler who was dressed in a kimono behind her, and then proudly right. Musashi said. Senior Sister, first call your sister to listen, and then I haven't apprenticed a teacher yet, so I'm still my sister. Haha. Musashi smiled triumphantly. Humph, no. You will be my senior sister after today. So first call senior sister. Li Jie quibbled. Li Jie, or else, let's look at the final result of today's battle. Whoever ranks high is the senior sister. How about it, so you can hear the name senior sister as soon as possible? Musashi tempted. Can it be like this? But why do I think it's not good for me? Don't. Li Jia was still very clever, and she immediately figured out the pros and cons and refused. That's okay. Originally Li Jia, you could hear me call you senior sister earlier by virtue of your strength, but you don't want to, then forget it. Musashi said to Li Jia in regret. Who said I don't want it anymore? I just said that the bet you set was too light. Li Jia still couldn't bear to give up such a good opportunity and couldn't resist the temptation to retort. Old housekeeper, there was an urge to hold her forehead at this moment, but the good housekeeping behavior pattern prevented her from doing what she urged, so she could only shake her head in her heart. Then what else do you want? Musashi said that the conditions are up to you. I am eating all meat hot pot once, not right, many times. Li Jia said boldly and loudly. Are you stupid? You come to my house to eat hot pot, I can still treat you badly, give it back one time, many times, think again. Musashi couldn't help roaring. The old butler quickly put down the hand covering his face, and adjusted his face and pretended that nothing happened. I can't think of. Li Jia whispered, curling her lips. I really convinced you. Let's go up first and have a whole day to think about it. But, did you agree to my proposal? Musashi confirmed again. Yep. The hook. Hanging on the hook for 100 years will not change, your words count. Haha. Innocent and lovely childhood, the old butler thought sweetly behind them. Today, only the old housekeeper came to watch Musashi Rika's performance. Musashi's parents need to open a business and can't make money. Moreover, Li Jia's mother status is too high to be suitable for appearing in such a small scene, and the Empress can't pull herself away to cheer for Li Jia herself. The weather is getting colder, and the restless forces around Yaheng City are also ready to move. At this time, the elite trainers are scattered in the outskirts of Yaheng City in the form of small teams to resist the major crisis that will suddenly appear at some point. Or else with Yaheng City as an ancient international capital, a world-civilized tourist attraction, and the famous Rainbow department store in the city and even in Kanto. Will it be too shabby to accept ordinary trainers to hold this trainer exchange meeting? Also stipulated that only 2 can be played? Isn't this a joke? Because the Pokémon is over level 30, it means that this Pokémon has successfully entered the elite class and can stand alone. With such strength, I still play family games here. Do you still have the dignity of an elite trainer? Do you have a little self-knowledge? Do you have a little sense of social responsibility? Cough off topic, off topic. Musashi and Rika showed their ID numbers and entered the top floor of the Rainbow department store, which had been tired of shopping these days. The time has not come yet, the young trainers are still walking around leisurely, chatting, or in a daze, or thinking about countermeasures in the future. There are not many people in the audience at this time. On the one hand, the audience is really not interested in each other. On the other hand, the afternoon session is the essence of these 3 days. Therefore, few people would wake up early in the cold winter to watch this dull match. Musashi and Rika were also whispering at this time. Why don't you say that we will occupy 2 arenas from the beginning? Musashi suggested. Will this be too arrogant? At any rate, you are also their favorite seed player, do you have to wait until everyone else is almost playing? So who will fight you? Do you still want to win? Musashi said in surprise. What if those pesky guys are uneasy to play cards? For example, Asakusa Chizuru. Li Jia thought of this person and couldn't help holding her forehead. No, the person who raises the dragon will definitely have the pride of the dragon. She is disdainful of using this little trick. She will definitely choose to fight you in a dignified way. Musashi explained. Let's do it, just listen to you. At the beginning, we will occupy 2 arenas, and we will see who finishes the 10-game winning streak first, but there is basically no chance of losing once. So, Musashi, are you ready? Li Jia, knowing that Musashi's ability to complete 10 consecutive victories is really tough, so he molested him. Don't worry about this, I will definitely finish 10 consecutive victories before you. Musashi assuredly said. Why? Because of the human heart. Why are people's hearts again? Bullying and being afraid of hardship is the best portrayal of mankind. And I happen to be the one they think is the weaker side. This is also a chance to win quickly. Musashi's eyes squinted and scanned the surrounding lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the eyes of lambs, Musashi is also a tender and delicious lamb. It's just that this lamb is not a sheep inside. It can still be like this. That's so, Li Jie, you still have a lot of things to learn. Do you really admire your sister? Call your sister. Musashi grinned. Slightly Rika stuck out her tongue and gave Musashi a disdainful look. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Well, Li Jie, look at my itchy attacks. Humph, whoever scratches it is not always certain. After Li Jie finished speaking, she immediately shot. Okay, I don't play anymore, Li Jie took the lead to admit defeat, and the equipment on her body really hindered Li Jie from playing. Well, Rika, your kimono is messed up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have played like this. Musashi said apologetically. It's okay, Grandma Ako will help me tidy up. Li Jie tugged at her vibrating sleeves, not feeling angry at all. After all, it was Li Jie herself who wanted to play. Rika finished speaking, and went to find the old butler of Okiko in the auditorium with Musashi. Grandma Okiko, the clothes are a bit messy, Li Jie said coquettishly. I will help the young lady to tidy up the old man. The old housekeeper smiled kindly, and an elderly coconut tree appeared beside him. The superpowers launched and took Oza to appear next to Ljia, squatting down and carefully adjusting her clothes for Ljia. After all, she can't take off and wear it again when she is outdoors, so Oza can only correct some of the shifted skirts and belts a little bit. There is also Ljia's short, frizzy hair. Okay, I can't play like this later, you know, time is coming, you guys go and prepare. Okiko smiled and said to Musashi and Rika. Well, goodbye Okiko grandma. ×2. Coconut egg tree, let's go up. Ouzi Chalgia and the others smiled and said to the old man beside him. Na Sizzle, the palm tree's sluggish eyes lit up with blue superpowers, and took Oza to the audience again. As for the security personnel who ensure the order of the venue, I have not seen anything. Who does not know the housekeeper of the Empress? Anyway, I didn't see it. Vol 2 Chapter 56, Big Rock Snake, I am accepted. Walking grass, dissolving liquid. Walk. The walking grass covered in scars heard the words, and a large group of liquid gurgling with poisonous bubbles emerged from the core of the leaf, which was accurately poured on Pikachu, who was unable to move due to paralysis not far away. Pick up. Pikachu let out a painful cry. Pikachu, cheer up, use an electric shock. It was almost a life-or-death decision, and the boy in school uniform struggling to encourage Pikachu. Pick up. Pikachu felt the trainer's belief, stood up firmly, barely condensed a trace of electric current, and lost his fighting ability. I lost, it seems that you are not as they said, you are the lucky one who relied on Li Jie to get here. The boy took back Pikachu, who had lost the ability to fight, and said with a serious look at Musashi. I hope there will be more misunderstandings like this so that I can finish my 10-game winning streak sooner. Musashi replied with a smile. There are few people who are fools, but there may be many people who are looking forward to picking up the omissions. I wish you success. The boy finished and left. Because this battle with Musashi was his third defeat in the battle. Although it was not consecutive, the hope was very slim. In addition, his Pokémon did not have the supplementary use of recovery skills, and the preparation of medicines. It's not enough, so it's better to end it earlier. Hey, the fifth one is taken, wherever you come back to take a rest and use photosynthesis. Next, let's give it to Abo snake. Musashi sadly took the tired walking grass back, and fed him a concentrated slow-release organic fertilizer and a lot of water to let him rest by his side. Sitting on the grass beside Musashi, spreading 5 but somewhat damaged leaves, greedily absorbing the gifts from the warm winter sun. The shining green awns gather from the air and cling to the leaves of the walking grass, repairing the broken leaves and restoring the remaining little physical strength of the walking grass. Come out, Abo snake, the walking grass is ready for you to play against the stage, and then it's up to you. Ha! It depends on the queen. Abo snake twisted his longer body, wandering on the battlefield, waiting for his opponent to appear. Musashi observed that 1/3 of the yellow pattern on Abo snake's body was already occupied by purple and black stripes, and the main position was still concentrated on the back. This shows that Abo snake will be able to enter the realm of animal Gu Xiaocheng soon. At that time, Abo snake's strength can be improved by another stage. As for the walking grass that stayed beside Musashi to rest, the progress of the spread of the Gu patterns was a bit slower than that of the Aberna, and the coverage rate of the Gu patterns on the leaf standing at the front end reached a quarter. But thanks to the particularity of Gu, the walking grass only needs water-milling Kung Fu to reach the realm of Dacheng, and one day it will be able to complete its cultivation. And I was lucky to catch Li Jia's line, and the chance of apprenticeship to the Empress is also close at hand. Walking grass also has the opportunity to become the top combat power. Although, it seems that walking grass is better than Abo snake in the early stage. However, the follow-up Aber snake has already begun to catch up. If you don't want to be pulled too far, you can only work hard besides hard work. Fortunately, this thing depends on how much help this apprenticeship can bring to the walking grass. Come on! Not long after Musashi released Abo snake, a young and beautiful girl with a light pink knitted scarf, boarded the arena where Musashi insisted. Little sister, it's really amazing how long you insisted, but it's a pity that you can only stop here. Come out, Dian snake. This girl obviously has a good abacus. Seeing Musashi's strongest combat power, walking on the grass and resting, she replaced him with a pure poisonous Pokemon, and the strongest rock snake in her hand has twice the poison resistance attribute. The big rock snake can definitely end this trainer who emerged from nowhere. Then it depends on your ability, big sister. Abo snake makes poison needles. The little poisonous needles are like torrential rain pear blossoms, hitting the big rock snake's body composed of rock and mine, and clinking. This attack power can't do anything to my big rock snake. My big rock snake is notoriously strong. The girl said triumphantly. Big rock snake, hit. The girl who directed the big rock snake to launch an attack was also very imposing by her, as if the victory was right in front of her, and she was already at her fingertips. Abo snake, use the big snake to stare. Musashi was unmoved by the big rock snake's very imposing collision attack, and calmly commanded Abo snake. Although he was calm in his heart, it was the first time Musashi saw the big rock snake up close. In that moment, he was deeply attracted by the big rock snake's huge posture. This was due to the fact that the snake was facing the snake in the depths of the bloodline. The favorite of type creatures. But love belongs to love. As the enemy, the only end of the big rock snake is to be defeated by himself. Who made him follow a master who doesn't seem to be very smart? However, I will conquer a big rock snake in the future. Musashi secretly made a decision in his heart. Abo snake took a deep breath, and the abdominal cavity was inflated slowly. The half-moon shaped supporting bones pushed the muscles to expand outward. The yellow warning pattern matched the purple-black weird goo pattern, coupled with the fierce big yellow eyes. With the intimidating characteristics and staring eyes, the horrible expression that burst out in an instant stopped the collision momentum of the rock snake, and the blue light representing the reduced ability appeared on the rock snake like a snowflake. Abo snake, use the harsh sound. With the help of the big rock snake's paws, Musashi continued to command. For the big rock snake with thick blood and high defense, Musashi's strategy is to defeat it by continuously weakening the defense of the big rock snake with a final blow. As for the first poisonous needle, it was just for laying the ground. Roar! The big rock snake was irritated by the noise and couldn't help roaring. How is it possible, Dian snake, hold on and use falling rocks. The girl couldn't believe that the fighting situation would be reversed in an instant, and she immediately issued an attack command without being surprised. After all, how is the ability reduced? As long as you hit this abo snake, you can immediately defeat the unknown girl in front of you, and then the owner of this ring is yourself, and the medicine for the recovery of the wound medicine is very prepared. Complete. We'll definitely get 10 consecutive victories. For sure. Abo snake, pay attention to avoid, use gastric juice. As for why the gastric juice is used, the main reason is that I am worried that the characteristic of the big rock snake is strong. When the time comes, I will come to a Jedi to fight back. Then I am not in vain. Moreover, Musashi is very intimate in the gastric juice to make abo snake fusion of poison. It can be said that the gastric juice is the nemesis of all characteristics, and it is also a reminder for all the Pokémons that get into the gastric juice. Below is the current property panel of abo snake. Pokémon, abo snake. Snake Elf, Land/Dragon grouping. Attributes, Poison, body length 2.3 meters, weight 4.7 kilograms. Level, LV 208.30%, gender. Feature, Intimidation, control degree LV 575.40%. Hidden feature, Molting, activation progress 36.50%. Status, adult, healthy. Age, 2 years old. Character, hard work, the personality state is not unique. It will change under certain circumstances. Preferences, I like to sleep, eat, and take a bath. Preferences are not unique and will change in some cases. Intimacy, 105, full value, 255. Trust value, 90, full value, 100. Race value, HP, 35, attack, 60, defense, 44, special attack, 40, special defense, 54, speed, 55, total, 288. Skills, Tight Beam, LV9, Poison Needle, LV10MAX, Fusion of Poison, Stare, LV10MAX, Snake Stare, LV7, Dissolving Liquid, LV8, Piercing Sound, LV4. Hereditary Skill, Root Method, LV4. Comprehension Skills, Swallow, LV7, Bite, LV8, Poison, LV5, Gastric Juice, LV3, Fusion with Poison. The huge body of the big rock snake is destined to be unable to avoid the attack of gastric juice. Although the big rock snake is faster than the abo snake www.readaloud.com, its size hinders everything. I was talking about all the moves that destroy the field skills have been banned, and big rock snake basically destroyed more than half of it. Roar! The firmness of the rock snake whose body was soaked with gastric juice was instantly eliminated. Besides, it was also poisoned. The purple venom continued to extend to both sides along one section of the rock snake's body, and the rock snake was poisoned. Damn it, how could it trigger the poisoning, the big rock snake, the falling rock? The girl who could do nothing at all said in a dying struggle. Abo snake, go through it, use bite. Musashi estimated the blood volume and crispness of the rock snake at this time, and the speed slowed down due to poisoning, and decisively commanded. Abo snake was heard walking quickly among the falling rocks and appeared in front of the big rock snake with a painful face. Ha! Goodbye! The big rock snake crashed to the ground, shaking up the smoke and dust mixed with purple powder, and slowly falling to the ground. How is it possible? Fake, all fake, obviously we are going to win, fake, fake. The girl who didn't believe in all of this looked a little dull, and she muttered to herself as she looked at her fallen big rock snake. Please take back your Pokémon, don't obstruct the order of the venue, or you will be out of the game. The defender can decide whether to change the Pokémon. The referee warned the girl who was still in a daze, and then said to Musashi in a pleasant tone. Oh, come back, Dian Snake. The girl quickly withdrew her sluggish expression and decisively stepped off the ring. At this moment, Musashi was stunned. He was fascinated by acting. It seems that he still needs to learn a lot and practice a lot. As for the state of Abo Snake, it is not bad. Although he fought fiercely with the big rock snake, Abo Snake didn't suffer any damage, and it consumed some physical strength. Vol 2 Chapter 57, Battle Against the Wild Wind. Meeting again, let's get to know me officially. My name is Yamato Tachibana. I didn't expect how good you are. You can lose 6 people in a row. I don't know that the god of victory will not take care of you. Come out, lie away. Was talking about the 6-tailed trainer who had teamed up with Chuan Shanwang in Chaos, and she was a fat girl. Orange hair, round face, because of the down jacket, I feel that her figure is more plump. It's you, my name is Musashi, a bi snake, Oro snake stares. Musashi also recognized the girl in front of her. After all, she was quite unique and it was hard not to be remembered. 6 tails, a flash of light, a ghost fire. Orange Leaf has obviously been observing Musashi from the side for a long time, knowing that Abo Snake's big snake is very staring and cannot be locked, otherwise it must be him who loses. Before Abo Snake successfully used the big snake to stare, Lioe fled from its original position, and spit out 5 faint blue flames towards Abo Snake far away, drifting towards Abo Snake really fast as if slowly, in order to ensure the ghost fire able to hit. 6 tails are still remotely overriding. Abo Snake found that the target had disappeared, and the snake found the position of the 6 tails in a hurry, and immediately locked the 6 tails. Abo Snake, use a poisonous needle. Musashi didn't expect Tachibana to be so greedy. If so, I'm sorry. No, lie away, give up the ghost fire and use the flame vortex. Orange Ya didn't expect Abo Snake to react so fast, and quickly commanded. The dense poison needle pierced the ghost fire, but was swallowed by the flame vortex and turned into nothing. 6 tails also had a lingering fear. After all, the poison needle was only 1 step away from him at that time. Bite, use tight. Before the Orange Leaf could breathe a sigh of relief, Musashi's voice was passed, and the Abo Snake appeared directly beside Lioe like a transposition, with a big mouth biting the body of the 6 tail, the slender body of the snake. Circling upward, the 6 tails could hardly move. 6 tails, use round pupils. Orange Leaf cannot but use the last killer. Lioe's wet eyes looked directly at Abo Snake's cold apricot snake eyes. At this moment, Abo Snake's heart softened, and Lioe took this opportunity to break away from Abo Snake's restraint. Before the orange leaves were happy, Musashi said, "It's late, Abo Snake, Oro Snake stares." I saw that the 6-tailed feet that had escaped from the shackles of the Abo Snake just touched the ground, and the limb slumped down, feeling a little at a loss. An Abo Snake's big snake stare also as expected, and the 6 tails lost their fighting ability. I lost. Why did Lioe suddenly soften his feet? Orange Leaf asked her doubts. Because the 6 tails are poisoned. Do you really think the Abai snake is non-venomous? Musashi asked rhetorically. In fact, Lioe was not only poisoned by the bite of the Abo snake, but also because it was poisoned by accidentally inhaling poison powder when the audience was running and stepping on the poisonous needle, but Musashi would not say that. That's what I said, I wish you success. Orange Leaf sneered, and took Lioe back and left, playing against the field. Hey! One more solution, there are 3 left. Does Abo Snake need to rest? Musashi called Abo Snake back, and crouched down and asked. Ha! I can continue. Let's do it, but don't behave, you know. Well, I got it. Need a rest? A male voice came from the other end of the battlefield. Fortunately, you are here to fight. Musashi asked knowingly, but he felt that the people in front of him were a bit familiar, as if he saw a man using a fire dinosaur the next morning, but at the time he felt he was a colder person. How can he behave now the surprisingly gentle? Yes, my name is De Yefeng, come out, fire dinosaur. De Yefeng introduced himself, but after releasing the fire dinosaur, the style of the painting changed and became colder. There is an inexplicable sense of spirit when pampering outsiders. Oh, my name is Musashi, Abeshi, please continue to ask you. Musashi was surprised. How could he introduce himself to the two in a row? Could it be the reason why the first 6 are not high in quality? Also, are they the best choice? Musashi guessed. Speaking of Musashi and Abeshi are also psychic choices, but Musashi did not know that there is a magical relationship between psychic choices. It was Ying who discovered that Musashi and Abai Snake had a sense of similarity, and made a few simple quizzes at Musashi's request, which roughly confirmed that Musashi and Abai Snake were the chosen relationship. Hiss. After 2 battles, Abai Snake said that it is impossible not to be tired, but in order to let the walking grass rest for a while, Abai Snake felt that he could fight for a while and must win. Unexpectedly, you are also the best choice, so I am not at risk. Fire dinosaurs, sparks. What about the face? Abo Snake, poison needle. Musashi spit out. Abo Snake looked at the huge amount of sparks that hit it, its tail exerted force, and its body directly ejected, opening its mouth as a dense poisonous needle pouring toward the fire dinosaur. The quantity and quality of the sparks are almost comparable to jet flames. It seems that it is a bit difficult to win from him. Musashi thought silently. The fire dinosaur adjusted the flame position and intertwined with the rain of poisonous needles. The purple poisonous needles instantly turned black and grey, and the Abo Snake fell back to the ground safely after a stalemate. Abo Snake, Big Snake stares. Smoke screen. Abo Snake stared directly at the fire dinosaur not far away, and the fire dinosaur opened its mouth and spewed out a thick, hot smoke screen to cover the sky. From the infrared sight of Abo Snake, it appears that the place where the fire dinosaur is located is red. It is impossible to determine the specific location of the fire dinosaur. The information sent back by the snake's letter is also a strong smell of sulfur and fireworks. Ha! The fire dinosaur disappeared. Abo Snake reminded Musashi, his body slowly retracted and hovered, in order not to change, but also to hit the spirit to deal with emergencies. Concentrating mental power quickly. This is a small trick extracted from the chi gathering skills of the wrist. The superpower teacher Mujin has confirmed that this method has an effect on Abo Snake. Therefore, Abeshi has not pulled down the practice of this technique. In the long breath, the more concentrated his energy, the more detailed information the snake's letter gives back. Fire dinosaurs, use sparks. Through the smoke screen, Onokaze seemed to see Musashi's bewilderment, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised and gave instructions to the fire dinosaurs. The thick smoke screen couldn't obstruct the fire dinosaur's sight at all. His sharp eyes looked straight at the Abo Snake, quietly changing the position. A large amount of sparks penetrated the smoke screen and poured towards the Abo Snake. The Aber Snake, who had been searching for the fire dinosaur's position, vaguely noticed a malicious look, thinking that there was only the fire dinosaur here, but he did not act. Because Abo Snake knows that hunters and prey are not fixed identities, the training of catching insects at a young age has portrayed calmness and patience in Abo Snake's bones, as well as that dangerous dining hall, the back mountain. Until the spark rushed out of the smoke screen, Abo Snake ejected again in the surprised eyes of his opponent, aiming at an area of the smoke screen and spraying poison needle rain with all his strength. Roar! Kabo the fire dinosaur wailed in pain. Fake! After landing, Abo Snake could easily distinguish that the painful and wailing sound did not have the real sense of being corroded by the venom, and turned his head to find another poisonous needle. This time, the fire dinosaur hit back with a spark without pretending to be. "It seems that I still underestimate you. Your name is Musashi, right? I remember you, fire dinosaur, dragon claw." Onokaze really started to face Musashi squarely, no longer having a playful nature. "Thank you for underestimating the enemy, Abo Snake." Musashi smiled slightly, unmoved by De Yefeng's words, despised or facing upright, as long as he can win this victory, everything is free. Abo Snake made a harsh sound in the direction of the smoke screen, and the irritable sound waves progressed layer by layer, stimulating the nerves of the burning dinosaur. Roar! The claws enveloping the dragon energy pierced the sound wave, and the fire dinosaur rushed out of the smoke screen and appeared in front of Abo Snake. "It's now, Shiwagong." Musashi used his last killer. Abo Snake instantly condensed meager spiritual power, the apricot snake eyes turned into a blue color, piercing the fire dinosaur's control of the dragon energy, and the dragon claw was banned. Spark! The sudden change caught De Yefeng a little bit by surprise, and he quickly changed its countermeasures. The fire dinosaur had no time to break, so he could only open his mouth to attack Abo Snake with a small amount of sparks, hoping to have some effect. Bite, Titan! Thanks to the cohesion of the spiritual power by the little chi gathering skills, Abo Snake did not lose the fighting ability after using petrochemical skills as before. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com faced the greatly weakened spark. Snake Kiss hit the fire dinosaur's throat directly, and the powerful body locked the front paws and legs of the fire dinosaur. "Use Iron Tail!" Onokaze said loudly. As the main force of the wild wind, the fire dinosaurs have almost no shortcomings, except that they have not yet evolved into the fire-breathing dragon. Other aspects can be said to be nearly perfect for the Pokémon at this stage. Musashi obviously did not expect Daohuo dinosaurs to have this trick, because the flame of the tail is the fire of life for the fire dinosaurs. When you exercise the iron tail, it must cause damage to the flames on the fire dinosaur's tail. He is a ruthless character. Snake stares. Almost Onokaze finished talking about the iron tail skills, and Musashi immediately said the corresponding strategy, holding back your iron tail. After completing the venom invasion, the aber snake immediately let go of its fangless mouth, and raised its head to stare at the burning dinosaur. Stare! The silver white lifted it high and fell fiercely, but it failed to strike a second time and became weak. The purple venom had already wandered through the fire dinosaur's body, and it was only a matter of time before it lost the ability to fight. I lost. Although De Yefeng was unwilling, but the bound fire dinosaur had no power to return to the sky, and had no choice but to admit defeat. Abo Snake, come back. This is the medicine to relieve Abo's toxin. You should give it to the fire dinosaur. Musashi recalled the scarred Abo Snake, touched the Abo Snake's head and showed obvious redness and swelling. S body, stood up and said to De Yefeng. "Thank you, if I have a chance to fight, I will definitely not lose." Onokaze took the potion, said solemnly to Musashi, and left. Because he didn't expect how fierce the battle would be this time. I am afraid that the fire dinosaurs cannot be restored by the wounds alone, and the top 10 has no chance. 10 consecutive victories. Musashi applied to the referee for a few minutes of rest time to deal with Abo Snake's injury. The referee agreed to this reasonable request. As for the defeated dog clamoring underneath, ignore it. Musashi carefully removed the scorched scales, and smeared ointment-like burn medicine on the parts burned by the sparks. Cold compresses the red and swollen area, the wound medicine accelerates the recovery of the swollen part, and the orange fruit restores physical strength can also reward the snake. All these things have the greatest effect in Musashi's hands. Finally, they are finely wrapped with gauze. One lap, take it back into the poke ball. While removing the scales, Musashi really hoped that the snake had awakened its skin-melting properties. In this way, she can get rid of all the external damage and abnormal state as long as she removes the dead skin from the outside, so that Abashi doesn't have to endure so much pain when applying the medicine. Putting away the distress for Abashi, there are still the last 2 games left. Musashi smiled happily as he watched the crowds surging under the battlefield. I think it would be great if I have any omissions here. Such a script is the most perfect. While the walking grass recovered when Abo Snake was fighting the dinosaurs, the concentrated slow-release fertilizer is still very effective, which perfectly solves the shortcomings of insufficient fertility in the battlefield. The intact blue bulbs, the emerald green plump leaves, and the complete radiance. Except for the little tired eyes, they are in perfect condition. Walking grass, the state is a bit too good, a little convergent, so that the leaves look slightly yellow and curled up due to lack of water. You have to convince them that we are in very bad condition now, very weak, everything is pretending come out, you know. Musashi knelt down and said quietly to the walking grass. Walk. Walk. Walk why? Oh, I see. By showing the enemy's weakness, the enemy can be taken lightly and win easily, pretending to be exhausted, and seduce the next opponent. Right, I and Abashi often make these, and I know this well. Nani? Hello, what has happened to Abo Snake? Although I am just trying to mention, why can you easily understand and present it perfectly, what have you and Abashi experienced in Hyushin? Musashi roared in his heart, but his face showed kindness, good comprehension, and very good expression. Thanks to the perfect use of the growth and absorption skills of the walking grass is in a perfect state that is like a backlight. As the walking grass enters the opposing battle zone, a little bit of decline retreats. The leaves were yellow and drooping, and the steps became heavy, as if they were covered with a heavy garment. But in the eyes of outsiders, the walking grass is working hard to show that he is in a very good state, trying to straighten the already soft leaves, and try to make his steps look light. But they know how easy it is to recover from exhaustion, so the time is right. Gearing up, ready to move. With the subtle expression of Musashi who is holding back his heartache, everything is reasonable. Then the victim appeared. Little sister of the ring master, your walking grass is going to die, let me, Lord Fukang's hot monkey help you to get free. A fat boy with a somewhat outturned nose and freckles climbed up the ring. Said with momentum. After Nakaji finished speaking, he released the hot monkey who was active and had a bad temper from the poke ball, and also put on a posture of watching the world. But from the eyes of this hot monkey, it can be seen that it is full of exhaustion, but it may be because of its characteristics, it is still full of energy. You can pull it here, returned Fukang Lord. You have lost twice in a row, and your hot monkey may not last long. A person who obviously knew the little fat man laughed at the back. What do you know, Oko Yuanta, it's just that I didn't exert my strength and let them do it. You are optimistic, I will definitely win this time. Fukang little fat man turned around and shouted to the boy named Yuanta. But the momentum is obviously weaker. Although his momentum has weakened, he has a desperate momentum. After all, 2 consecutive defeats have dealt a great blow to him. If he is still defeated this time, then say goodbye to here early. It seems that this little fat guy is ready to determine the outcome with one move. Musashi guessed in his heart. Walking on the grass, shaking and dancing. Well, don't be impatient, first show the enemy's weakness. The first trick is to use skills that are not highly proficient. Using jerky moves in this situation makes it easier for others to believe that the walking grass at this time is very tired, and it is even harder to use the best skills. The more you get to the critical moment, the more you can't be reckless. There must be countermeasures and routines to save a point of strength and hope. Musashi secretly encouraged him. Walk. The walking grass swayed the newly learned shaking dance, the jerky pace seemed so immature. But it matches the way the walking grass looks at this time, but others can't help but cry for him. You are so tired, why are you still working hard to win this battle for your master? It's so inspirational. There are many people who have such ideas. For example, the fucking little fat man standing across from Musashi. With tears in his eyes and looking at the hot monkey who worked the same, he was very encouraged. His eyes became firm, and he said loudly to his fiery monkey, "Hot monkey, gather energy, hack with bare hands." Puff! The psychedelic dance steps affected the surroundings little by little. The fiery monkey's eyes appeared blurred, but he was quickly awakened by Fukang's voice. As if fists wearing gloves touched each other, as if pressing a certain switch, the qi gathering was completed quickly, and the spirit of qi and shen completed coordination and unity at this moment. Took a step, like a ghost suddenly appeared beside the walking grass, with a knife. The hand knife hits the bulb of the walking grass. Grab it, use super absorption. Musashi knew that the hot monkey in the qi gathering state had a high concentration of energy, and he couldn't avoid it when he smashed the grass with his bare hands. After all, at the current level of walking grass, Shake Wu can't reach that kind of evasive form. Will take a long time to become familiar with and proficient, but Musashi did not want to let the walking grass dodge. Show that the enemy is weak. The second trick is to lure the enemy to go deeper and block it. I saw that the bulb of the walking grass was like a bladeless hand knife that couldn't bear the fiery monkey, cracking in the middle. Another small walking grass appeared in the stunned eyes of the fiery monkey. The wide blades stretched out, and instantly wrapped the fiery monkey's chubby body. www.readaloud.com suddenly exerted force and super absorption followed closely behind. Endless green ons continuously emerge from the body of the fiery monkey, leading into the bulbs of walking grass along the veins. The withered yellow soft leaves gradually appeared green, and the bulbs seemed to be full of water and swelled. The vigorous walking grass reappeared on the battlefield. And hot monkey. The original fluffy and plump spherical body seems to have dried up, which is described as withered. If this scene of a female walking on grass is plausible, but... Hot monkey! What did you do to him? Fukang little fat man rushed to the hot monkey and hugged the hot monkey and questioned Musashi loudly. Don't be too nervous, the hot monkey is the lack of body fluids, which leads to the loss of fighting ability. Going to the wizard center for treatment will quickly recover. Musashi quickly soothed. Really? Fukang asked uneasily. Really, but if you keep on rubbing it, it may not be true. Musashi didn't have the mind to talk to the little fat man, and went straight to the big move. Ah! Come back, hot monkey, thank you. The little fat man bowed and ran away and left. It's a fool. Although it's not a big problem, it won't be enough to get back to normal in a short while. But it's the ninth, Musashi whispered. Walking, how is the condition? Musashi asked in a low voice. Walk. Very good. Finished with a very good spirit, but immediately declined after the transition, but it seemed to be better than before the match. Acting or something, CAO said that most people shouldn't see the flaws, just how confident they are. After all, the rations that I have cheated with ABO Snake are more than 50 or 30.